Chapter 1. Return to the fishing village. A mournful sound echoed as a somewhat dilapidated iron ferry set sail from the dock. Seated by the window, Yang Fan gazed out at the azure sky and the endless sea beyond. His expression was a tapestry of emotions, nostalgia, sorrow, and an unmistakable thrill. Though he had returned to his hometown fishing village every 2 years, this visit bore a significance that was decidedly different. This time, he intended to stay. After 6 years of studying and working in the bustling metropolis, Yang Fan had grown weary of the city's relentless pace. Coupled with the peculiar adventure of recent days, his resolve to return to the serene coastal life was solidified. After all, the allure of the quaint fishing village, enhanced by his recent experiences, seemed far more conducive to his aspirations than the chaotic urban sprawl. As he beheld the familiar azure waters and skies of his homeland, his thoughts wandered. Before long, the ferry arrived at the dock of Longwang Town, where his ancestral home lay in a small fishing village nearby. Upon disembarking, Yang Fan hailed a 3-wheeled motorcycle taxi and traversed several kilometers along a bumpy mountain road, finally arriving at his childhood home in Dajing. The Jing village was nestled against the mountains, facing the sea and surrounded on 3 sides by hills. The natural scenery was breathtaking, with its harmonious blend of mountains and water, exuding an idyllic charm that epitomized the traditional farming and fishing community. However, the village's remoteness and underdeveloped roads had hindered its progress for far too long. With a deep breath, Yang Fan surveyed the small fishing village he had called home for over a decade. The crisp air carried a faint scent of fishan aroma that was achingly familiar, instantly conjuring childhood memories. Returning to his roots stirred a complex array of emotions within him. After lingering at the village entrance for a moment, he slowly dragged his suitcase toward his family's home. The sun blazed fiercely overhead, and at this hour of the afternoon, most villagers were out at sea, fishing. Thus, he encountered few familiar faces, only a handful of children darting about, none of whom he recognized after so many years away. Soon, he arrived at a 3-story house, a striking contrast to the village's predominantly single-story tiled homes. This house, with its prime coastal location and expansive courtyard, resembled a seaside villa. Yet, it was evident that the house had been long abandoned. The large iron gate was rusted, and the courtyard was overgrown with weeds, presenting a desolate and forlorn sight. This 3-story house was, indeed, Yang Fan's home. 6 years ago, Yang Fan's parents, while fishing in distant waters, vanished without a trace due to a sudden tempest. Just embarking on his freshman year, Yang Fan found himself overwhelmed by the tragedy, his spirits plummeting to the point where he contemplated abandoning his studies. Yet, reflecting on his parents' greatest pride, their son securing admission to a prestigious university, ultimately summoned the strength to persevere through his sorrow and complete his education. Over the past 6 years, although Yang Fan had returned to his hometown a few times to pay respects on the anniversary of his parents' passing, he always left on the same day, resulting in the family home remaining uninhabited for 6 long years. Time, it seems, can carry away all, including grief. As 6 years elapsed, Yang Fan had emerged from the darkest moment of his parents' tragic fate. "Dad, Mom, I am home," he murmured at the doorstep, retrieving a set of keys from his bag to unlock the heavy iron gate. Just as he prepared to push the door open, a rustling sound erupted from the towering weeds in the courtyard. Suddenly, a gaunt old yellow dog limped into view. Woof, woof, woof. Despite its frail condition, the old dog barked fiercely at Yang Fan, as if ready to pounce should he dare to enter. Da Huang. The sight of the old yellow dog stirred a wave of excitement within Yang Fan. He had raised this dog, a pup he had brought home from a neighbor's house at the age of 10, making it his closest companion during childhood. Now over 15 years old, the old friend had aged significantly. Seeing Da Huang in such a state tugged at Yang Fan's heartstrings. He stepped forward and crouched beside the dog, which, in its confusion, initially failed to recognize him. As Yang Fan drew closer, the dog almost bristled with surprise. However, the familiar scent emanating from Yang Fan soon triggered recognition. This was the master it had long awaited. Woof, woof, woof. Upon realizing its owner had returned, the old yellow dog leaped into Yang Fan's arms, nuzzling against him with exuberance. Their bond ran deep. Before leaving the fishing village, Yang Fan had entrusted Da Huang to his best friend in the village. Yet, Da Huang still cherished the habit of sneaking into Yang Fan's courtyard daily, waiting patiently for his master's return. As Yang Fan stroked the dog's frail body, reminiscent of a mere collection of bones, tears welled in his eyes. Once a robust and regal dog in its youth, Da Huang now appeared weak and frail. "Da Huang, I'm sorry. I'm back, and I want leave again." Gently caressing the dog's dull, straw-like fur, Yang Fan spoke in a hushed, emotional tone. The sight of his old companion, steadfastly waiting for his return even after 6 long years, filled Yang Fan with profound gratitude and guilt. In that moment, he recalled the poignant tale of Hachiko, the loyal dog in the film. The Akita waits for its owner until it passes away, following the owner's death. Woof woof woof. As if comprehending Yang Fan's words, Da Huang excitedly circled around Yang Fan's legs. Yang Fan smiled and patted its head, suddenly struck by a thought. By the way, I wonder if the golden droplet refined from the Dragon Ball can improve Da Huang's health? Chapter 2. I possess a Dragon Ball. Upon this realization, Yang Fan immediately focused his mind, channeling the Dragon Ball hidden within his dantian. Consequently, a droplet of golden liquid seeped from the tip of Yang Fan's right index finger. Come, Da Huang, open your mouth. Yang Fan swiftly directed his finger, administering the golden droplet into Da Huang's mouth. Woof, woof, woof. The droplet slid down effortlessly, and Da Huang's once murky old eyes instantly sparkled with life. The golden droplet transformed into strands of unique vaporous energy, merging into Da Huang's limbs and bones. Da Huang immediately felt waves of extraordinary energy surging within, igniting an exhilarating sense of vitality. It felt as if it had regained the vigorous energy of its youth, reminiscent of the days when it chased after a pack of village bitches. Then, a miraculous transformation unfolded. Before one's very eyes, Da Huang's physique visibly altered. Its body began to straighten, its once dull and lifeless fur gradually regained its sheen, and its emaciated frame became noticeably robust. It truly works. Witnessing the changes in Da Huang after it consumed the golden droplet, Yang Fan clenched his fist in exhilaration. This Dragon Ball is indeed extraordinary. Indeed, within Yang Fan's dantian lies a Dragon Ball. Or rather, it is a treasure akin to the inner core of a magical beast found in fantasy novels. Yang Fan's decision to abandon his high-paying job in the metropolis and resolutely return to his hometown fishing village stemmed from this very reason. Reflecting on the peculiar encounter that led to his possession of the Dragon Ball, Yang Fan found it quite amusing. Just a few days prior, on a weekend, he had purchased a fresh sea bass from a market in the metropolis, intending to prepare a delightful meal for himself. To his astonishment, while gutting the sea bass, he discovered a peculiar azure blue orb hidden within. This orb was neither metal, stone, nor wood, its surface emanating a unique luster. Upon gazing deeper, Yang Fan felt as though his soul was being drawn into it. Startled, he inadvertently sliced his finger with a knife. His blood then dripped onto the orb. Immediately following, an incredibly strange and miraculous event occurred. After absorbing Yang Fan's blood, the azure orb levitated and directly entered his body, ultimately hovering in his dantian. Yang Fan, in a state of shock, after much time and contemplation, he finally began to grasp the remarkable properties of the extraordinary pearl nestled within his dantian. This pearl possesses the ability to autonomously absorb moisture from the air, refining it into droplets of golden liquid. That a portion of this golden essence is utilized by the Dragon Pearl to enhance itself, while another part nourishes Yang Fan, transforming into strands of golden silk that permeate his limbs and bones, altering his very being. Moreover, Yang Fan made a surprising discovery. It appeared that the greater the humidity in the environment, the faster the Dragon Pearl produced these golden droplets. To verify this hypothesis, without hesitation, Yang Fan made his way to the swimming pool within his community. What followed was an even more astonishing revelation. Found himself endowed with extraordinary aquatic abilities. Not only could he remain submerged for extended periods without needing to breathe, but his vision remained unaffected by the water, allowing him to perceive everything within the depths with crystal clarity. In fact, his field of vision underwater was even broader than on land. This led Yang Fan to speculate that this pearl must be akin to the legendary Dragon Pearl or water-repelling pearl spoken of in myths. Though he had always identified as an atheist, the evidence before him compelled him to believe in the existence of such wondrous treasures in this world. Following this extraordinary encounter, Yang Fan realized that the ocean was his true calling. Living by the sea would maximize the potential of this miraculous Dragon Pearl. Furthermore, with his newfound aquatic prowess, he could easily thrive through fishing. Coupled with his growing weariness of the bustling city life, he contemplated his next steps. Without a trace of hesitation, Yang Fan boarded a plane back to his hometown fishing village. Since the golden droplets had proven effective for Da Huang, Yang Fan generously operated the Dragon Pearl to extract a few more droplets, feeding them to Da Huang. The transformation brought about by the golden essence invigorated the dog, making it increasingly vibrant. Soon enough, after just a few minutes, De Huang had undergone a complete metamorphosis, now more imposing and majestic than in its prime. Woof, woof, woof. The changes in its physique exhilarated De Huang, who bounded around Yang Fan, barking incessantly with excitement, even licking Yang Fan's thigh in joyful exuberance. What's the matter? Feeling frisky? If you're in the mood, don't bother me, go find a female dog at the village head. Yang Fan chuckled as he playfully kicked De Huang, amused by its exuberance. However, despite the teasing, witnessing his old companion De Huang revive from a frail, ailing state to one brimming with youthful vitality brought Yang Fan immense joy. Come on, De Huang, let's head inside. With that, Yang Fan ushered De Huang through the door into the house. The furnishings in the living room remained unchanged from 6 years ago, yet everything felt markedly different. However, as time has passed, Yang Fan has long since come to terms with it. With a carefree smile, he quickly set about his tasks. The house, long uninhabited, was cloaked in dust and cobwebs, a disarray of untidiness. Since he intended to move back home, the first order of business was, of course, to conduct a thorough cleaning of the residence. Thus, for the next 2 to 3 hours, Yang Fan busily tidied up the entire house. He discarded unnecessary items, stored away those that were seldom used in the utility room, and most importantly, opened the windows for ventilation, focusing particularly on ensuring his former bedroom was spotless. After a flurry of activity, Yang Fan was utterly exhausted. Fortunately, his body had been enhanced by the golden drop, granting him remarkable recuperative abilities. After a sip of water and a brief respite, he was invigorated once more. However, after several hours of strenuous labor, he was drenched in sticky, pungent sweat. Thus, Yang Fan promptly decided that a refreshing bath by the seaside was in order. Chapter 3. A bath by the sea leads to a bounty of exquisite lobsters. Without hesitation, Yang Fan immediately retrieved a fresh change of clothes from his suitcase. He then set off towards the shoreline with his dog, De Huang. His home was remarkably close to the coast along a narrow path. He arrived at a rocky beach within minutes. This rocky area was one he knew intimately as a child. He often came here to gather sea creatures or fish. Upon reaching a massive, circular rock, Yang Fan couldn't help but smile. He recognized this rock. During one of his childhood visits, he had once caught an exceptionally large orchid crab in the tide pool beside it. Weighing over a pound, the memory of discovering that enormous crab had made 10-year-old Yang Fan leap for joy. Stripping off his sweat-soaked garments, Yang Fan donned only his shorts and plunged into the sea. The moment he entered the water, an overwhelming sense of euphoria enveloped him. It felt as though he were a fish, once stranded, now joyfully returning to the ocean. Simultaneously, the Dragon Pearl within his dantian began to operate swiftly, absorbing the abundant moisture and energy from the sea. Woof, woof, woof. Seeing Yang Fan dive in, De Huang eagerly followed suit, leaping into the water. As a dog raised by the sea, De Huang was an excellent swimmer, relishing the water, and immediately began a frolic. After a delightful playtime in the water, Yang Fan suddenly had a thought. Why not dive beneath the surface to see if there are any large crabs? I could catch a few for dinner. The rocky area was the perfect hiding place for crabs. In his childhood, Yang Fan often ventured to the shore to gather sea treasures, usually managing to collect a few, albeit small ones. It is worth mentioning that this marks Yang Fan's inaugural plunge into the sea following his acquisition of the Dragon Pearl. He was eager to ascertain the extent of his newfound aquatic prowess. Scanning the surroundings, Yang Fan noticed that the coastline was deserted. Without a hint of hesitation, he plunged head first into the water. The rocky area near the shore was relatively shallow, with a depth of no more than 20 to 30 meters. After a brief descent, Yang Fan soon found himself at the seabed. The ocean floor near the shore was barren, devoid of coral reefs or any underwater wonders. Instead, it consisted merely of uneven patches of rocks, interspersed with the occasional darting fish or crab navigating through the crevices. Yang Fan searched the depths for quite some time, yet he found nothing substantial that warranted his attention. The coastal waters are devoid of fish. Resources have been depleted. Yang Fan let out a deep sigh. The incessant use of destructive trawling nets by numerous fishing vessels, coupled with the escalating pollution of our oceans, has led to a significant decline in coastal fishery resources. Fortunately, Yang Fan possesses extraordinary swimming skills. He swims with remarkable speed and can hold his breath indefinitely, and his vision underwater allows him to see several kilometers around him without obstruction. After conducting a thorough search, he finally spotted a magnificent creature nestled within the crevice of a rock a few dozen meters away. This impressive specimen measured approximately 30 to 40 centimeters in length. Adorned with vibrant colors and long, elegant antennae, exuding an air of regality akin to that of a great general in the sea. This was not a mere crab. It was the illustrious Chinese lobster, commonly known as the Qinglongxia. Renowned for its dazzling hues, it is also affectionately referred to as the rainbow lobster. In ancient times, it was celebrated as a divine shrimp, held in high esteem by the coastal aristocracy. Wow, such a colossal lobster. This is a fortune waiting to be seized, young Fan exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with excitement at the sight of the magnificent lobster. Speculating its weight to be at least 3 to 4 kilograms, he quietly swam closer. With his unparalleled aquatic prowess, he maneuvered silently beside the lobster. Then, in a flash, he struck with lightning speed, securing the lobster with both hands. Initially, the lobster was blissfully unaware, resting in the crevice, but as it sensed the sudden movement, it began to thrash violently with its tail in a frantic struggle. Yet, it was evidently too late. Heh, it seems tonight's dinner is secured. Young Fan grinned widely. Firmly gripping the lobster with his right hand, he prepared to ascend. However, at that moment, his gaze caught sight of another lobster cleverly concealed in a nearby rocky crevice. This one was slightly smaller than the one he held, yet still substantial, likely weighing over 3 kilograms. Could it be a pair, one male and one female? Heh, in that case, I mustn't separate you. That would be quite cruel, wouldn't it? With a chuckle, young Fan cleverly replicated his previous method and swiftly captured the second unsuspecting lobster as well. Emerging from the water, each hand clutching a sizable lobster, young Fan surfaced with a sense of fulfillment. Woof, woof, woof. Upon seeing young Fan finally reappear, the anxious golden retriever swam over hurriedly. Young Fan's sudden plunge into the water and prolonged absence had alarmed the dog, which had feared for his safety. Now, seeing young Fan resurface, the dog was overwhelmed with excitement. Don't worry, De Huang. I am now the Dragon King of the sea, and the ocean is my home. Young Fan smiled as he patted De Huang on the head. Then, with a spirited demeanor, he proudly carried 2 large lobsters ashore. After changing into clean clothes, young Fan returned home with De Huang. He found a large bucket to keep the 2 splendid lobsters in. As the sun began to set, the evening approached. At this time, the villagers who had gone fishing were also expected to return. Young Fan contemplated wandering through the village, intending to visit the homes of a few close childhood friends. However, just as he stepped into the courtyard, a startled exclamation rang out from outside. What the hell? Fancy, when did you return? Chapter 4. What are you doing with that bucket? What the hell? Fancy, when did you return? Young Fan turned his head and beheld a young man with dark skin, clad in a sleeveless shirt that showcased his muscular physique, standing not far from the courtyard entrance. His eyes widened in surprise as he gazed at young Fan with evident delight. Taozi, you've returned from the sea? Upon seeing the young man, young Fan instantly broke into a smile. This young man was young Hongtao, a childhood companion from the same village, with whom young Fan had shared an unbreakable bond since their earliest days, having grown up together in their carefree youth. Before young Fan departed from the fishing village, he entrusted the care of De Huang to him. How could you, Fan? You could have at least informed me in advance of your return, so that I could have come to greet you. Just a moment ago, as I passed by your home, I noticed the front door was ajar, and I feared it had been burglarized. Little did I expect that it was you who had returned. Young Hongtao approached quickly while laughing and scolding. Then he opened his arms wide to young Fan, delivering a hearty embrace. The reunion of old friends was perfectly encapsulated in that single hug. However, he exclaimed in jest, Damn it, I've just taken a shower, and you've sullied me with your sweat. Young Fan patted young Hongtao on the shoulder and half-jokingly remarked, What's the matter? Now that you're a university student, you think you're too good for me, a humble fisherman? Young Hongtao retorted with a laugh, Come on. Even without a university degree, I still find you unbearable. Have you ever bothered to notice the scent emanating from yourself? It's quite unpleasant. How clean can a fisherman possibly be? Young Hongtao rolled his eyes and, with a hint of curiosity, inquired, Fancy, may I ask what prompted your unexpected return? I notice you have tidied up the house as well. Are you planning to stay home for a few days? As the best of friends to young Fan in the village, his concern was evident. Young Hongtao was acutely aware of the profound impact that incident from years ago had on young Fan. It had been 6 years since young Fan had attended to his parents' affairs and departed from the fishing village, and this marked his first return to his family's home, not just for a brief visit, but with the intention of residing there permanently. Upon hearing this, young Fan chuckled softly. Permanently? Is that true? Are you really planning to move back to the fishing village? Yes, I intend to settle down in the village, young Fan affirmed. Observing that young Fan was not jesting, young Hongtao's curiosity deepened. Fan, are you certain you're not joking? You graduated from a prestigious university. Why would you choose to return to this remote, desolate place? The pace of life in the big city is too frenetic, and the pressures are overwhelming. Being away from home and constantly drifting can be quite isolating. So I thought I might enjoy a more laid-back existence in the fishing village, young Fan replied with a casual shrug and a smile, evading the deeper inquiry. Their bond was strong, yet matters such as the Dragon Ball were not something one could share with anyone. Seriously? Are you really going through with this? What do you plan to do? Yang Hongtao's eyes widened in disbelief. Well, our family has always been comprised of fishermen, so I'll undoubtedly return to fishing. Young Fan stated with a grin. Fish a few. The nearshore waters have been completely depleted. I toil day in and day out. Yet I barely earn enough to make ends meet. I was actually contemplating finding work elsewhere, and you want to come back and fish? Upon hearing Yang Fan's intention to become a fisherman, Yang Hongtao could not help but exclaim in frustration. In these times, the nearshore fishing resources dwindle year by year, forcing fishermen to venture into more distant waters. However, fishing in the open sea carries significant risks, especially if the fishing vessel is not adequately sized. Thus, modern fishermen find themselves in arduous and perilous conditions, often earning little in return. This reality has prompted many young individuals from fishing villages to seek employment elsewhere rather than continue fishing. Were it not for Yang Hongtao's exceptional talent for fishing, having been a skilled fisherman since childhood, he too would have likely sought work outside the village. Damn it, Fan, have you been influenced by something outside? A graduate of a prestigious university, and you want to return to the village to fish? Surely, you must be out of your mind. Yang Hongtao grew increasingly infuriated, pondering the thoughts of his friend. After finally gaining admission to a prestigious university and escaping the fishing village, how could he possibly consider returning? Ridiculous. It is your mind that is truly befuddled. Upon hearing this, Young Fan rolled his eyes and jestingly scolded, "What's wrong with fishing? Given the exorbitant prices of seafood nowadays, catching a few large yellow croakers or lobsters could easily fill one's coffers. Nonsense. While seafood is indeed expensive, one must first be able to catch it." In response to Young Fan's remark, Yang Hongtao also rolled his eyes and retorted, "Let us set aside other matters. You know well, my friend, that I am renowned in our village as a skilled fisherman. If even I am on the verge of giving up fishing, do you truly believe that a mere scholar like yourself can thrive in this field? What, do you look down upon my fishing prowess? If you look down on it, so be it. My friend, while I may not measure up to you in academia, when it comes to fishing skills, you are nowhere near my level." Yang Hongtao wore a proud expression. "Is that so? A skilled fisherman, then may I inquire, over the years of your fishing endeavors, what is the largest magnificent lobster you have ever caught?" Observing Yang Hongtao's haughty demeanor, Yang Fan suddenly asked with a sidelong glance. "Why ask that? The magnificent lobster is exceedingly rare and elusive. I believe the largest I have managed to catch weighed just over a pound." Yang Hongtao is perplexed as to why Yang Fan is troubled by this issue. Just over a pound? Just wait a moment. Yang Fan uttered a single phrase before heading to the kitchen to retrieve the water bucket containing the lobsters. "Fan, what are you doing getting the bucket while we're chatting? What on earth?" Chapter 5. Could these two large lobsters be worth over 100,000? Witnessing Yang Fan suddenly produce a large water bucket left everyone astonished. Yang Hongtao initially felt a sense of bewilderment. However, upon witnessing the two enormous lobsters nestled within the bucket, his eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness! Such magnificent lobsters! That one must weigh at least 4 pounds. Fancy, where on earth did you acquire these? Glaring intently at the two lively lobsters, Yang Hongtao wore an expression of sheer shock, his eyes nearly popping out. "Of course, I caught them. Just a while ago, while bathing in the sea, I stumbled upon them in a crevice between some rocks and seized the opportunity to bring them back." Yang Fan chuckled, casually offering an explanation in response to his friend's astonishment. "You caught them while bathing? Where? Fancy, quickly. Take me to see if there are any more lobsters lurking about," exclaimed Yang Hongtao, eagerly reaching out to pull Yang Fan along. "Not a chance. If there were more, I would have caught them myself." Yang Fan jestingly rebuked, brushing aside the man's hand. "Indeed, you, my friend, have truly stumbled upon a stroke of luck. Do you have any idea how much these two colossal lobsters are worth now?" Yang Hongtao took a deep breath and glared at Yang Fan, saying, "I recall that exquisite lobsters weighing over a pound fetch between 300 to 500 yuan per pound. These two combined could be worth several thousand yuan, wouldn't they?" Yang Fan had not spent much time in the fishing village lately, thus he was rather unfamiliar with the current market prices of seafood. "Nonsense. What you are referring to pertains to lobsters weighing under 3 pounds. Presently, lobsters exceeding 3 pounds are not priced by weight. Rather, they are sold individually. A few months ago, a fortunate individual from the neighboring village, much like yourself, serendipitously captured a lobster weighing 3.5 pounds, which was subsequently acquired by a prestigious seafood restaurant in the city for an astonishing sum of 88,000. The largest lobster in your bucket, I estimate, must weigh at least 4 pounds, and given its impeccable appearance without a single blemish, it could fetch no less than 100,000 at auction. The other one could also command several tens of thousands. Yang Hongtao spoke with a sense of incredulity. This fellow is truly fortunate, having just returned to the village and stumbled upon 2 magnificent lobsters while taking a dip in the sea. How unfair is this world? He toils diligently from dawn till dusk, barely scraping by throughout the year. Yet this man, having returned to the village for merely a day, has already earned more than he does in an entire year. What? They are so expensive now? Each can fetch 100,000 yuan. Upon hearing Yang Hongtao's words, Yang Fan was momentarily taken aback. He was aware that such sizable lobsters held considerable value, but he had no idea they were worth so much. If a single lobster can be sold for 100,000, then should he venture into the sea to catch 100 or 80 of them, he would instantly become a millionaire. Thankfully, he refrained from voicing this thought, for had Yang Hongtao heard it, he might have been driven to despair. Goodness! Such large lobsters are rare treasures. Does one think they can simply catch 100 or 80, as if they were mere cabbages? Naturally, they are expensive. There are many affluent individuals now, and people take pride in appearances. If such sizable lobsters were sold at a high-end seafood restaurant for a lobster feast, it would certainly elevate one's status. As he spoke, Yang Hongtao immediately suggested, Fan, how about I contact a few upscale restaurants in the city right away? We should sell these 2 vibrant lobsters for a good price while they are still lively. Otherwise, if they perish, it would be a tremendous loss. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan pondered for a moment, then nodded with a smile, and said, Well, I suppose that's acceptable. I had initially intended to serve them for dinner, but since they hold such considerable value, I shall sell them instead. After all, indulging in a meal worth several 100,000 would be rather extravagant. As Yang Hongtao mentioned, the exorbitant price of these large lobsters is primarily due to their use in extravagant lobster banquets that signify opulence and grandeur. In simpler terms, they are merely a display of wealth for the affluent. Yang Fan, not one to indulge in pretentiousness, pondered why he wouldn't simply sell the lobsters for cash. If these 2 exquisite lobsters were merely worth a few thousand yuan, he would have unhesitatingly devoured one, or even both. However, given their potential value of over 100,000, selling them seemed far more prudent. All right, I shall contact someone immediately. With that, Yang Hongtao retrieved his phone and made several calls. As a prominent young fishing talent in Dying Village, he occasionally caught prized seafood like the yellow croaker, thereby establishing a network of connections with various upscale seafood restaurants. After a few phone calls, the excitement from the other end was palpable upon hearing that Yang Hongtao had 2 magnificent lobsters weighing over 3 pounds. They eagerly expressed their intent to visit the seafood trading dock in the city to inspect the catch. Yang Hongtao contacted multiple restaurants to instigate competition among them, aiming to secure the highest possible price for the 2 lobsters. Fancy, I've made the arrangements. Let us hasten to the seafood trading dock in the city. The more vibrant the lobsters appear, the greater the price we shall command. After concluding the calls, Yang Hongtao spoke to Yang Fan with urgency. Observing Yang Hongtao's anxious demeanor, Yang Fan couldn't help but chuckle. This fellow was truly a case of the emperor being more anxious than the eunuch, as the rightful owner of the lobsters. Yang Fan remained remarkably calm, while Yang Hongtao fretted over the possibility of the lobsters perishing before fetching a good price. Nevertheless, considering the substantial transaction worth tens of thousands, Yang Fan recognized the importance of being attentive. Although he had just returned home and felt reluctant to venture out, who would willingly turn down the allure of money? Moreover, he recalled his need to purchase new bedding and other household essentials from the market, leading him to decide to make the trip to the city. All right, let's go. Yes. Chapter 6. The Frenzied Seafood Merchants. Approximately an hour and a half later, Yang Hongtao piloted his newly acquired fishing vessel at full speed, accompanied by Yang Fan and 2 magnificent lobsters, to the bustling seafood trading dock in Beihai City. This dock stands as the largest seafood marketplace in Beihai, where nearly all catches from the city's deep-sea fishing boats are promptly brought for trade. Additionally, the seafood harvested by fishermen from the surrounding towns and villages is also delivered here by various seafood merchants. After securing the boat in a suitable spot, Yang Hongtao carried a large foam box, leading Yang Fan with practiced ease in a specific direction. Inside the box, the two sizable lobsters were nestled comfortably. After a few minutes of walking, the duo arrived at a row of stalls. This area was designated for the sale of shrimp and crabs, with the stalls primarily offering a variety of these crustaceans. Yang Hongtao and the heads of several prominent restaurants he had recently contacted had arranged to meet here to inspect the goods. Indeed, as soon as he arrived, a person approached him with a greeting. "Young brother Yang, where are the two exquisite lobsters weighing over 3 pounds? Hurry and let me take a look." This middle-aged man, who called himself Lao Li, was one of the individuals Yang Hongtao had recently reached out to. He was a supplier for a renowned seafood restaurant in the city, responsible for procuring various fresh marine delicacies for the establishment. "Boss Li, please be patient. I have also contacted a few other proprietors." Yang Hongtao chuckled as he gazed at Old Li and inquired, "What? Have you been in touch with others?" Upon hearing Yang Hongtao's words, Old Li's expression immediately soured. "Young brother Yang, you and I have conducted business several times. Do you not know what kind of person I am? If you have quality goods, I will certainly offer you a fair price. Why seek out others?" "I am well aware of your fair pricing, Boss Li. But what I have brought this time is not just any ordinary seafood. It is of the finest quality. Naturally, I must invite a few more esteemed buyers to ensure I obtain the best possible price." Yang Hongtao chuckled, unabashedly uttering these words. Engaged in fishing and selling fish daily, he is well aware of the unscrupulous nature of these seafood merchants. It is said that there is no merchant without deceit. In the absence of competition, even the finest seafood would be ruthlessly devalued by these unscrupulous traders under various pretenses. The two splendid lobsters captured by Yang Fan are undoubtedly exquisite seafood that would incite a frenzy among all seafood merchants. How could he sell them at a premium without calling in a few more seafood traders? All right. Upon hearing Yang Hongtao's words, Old Li shrugged his shoulders, feeling helpless. Just moments ago, he had heard over the phone that there were two lobsters weighing 3 to 4 pounds each, and he was utterly exhilarated. He had initially planned to offer a low price merely to dismiss Yang Hongtao. However, to his surprise, the latter had cunningly involved others. Now, it was impossible for him to negotiate a lower price. After exchanging a few words, several men soon approached, greeting Yang Hongtao. They were all seafood merchants, newly contacted by Yang, who supplied the city's grand restaurants. Seeing that the gathering was complete, Yang Hongtao and Yang Fan exchanged a glance. And upon seeing Yang Fan smile and nod, they understood each other. Yang Hongtao opened the phone box, and lo, what a treasure! A pair of magnificent lobsters of such considerable size is indeed a rare find. They are brimming with vitality, clearly having spent minimal time out of the water. The seafood merchants, upon witnessing the lively and substantial lobsters within the phone box, could not help but have their eyes gleam with excitement. Such exquisite goods are truly a fortuitous encounter. Esteemed gentlemen, as you can see, the quality is unparalleled. I have already weighed them. The larger lobster weighs 4.2 pounds, while the smaller one is 3.5 pounds. These lobsters were freshly caught by my brother, having been out of the water for no more than 3 hours. Feel free to offer your price. The highest bidder shall prevail." Yang Hongtao cheerfully announced after the merchants had examined the goods. "I'll offer 120,000 for this pair of lobsters, 7,000 for the larger one, and 5,000 for the smaller." Old Li, the first seafood merchant to greet them, promptly made his bid, aiming to seize the opportunity. However, as soon as he declared his offer, a middle-aged man nearby sneered, Old Li, how ungracious of you to think you can acquire such premium seafood for only 120,000. Brother Yang, I offer 150,000. Old Wang, 150,000 is still insufficient. I bid 160,000. I'll go for 170,000. I'll raise it to 180,000. I'm offering 200,000. As the bidding commenced, the seafood merchants vied fiercely, their competition escalating. Soon, the price soared to 200,000. The bidder was a rotund and affluent seafood merchant, whose wealth was evident. The declaration of 200,000 instantly overshadowed all others. In that moment, the remaining seafood merchants hesitated to raise their bids. After all, 200,000 was already a substantial amount, and they were uncertain about their potential profit margin. Meanwhile, upon hearing this price, Yang Hongtao was nearly beaming with delight. Although the lobsters did not belong to him, He could not help but feel joy for his brother. As for Yang Fan, the rightful owner, he was taken aback by the price but did not exhibit excessive excitement. After all, he was a man with dragon pearls. With his current prowess in the water, the ocean was practically his backyard. What premium seafood could he not acquire in the future? Thus, he was indifferent to the 100,000 to 200,000 range. Chapter 7. An unexpected encounter with a wealthy woman. Fan, 200,000. You're striking it rich. So what's the verdict? I believe this price is nearing its peak. Noticing that no one was raising the bid further, Yang Hongtao whispered to Yang Fan, "Let us sell it, once we're certain no one else will bid." "We'll proceed," Yang Fan replied with a smile. "Agreed." After conferring with Yang Fan, Yang Hongtao promptly turned around. Raising his voice, he addressed the few hesitant seafood merchants still contemplating whether to raise their bids. "Ladies and gentlemen, is there anyone willing to increase their offer? If not, this exquisite pair of giant lobsters will belong to Boss Sun, who has bid 200,000. Never mind, the price is excessively high. Accepting it could lead to potential losses. I withdraw." The impatient Old Lee sighed, being the first to bid and the first to retreat. Indeed, the price was too steep. He decided to concede. With Old Lee's withdrawal, the other seafood merchants shook their heads, deciding against further bidding. The price was simply too exorbitant. After careful consideration, they all opted out. After all, there is considerable risk in procuring live seafood. If these two splendid lobsters were to lose their vitality and perish, it would be a disaster. Thus, with everyone else stepping back, Yang Hongtao raised his hand, about to declare that the exquisite lobsters would go to the highest bidder, the plump seafood merchant. However, at that moment, a melodious voice rang out, interrupting him. "Wait a moment." Then a tall, alluring woman clad in a pristine white Chanel business suit, exuding an air of mature elegance, approached with a graceful sway in her high heels. Wow, what a stunning beauty! Upon seeing the long legs of this elegantly dressed woman, Yang Hongtao, who had been single for over 20 years, felt his heart race, nearly drooling. Not only had Yang Fan, who spent 4 years at the bustling Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, never encountered a woman like this, but even he was momentarily captivated by her presence. The OL beauty was not just fair-skinned and beautiful, her figure was voluptuous, and her demeanor radiated an unmatched elegance and charm. She was undoubtedly a perfect 10, in comparison to the so-called campus flowers he had known in university. She possessed an allure far surpassing theirs. Any fresh-faced college girls standing beside this refined and mature OL would undoubtedly pale in comparison. Perhaps it was simply that boys of Yang Fan's age were more enamored with seductive, mature women. Older men might prefer the innocent charm of youthful students instead. "I heard there's a pair of Chinese giant lobsters weighing over 3 kilograms for sale. Whose are they?" The OL beauty soon reached the crowd and inquired with a voice as clear and melodious as a morning oriole, captivating everyone's attention. "Mine," Yang Fan replied, and his response immediately drew disdain from Yang Hongtao beside him. "Damn it, that scoundrel Fan. Just moments ago, in the presence of the seafood merchant, he had assumed a nonchalant demeanor, delegating all responsibilities to me. Yet, upon the arrival of a stunning beauty, he immediately took charge himself. How transparent!" In that instant, Yang Hongtao mentally raised a significant middle finger at Yang Fan. "Hey there, handsome. I presume the exquisite lobster you caught hasn't been sold yet? May I take a look?" The alluring OL goddess, Xin Yafei, turned to Yang Fan with a playful smile as she inquired. "Of course," Yang Fan replied, nodding. Being addressed as handsome by such a captivating lady was quite the compliment. Yang Fan felt a sense of peculiarity. However, considering he was in his early 20s and the other party was evidently a few years his senior, addressing her in such a manner seemed quite fitting. Xin Yafei smiled at Yang Fan, then shifted her gaze to the large foam box on the ground. Inside, 2 enormous, vibrant lobsters immediately caught her eye, causing her beautiful eyes to sparkle with delight. The Shen family, to which Xin Yafei belonged, is a renowned giant in the domestic catering industry, boasting numerous chain hotels and restaurants across the nation. Recently, the Shen family had opened a high-end seafood restaurant in the prime area of Beihai City. Xin Yafei was appointed as the manager of this establishment, to establish a reputation and draw attention to the newly opened seafood restaurant. It was essential to procure some exceptional seafood as a centerpiece. Thus, upon her arrival in Beihai City, Xin Yafei instructed several subordinates to scout various seafood markets and vigorously acquire premium seafood. However, after several days of searching, They had yet to encounter anything truly remarkable. This dissatisfaction prompted the beautiful manager to personally visit the largest seafood trading dock in Beihai City. Coincidentally, as she arrived at the dock, she intended to meet with the person in charge of her restaurant there. At that moment, she overheard two passers-by discussing a stall in the shrimp and crab area, where someone had caught a pair of colossal Chinese exquisite lobsters weighing over 3 pounds each, and several seafood merchants were fiercely competing to bid for them. Without a second thought, upon hearing this news, Xin Yufei swiftly made her way toward the commotion. Thus, the scene that had just unfolded came to pass. Chapter 8. Is this the legendary wealthy lady? Upon seeing the two large lobsters, Xin Yufei immediately made a decision. She was determined to acquire this pair of lobsters, renowned for their divine shrimp reputation. Since her seafood restaurant had only recently opened, if she could secure these imposing, lively lobsters to showcase in the dining area, it would undoubtedly create a stunning impression. She believed every customer who entered the restaurant would be left with a lasting impression of her establishment. This was the essence of a gimmick. This was the allure of prestige. With this contemplation in mind, Xin Yufei turned back to Yang Fan and inquired, "Young handsome, what is the highest bid you've received for these two exquisite lobsters?" 200,000, Yang Fan replied honestly. "Only 200,000? I offer 266,000. What do you say, young handsome? Will you sell this pair of lobsters to me?" Xin Yufei flashed a commanding smile at Yang Fan, exuding an air of determination. 266,000? Yang Fan was momentarily taken aback by Xin Yufei's substantial increase in the offer. Is this the legendary wealthy lady? Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable urge to abandon his efforts. Shaking his head, he dismissed the chaotic thoughts. Yang Fan smiled at Xin Yufei and said, "In business, we adhere to the principle of fair bidding. The highest bidder wins. If no other competitors raise their offers, this pair of exquisite lobsters shall naturally belong to you. My dear beauty, Mr. Sun, will you raise your bid?" Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Yang Hongtao promptly inquired of the portly seafood merchant who had initially offered 200,000. No more, no more, the price is too high. The rotund seafood merchant surnamed Sun replied with a bitter smile, shaking his head. He was the purchasing manager of a prominent restaurant in the city and had anticipated that his bold bid of 200,000 would secure him this pair of exceptional lobsters. However, he did not foresee the entrance of a wealthy beauty who directly offered an astronomical sum of 266,000. To be frank, based on Mr. Sun's extensive experience in the seafood restaurant industry, spending 266,000 on this pair of splendid lobsters was undoubtedly a considerable overvaluation. Yet, he understood that premium seafood, much like antiques, tends to command a higher price when there is demand. After all, it is often said that wealth cannot buy one's heart as desire. For the affluent, as long as an item is sufficiently rare and of superior quality, the price is seldom an obstacle. With Mr. Sun's withdrawal, the exquisite lobsters were ultimately claimed by Xin Yufei for the staggering sum of 266,000. Once the lobsters were secured, Xin Yufei added Yang Fan on WeChat and promptly transferred the payment. Subsequently, she called upon her purchasing manager at the restaurant to instruct him to swiftly transport the lobsters back to the establishment using a seafood transport vehicle. The two managers felt a twinge of embarrassment upon witnessing their beautiful boss purchasing two exceptional lobsters at the seafood dock, wishing they could find a hole to hide in. After the transaction was completed, a pleased Xin Yufei shook Yang Fan's hand before departing, leaving him with a cheerful remark. "Young handsome, my name is Xin Yufei, the owner of a new seafood restaurant. If you ever catch another pair of exquisite seafood like these lobsters, feel free to contact me on WeChat. I will certainly offer you the best price." Of course, Xin Yufei's words were merely a casual expression of her delight at acquiring such premium seafood. After all, for any fisherman, such extraordinary catches are rare and fortuitous. Encountering such luck even once in a lifetime is sufficient. Who can expect to stumble upon such fortunate events regularly? Little did Xin Yufei know that her offhand comment would lead to a continuous stream of superior seafood for her restaurant, rapidly establishing its reputation in the city and making it the favored dining destination for all wealthy patrons who enjoy flaunting their status. With the transaction settled and over 200,000 in hand, Yang Fan and Yang Hongtao left the dock with a sense of satisfaction. In celebration and to reward Yang Hongtao, they embarked on a small festivity. Yang Fan deliberately sought out a fine restaurant in the vicinity, intending for the two brothers to indulge in a sumptuous feast. Witnessing his brother's newfound wealth, Yang Hongtao, without a hint of modesty, entered the establishment with an air of extravagance, loudly ordering an array of exquisite dishes. Delicacies such as geoduck, abalone, red flower crab, and large bass were all summoned to the table. Before long, the drinks and dishes were served. The two long-separated comrades, sharing a hearty beer, took the opportunity to reminisce about old times. Young Hongtao recounted to Yang Fan some amusing anecdotes that had transpired in their village over the years, while Yang Fan briefly shared his experiences in the bustling metropolis. After a few glasses of wine, the conversation flowed freely. At that moment, Yang Hongtao's expression suddenly turned serious, and he inquired earnestly, "Fan, we have grown up together since childhood, sharing the same pair of open-crotch pants. Tell me honestly, have you faced any setbacks out there? Otherwise, why would you suddenly decide to return to the fishing village? What setbacks could I possibly have faced?" Upon hearing this, Yang Fan rolled his eyes. To be candid, ever since he learned of his parents' tragic demise in a maritime disaster 6 years ago within the confines of a school classroom, nothing had truly managed to strike a chord within him. So why do you intend to return to the fishing village? You, a distinguished graduate from a prestigious university, would surely find it more rewarding to thrive in the bustling metropolis. Yang Hongtao inquired in confusion. Chapter 9. What? You aspire to purchase a deep-sea fishing vessel and establish a fishery? Returning to the village sounds appealing, doesn't it? Just today, I returned and already earned over 200,000. Yang Fan chuckled. Nonsense. That was merely a stroke of incredible luck. Such fortune is unlikely to grace you again in this lifetime. Yang Hongtao retorted, rolling his eyes once more. Haha. Yang Fan chuckled lightly, choosing not to elaborate further. After all, once he set sail again tomorrow, he should be able to prove his point. Enough with the nonsense, to be honest, Fan. Do you have any plans for your return to the fishing village? Yang Hongtao inquired once more. Plans? I must admit, I haven't had the opportunity to ponder that question until now. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan pondered for a moment and then earnestly stated, the preliminary plan is to first fish in the nearby seas to earn some money, and once sufficient funds are gathered, I shall acquire a deep-sea fishing vessel to venture into the open ocean. As the profits increase, I aspire to establish a fish farm to cultivate fish. What? Acquire a deep-sea fishing vessel for open ocean fishing? And even consider opening a fish farm? Hearing Yang Fan express such serious intentions left one astonished. Yang Hongtao's eyes widened in astonishment, nearly causing him to spray his beer onto Yang Fan's face. Fancy, he exclaimed, I must admit, your talent for boasting has flourished during your years in the enchanting metropolis. How can you speak with such audacity without a hint of embarrassment? Do you have any notion of the cost of an offshore fishing vessel? Are you even aware of the financial investment required to establish a fishing ground? Yang Hongtao cast a skeptical glance at Yang Fan, rolling his eyes dramatically. The age-old adage that truth often goes unrecognized resonated with him. Yang Fan, with a smile, merely shrugged and chose not to elaborate further. My dear friend, it's not that I doubt your ambitions. I am well aware of your lofty aspirations. However, to acquire an ocean fishing vessel, one must possess at least several million, if not tens of millions. Where do you intend to procure such a sum? And as for establishing a fishing ground, without assets in the hundreds of millions, it is a dream best left unspoken. Yang Hongtao was undoubtedly aware that his brother had always been an ambitious individual since childhood. Otherwise, he would not have been the first person from their village to gain admission to a prestigious university. However, the notion of purchasing a deep-sea fishing vessel and establishing a fishery, how could a mere fisherman possibly amass such wealth? If Yang Fan had chosen to venture into entrepreneurship in the bustling city, Yang Hongtao might have entertained the possibility of him striking it rich. But returning to the village to seek fortune as a fisherman was nothing short of a farcical jest. Unless he were to experience extraordinary luck every day and catch an exceptional and exquisite lobster, such a scenario seemed utterly implausible. Yang Hongtao promptly provided his response. All right, Taozi, you need not worry about my affairs. I have my own reasons for choosing to return to the fishing village for my development, and in due time, you will understand. Yang Fan was disinclined to engage in such discussions with Yang Hongtao, for it seemed futile to delve into matters that could no longer be clarified. Well, as long as you have a clear understanding, that's what matters, my friend. As a graduate from a prestigious university, you must have pondered these matters far more than I, he remarked. Observing Yang Fan's response, Yang Hongtao chose to refrain from further inquiries. Taozi, do share about yourself. You are no longer young. Has your family not arranged any matchmaking for you? Yang Fan suddenly chuckled and inquired with a hint of curiosity. In fishing villages, Young men typically marry at an early age. For someone like Yang Hongtao, many of his peers already have children. Of course, I've been matched up several times. Yet none were suitable. The moment the topic of blind dates arose, Yang Hongtao let out a deep sigh. What is it? Are your expectations too high? Or do you think the girls are unattractive? Yang Fan teased. Nonsense. It's not that. It's that they look down on me, deeming me a mere fisherman without prospects. Nowadays, even slightly well-off girls aspire to marry into the city. Who would want to marry a poor fisherman like me? As he spoke, Yang Hongtao downed a bottle of beer in frustration. Truth be told, although coastal resources have become increasingly scarce, Yang Hongtao, a skilled fisherman, can earn a decent income through his hard work, more than an average white-collar worker, in fact. Yet, how many girls are willing to stay in a fishing village to fish? Thus, the difficulty of finding a wife in the village is one of the significant reasons Yang Hongtao contemplates abandoning fishing in pursuit of opportunities in the city. Fear not. My friend, what man need worry about finding a wife? Once you acquire wealth, even if you remain in the fishing village, numerous beautiful women will be eager to be with you, Yang Fan said, attempting to uplift Yang Hongtao's spirits. However, this reassurance only deepened Yang Hongtao's gloom. Come on, Fan, that's just nonsense. If I had money, would I still be concerned about finding a partner? The real issue is how much can a mere fisherman like me earn? Yang Fan rolled his eyes, feeling that his kindness had been mistaken for foolishness. Well, never mind. Let us not discuss me any further. What about you, Fanzi? After so many years outside, haven't you found a little girlfriend? As the conversation progressed, Yang Hongtao began to indulge in some gossip about Yang Fan. No, I haven't found anyone, Yang Fan shrugged. Throughout his 4 years in university, he had remained a solitary figure, and after graduation, he became so engrossed in work that he had no energy left to meet girls, thus continuing his single status. Damn, you haven't found anyone either? Fanzi, what's wrong with you? It's understandable that with my rough appearance, no girl would be interested, but you, with such striking looks, have also failed to attract a single girl? It's a complete waste of the handsome face bestowed upon you by the heavens. If I had your looks, I would have surely been in several relationships by now. Upon hearing that Yang Fan was also perpetually single, Yang Hongtao immediately raised a middle finger in disdain. In response, Yang Fan felt too apathetic to comment further. He sensed that this guy was undoubtedly reveling in his misfortune. However, Yang Hongtao was not entirely incorrect in his observations. Yang Fan possesses an appealing appearance, undeniably handsome, and has consistently embodied the archetype of the class heartthrob. Logically, with his striking looks, finding a romantic partner in university should not pose a challenge. However, the profound loss of his parents during his freshman year dealt him a devastating blow, plunging him into a state of despondency, leaving him disinterested in matters of the heart, thus causing him to miss the prime opportunities for romance during his first 2 years. As he progressed into his junior and senior years, the focus shifted to internships and job hunting, naturally leaving little room for nurturing a relationship. Now, let us refrain from dwelling on trivialities. Yang Fan chuckled teasingly and then shifted the conversation, saying, By the way, Taozi, do you have any spare old fishing boats at home? If you do, could you lend me one tomorrow? I'm planning to head out to sea for some fishing. Indeed, I have an old fishing boat that I am not currently using. It is docked at the village pier. Feel free to use it whenever you wish. Yang Hongtao nodded in response and jested, But Fanzi, you've just returned to the fishing village and already set sail? Are you truly determined to usurp my business? How can you claim I'm usurping your business? The sea belongs to everyone, Yang Fan retorted with a laugh. Chapter 10, The Maiden Voyage, A Golden Legend. The two brothers indulged in drinks and jovial banter, occasionally exchanging playful jabs, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled camaraderie. However, such joyous moments are fleeting, and before they knew it, dinner had stretched into the late hours. Reaching 9 o'clock, noticing they had nearly finished their meal, Yang Fan summoned a waiter to prepare the bill. At that moment, Yang Hongtao promptly grasped Yang Fan's hand. Smiling, Fanzi, don't move. I shall take care of the payment. It's your first day back in the village, and as your brother, it is my duty to treat you and welcome you home. How could I possibly let you pay? Come now, I've just earned over 200,000. We agreed that this meal would be on me. Yang Fan waved his hand with a smile. No way. Under no circumstances will I allow that. Yang Hongtao insisted stubbornly. As for your windfall, rest assured, I shall treat you to an even grander feast in due time. With that, he resolutely took the lead in settling the bill. Seeing his brother's unwavering determination, Yang Fan chuckled and relented. He would forever cherish this bond of brotherhood in his heart. After settling the payment and departing the restaurant, Yang Fan took Yang Hongtao to a nearby shopping center. There, they swiftly acquired essential living supplies and new bedding before promptly returning to the dock to set sail back to the village. After more than an hour of navigation, they arrived at the fishing village, which was already shrouded in darkness past 11 o'clock. The village lacked any semblance of nightlife, and the two of them returned home, laden with bags in hand. "Fancy, I'll head back first. See you tomorrow." "All right, make sure to get some rest." Yang Hongtao assisted Yang Fan in bringing home the items they had purchased before taking his leave. He must rise early tomorrow to retrieve the crab traps he set today. Thus, it is essential for him to retire for the night at an early hour. After a brief moment of freshening up, Yang Fan found himself once again nestled in the warmth of the small room where he had spent his entire childhood. A profound sense of reassurance washed over him, a feeling he had not experienced during his 6 years in the bustling metropolis. Indeed, there is no place like home, where even a humble abode surpasses the grandest of palaces. Yang Fan smiled. That night, he slept with an unparalleled sense of peace. The following morning, the sun rose from the horizon, casting a shimmering golden light upon the surface of the sea. Around 5 o'clock, the roosters in the village crowed incessantly, rousing Yang Fan from his slumber. He was not one to linger in bed. After stretching lazily, he arose. Stepping onto the third-floor balcony, he gazed at the sea, painted red by the dawn, and observed the small fishing village gradually coming to life. Yang Fan felt a wave of tranquility wash over him. He suddenly pondered. Perhaps even without the existence of the Dragon Balls, returning to life in the fishing village would indeed be a most prudent choice. Since fate has bestowed upon me the Dragon Balls to return to the village, I shall strive to be a diligent fisherman. Yang Fan mused to himself with a smile. After gazing at the breathtaking sunrise over the sea from the balcony for a while, he descended to wash up briefly. After a light breakfast of bread, he set out to prepare for a day of fishing. Fishermen must rise early to venture out to sea, and at this hour, the village was already bustling with activity. As he made his way to the dock, many recognized Yang Fan. After all, Daijing village was quite small, and nearly every household was familiar with one another. Particularly, Yang Fan, being the first in the village to gain admission to a prestigious university, left a lasting impression on the older generation of villagers. Thus, although Yang Fan had undergone considerable changes during his years away, many still recognized him and greeted him warmly. Yang Fan courteously greeted each elder in the village with a smile. Upon arriving at the village's quaint dock, Yang Fan skillfully navigated his way to the old boat that belonged to Yang Hongtao, which had long been left unused. Last night, upon returning to the village dock, Yang Hongtao had entrusted him with the keys to the boat and had shown him where it was moored. Furthermore, he was aware of Yang Fan's desire to venture out for a fishing expedition. This morning, before setting sail, Yang Hongtao took special care to prepare 2 sea fishing rods, some sea centipede baits, and a cooler for Yang Fan on the boat. The cooler, essentially an insulated box, is an essential piece of equipment for fishermen venturing out to sea. It is filled with ice to preserve the fish, ensuring they remain fresh and unspoiled during the journey. Once aboard, Yang Fan sailed steadily, arriving at a stretch of ocean where no fishermen were currently casting their nets. He harbored a significant secret and naturally wished to be alone in these waters, for the presence of others would undoubtedly give him cause for concern. After thoroughly confirming that no other fishing vessels were nearby, Yang Fan extinguished the engine and anchored the boat. Without hesitation, he plunged directly into the sea. His visibility underwater surpassed that on land, prompting him to explore the surrounding waters in search of valuable treasures. Upon entering the water, Yang Fan commenced an exhaustive search. However, he soon found himself somewhat disheartened. The coastal resources were indeed dismal. After a considerable time spent scouring the depths, he encountered only a scant few modest fish, predominantly consisting of inexpensive species such as mullet, pike, and yellow croaker. Naturally, these were of no interest to Yang Fan. Thus, he resolved to continue swimming, broadening his search area. Regrettably, despite thoroughly investigating several kilometers of this marine expanse, he still failed to uncover anything worthy of his attention. A change of location was imperative. With no other choice, Yang Fan reluctantly returned to the vessel and set sail towards deeper waters. After navigating for another hour, Yang Fan has ventured far from the coastline, estimating that this area should be abundant in resources. Thus, he extinguished the engine once more, anchoring the vessel and plunging into the depths of the sea. As he entered the water, Yang Fan's eyes immediately lit up. Indeed, this remote maritime region boasts a wealth of resources far surpassing those found in coastal waters. Here, he observed several sizable schools of fish leisurely swimming by, including black sea bream, sea bass, white pomfret, red drum, and carp. Moreover, the marine ecosystem here is significantly more vibrant. While the seabed of the coastal waters lies barren, strewn only with stones, this area is adorned with coral reefs and a variety of algae. Amidst the vividly colored coral formations, numerous small fish can be seen foraging for food in small groups, exuding an air of tranquility and joy. It was his first encounter with the enchanting and magnificent underwater coral reef landscape up close. Yang Fan also found it quite intriguing. However, he was there to fish for profit rather than to indulge in the pleasures of diving. Thus, while he savored the stunning vistas of the coral reefs with great interest, he simultaneously remained vigilant, utilizing his exceptional underwater vision to incessantly search for valuable finds. After a thorough search lasting several minutes, at last, perseverance bore fruit. Yang Fan was thrilled to witness a breathtaking scene. Approximately 1,000 meters directly ahead of him, a congregation of resplendent golden-hued fish gathered amidst a lush expanse of seaweed, foraging for sustenance. What a marvel! The golden legend. Upon sighting this school of fish, Yang Fan was immediately filled with excitement. Chapter 11. Catching 8 wild yellow croakers. What constitutes the golden legend? This very school of golden fish. They are none other than the yellow croaker, affectionately referred to by fishermen as the prosperity fish. The yellow croaker, also known as the kingfish, yellow flower fish, or cucumber fish, ranks among China's traditional 4 great seafoods and is a principal economic species in our coastal waters. Its economic value is exceptionally high. The flesh is tender and rich in protein, making it not only delicious but also valuable for its swim bladders, which can be dried and transformed into the esteemed health ingredient known as fish maw, possessing certain medicinal properties. Yang Fan discovered a school of large yellow croakers, numbering around 40 to 50, each weighing no less than 3 or 4 pounds. Among them, the largest specimens undoubtedly exceeded 10 pounds. To his delight, he had fortuitously stumbled upon such an immense school of yellow croakers. A wave of excitement washed over him as he gazed at the fish, his eyes sparkling with exhilaration. This was indeed yellow croaker, the fish revered by fishermen as the wealth fish. How precious it was! One could equate its value to that of gold. According to the current market price, each fish in the school could easily be worth several thousand yuan. The few that visibly surpassed 10 pounds might fetch astronomical prices, upwards of 10,000 yuan each. In other words, the total value of this school of yellow croakers was at least several million. It is no exaggeration to declare that they resembled a collection of liquid gold bars. How tempting it was! He yearned to borrow a large trawler to sweep up the entire school in one fell swoop. Yet, as he observed the lively yellow croakers frolicking not far away, excitement mingled with a tinge of regret. He had only brought fishing gear today, making it impossible to capture the entire school. He resolved to remember their location and return with his boat, employing the most traditional methods of sea fishing to catch them. However, relying solely on fishing, how many could he realistically expect to catch? No need for concern. This school of yellow croakers would likely linger in these waters for some time. He would spare their lives for now, planning to return with nets in hand for a more substantial haul. Yang Fan's mind was racing, and he had already formulated a plan. Realizing this, he swiftly returned to the boat and navigated it to the area where the school of large yellow croaker was congregating. Although his view from the boat was not as clear as that from diving into the sea, he could still discern the underwater scenery within 100 meters without the obstruction of water. Thus, from this vantage point, Yang Fan was able to clearly observe the yellow croaker school at a depth of approximately 50 to 60 meters. Knowing the location of the fish significantly increased his chances of a successful catch. After all, these yellow croakers were already foraging. How could they resist the allure of a succulent sea centipede presented before them? Even if some of the more cunning fish chose to evade the bait, with dozens in the school, it was certain that a few unsuspecting ones would bite. With this thought in mind, Yang Fan adeptly retrieved a sea fishing rod and skillfully rigged it with a lively sea centipede, also known as a sea worm. Growing up in a coastal village and harboring a passion for fishing since childhood, Yang Fan's angling skills were undoubtedly proficient. In no time, he had prepared the bait and cast the line with grace, landing the hook precisely above the school of yellow croakers. As the sinker descended, the baited sea centipede quickly sank into the midst of the yellow croaker school. Upon spotting the vibrant, plump sea centipede, several yellow croakers swiftly approached, sniffing the enticing aroma before launching themselves to seize the meal. This scene resembled goldfish in a pond competing for food tossed by tourists. Just like that, a yellow croaker weighing around 5 or 6 pounds seized the opportunity and successfully gulped down the sea centipede. It was hooked, witnessing this unfolding drama from his boat. Young Fan promptly reeled in. He had hooked the fish. The yellow croaker immediately began to thrash violently, but it was evidently too late. Its fate had been sealed the moment it took the bait. After several minutes of struggling, the fish finally succumbed to exhaustion and was gradually drawn to the surface by Young Fan. As the yellow croaker emerged, Young Fan quickly grabbed a landing net and scooped it up triumphantly. What a thrill! After many years, he had once again experienced the exhilaration of sea fishing, rekindling the passion he had long cherished. Not to mention, this catch was a sizable yellow croaker worth several thousand yuan. Given the delicacy of yellow croaker, which deteriorates rapidly once out of the sea, Young Fan promptly placed it into a small cooler, covering it with ice to preserve its freshness. Once everything was set, Young Fan continued to fish for yellow croakers, following the same method as before. Before long, 2 hours had passed. After a battle of wits and skill, Young Fan successfully caught a total of 8 yellow croakers. Among the 8 fish, 6 were of a size comparable to the first, while the remaining 2 were visibly over 10 pounds. Magnificent yellow croakers. After Young Fan successfully caught these 8 fish consecutively, the yellow croaker school was evidently startled and began to dart about in a frenzy. This made it exceedingly difficult for Young Fan to catch them again. Thus, he reluctantly reeled in his line. Otherwise, he would surely have landed them all. Nevertheless, having caught 8 splendid yellow croakers in one go left Young Fan thoroughly satisfied. As long as this group of yellow croakers was not unfortunate enough to be ensnared by other fishing vessels in the next couple of days, he felt content. Young Fan would undoubtedly prepare his fishing nets before returning, confident that by that time, this school of large yellow croakers would still be firmly within his grasp. He also believed that these fish were sufficiently cunning, never to be easily caught by other fishermen. After all, their impressive size must be attributed to some reason. Not everyone possesses Young Fan's extraordinary aquatic abilities, capable of meticulously scanning the ocean's depths like the most advanced radar. Thus, in Young Fan's eyes, this school of large yellow croakers was destined to be his sooner or later. For today, he would let them be. Chapter 12. Shen Yifei's troubles. He carefully stowed away the sea fishing rod. Young Fan was preparing to set sail for home, having already caught 8 wild yellow croakers. He felt a sense of fulfillment, as if he were returning with a bountiful harvest. However, a dilemma arose. How should he swiftly process these 8 wild yellow croakers? Should he head directly to the seafood trading dock in the city to sell them? Young Fan pondered for a moment before promptly dismissing that answer. Such a display would be far too ostentatious. The moment he unveiled 8 large wild yellow croakers, it would undoubtedly cause a tremendous stir at the seafood dock. Everyone would flock to see, and he would instantaneously gain notoriety. Such a high-profile approach was certainly unfeasible. Young Fan was acutely aware that, given his current prowess in fishing, he would undoubtedly catch exquisite seafood continuously in the future. Thus, being overly ostentatious was certainly not in his best interest. Consequently, the fewer individuals privy to the transaction involving these 8 splendid yellow croakers, the better. However, if he refrained from selling them at the seafood trading dock, how could he swiftly and discreetly secure a good price for these fish? Soon enough, Young Fan conceived a solution. The affluent and elegant woman, Shen Yifei, who had purchased 2 of his lobsters at a premium just yesterday, was said to be the proprietor of a distinguished seafood restaurant. He believed she would be quite interested in these 8 yellow croakers. With this thought, Young Fan smiled and retrieved his phone from his pocket. He then opened the cooler and captured several photographs of the 8 immaculate yellow croakers. Finally, he sent these images directly to Shen Yifei's WeChat, accompanied by a succinct message. "Boss Shen, I just caught a few fish. Would you like to buy them?" After dispatching this message, Young Fan ignited the engine and set sail for home. In the bustling heart of Beihai City stood a 5-story seafood restaurant, exquisitely adorned in a classical style, radiating elegance. This establishment, a pure representation of traditional Chinese design, was replete with intricate dragon and phoenix carvings, as well as pavilions and terraces, exuding an air of sophistication. A rustic wooden plaque hung at the entrance, inscribed with the 6 characters, Shun Family Seafood Restaurant. It was still only 9 in the morning, well before the dining hours, and naturally, The restaurant had yet to open. Nevertheless, Xin Yufei, the manager, had already arrived at her office on the 5th floor. As the manager of this newly established establishment, she had been exceedingly busy, inundated with a plethora of tasks awaiting her attention. Among the myriad challenges she faced, the most pressing issue was the lack of a reliable supply chain for high-quality, fresh seafood in Beihai City. It was quite problematic for a high-end seafood restaurant to lack the corresponding upscale seafood to offer. One could easily imagine the predicament if affluent patrons, drawn by the restaurant's opulent decor and prestige, brought along a group of wealthy friends for a lavish meal, only to find that they were unable to order any substantial dishes. Such a scene is inherently awkward to contemplate. Over the past few days, this very awkwardness has indeed manifested multiple times at the Shun Family Seafood Grand Restaurant, causing considerable distress for its manager, Xin Yufei. Otherwise, she would not have taken the initiative to visit the seafood trading dock to procure exquisite marine delicacies herself yesterday. Although she fortuitously acquired 2 exceptionally large specimens of the Chinese exquisite lobster, this hardly alleviated her predicament. While those magnificent lobsters could momentarily enhance the restaurant's appeal, the absence of a stable supply of high-quality seafood rendered such efforts futile. Sigh. How she wished every day could bring an exquisite seafood akin to those splendid lobsters from yesterday. At this moment, Xin Yufei, seated in her executive chair, let out a weary sigh, gently massaging her pristine temples. During the restaurant's recent opening phase, she had barely managed 4 to 5 hours of sleep each night, leaving her mentally exhausted. Yet, she had no choice. The persona of a strong woman compelled her to persevere. If she failed to manage the seafood emporium effectively, her standing within the Shun family would be perilously threatened. Being born into such a prominent family as the Shuns was both a blessing and a curse. If Xin Yufei could not assertively contribute to the family's success, she would inevitably find herself marginalized, ultimately facing a fate as a mere pawn in strategic marriages with other affluent families, a prospect she could not abide given her inherently stubborn and ambitious nature. Thus, she resolved to remain resolute. Ding. Just as Xin Yufei pondered how to swiftly establish connections for high-end seafood procurement within the city, her WeChat notification chimed. Habitually, she reached for her phone. Upon seeing the sender's name, her brow arched in surprise. It was the young fisherman who sold her that pair of exquisite lobsters yesterday. What could he possibly want? Had he caught more treasures? With this thought in mind, Xin Yufei opened the message, only to be momentarily taken aback. Goodness, was that a wild yellow croaker? Such a colossal wild yellow croaker. Chapter 13. Could he be the fabled Emperor of Luck? Upon viewing the images of the yellow croakers sent by Yang Fan, Xin Yufei blinked her gorgeous eyes in disbelief. She was well acquainted with yellow croakers and could immediately discern that these were indeed genuine wild specimens. Anyone with a modicum of knowledge would recognize the stark distinction between wild and farmed yellow croakers. The differences are quite pronounced and easily identifiable. Farmed yellow croakers lack the vibrant golden hue, appearing instead dull and corpulent. In stark contrast, wild yellow croakers are resplendent in their golden sheen and exhibit a slender physique. The yellow croakers depicted in those photographs were unmistakably authentic wild specimens. As the proprietor of a renowned seafood restaurant, Xin Yufei is acutely aware of the rarity of wild yellow croaker. In today's market, wild yellow croaker is valued akin to gold, and its availability is scarce. The average person would find it nearly impossible to procure. For instance, on the recently discussed exorbitant bill from Shizhou No. 5 in the Magical City, the priciest dish featured a wild yellow croaker weighing an impressive 7.4 pounds. What was the price tag on that fish? At a staggering rate of 15,800 yuan per pound, the total amounted to a remarkable 116,920 yuan. The sale of a 7-pound fish for over 100,000 yuan illustrates just how inflated the value of wild yellow croaker has become. Boss Shun, I've just caught a few fish. Are you interested? Upon reading Yang Fan's message, Xin Yufei felt a twinge of disbelief. This young fisherman, whose sunny and handsome demeanor had left a lasting impression on her, appeared to be extraordinarily fortunate. Just yesterday, he had captured 2 exquisite Chinese lobsters, and today, he had landed such a remarkable haul of large yellow croaker. Could he truly be the legendary lucky fisherman? Or was it not merely luck, but rather his exceptional fishing prowess that allowed him to frequently reel in such prized catches? Yet, as soon as this thought crossed her mind, Xin Yufei swiftly dismissed it. While fishing techniques and experience may influence the quantity of fish caught, they hold little sway over the capture of such exceedingly rare seafood. After all, The exorbitant prices of delicacies like yellow croaker and exquisite lobsters stem from their alarmingly low populations. The probability of encountering such treasures is exceedingly slim. Even the most skilled veteran fishermen would find it challenging to catch such high-grade seafood even once in a lifetime. In this light, it seemed that this charming young fisherman was indeed quite fortunate, and her serendipitous encounter with him at the dock yesterday could also be deemed a stroke of luck. With this thought, Xin Yifei smiled softly. Subsequently, she promptly initiated a video call with Yang Fan, eager to discuss the acquisition of the yellow croaker. Securing all 8 of these magnificent wild yellow croakers would undoubtedly provide her seafood restaurant with an exceptional opportunity to enhance its reputation within Beihai's upscale seafood dining market. On the open sea, after sending the message to Xin Yifei, Yang Fan ignited the engine and set sail for home. However, just moments after he had begun his journey, his phone buzzed in his pocket. So soon, Yang Fan immediately surmised that it was Xin Yifei calling. Upon checking his phone, he confirmed his suspicion. As the video call connected, Xin Yifei's exquisitely beautiful face graced the screen, leaving Yang Fan deeply impressed. Indeed, a true beauty radiates allure even without the aid of flattering filters. "Hello, handsome," Xin Yifei greeted with a smile. Ms. Shun, you can just call me Yang Fan," he replied, feeling a bittersweet smile cross his lips at her continued formality. "Oh, is the handsome young man feeling shy?" she teased lightly. "Very well then, Yang Fan. Have you caught any wild yellow croakers? May I see?" With that, Xin Yifei smiled again, smoothly transitioning to the matter at hand. "Sure." Yang Fan nodded thoughtfully before opening the lid of the small cooler, directing the camera towards the 8 magnificent wild yellow croakers within. Indeed, they were wild yellow croakers. "Yang Fan, you are incredible!" Although she had mentally prepared herself, Xin Yifei still found it difficult to contain her excitement upon seeing the 8 exceptionally large and flawless specimens on the video. "Yang Fan, you are still at sea, right? Can you sail to the seafood trading dock from yesterday? I assure you, I will offer a most equitable price for these wild yellow croakers." "Yes, I can. And I trust in Boss Shin's capability and sincerity," Yang Fan replied with a smile. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the two concluded their call. Subsequently, Yang Fan navigated his vessel, taking 1 to 2 hours to finally reach the seafood trading dock he had visited the previous day. "Yang Fan, over here." As Yang Fan had just docked his boat, he spotted the stunning beauty, Xin Yifei, gracefully descending from a white luxury vehicle not far away. With a wave, she approached him, clearly having arrived early at the dock to await his arrival. However, Yang Fan was well aware that she was not there solely for him. Rather, her interest lay with the exquisite box of wild yellow croakers he held. In Chapter 14, the sale of 8 yellow croakers fetched over 800,000 yuan truly. Being a fisherman proved to be remarkably rewarding. Today, Xin Yifei's attire was a departure from the mature and seductive style she had donned yesterday. Clad in a playful Burberry casual ensemble, she exuded a vibrant energy rather than her usual allure. Sporting oversized sunglasses, she swayed her slender waist, her porcelain white legs gleaming in the sunlight, and soon approached Yang Fan with an air of elegance. "Yang Fan, you finally arrived. To be honest, this is the first time in my life that I, Xin Yifei, have waited so long for a man," she greeted him half-jokingly, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. It must be said, this was her particular charm. With just a few playful words, she effortlessly bridged the gap between them. Coupled with her striking beauty, her casual remarks were like a refreshing spring breeze. "Apologies for keeping you waiting, Boss Shun," Yang Fan chuckled, fully aware of the magnetic allure she radiated. Yet, unlike Yang Hongtao, who would be flustered in the presence of such beauty, he remained remarkably composed. "Yang Fan, could you please open the box so I can see the yellow croakers?" After exchanging pleasantries, Xin Yifei swiftly got to the point. Her gaze fixated on the fresh-keeping box in Yang Fan's possession, an object she was determined to acquire. "Here, Boss Shun, perhaps we should find a quieter spot. I'd rather not attract a crowd like we did yesterday with the lobsters," Yang Fan suggested with a smile, observing the bustling dock. "Oh, hearing this from you, I'm a bit surprised," Xin Yifei replied, yet she quickly deduced that Yang Fan preferred a more discreet setting. With a smile, she added, "Very well then, Yang Fan. Let us discuss this in my car." Yang Fan nodded in agreement and followed Xin Yifei to the luxurious white Bentley parked not far away. This was a 7-seater vehicle. Inside the driver's seat sat a woman with a neat short haircut, presumably Xin Yifei's chauffeur. Xin Yufei graciously invited Yang Fan to enter the car. Yang Fan was immediately enveloped by an atmosphere of luxurious elegance and refinement. Indeed, this was a top-tier luxury business vehicle, adorned with opulent decorations and offering a spacious interior that clearly indicated it was beyond the means of an average individual. To be honest, it was Yang Fan's first experience in such a lavish automobile, and he found it remarkably comfortable, far superior to ordinary cars. He mused that once he attained wealth, he too would indulge in a luxury car for his own enjoyment. Boss Shun, this is the big yellow croaker I caught. Take a look, he said. After savoring the luxury of the vehicle, Yang Fan opened the cooler in his hands. Before Xin Yufei lay 8 impeccably arranged, enormous wild yellow croakers. Upon closer inspection, Xin Yufei realized that these fish were indeed flawless. While she had seen larger yellow croakers, she had never encountered ones of such exquisite quality. The yellow croaker is notoriously delicate. Once caught, it tends to thrash violently, causing its beautiful golden scales to become damaged. Consequently, wild yellow croakers available on the market often bear some degree of scale loss when caught in nets. However, Yang Fan's catch, being line caught, exhibited minimal to no damage to their scales, rendering them near perfection. This undoubtedly elevated the value of these wild yellow croakers significantly. Moreover, the brief time these fish spent out of water was a rarity. Although yellow croakers perish swiftly once removed from their aquatic environment, their freshness and flavor remain intact when immediately preserved with ice. Thus, in terms of size, quality, and freshness, Yang Fan's catch could be deemed nothing short of perfect. The subsequent transaction proceeded smoothly. Xin Yufei showed no inclination to take advantage of Yang Fan. After admiring the 8 exceptional wild yellow croakers for a moment, she promptly presented her offer. For the 6 smaller fish, each weighing approximately 5 to 6 pounds, she quoted a price of 12,000 yuan per pound. As for the 2 larger specimens, estimated to exceed 10 pounds, her offer was 16,000 yuan per pound. This pricing was undoubtedly quite reasonable. Upon Yang Fan's return voyage, he meticulously researched the market price of wild yellow croaker online, thus recognizing that Xin Yufei's offer was undoubtedly sincere, perhaps even exceeding the prevailing market rate. Consequently, without hesitation, he readily accepted her proposal. Pleased by Yang Fan's prompt agreement, Xin Yufei promptly retrieved her pre-prepared electronic scale and weighed the catch. Ultimately, the 6 smaller fish totaled approximately 40 pounds, while the 2 largest weighed around 22 pounds. This brought the total price for the 8 fish to a remarkable 832,000 yuan. In essence, Yang Fan's fishing expedition had effortlessly netted him over 800,000 yuan, coupled with the more than 200,000 yuan he earned from selling lobsters the previous day. He had amassed over 1 million within less than 24 hours of returning home. In light of this, Yang Fan could only exclaim the undeniable allure of being a fisherman. Chapter 15. Do not shortchange oneself upon determining the total price after weighing the 8 yellow croakers. Xin Yufei promptly transferred the funds to Yang Fan. With a cheerful ding signaling the successful transaction, Yang Fan's bank account reached a 7-digit figure for the first time in his life. Just yesterday, his balance had barely exceeded a few tens of thousands, yet now it surpassed 1 million, leaving him feeling somewhat euphoric. Honestly, seeing how much you earn as a fisherman and how you've managed to pocket 1 million in just 2 days makes me consider a career change to fishing myself, Xin Yufei remarked, half-jokingly. She was genuinely astonished by Yang Fan's fortune, having caught exquisite lobsters and wild yellow croakers within such a brief span. The speed at which he was accumulating wealth was truly remarkable. Haha, Boss Shin, you jest. It's individuals like you, the big bosses, who rake in the profits. I merely stumbled upon good luck, Yang Fan replied with a smile. Luck is also a form of skill. If you manage to catch more exceptional goods in the future, do not hesitate to inform me immediately. I shall offer you the fairest price, Xin Yufei responded with a grin. All right, I believe I will be in touch with you again tomorrow, Boss Shin, Yang Fan said, chuckling. He had been fixated on the numerous yellow croakers that had evaded his grasp and planned to borrow a fishing net from Yang Hongtao upon returning to the village to catch them all at once. Thus, he would indeed need to contact Xin Yufei again. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Xin Yufei raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, so, you are confident that you can catch more quality goods tomorrow? Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, I should be able to. Yang Fan nodded affirmatively. Then I shall await your good news. Xin Yufei's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she regarded Yang Fan, her gaze reflecting a subtle change. She was genuinely eager to see if this handsome, sunny young fisherman possessed the ability to capture exquisite seafood once more. If he truly possesses such abilities, then it can no longer be attributed solely to mere luck. After all, one misfortune may befall a person, twice as unfortunate, but thrice as utterly implausible. It is inconceivable that one could continuously capture exquisite seafood, like the splendid lobster and the magnificent yellow croaker, merely by chance. Once the transaction was complete, Xin Yifei hurried back to her restaurant with 8 large yellow croakers in tow. She intended to swiftly instruct her subordinates to effectively promote the news that the Shun family seafood restaurant had received 8 exceptional yellow croakers. Surely, once this information spread, the affluent seafood enthusiasts of Beihai City would flock to her establishment. Consequently, the reputation of her seafood restaurant would undoubtedly soar to prominence within the city. As for Yang Fan, after alighting from Xin Yifei's vehicle, he chose not to return directly to the fishing village, but instead ventured to the home appliance market in the city. Having spent the night at home, he realized that his household appliances were woefully outdated, some even broken. Thus, he decided to procure some new ones during this trip. Since he would be residing in the fishing village for the long term, Yang Fan naturally sought to ensure his living conditions were comfortable and well-equipped. Essential appliances would be indispensable, allowing him to enjoy a more pleasant and leisurely life. He even contemplated hiring a renovation team to redesign his home. However, that seemed somewhat troublesome and required careful planning for an appropriate time. Upon arriving at the appliance market, Yang Fan made extensive purchases. With a fortune of $1 million at his disposal, he was not inclined to be frugal. He opted for the finest and most prestigious brands of televisions, refrigerators, computers, and washing machines, as money was no object. In total, his expenditures amounted to over 100,000. Marking the first time Yang Fan had spent such a considerable sum in one go. It did evoke a sense of newfound wealth in him. Additionally, while purchasing the appliances, Yang Fan generously added a few hundred yuan to the delivery fees for the shopkeepers, requesting them to deliver his purchases to Dejing village the following day. Thus, he did not have to worry about how to transport these items himself. Once he had completed his shopping, Yang Fan casually chose a modest eatery to enjoy a meal, and thereafter returned to the dock to set sail back to the village. After a journey of over an hour, Yang Fan returned to the small dock of Big Whale Village. By this time, it was already around 3 or 4 in the afternoon, and a number of fishermen who had set out early to sea were gradually returning to the village, resulting in a considerable number of boats docked at the pier. As Yang Fan was about to seek a suitable spot at the dock to moor his boat, he was suddenly called out from behind with a loud voice. "Fanzi, are you back from fishing?" Yang Fan turned around and discovered it was Yang Hongtao. He must have just returned from the sea, navigating his boat back to the dock. On board with Yang Hongtao was a slender, dark-skinned youth, likely a boy from the same village. Yang Fan found him somewhat familiar, though he could not recall which family he belonged to. Having finished fishing early, Yang Fan had just returned from the city. As Yang Hongtao maneuvered the boat closer, Yang Fan cheerfully remarked, "Huh? Fanzi, you went to the city again. What was the purpose of your visit?" Yang Hongtao inquired curiously as he brought the boat to a halt. Chapter 16. De Huang is truly a lecherous old man. I went to purchase a few electrical appliances. The old ones at home have been in use for so many years that they are no longer efficient, so I decided to replace them. Yang Fan refrained from disclosing the matter regarding the large yellow croaker. Otherwise, with Yang Hongtao's propensity for loose lips, he feared he would soon gain notoriety throughout the neighboring villages. In fact, when he sold those 2 splendid lobsters yesterday, Yang Fan had specifically cautioned Yang Hongtao not to share the news with anyone. It was all about maintaining a low profile and quietly amassing wealth. Damn it, you struck it rich yesterday, and today you're off to the city for a shopping spree. Aren't you, nouveau riche? Upon hearing that Yang Fan was purchasing electrical appliances in the city, Yang Hongtao jestingly reprimanded him. "Get lost. Have you forgotten what I told you yesterday?" Yang Fan shot Yang Hongtao a glare. This fellow had promised discretion, yet he spoke of his financial windfall in front of others. My apologies," Yang Hongtao stammered, realizing that he was nearly about to spill the beans with others present. "Let us set aside the trivialities. Taozi, how was your catch today?" Yang Fan redirected the conversation. "Hee, the haul was decent. I caught 2 large groupers weighing over a pound each and a dozen or so blue crabs and flower crabs. Combined, they should fetch over 1,000. As he spoke of his catch, Yang Hongtao's face lit up with pride. His reputation as a skilled fisherman was well earned. Among the new generation of fishermen in the village, he consistently brought in the largest catches. This morning, He had ventured into a new fishing area and was pleasantly surprised by his good fortune. "That does sound impressive," young Fan remarked, rolling his eyes, barely suppressing the urge to deflate his friend's ego. Otherwise, if he were to reveal that he had caught 8 large yellow croakers, Yang Hongtao would likely be left speechless. As they conversed, both boats were anchored. The 3 men disembarked and made their way to shore. At that moment, Yang Fan keenly noticed a young lad who had accompanied Yang Hongtao on the outing, casting furtive glances in his direction. The boy's gaze seemed rather peculiar, causing Yang Fan to furrow his brow in curiosity. Who was this familiar-looking child, and why was he observing him with such an odd expression? However, Yang Fan chose not to inquire at that moment and bid farewell to Yang Hongtao before heading home. Their houses were quite distant from one another, one situated in the east of the village and the other in the west, thus they did not share the same path. Upon returning home, Yang Fan ascended to the upper floor for a midday rest, having been roused prematurely by the village roosters. He had not yet indulged in sufficient slumber and now felt quite drowsy. He succumbed to sleep, only to awaken as the sun dipped below the horizon, with darkness swiftly enveloping the sky. Upon stirring, he instinctively reached for his phone to check the time, discovering it was already 6:30 in the evening. Just then, his stomach audibly protested its emptiness. Yang Fan let out a wry smile, contemplating what to prepare for a meal later, when he suddenly heard someone calling for him from downstairs. "Fancy, Fancy, come down for dinner. My mother has prepared a feast. Come dine at our home." Upon gazing out onto the balcony, Yang Fan confirmed that it was indeed Yang Hongtao. "Very well, just a moment." Yang Fan chuckled softly, then casually splashed some water on his face in the restroom before descending the stairs. Upon arriving downstairs, Yang Hongtao, upon seeing him, curiously inquired, "By the way, Fancy, have you encountered De Huang since your return? I just spotted that dog at the village entrance, inexplicably chasing a pack of female dogs in heat. I thought it was nearing the end of its days, yet now it seems full of vigor. Cough, cough, that dog is pursuing a group of female dogs?" Yang Fan felt a bead of sweat form at the mention. "Indeed, that rascal is surprisingly lively, quite the libertine. Well then, let us not concern ourselves with it." Yang Fan felt a bit speechless. No wonder he had seen the shadow of that rascal De Huang all day. He had truly gone off to mate with the village dog. What a lecher! As they conversed, the two made their way towards Yang Hongtao's residence. Halfway there, an idea struck Yang Fan, prompting him to inquire of Yang Hongtao. "Taozi, who is that young lad on your boat today? He looked quite familiar, yet I can't seem to recall who he is." He distinctly remembered being stealthily observed by that boy, who had cast him a peculiar glance. "Oh, you didn't recognize him? That is Xiao Hai," Yang Hongtao replied. "Xiao Hai? Is he really Xiao Hai?" Upon hearing that name, Yang Fan paused in surprise. Young Xiao Hai he certainly recognizes. 6 years ago, Yang Fan's parents invested their years of savings to purchase a larger fishing vessel for deep-sea fishing. Such a substantial ship undoubtedly required additional hands. So Yang Fan's father enlisted several villagers to assist him. Unfortunately, mere months later, they encountered a fierce storm at sea, from which they never returned. This sudden tempest not only claimed the lives of Yang Fan's parents, but also those of the villagers who were helping aboard the ship, including the parents of Yang Xiaohai. Thus, upon hearing the name of that young lad, it is indeed Yang Xiaohai. Yang Fan finally comprehended the peculiar gaze with which he had been furtively observed. In Chapter 17, the notion of developing the fishing village arose. Xiaohai's academic performance had always been commendable. So why is it that at such a tender age he abandoned his studies to accompany you on fishing expeditions? After a moment of silence, Yang Fan inquired of Yang Hongtao. It's all due to that incident. Yang Hongtao sighed as he spoke of Yang Xiaohai. After the loss of his parents, he endured a significant emotional blow and subsequently fell into despair. He began skipping school daily to indulge in video games at internet cafes, and his academic performance deteriorated drastically. After 2 years of this, he failed to achieve anything in the high school entrance exams and chose to quit school altogether. Following his departure, his grandfather sent him to the town to learn hairdressing from his third uncle. However, he had no desire to wash or cut others' hair, and soon returned to the fishing village. He relentlessly pleaded with me to teach him how to fish, and I eventually relented, allowing him to accompany me out to sea. Yang Hongtao continued, "Over the years, aside from you, Fanzi, Xiaohai has been the most academically inclined in our village. Had it not been for that unfortunate event, perhaps our village would have produced another college graduate." With a shake of his head, he expressed his regret for young Xiaohai. Yet, there was little that could be done. Such is the life of fishermen, where unforeseen calamities can strike, leaving one with no recourse for explanation. After hearing Yang Hongtao's words, Yang Fan felt a heaviness in his heart. In truth, he had harbored a lingering sense of guilt towards Yang Xiaohai and the children of other victims. After all, their parents had lost their lives while assisting his own. Now, learning that Yang Xiaohai had succumbed to despair and relinquished his education due to that incident, Yang Fan's heart ached even more. Fan Zi, do not burden yourself with guilt. Whatever befalls Xiaohai is his own fate, and it has nothing to do with you. You cannot blame your parents for what happened, nor can you hold yourself accountable. Sensing Yang Fan's silence, Yang Hongtao hastily offered words of comfort. I'm fine. Yang Fan shrugged and smiled wryly. He was well aware that blame could not be placed on him, yet such matters always lingered in one's mind, making them difficult to reconcile. Enough of this somber discussion. We are nearing my home. My mother has prepared a splendid feast, especially for your return. Even I, her own son, have never been afforded such treatment. Yang Hongtao quickly shifted the topic to lighten the mood. Haha, I truly miss Aunt Zhang's culinary skills. Yang Fan responded with a smile. In their childhood, he and Yang Hongtao had shared a close bond, frequently dining at his home, thus leaving a lasting impression of Aunt Zhang's exceptional cooking. As they conversed, the two arrived at a two-story house, which was Yang Hongtao's residence. Dad, Mom, I've brought Fan Zi along. Is dinner ready? Before even stepping inside, Yang Hongtao raised his voice in exclamation. Moments later, a middle-aged couple emerged, indeed his parents. Ah, Xiao Fan has arrived, exclaimed his mother. Yesterday, when I heard from Taozi that you were coming home, your uncle and I were overjoyed. Yang Hongtao's mother, Zhang Xiuyan, upon seeing Yang Fan, hurriedly approached him with warmth, grasping his hand with a beaming smile. Due to Yang Fan's commendable academic performance and cheerful disposition in his childhood, he had always been regarded as the exemplary child in the village. This was especially true for Yang Hongtao's parents, who often used Yang Fan as a benchmark to chide their own son. Furthermore, since Yang Fan frequently visited the Hongtao household, Yang Hongtao's parents cherished him immensely, treating him almost like their own son. Last night, upon hearing Yang Hongtao mention that Yang Fan had returned, the couple insisted that their son invite him over for dinner today. Aunt Zhang, it's been years, but you still look as youthful as ever. Yang Fan greeted Zhang Xiuyan with a smile. Look at how eloquent Xiao Fan is. Unlike that clumsy fellow, Taozi, who is always so reckless. Zhang Xiuyan laughed brightly, not missing the opportunity to tease her son. This left Yang Hongtao feeling exasperated, muttering to himself, that damned Fan, every time he visits, I end up getting reprimanded by my parents. Yang Fan then greeted Yang Hongtao's father, Yang Daming, and the group proceeded into the house. Just as Yang Hongtao had mentioned, his parents had prepared an abundant feast for Yang Fan, with a table laden with dishes, homegrown vegetables, freshly caught grouper from the sea, and an assortment of wild delicacies from the mountains were all present, truly deserving the title of a banquet of mountain treasures and ocean delights. This lavish spread would easily cost several hundred in a city restaurant. As they dined and conversed, the atmosphere was filled with warmth and camaraderie. The sumptuous dinner lasted nearly 2 hours, a true delight for both host and guest. After indulging in the meal, Yang Fan expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Yang Hongtao's parents for their generous hospitality before taking his leave. Naturally, he did not return alone, since the village lacked streetlights. Yang Hongtao's parents called him out, flashlight in hand, to escort Yang Fan home. This left Yang Hongtao feeling rather frustrated, pondering who the real son was in this scenario. Thus, they walked along the darkened path of the fishing village. Yang Fan found himself inexplicably contemplative, pondering the stark poverty and seclusion of his hometown fishing village. He had ventured into the rural areas of Jiangsu and Zhejiang, where development flourished, rivaling that of urban centers. Yet, in stark contrast, the Jing village remained devoid of even streetlights, plunging into utter darkness and lifelessness each evening. The crux of the matter lay in the Jing village's unique topography, encircled by mountains on 3 sides, rendering access to the city an arduous journey along treacherous mountain paths. As the adage goes, one must first pave the roads to prosperity. With no viable routes, the Jing village languished in stagnation, explaining its backwardness. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, an idea unexpectedly sparked within Yang Fan. Perhaps he could leverage his abilities to foster development within the fishing village. After all, having grown up in the Jing village, he held a profound affection for this unrefined and pristine haven. Given that he now possessed the means to promote the village's growth, why not seize the opportunity? Furthermore, with the acquisition of the Dragon Ball, he intended to establish a permanent residence in the fishing village, making its advancement undeniably beneficial for him. Of course, he acknowledged that this notion might still be somewhat premature. Yang Fan has yet to establish himself. His primary task is to rapidly enhance his own capabilities, thereby acquiring the strength necessary to uplift the villagers and collectively foster prosperity, ultimately elevating the fishing village to greater heights. Concerning his future development plans, Yang Fan has already formulated some preliminary ideas. Initially, he intends to operate in the coastal waters, engaging in activities such as catching large yellow croakers or procuring exquisite lobsters, thereby earning some extra income. Once he accumulates sufficient funds, he plans to purchase a sizable fishing vessel capable of venturing into deeper seas. With his adeptness in aquatic environments, he is confident that each fishing expedition will yield bountiful returns. As his earnings grow, he envisions acquiring an even larger ocean-going fishing trawler to pursue high-value catches like bluefin tuna in the open sea. Moreover, he contemplates the possibility of acquiring a salvage vessel to explore the depths for sunken treasures, even embarking on adventures in the waters off Somalia in search of legendary pirate riches. The mere thought of it stirs a sense of excitement within him. What delightful visions occupy your mind, Fan? Why the sudden smile? Yang Hongtao inquired, noticing Yang Fan's inexplicable grin. Oh, nothing much, he replied. Yang Fan returned to his senses, chuckling as he shook his head. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he inquired of Yang Hongtao, by the way, Taozi, do you possess a sinking net that can reach a depth of 50 to 60 meters? Indeed, Fanzi, are you considering deploying the sinking net? When do you intend to do so? Yang Hongtao replied. Tomorrow morning, perhaps. Yang Fan contemplated for a moment. To prevent that school of large yellow croakers from being inadvertently caught by others, he resolved to endure some hardship and rise early, shedding tears as he set out at dawn to ensnare the entire group of fish. Very well, you may take my new boat tomorrow. It is equipped with a net lifting machine, for it would be impossible for you to haul in the sinking net alone, he said. Are you not using the new boat yourself? Yang Fan inquired. Tomorrow, I shall collect the crab traps, which do not require a net lifting machine. So the old boat will suffice, he replied. All right, thank you, Yang Fan said, patting Yang Hongtao on the shoulder with a smile. Damn it. How can you speak such formal nonsense to your own brother? Yang Hongtao chuckled, dismissing him with a wave of his hand. Chapter 18. Another 28 wild yellow croakers caught the night past without incident. At 5:30 the next morning, before the sun had risen, Yang Fan climbed out of bed. The school of large yellow croakers was worth several million. He was keenly aware of this, and a little lost sleep was of no consequence. After hastily completing his morning routine, he made his way to the dock, where he located Yang Hongtao's new vessel. On board lay a 100-meter-long sinking net. This net, laden with heavy lead weights, was designed to sink to depths of several dozen meters, as large yellow croakers typically inhabit waters around 50 to 60 miles deep. With a flick of a switch, the engine roared to life, and the boat set sail. After more than an hour of navigation, they finally arrived at the oceanic expanse where the yellow croakers had been spotted the previous day. By now, the sky had brightened considerably, and a resplendent sun began to rise from the horizon, casting a shimmering golden glow upon the water in a breathtaking display. Seizing the moment, he paused to admire the beauty of the sunrise over the sea. Subsequently, as he leisurely steered the boat, he employed his keen eyesight to search for the silhouettes of the yellow croakers beneath the waves. The resources in this area were significantly more abundant compared to the coastal regions. As Yang Fan's gaze plunged into the water, he beheld a myriad of fish, each varying in shape and hue, gracefully swimming in schools throughout the sea. There were devil rays, wolffish, mullet, grouper, octopuses, sea carp, eels, golden pomfret, and small sharks. However, the elusive sight of the yellow croaker remained absent. Could it have fled? After searching for nearly 10 minutes without spotting the group of yellow croakers from the previous day, Yang Fan began to feel a pang of anxiety. If they had escaped or been captured by someone else, it would truly be a devastating blow. Yang Fan had no choice but to broaden his search. At last, after approximately half an hour, he discovered the presence of a school of large yellow croakers in a new expanse of sea. To think they had ventured so far. A grin spread across Yang Fan's face upon finally encountering the yellow croakers. Subsequently, he skillfully navigated the boat to find a favorable angle for casting his net, and without hesitation, he deployed it. As the lead weights descended, the 100-meter fishing net spread out like a vast canopy, swiftly plunging towards the joyful, swimming yellow croakers ahead. If they continued on their current trajectory, they would all be ensnared. However, it proved unrealistic to capture them all in one sweep. With a sudden whoosh, perhaps due to the keen instincts of some yellow croakers sensing impending danger, they swiftly flicked their tails and darted in various directions just before colliding with the net, evading capture. Yet, some of the yellow croakers, oblivious to the threat, continued to swim blissfully forward, ultimately crashing headlong into the net. It was only upon being ensnared that they realized the peril, and they began to struggle vigorously to escape. But it was too late. The more they fought, the tighter the net clutched around them. Thus, Yangfan's cast resulted in the capture of approximately 10 yellow croakers of varying sizes, roughly a quarter of the entire school. On board, Yangfan, witnessing the successful haul, raised his fist in exhilaration before commencing to reel in the net. Before long, the entire fishing net was drawn aboard. Yangfan hastily removed the 10 splendid golden yellow croakers from the inner net and swiftly placed them into a large foam box, covering them with ice prepared in a cooler for refrigeration. Why not simply use the cooler for storage? The answer is quite straightforward. The fish were too large and numerous to fit inside. Anticipating this predicament, Yangfan had meticulously prepared 2 large foam boxes and filled one to the brim with ice before embarking on his voyage. Under ordinary circumstances, he would not have gone to such lengths for common fish. However, these were precious yellow croakers, worth a significant sum, thus warranting special treatment to ensure they were promptly preserved with ice. Otherwise, any spoilage would result in considerable loss. A single net cast yielded only a quarter of the sizable yellow croaker school. Yangfan was certainly not content. After meticulously organizing his fishing nets, he seized the opportune moment to cast his second net. In this endeavor, he successfully caught 10 large yellow croakers. Subsequently, he lowered his third net. However, due to the dwindling number of fish and their panicked dispersal, he only managed to capture 5 large yellow croakers this time. Undeterred, he proceeded to cast his fourth net, which yielded a mere 3 large yellow croakers. Following this, Yangfan cast his fifth net, but unfortunately, it resulted in an empty haul. Initially, the school of large yellow croakers numbered around 40 to 50, but after his previous efforts, he had caught 36, leaving only a handful of fish remaining. Observing the empty net and the now thoroughly frightened school of fish darting chaotically, Yangfan ultimately resolved to spare them. This time, he genuinely intended to let them go, rather than merely postponing his pursuit for another day. After all, one cannot exploit resources to the point of depletion, given the current scarcity of wild yellow croakers. The existence of such a sizable school is indeed a rare occurrence. Over the course of yesterday and today, Yangfan had already caught 36 fish, which was more than sufficient. He decided to allow the remaining 10 or so yellow croakers to continue their reproduction and thrive. Believing that their size indicated a commendable survival capability, he looked forward to their growth in the coming year, hoping they would form an even more substantial school of yellow croakers. In all honesty, he had made the decision to spare these last few yellow croakers. Initially, Yangfan felt a pang of regret, for those dozen large yellow croakers were worth a fortune. However, he ultimately resolved to make this decision with unwavering conviction. This was not a manifestation of misplaced compassion, nor an indication that he regarded wealth as inconsequential. Rather, after acquiring the Dragon Pearl, Yangfan perceived himself as the son of the sea, with the ocean representing a beautiful sanctuary that he felt compelled to protect. Thus, he resolved to utilize the ocean's resources judiciously, avoiding reckless exploitation and ensuring that personal desires did not lead to devastation. As for those dozen large yellow croakers, he decided to let them be. Off he went. Yangfan smiled contentedly as he gathered his fishing net, preparing to ignite the fire for his return journey. Of course, before heading back, he took several photographs of the 28 large yellow croakers and sent them to Shun Yafei, saying, "Boss Shun, I've caught a few more big yellow croakers. Interested?" Chapter 19. Fish sales exceed 3 million. Meanwhile, in the city, within the opulent 5th-floor office of the Shun family seafood restaurant, Shun Yafei sat on the sofa, cheerfully pouring herself a cup of Blue Mountain coffee. After receiving the 8 wild yellow croakers yesterday, she immediately disseminated the news. It is worth noting that wild yellow croakers are exceedingly rare in this day and age, and those 8, being both sizable and of exquisite quality, are truly exceptional specimens. Consequently, not long after the news spread, numerous affluent patrons with a penchant for premium seafood began to take action. calling the Shun family seafood restaurant to reserve tables in advance. Among them were many individuals with considerable influence in the business and even official circles of Beihai. These patrons were indifferent to the exorbitant price of wild yellow croakers. For them, it was all about the spectacle. The rarer and more costly the ingredient, the more it appealed to the wealthy elite of their circle. Thus, those 8 exceptional wild yellow croakers were entirely consumed overnight. This not only propelled the Shun family seafood restaurant into the spotlight of Beihai's high-end seafood market, but also garnered the admiration of many wealthy guests. Naturally, this brought great joy to Xin Yufei, alleviating some of the pressure she felt. However, despite her elation, she knew she needed to swiftly establish a reliable supply channel for high-quality seafood. Otherwise, if the restaurant lacked exceptional goods for an extended period, those affluent patrons would cease to return. With this thought in mind, Xin Yufei suddenly recalled Yang Fan. During the transaction for the 8 wild yellow croakers, hadn't he mentioned that he might contact her again today? To be honest, Xin Yufei harbored some doubts about this. Could this charming and sunny young fisherman truly catch premium seafood once more? What gave him such confidence? Ding! At that moment, Xin Yufei's WeChat notification chimed. She casually picked up her phone and was astonished to find a message from Yang Fan. Had he truly succeeded? Xin Yufei raised her eyebrows in disbelief, mixed with anticipation. She then opened the WeChat message. Heavens! Such an abundance of wild yellow croakers. Upon seeing the photos sent by Yang Fan, Xin Yufei's eyes widened in astonishment. In 2 large foam boxes, the wild yellow croakers were meticulously arranged, and at a glance, it was evident that there were at least 20 to 30 of them. What was most striking was that these wild yellow croakers not only numbered greatly, but each weighed no less than 5 or 6 pounds. Could it be that he had stumbled upon a school of yellow croakers? In her astonishment, Xin Yufei immediately comprehended this notion. Yang Fan must have discovered a substantial school of wild yellow croaker, for it was inconceivable that he could have caught such an abundance of them otherwise. No wonder he had been so confident yesterday, asserting that he would contact her again today. It turns out he was aware of the whereabouts of the yellow croaker school. Xin Yufei blinked, reflecting on how remarkably fortunate Yang Fan was, even able to locate wild yellow croaker schools. On the sea, after Yang Fan sent the message, he anticipated that Xin Yufei would reach out to him soon. Indeed, within less than a minute, his assumption was validated. Xin Yufei's video call swiftly came through. Yang Fan chuckled softly and accepted the call. Yang Fan, you are truly remarkable. You've managed to catch such a plethora of wild yellow croakers. As soon as the video connected, Xin Yufei's charming visage appeared on the screen, her excitement evident as she gave Yang Fan a thumbs up. Hee. I was fortunate enough to encounter a school of yellow croakers. Yang Fan replied modestly with a smile. Indeed, you have discovered an entire school of yellow croakers. Honestly, your luck is unparalleled. Other fishermen would be overjoyed to catch just 1 or 2, yet you found a whole school. Xin Yufei expressed her admiration with a sense of awe. Haha, it's not that impressive, Yang Fan said with a light shrug. All right, enough chit-chat. Quickly show me the yellow croakers you've caught. Sure, Yang Fan responded. He then directed the camera towards the foam box filled with the wild yellow croakers. Upon viewing them, Xin Yufei was immensely pleased and urged Yang Fan to hasten to the dock from yesterday for the transaction. The remaining matters were straightforward and clear-cut. Yang Fan arrived at the dock with 28 exquisite wild yellow croakers, while Xin Yufei, as on the previous day, had arrived early to await his arrival. Upon their meeting, Yang Fan once again entered Xin Yufei's Bentley luxury vehicle. Inside the car, Xin Yufei weighed the 28 yellow croakers using an electronic scale and offered Yang Fan the same purchase price as the day before. Ultimately, Yang Fan sold these 28 wild yellow croakers for an astonishing 3.03 million. It must be said, this truly exemplifies a remarkably formidable pace of earning. Yang Fan had returned to the fishing village for merely 2 days, yet his bank account balance had already soared to over 4 million. It was truly astonishing. However, there was no need for explanations in a life that seemed to defy the ordinary. With the Dragon Ball and his remarkable abilities in the water, earning money had become exceedingly effortless for Yang Fan. Chapter 20. Let us sell $1 billion worth of wealth. After securing over 3 million in hand, Yang Fan then set sail back to the fishing village. Upon his return home, he received a phone call. The call was from a merchant at the electronics store, informing him that the appliances he had purchased the previous day were scheduled for delivery. Consequently, he decided against venturing out to sea that afternoon. Instead, he busied himself at home throughout the day, assisting the installation technician in setting up the various new appliances. Once all the devices were properly installed, he made a trip to the town's telecommunications office to arrange for a broadband connection, thereby resolving his internet issues as well. Thus, his day came to a fruitful conclusion. Yangfan's seaside villa has taken shape quite nicely. It is equipped with all the necessary appliances, and the internet is connected. To be honest, the living conditions here surpass those of his previous single apartment in the bustling metropolis by a considerable margin. I own a villa by the sea, facing the ocean, where spring blooms in abundance. After finishing his tasks, Yangfan gazed at the newly tidied 3-story house, a smile of contentment gracing his face. However, as he smiled, a sudden thought crossed his mind, and his expression faltered. While his 3-story villa was in order, the expansive courtyard surrounding it remained overgrown with wild grass. Well, it seems there's no rest for the weary. The yard also requires attention. With that thought, Yangfan shook his head with a wry smile and proceeded to the storage room to fetch a shovel, heading out to tackle the weeds in the courtyard. He busied himself for over an hour. Yangfan finally managed to tidy up the expansive courtyard of the small villa, eradicating the towering weeds with ruthless determination. With the grass removed, the entire yard appeared rather barren. This lack of aesthetic appeal prompted Yangfan to contemplate the opportune moment to introduce some vibrant flowers and lush greenery to transform the space into a splendid garden, embodying the essence of spring's blossoming beauty. However, there was no need for haste. He could take his time to cultivate this vision. After completing his tasks both inside and out, the evening had already begun to settle in. Yangfan washed his hands and leisurely stepped out to stroll through the village. As the sun dipped below the horizon, strands of twilight cascaded down, bestowing an additional layer of beauty upon the pristine and unpretentious seaside fishing village. The evening ambience of the village was quite lively. The fragrant tendrils of smoke began to rise from every household as they prepared their evening meals, while fishermen gradually returned from their maritime endeavors. A fleet of boats, both large and small, navigated back to the dock, and the village children, having finished their studies, burst forth to frolic and play. As he walked along, numerous familiar villagers greeted Yangfan with warmth and enthusiasm. Yangfan responded politely with a smile as he strolled along. Upon reaching the village entrance, he was suddenly alerted by the sound of barking. Following the noise, he spotted a majestic large yellow dog engaged in some rather inappropriate antics with a small white female dog amidst a patch of weeds. To his surprise, the exuberant yellow dog was none other than De Huang, his own pet. Ever since Yangfan had fed him the miraculous golden drops, De Huang had been full of vitality, and it had been 2 days since he last made an appearance. Clearly, he had been preoccupied with the village's female dogs. How scandalous! Witnessing De Huang's shameless behavior left Yangfan both amused and exasperated. He had been gallivanting with female dogs for 2 consecutive days. What Yangfan did not realize was that De Huang's behavior was not entirely his fault. The potency of the golden drops had transformed him. After just a few doses, not only had De Huang's physique become robust, but he was also brimming with an explosive energy that demanded release. In simpler terms, De Huang had been in a state akin to overindulgence, relentlessly seeking out the village's female dogs to expel the overwhelming vigor coursing through him. Thus, for the past couple of days, De Huang had been engaged in a relentless pursuit of the village's female dogs, leaving no stone unturned. Deciding to leave De Huang to his revelry, Yangfan quickly averted his gaze, embarrassed by the spectacle. He hurriedly made his way to the dock. By chance, he encountered Yang Hongtao, who had just returned from a fishing trip at sea, busily untangling nets alongside Yang Xiaohai. Ah, the skilled fisherman has returned. Yangfan promptly approached, greeting with a warm smile. Yang Hongtao was initially engrossed in organizing his fishing nets when he instinctively lifted his head upon hearing a voice. Upon recognizing Yangfan, he exclaimed with a smile, "Ah, Fan, is that you? What brings you here? I was just out for a stroll and happened to pass by. How was your catch today?" he inquired, casting a glance at Yang Xiaohai, who appeared somewhat uneasy at his arrival. "Hee, today luck was on my side. It turned out to be a bountiful day. I managed to catch quite a few valuable items, estimating that I could sell them for over 1,000. As he spoke of his haul, Yang Hongtao's pride swelled. Indeed, he had ample reason to boast, having captured a significant amount of quality fish that day, justifying his reputation as a skilled fisherman. "That's impressive. Earning over 1,000 again. You're raking in quite a bit of money these days," Yangfan remarked with a chuckle. "It's just average," Yang Hongtao replied modestly. Yang Hongtao smiled modestly, then shifted the conversation to inquire, Fancy, have you caught any fish today? I managed to catch over 20, Yang Fan replied with a grin. Over 20? That's not too shabby. Did you manage to snag any valuable ones, like grouper? Yang Hongtao asked again. Unfortunately, no grouper today, Yang Fan admitted. No grouper at all. So, did you sell the fish? Yes, I did. And how much did you sell them for? Not much, just a little over $1 million. All right then. Keep up the good work, Fancy. Strive for the day when you can earn over 1,000 a day like I do. Upon hearing Yang Fan's modest response regarding his earnings, Yang Hongtao chuckled smugly. He presumed that the fish Yang Fan caught were of little value, especially since he hadn't even caught a grouper. What could he possibly earn? As for Yang Fan, he merely smiled at Yang Hongtao's boastful remarks, choosing not to challenge him. After all, should he reveal that he had made $3 million from selling large yellow croakers today, it would surely leave Yang Hongtao utterly speechless. By the way, Fancy, how about joining me at sea starting tomorrow? I can impart some fishing wisdom to you. It's no different than taking little Hai out alone. Yang Hongtao said sincerely after a moment of contemplation. He genuinely believed Yang Fan lacked fishing experience and thought it would be beneficial to guide him. What Yang Hongtao was unaware of was that Yang Fan did not require his assistance at all. However, after considering the proposal, Yang Fan decided not to decline. All right, I'll join you at sea tomorrow, Yang Fan agreed with a smile. After chatting casually with Yang Hongtao for a while, the scene shifted. After wandering around for a while, Yang Fan decided it was time to return home. Upon arriving, he found it was already past 7 o'clock, coinciding with dinner time. He casually prepared a bowl of instant noodles, making do with that for his evening meal. Originally, Yang Hongtao had intended to invite Yang Fan over for dinner that night. But Yang Fan, being someone who detests inconveniencing others, politely declined his kind offer. Over the years, having lived alone, Yang Fan had frequently taken to cooking for himself, often learning from culinary creators on Bilibili. His culinary skills had improved remarkably. Just yesterday, while purchasing appliances, he also acquired an array of kitchen utensils, ensuring his home was fully equipped for cooking. Once he makes another trip to the supermarket to stock up on essentials such as rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea, as well as some fresh ingredients to fill his refrigerator, he will be able to prepare his own meals daily. After finishing his instant noodles, after taking a refreshing shower, Yang Fan ascended the stairs to his room and indulged in some mobile gaming. He intended to play a couple of rounds of Honor of Kings for leisure, but at that moment, a new message popped up on WeChat. Upon opening the app, he discovered that someone in his university class group had mentioned him. Lu Weiqi, it has been nearly half a year since our little team of Magic City last gathered. How about we organize a dinner together this weekend? Zhang Jipeng, I second that. Those who are free this weekend, please raise your hands. Chen Long, raise his hand emoji. Xian Jiajia, raise his hand. Jiang Shao, raise his hand. Shin Xian, raise his hand. Lu Weiqi, perhaps many others have yet to see the message. Let me tag a few. Yang Fan, Lu Yanyan, Zhang Xian. He then glanced at the group chat notifications. Yang Fan let out a bitter smile, realizing that the Magic City squad was planning a gathering. Since their graduation, those classmates who remained in the vibrant metropolis would occasionally convene, so it was no surprise. However, the awkward truth was that he no longer resided in the Magic City. Yang Fan smiled briefly and then sent a message in the group chat. Yang Fan, you all gather, for I am no longer in the bustling metropolis. Lu Weiqi, Old Yang, you are no longer in the metropolis? Where have you gone? Yang Fan, I have returned to my hometown fishing village. Lu Weiqi, what brings you back to your hometown? Yang Fan, I suppose I shall return to my hometown and take up the life of a fisherman. Lu Weiqi, what? Is that for real? Are you pulling my leg? Yang Fan, why would I deceive you? Just the day before yesterday, I resigned and returned to my hometown. My 3-story seaside villa is all well kept, and life in the fishing village is wonderfully leisurely. Every day, upon opening my window, I am greeted by the vast ocean. After typing this, Yang Fan shared several images, capturing the picturesque scenery from his recent days in the fishing village, along with pictures of his 3-story villa. As soon as he sent these messages, the group chat erupted with excitement. Lu Weiqi, no way. Are you serious, Lao Yang? You actually quit your job and returned to the fishing village to become a fisherman? Zhang Jipeng, are you kidding? You really resigned from your position at the Industrial and Commercial Bank to fish in a village? Xinqian, is this true? Yang Fan, what happened? Did you suffer a heartbreak? Qian Jiajia, Yang Fan, have you genuinely returned to the fishing village to fish? With a confused expression, Chen Long, How can I not believe it? Young fan, you must be joking. Surely you're just taking a vacation back home for a few days? Seeing the astonished reactions of his classmates, Young fan shrugged, unsure of how to explain. He certainly couldn't reveal that he had obtained a Dragon Ball and acquired miraculous abilities in the water, making millions from just 2 days of fishing in his hometown. After pondering for a moment, Young fan could only offer a vague explanation. Young fan, all right, dear classmates, please cease your speculations. I have not suffered any emotional turmoil. Indeed, I have resigned from my job to return to my hometown fishing village to pursue a simpler life. The reason for this decision is purely my desire to enjoy a leisurely existence back home. Now, I shall go diving. Feel free to continue your conversation. Young fan abruptly exited the group chat and chose to remain silent, for the more the conversation progressed, the less he knew how to articulate his thoughts. However, lurking in the chat did not grant him the solace he sought. In the subsequent hours, his WeChat buzzed incessantly with notifications. Numerous concerned classmates privately messaged him, inquiring why he had chosen to resign and return to his fishing village, questioning if he was facing any difficulties. They assured him that should he indeed be in trouble, he could confide in them, and they would do their utmost to assist. Even his university advisor reached out. After all, in the eyes of his mentor, Young fan was a remarkably accomplished and promising student. Why would he relinquish a prestigious position at one of the 4 major banks to return to a life as a fisherman? Was he perhaps disillusioned with life? Thus, upon seeing the messages in the group, his advisor hastily sent a message, hoping to offer guidance and support to Young fan. In response, Young fan felt a mixture of helplessness and warmth. The concern expressed by his teachers and peers was comforting, yet it also left him in a rather absurd predicament. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to patiently respond to each inquiry, reassuring everyone that he was fine and they need not worry. After all, their messages stemmed from genuine concern for his well-being, and he certainly could not ignore them. Goodness! After more than an hour, he finally managed to reply, and his fingers ached from the effort. Young fan shook his somewhat weary arms and let out a long sigh. Moments ago, he had been tirelessly responding to messages from concerned classmates and teachers, clarifying that he had not encountered any difficulties nor faced any setbacks. He simply yearned to return to the tranquil life of the fishing village. Although those classmates and teachers ultimately struggled to comprehend Young fan's decision, at least their blind worries had subsided. Young fan has accomplished his objective. It's nearly 11 o'clock. Rather than indulging in games, it would be prudent to retire for the night, as tomorrow he must rise early to set sail. Young fan glanced at the time and realized it was already past 10 o'clock. He contemplated setting aside his phone and simply retiring to bed. However, at that moment, his phone chimed once more. Oh, who could it be this time? Is there no end to this? Young fan let out a wry smile as he opened WeChat for a fleeting glance. Upon discovering the identity of the sender, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of surprise. Oh, why is she messaging me? Chapter 22. The internet sensation with millions of fans. Qin Yuxue, Young fan. I just saw that you left the bustling metropolis to return to your hometown fishing village. You truly embody a carefree spirit. I admire your outlook on life. Splendid. Moreover, the scenery from your hometown's fishing boats is simply breathtaking. Upon realizing the message was from Qin Yuxue, he felt a rush of emotions. Young fan was indeed somewhat taken aback. His interactions with Qin Yuxue had been rather limited. During their university days, they scarcely exchanged words. Thus, he had not anticipated that she would reach out to him. As for this classmate, Qin Yuxue, Young fan's impression of Qin Yuxue remains profoundly vivid. The reason is simple. This young lady is exceptionally outstanding. Not only is she beautiful, recognized by all the male classmates as a formidable contender for the title of campus belle, but she also possesses a bright and vivacious personality, making her immensely popular among her peers. However, these attributes are not the crux of the matter. What truly leaves a lasting impression on Young fan and all his classmates is the fact that Qin Yuxue became a prominent internet celebrity while still in university. Indeed, she is a significant influencer. When the realm of social media and short videos was just beginning to flourish, Qin Yuxue embarked on her journey of video creation. Initially, she focused on culinary videos, traversing various renowned university campuses in Shanghai to discover delectable foods to feature. Her beauty, melodious voice, and charming demeanor, coupled with her eloquence and high emotional intelligence, contributed to her rising popularity. Furthermore, the quality of her video production was commendable, leading to her gradual ascent to fame. Within just a few months of shooting videos, she amassed over 100,000 followers. Initially, her motivation for creating videos was purely for enjoyment, and her updates were infrequent. However, as her follower count surged, she began to approach this endeavor with a more serious mindset. Consequently, her videos became more meticulously crafted, and the frequency of her updates increased, resulting in a natural growth in her fanbase. By the time she reached her senior year, Qin Yuxue had evolved into a prominent internet celebrity with over 1 million followers across various platforms. After graduation, she officially transitioned into a full-time content creator, producing videos centered around global travel and local culinary specialties. As her content became increasingly diverse and sophisticated, her follower count began to soar exponentially. Currently, Qin Yuxue boasts an impressive following of over 10 million online, with more than 3 million on Bilibili alone, solidifying her status as a bona fide internet sensation. Thus, it was quite a surprise when this already famous classmate reached out with a message. Yang Fan's decision was indeed somewhat unexpected. After a moment of contemplation, he replied to Qin Yuxue with a teasing tone. "Oh, the renowned internet celebrity Qin has sent me a message. I am rather taken aback. Haven't you been traveling abroad to shoot videos?" Meanwhile, in a luxurious duplex apartment overlooking the river in the heart of Shanghai, Qin Yuxue, freshly emerged from a shower with her hair still damp, sat gracefully in a bathrobe on a plush sofa, her long, fair legs crossed, while she held an iPad and watched a video. On the screen played a popular seaside foraging video from a well-known Bilibili content creator. Recently, such videos had surged in popularity across the internet, and being a content creator herself, Qin Yuxue was curious about the allure of these seaside foraging adventures that captivated so many viewers. Fueled by this curiosity, she found herself spending her free time on Bilibili watching these videos. To her surprise, she became quite entranced by them. She realized that the videos were genuinely fascinating, particularly the exhilarating moments when the foragers pulled in their nets or crab traps, akin to unearthing treasures from a chest, never knowing what bounty awaited within. Moreover, many urban dwellers yearn for the charm of rural life and the sea, making the popularity of seaside fishing videos entirely understandable. Enchanted by the allure of these videos, Qin Yuxue began to ponder whether she should collaborate with an experienced forager to create a couple of episodes herself. It seemed like it would be an enjoyable endeavor, allowing her not only to experience the thrill of seaside fishing firsthand, but also to generate captivating content. Perhaps, she could even attract fans of seaside foraging to become her own followers. It was a delightful thought, reaping multiple rewards. Thus, Qin Yuxue resolved to seek out a seasoned forager for a collaboration. However, before she could determine which content creator to contact, she unexpectedly discovered in a university group chat that her classmate Yang Fan had forsaken a prestigious position at one of the big four banks to return to his hometown fishing village. She held a favorable impression of Yang Fan, recalling him as a bright, cheerful young man. It was astonishing to learn that he had chosen such a unique path, leaving behind an enviable career to embrace a life of fishing in his hometown. How wonderfully carefree and audacious. This revelation sparked Qin Yushue's interest even further. She suddenly thought, rather than seeking out a foraging content creator, why not reconnect with her old classmate for a seaside fishing adventure? Moreover, upon gazing at the exquisite photographs of the fishing village shared by Yang Fan, Qin Yushue's conviction intensified. The beauty of Yang Fan's hometown, a fishing village nestled between mountains and waters, was truly captivating, preserving an exceptionally pristine and unique fisherman's charm. Consequently, Qin Yuxue resolved on the spot to inquire if Yang Fan could escort her to experience the joys of fishing at sea, while also capturing a couple of videos in his picturesque hometown. Just then, her phone chimed. She surmised it was a message from Yang Fan and promptly set aside her iPad to grasp her phone. Indeed, her assumption was correct. Yang Fan, "Oh, I am quite taken aback that the renowned Qin has sent me a message. Didn't you travel abroad to film some videos?" Chapter 23. The instructive Yang Hongtao. Upon receiving Yang Fan's message, Qin Yuxue couldn't help but smile before quickly typing a response. Qin Yuxue, hee. I just returned from abroad a few days ago. I was astounded by your remarkable feat, my old classmate. To boldly resign from your position at one of the four major banks and return to your hometown fishing village to become a fisherman, one must admit, Yang Fan, you truly embody a unique spirit and an unparalleled elegance. Yang Fan, haha, it's not too bad. I have simply grown weary of life in the bustling city and long to experience the leisurely lifestyle of a seaside fishing village. Qin Yuxue, impressive. So carefree. My old friend, I have a small favor to ask of you. Would you be willing to lend a hand? Young fan. Oh, even the big internet celebrity needs my assistance? Just say what you need. There's no need for formality between old classmates. Chin Yushiwe. Well, actually it's nothing significant. I've recently developed a fascination for watching tidal flat fishing videos, and I'm particularly intrigued by the practice of fishing in the tidal flats. Initially, I had considered seeking out a tidal flat content creator to guide me through the experience. However, I fortuitously discovered that you, my old classmate, have resigned and returned to your hometown fishing village. I found this coincidence quite remarkable, and I was wondering if you would be willing to take me along to experience tidal flat fishing? With an expression of eager anticipation, Yang Fan. Oh, are you suggesting that you wish to accompany me on a maritime adventure to experience fishing? Are you serious, renowned internet celebrity? Chin Yushua, absolutely. If you are willing to host me, I shall book my flight immediately. Adorable emoticon, meanwhile, on the other side. Upon discovering that Chin Yushua's reason for reaching out was to join him in the pursuit of ocean fishing, Yang Fan couldn't help but chuckle. This celebrated internet personality from his school days was truly up to something amusing. However, after a moment of contemplation, he found no reason to decline her invitation. Given her desire to experience the life of ocean fishing alongside him, as an old classmate, he felt compelled to extend a warm welcome. It hardly constituted an inconvenience. It was merely a trivial effort on his part. Moreover, considering that Chin Yushiwe was undoubtedly a stunning beauty, often regarded as the belle of the department at the prestigious Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, her wish to spend time with him left Yang Fan with even less reason to refuse. With a smile, he promptly typed his agreement to Chin Yushue's request. Yang Fan. Sure, my old classmate. When will you come? Just contact me directly when the time comes, and I will ensure you experience the ultimate joy of fishing. Chin Yushue. Hiki. Yang Fan. It's a deal then. As for when to go, it should be in the next few days. I will let you know as soon as I arrange my schedule. Yang Fan. All right, then I'll see you then. Chin Yushue. I am really looking forward to it. Hehe. I wonder if you have become more handsome than you were in college? With an expression of eager anticipation, Yang Fan. Haha. Whether I'm handsome or not is not for me to decide. Innocent eye-rolling emoticon. Chin Yushua. Hehe. Then it's settled. Yang Fan. After having a pleasant conversation with Chin Yushua for a while, it was already nearing midnight. Yang Fan yawned and set his phone aside, surrendering to slumber. He had made plans with Yang Hongtao to embark on a fishing expedition the following day, necessitating an early rise at 5 o'clock. If he did not hasten to sleep, he would not have ample rest. The night passed in silence. At 5 the next morning, Yang Fan was roused by the alarm he had set in advance. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned over and rose from his bed. His body, transformed by the essence of Dragon Pearl, had endowed him with physical strength and vitality that surpassed that of ordinary individuals. Despite having only enjoyed 5 hours of sleep, he awoke feeling utterly rejuvenated, brimming with energy. After a brief morning routine, Yang Fan made his way to the village dock. Upon arriving at their designated meeting point, he discovered that Yang Hongtao and Yang Shaohai were already aboard the boat, diligently preparing the fishing gear. Fanzi, you're here. I thought you might linger in bed a bit longer. I was just about to call you to hurry up. Yang Hongtao exclaimed with a smile, pausing his work to greet him. Don't be ridiculous. We agreed on 5 o'clock, and I am not one to break my word, Yang Fan retorted playfully. All right then. Hop on board. While it's still dark, we should find a spot to set the floating net and catch some fresh bait, like the green-eyed fish or little white fish. That will ensure the best results when we drop the hooks, Yang Hongtao suggested cheerfully. Yang Fan nodded slightly and then boarded the boat. Once everyone had gathered, Yang Hongtao ignited the engine and set sail towards a fishing area he frequented. This particular stretch of water was well known to him. Even before dawn, the blue mullet was particularly abundant here. With just a single cast of the floating net, it was common to catch dozens at a time. However, as these blue mullet were small and of little monetary value, they could only serve as bait. Upon arriving in this familiar marine territory, Yang Hongtao directly cast a floating net. As the name suggests, a floating net is designed to drift upon the surface of the sea, making it suitable for capturing shallow water fish that prefer to swim near the top. After setting the net, Yang Hongtao, assuming the role of a mentor, elaborated to Yang Fan. My friend, when it comes to our method of fishing with drop lines, the quality of the bait is of utmost importance. If you use bait that has been frozen for an extended period, such as dead fish, the fish in the sea are unlikely to bite. This would result in poor efficacy of the drop lines. However, if you utilize freshly caught fish, cut into small pieces as bait, the results will be significantly better. Therefore, every time I prepare to drop the lines, I make sure to arrive at this area before dawn to set a floating net and catch some live fish for bait. So what do you think, Fan? Have you learned something? As he spoke, Yang Hongtao cast a somewhat proud glance at Yang Fan, his expression seemingly conveying, "My fishing skills are quite impressive. You ought to take note." In response, Yang Fan enthusiastically gave a thumbs up, chuckling, I've learned. Indeed, a fishing maestro like you has quite the expertise. Hee hee. You flatter me. Yang Hongtao chuckled with an air of arrogance, seemingly oblivious to the teasing tone in Yang Fan's words. Chapter 24. The Lower Hook. Let us see who catches more fish. After casting the net, one must wait for half an hour, allowing ample time for the fish in the sea to become ensnared. During this interval, the three of them engaged in light-hearted conversation on the boat, thus avoiding any sense of boredom. However, it is worth noting that, in reality, it was mainly Yang Hongtao and Yang Fan who were happily engrossed in their dialogue. Yang Xiaohai is indeed somewhat restrained. Yang Fan often finds that when he speaks to him, the responses are typically curt and unenthusiastic, resembling that of a taciturn individual. Nevertheless, Yang Fan does not hold it against him, for it is understandable that this young man, having lost his parents at a tender age, has developed a reclusive and reticent demeanor. As they engaged in conversation, time swiftly slipped away, and half an hour had passed before they realized it. Yang Hongtao set sail once again to the designated maritime region, retrieving the floating net he had recently cast. With a splash, as the net emerged from the water, he beheld a modest catch of fish scattered about. Although the quantity appeared substantial, the haul consisted primarily of small fish such as green carp, little white fish, and mullet, insignificant creatures that were not only diminutive in size but also remarkably inexpensive, fetching perhaps only a few yuan at market, suitable merely for bait. Today is quite fortunate. We've caught a fair number. After hauling up the entire net, Yang Hongtao surveyed the catch and estimated at least 40 to 50 fish. A broad grin spreading across his face. As he had previously noted, the bait for the bottom hooks was crucial. Now equipped with these freshly caught live fish as bait, the prospects for today's fishing venture seemed promising. Once the net was secured, the three men collaboratively began to prepare the fish. Subsequently, Yang Hongtao produced a chef's knife and deftly chopped the fish into bite-sized pieces for bait. Once completed, he steered the boat in a determined direction. After approximately half an hour of navigation, they arrived at an unfamiliar stretch of sea, the chosen area where Yang Hongtao intended to set the bottom hooks. This is the spot. I have deployed hooks here twice in the past 6 months. The fish should still be plentiful. We shall set our lines here today. With that, he entrusted the helm to Yang Xiaohai while he prepared the hooks. The process of setting the hooks involved tying a series of branch lines onto a long main line, subsequently affixing hooks and weights to each branch line. In essence, it operated on principles akin to fishing, albeit allowing for the deployment of numerous hooks at once. Today, Yang Hongtao had prepared 3 baskets of hooks. Each basket contained a main line of 500 meters, meticulously affixed with 150 hooks, resulting in a total of 450 hooks across all 3 baskets. If one were to catch a fish for every 10 hooks, they could expect around 40 to 50 fish. However, achieving a catch rate of 1 in 10 with bottom hooks proved to be an exceedingly challenging endeavor. Yang Hongtao has been casting his hooks for several years, with a catch rate lingering around 5%, meaning he is fortunate to reel in a single fish for every 20 hooks cast. At first glance, the odds of catching fish seem exceedingly bleak. However, should fortune smile upon him and he manages to capture a few valuable specimens, the rewards can be substantial. For the prices of seafood today are nothing to scoff at. A single prized fish can fetch hundreds or even thousands. Thus, it can be said that the modern fisherman's endeavor resembles a game of chance. As coastal fishing resources become increasingly depleted, it is becoming increasingly improbable for ordinary fishermen to fill their small boats with a bountiful catch. They can only hope that each voyage will yield lucrative catches, such as the large yellow croaker or the red grouper, allowing them to earn a modest living to support their families. After determining the ideal spot for setting his hooks, Yang Hongtao began to lay down the fishing hooks, emptying 2 baskets in succession. Just as he was about to place the final basket, Yang Fan suddenly spoke up. Taozi, hold off on that basket for now. Let me choose another spot to place it, he said with a smile. Oh, Fanzi, are you eager to join in? All right then. I entrust this basket to you. We shall see who catches more fish later. Yang Hongtao responded with a chuckle. Sure, Yang Fan replied with a grin. He then proceeded to employ a bit of subterfuge, gazing intently into the sea to discern where the fish were more plentiful. After a while, he realized that the fish in this area were rather sparse, lacking any substantial schools, and were predominantly comprised of lesser species, such as scad and wolf herring. Yang Fan naturally looked down upon such fish. Therefore, he instructed Yang Xiaohai to steer the boat towards the open sea, while he himself continuously scanned the waters for fish. At last, after navigating for quite some time, Yang Fan discovered an abundance of fish hidden beneath a certain expanse of sea. It was a rocky area, where the seabed was adorned with numerous rocks, concealing several schools of fish of varying sizes. Moreover, they were all groupers. Xiaohai, navigate towards the 9 o'clock direction. There are rocks beneath, so be cautious and maneuver around the periphery of the rocky zone to avoid grounding. Yang Fan called out to Yang Xiaohai at the bow, and Yang Xiaohai nodded in immediate compliance. Once the vessel reached the outskirts of the rocky area, Yang Fan swiftly seized the opportunity to drop the last basket of fishing hooks. Fan, why did you specifically ask Xiaohai to run such a long distance to set the hooks? Yang Hongtao inquired, perplexed after Yang Fan finished placing all the hooks. I have a strong intuition that this spot is teeming with fish, so I decided to set the hooks here, Yang Fan replied with a smile upon hearing the question. Intuition, my foot. The place you chose certainly has fewer fish than the spot I selected earlier. You even went out of your way to come here. Wasting my fuel. Yang Hongtao scoffed, curling his lips in disdain. What's the matter? Do you not trust my intuition? Yang Fan chuckled. Trust you? That's absurd. Yang Hongtao rolled his eyes. In response, Yang Fan merely smiled, choosing to refrain from further argument, for he was certain that when they retrieved the hooks later, Yang Hongtao's expression would be one of surprise. Chapter 25. A frenzy of fish. The wait for the lower hooks would be considerably longer, requiring at least 2 to 3 hours to ensure a more bountiful catch. Thus, after setting down the 3 baskets of hooks, the trio settled on the boat, patiently awaiting their luck. Honestly, spending such an extended period at sea could be rather tedious. The ocean, while magnificent and awe-inspiring at a glance, could become monotonous with time, revealing nothing but an expanse of bare water as far as the eye could see. However, this embodies the true life of fishermen. Many who enjoy watching videos of tidal fishing often perceive it as exhilarating and entertaining, akin to the thrill of opening treasure chests. Little do they understand that the captivating moments showcased in those brief clips are the result of a day's effort spent in preparation and waiting. Fan, with you here. We now have 3 people. Let's play Do Di Zhu. Suddenly, Yang Hongtao, with a mischievous grin, pulled out a deck of cards, eager to invite Yang Fan to join in a game. This fellow loved playing cards during downtime, but usually it was just him and Yang Xiaohai at sea, limiting their card-playing opportunities. Now, with Yang Fan joining, they could finally engage in a game of landlord. Well, why not? Yang Fan found himself both amused and exasperated at Yang Hongtao's preparedness with a deck for fishing trips, yet he nodded in agreement. After all, waiting for 2 to 3 hours was indeed a long time, and playing Do Di Zhu would certainly help pass the time. And thus, the 3 of them sat aboard the boat, engrossed in their game. Do Di Zhu proved to be quite entertaining, and before they knew it, 3 hours had swiftly elapsed. Yang Hongtao steered his vessel back to the maritime area where he had previously placed 2 baskets of fishing hooks. Upon locating the buoy that connected the fishing hooks, Yang Hongtao deftly utilized a hook to retrieve the buoy and thereafter commenced the process of reeling in the line and collecting the hooks. He had only begun to pull for a brief moment. Yang Hongtao felt a sudden heaviness in his hand, which prompted him to burst into laughter. Haha, a splendid start. The first hook has yielded results. Indeed, as he pulled up the first line, a large sea wolf fish, thrashing vigorously, broke the surface of the water. Xiaohai, quickly! Grab the landing net! Yang Hongtao shouted. Hearing this, Yang Xiaohai expertly seized the landing net and swiftly scooped up the hefty sea wolf fish, which weighed at least 5 or 6 pounds. The two had been fishing together for quite some time, and their teamwork had become remarkably harmonious. Soon, the large sea wolf fish was placed into the live well aboard the boat by Yang Xiaohai. Hee, Fanzi, did you witness my fishing prowess? Seeing the first hook yield such a substantial catch, Yang Hongtao couldn't resist boasting to Yang Fan. In response, Yang Fan merely smiled and chose to ignore him. After all, it was just an ordinary sea wolf fish. Despite its size, weighing 5 or 6 pounds, the fish would fetch only around 70 yuan at most. So what was there to brag about? Yang Fan truly does not wish to dampen this person's spirits. After all, they have already flaunted enough. Yang Hongtao resumed his fishing endeavors, However, his subsequent luck was not as favorable. Following the initial success of his first catch, he pulled up a series of over a dozen hooks, all devoid of fish. This, of course, is not entirely unexpected. The catch rate for lower hooks is inherently low, with typically only one fish being caught for every 20 hooks. If every hook were to yield a fish, it is likely that many would flock to become fishermen. Continuing to haul in the hooks, Yang Hongtao finally struck luck again when he reached the 30-something hook, landing a fish. This time, it was a sea carp weighing approximately 3 to 4 pounds. The price of sea carp significantly exceeds that of the sea wolf fish, fetching around 30 yuan per pound, which means this sizable sea carp could be sold for over 100 yuan. This success brought a moment of pride to Yang Hongtao. As he continued to pull up the hooks, the live well gradually filled with fish. This outing proved to be quite fortunate for him. By the time he had collected all the hooks, he had caught over 20 fish. This catch rate surpassed his usual success, marking it as a rewarding day. It should be noted that not every fish was substantial. Most weighed only 1 or 2 pounds, with some even less than a pound. The largest catch was the sea wolf fish, weighing 5 to 6 pounds, snagged on the first hook. Overall, however, the haul was commendable. Yang Hongtao estimated that these fish could fetch at least 600 or 700 yuan. He chuckled, delighted by the bountiful harvest. Having cast only 2 baskets of hooks, he had managed to catch such a substantial quantity of fish. After joyfully organizing the hooks and his catch, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Yang Hongtao turned his head and, with a hint of pride, raised an eyebrow at Yang Fan, saying with a smile, "What do you think, Fan? My fishing skills are quite impressive, aren't they?" Yang Fan, genuinely impressed, nodded in agreement. His response was sincere, devoid of any teasing. After a day of observation, Yang Fan discovered that Yang Hongtao's fishing skills were indeed commendable, exhibiting remarkable proficiency and finesse. Whether it involved casting nets or setting hooks, he adeptly managed numerous techniques and intricate details. Truly, he was the renowned fishing prodigy of the new generation in Dying Village. "Fan, I am about to retrieve the basket of hooks you set. Do you have the confidence to surpass me?" Yang Hongtao inquired, somewhat boastfully. "Confidence to outdo you? Heh." Upon hearing this, Yang Fan merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Before long, after collecting the 2 baskets of hooks laid by Yang Hongtao, the trio engaged in casual conversation as they navigated their boat to the rocky area where Yang Fan had previously set his hooks. Upon arrival, they first located the buoy connected to the hooks. "Fan, will you collect this basket of hooks, or shall I?" Yang Hongtao asked after retrieving the buoy. "You do it. Let this young lad experience the thrill of a bountiful catch," Yang Fan responded with a grin. "Oh, Fan, it seems you have great confidence in your chosen spot. A bountiful catch, you say? Let us hope you don't end up with an empty haul," Yang Hongtao retorted, a smirk on his face. "Heh. You'll find out once you pull it up," Yang Fan replied. Yang Fan smiled meaningfully. In reality, he had already observed the situation of the fish caught by the hooks in the sea. The catch rate was nothing short of terrifying. Essentially, for every 2 hooks cast, one would ensnare a fish. Moreover, the fish caught were all those exceedingly valuable grouper. Yang Fan felt a twinge of anticipation, pondering how exquisite Yang Hongtao's expression would be when he finally hauls up the fishing line. Chapter 26. A Bountiful Catch, the Astonished Yang Hongtao. After sharing a few light-hearted jokes, Yang Hongtao began to pull the line to collect the basket of hooks that Yang Fan had set. As he continued to pull, Yang Hongtao instantly sensed that he had caught a fish on the first hook. The sensation of reeling in a catch is distinctly different from that of reeling in an empty hook. As a seasoned fisherman, he could immediately discern whether the hook had ensnared a fish. In fact, he could even estimate the approximate size of the fish he was pulling up. "Fanzi, I must say, your luck is quite remarkable to catch a fish on your very first hook. However, I suspect this fish is rather small. Perhaps no more than half a pound at best." As he spoke, Yang Hongtao began to draw the hook up. Indeed, his estimation proved accurate. He had caught a tigerhead fish weighing around 3 to 4 tails. A tigerhead fish, how splendid. It's no small feat for one to grow this large. It's certainly a noteworthy catch. Upon realizing he had caught a tigerhead fish, Yang Hongtao smiled. The tigerhead fish, also known as the stone dog fish or stonefish, typically inhabits reefs and kelp. This fish is renowned for its exceptionally tender and delectable flesh. Often likened to the smaller groupers, whether braised or used in soup, it is undeniably a culinary delight, thus highly sought after in seafood markets. Naturally, its price is also relatively high. A tigerhead fish of this size can fetch around 100 per pound. Although Yang Fan was fortunate enough to catch a fish on his first hook, and a pricey one at that, Yang Hongtao had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation, attributing it merely to Yang Fan's good fortune. He proceeded to pull the second hook. As he reeled it in, suddenly, he felt a tremendous tug on the line. This force unmistakably indicated a substantial catch. Oh, another fish? And it seems quite sizable? Filled with curiosity, Yang Hongtao slowly brought the hook up. Instantly, his eyes widened in astonishment. Holy cow! Such a large red grouper? Fancy, you've struck gold. He could not contain his excitement upon seeing the lively fish being pulled from the water. Indeed, it was a red grouper, and a colossal one at that, weighing at least over 4 pounds. Given the current market price for wild red groupers, a fish of this magnitude could easily command 700 to 800 per pound. Thus, this single fish could be worth over 3,000. Hurry! Xiaohai, grab the landing net quickly. We can't let this big grouper escape. Yang Hongtao shouted. Yang Xiaohai, witnessing the impressive catch, was equally exhilarated. Upon hearing Yang Hongtao's call, he wasted no time in seizing the landing net and deftly scooped the red grouper up. Haha, Fancy, your luck is simply extraordinary to catch such a magnificent red grouper. We're in for a windfall. After bringing the fish aboard, Yang Hongtao laughed heartily at Yang Fan while embracing the magnificent red grouper, showering it with kisses. As a fisherman, it is entirely natural to feel exhilarated upon encountering such a rare treasure. However, it seemed that Yang Hongtao's excitement was somewhat excessive, even prompting him to kiss a fish. Witnessing this, Yang Fan felt a shiver run down his spine, pondering if this fellow, having been single for too long, might be harboring some nefarious thoughts towards a mere fish. All right, Taozi, you are getting a bit too carried away. It's just a grouper. Nothing to make such a fuss about. Let us get back to pulling the hooks. Seeing Yang Hongtao so animated while clutching the large grouper, neglecting to pull the hooks, Yang Fan couldn't help but roll his eyes. Just a grouper? Do you have any idea how much this magnificent specimen is worth? At least over 3,000. This is the most valuable fish I have caught in all my years of fishing. How can I not be excited? Upon noticing Yang Fan's indifferent expression, Yang Hongtao became increasingly animated, exclaiming, This is a red grouper worth over 3,000. What fisherman wouldn't he be ecstatic to see it? Very well. You may continue to kiss your grouper. I shall handle the hooks, Yang Fan replied with a shrug, pushing past Yang Hongtao to commence pulling up the hooks himself. As he methodically retrieved each hook, the excitement of the catch lingered in the air. Yang Hongtao's eyes widened in astonishment, his exclamations growing increasingly fervent. What on earth? He exclaimed. Could it be another magnificent red grouper? No way. He continued. Is that truly another splendid blue grouper? Unbelievable. He gasped. Could it be yet another grand starry grouper? Incredible! He cried. Am I dreaming, or is that yet another impressive mouse grouper? His relentless exclamations echoed through the air. Yang Fan finally retrieved all 150 of his fishing hooks, ultimately reaping a bountiful harvest of 78 fish. This implies that the catch rate for this batch of hooks exceeded 50%. It must be said that this figure is remarkably extravagant. Even more astonishing is the fact that the fish in this haul predominantly consisted of various species of grouper and tiger fish, both of considerable value. While this may seem astounding to others, Yang Fan had anticipated this outcome long ago. After all, he had discerned the secrets of the sea and recognized that beneath this rocky area lay several distinct schools of grouper. When irresistibly fresh bait was cast, it was only natural for these fish to frenzy over the hooks. Ultimately, it is a testament to Yang Fan's extraordinary prowess. As the large groupers nearly filled the onboard storage to the brim, threatening to overflow, it was Yang Fan who remained remarkably composed among the three aboard the vessel. Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai were utterly astonished, left in a state of complete disbelief. After a considerable amount of time had passed, Yang Hongtao gradually emerged from his profound astonishment. He then turned to Yang Fan, gazing at him incredulously, and exclaimed, My heavens! Fan, how on earth did you manage to catch so many groupers with this single basket of hooks? What sorcery is this? This defies all logic. At that moment, Yang Hongtao looked at Yang Fan as if he had encountered a ghost. He simply could not fathom how Yang Fan's basket of hooks could yield such an astonishing number of groupers. Chapter 27. From this day forth, the title of fishing prodigy shall be bestowed upon you. Observing the expression on Yang Hongtao's face, Yang Fan couldn't help but smile. This fellow, wasn't he just boasting a moment ago? Now he's been thoroughly put in his place, hasn't he? You, who was so proud after catching a few fish. Why have you fallen silent now? Yang Fan cast a sidelong glance at Yang Hongtao, teasing him. No more boasting. I shall never dare to show off in front of you again. Yang Hongtao chuckled awkwardly before shifting the conversation with a curious glint in his eyes. By the way, Fancy, honestly, did you just happen upon this fortunate turn of events, or did you truly foresee that there would be an abundance of fish here? He inquired. Facing Yang Hongtao's question, after careful consideration, Yang Fan smiled and remarked, let's say it's a 50-50 situation. I have noticed that my instincts can be quite accurate at times. Upon arriving here, I sensed that this rocky area would be abundant with fish, which is why I instructed you to place the fishing hooks here. Of course, the fact that we managed to catch so many fish is largely attributable to luck as well. Yang Fan could not reveal the true reason to Yang Hongtao. He could only attribute the success of catching so many fish to his intuition and luck. Well, Fancy, I must admit that your luck and intuition are truly unparalleled, sighed Yang Hongtao. He pondered why he was not endowed with such extraordinary foresight and fortune as Yang Fan. If he possessed such gifts, perhaps he too could frequently catch an abundance of splendid grouper. Alas, the heavens are unjust. At this moment, Yang Hongtao remained unaware that Yang Fan had caught dozens of exceptional wild yellow croaker. If he were to learn of this, his inner thoughts would surely be even more riveting than they currently were. Now, do you believe my intuition is quite accurate? Yang Fan chuckled upon seeing Yang Hongtao's sighing demeanor. Indeed, I believe it wholeheartedly. Fancy, you are truly remarkable. As he spoke, Yang Hongtao playfully declared, Fancy, I hereby bestow upon you the title of the foremost fishing prodigy of our new generation in Dying Village. In your presence, I am but a mere novice. No, you should retain that title, for I do not covet it, Yang Fan replied, rolling his eyes. No way. The title of fishing expert rightfully belongs to you, Fancy. Now, cease this nonsense and swiftly return to sell the fish. The hold is brimming with fish, and they are surely at risk of perishing if we do not act quickly. Right? I nearly forgot. We must hurry back to sell the fish. These grouper could fetch several tens of thousands. If they die, it would be a tremendous loss. Subsequently, the three set sail for home. However, they did not choose to return to the fishing village, but rather directed their vessel toward the seafood trading dock in the city. Having caught such a plethora of wild grouper, they knew that selling in the city would yield the best prices. Yang Hongtao intended to sell these grouper to the seafood merchants and fish vendors at the trading dock. Yet, Yang Fan contemplated and decided to send a message to Xin Yufei while en route, informing her of the wild grouper he had caught and inquiring if she was interested in purchasing them. His reasoning for contacting her was that selling such prime goods directly to a high-end seafood restaurant would be far more lucrative than selling to middlemen, who would surely take a significant cut. Thus, Yang Fan opted to reach out to Xin Yufei. Drawing from his previous experiences with the transactions of yellow croaker and exquisite lobsters, Yang Fan held a profound trust in Xin Yufei, the enchanting proprietor of the seafood restaurant. This affluent businesswoman was renowned for her meticulous approach to commerce, offering remarkably fair prices. Shortly after Yang Fan sent his message, he promptly received a response from Xin Yufei. In her reply, she expressed her eagerness to acquire the batch of wild grouper, instructing Yang Fan to await her arrival at the trading dock. Regarding this outcome, Yang Fan's arrival was entirely expected. Although wild grouper may not possess the same rarity and value as wild yellow croaker, it undeniably qualifies as a superior delicacy in the realm of seafood. For any prestigious seafood restaurant, genuine wild grouper is undoubtedly in high demand. It is only natural that Xin Yufei would be eager to procure such exquisite fish. However, what Yang Fan was unaware of was that upon learning of his recent catch of numerous wild grouper, Xin Yufei placed significant importance on the matter. She promptly set aside her pressing responsibilities and personally drove to the seafood trading dock. As the proprietor of an upscale seafood establishment, it would seem unnecessary for Xin Yufei to rush over for a mere acquisition of wild grouper. She could have easily delegated this task to one of her subordinates. Yet, her demeanor shifted entirely when it involved Yang Fan. Having received exceptional delicacies such as splendid lobsters and wild yellow croakers from him, Xin Yufei developed an intense curiosity about Yang Fan. She speculated that he must possess some unique fishing techniques. Otherwise, it would be improbable for him to consistently catch such remarkable seafood. Today, Yang Fan had once again caught a number of wild grouper, further substantiating her hypothesis. Consequently, Xin Yufei resolutely decided that she must cultivate a friendship with Yang Fan, should he indeed possess the ability to continually capture exquisite seafood. Befriending him would undoubtedly be of immense benefit to her endeavors in managing the seafood restaurant. Chapter 28. encountering the beautiful boss. Xin Yufei, after more than an hour of navigating the sea, the trio finally arrived at the seafood trading dock in the city. Once they secured the boat, Yang Hongtao skillfully employed a net to extract all the fish from the live well, placing them into an enormous bucket. This substantial container was specifically designated for storing fish, filled with seawater and equipped with an oxygen aerator to maintain the fish's vitality. In an instant, over 100 fish of various sizes filled the bucket to the brim. The sound of splashing filled the air as these lively fish struggled within their confines, creating a delightful cacophony. Aha! What a joyous sound! It had been ages since he had heard so many fish splashing together. Observing the wriggling fish in the bucket, Yang Hongtao couldn't help but break into a wide grin. For fishermen like him, perhaps the most cherished sound is that of fish splashing, as it resonates with the same pleasure as the sound of counting banknotes. Enough of this foolish laughter. Let us quickly move the fish to the dock. Yang Fan chided with a smile at Yang Hongtao's exuberance. He chuckled, "Hey, it's not my first time catching so many fish. I'm just thrilled." Upon hearing this, Yang Hongtao chuckled in a somewhat foolish manner, and then called upon Yang Xiao to lend a hand. Together, they hoisted the large bucket brimming with fish onto the dock. Just as they set foot on the dock, several fishmongers immediately gathered around. These fishmongers, who were accustomed to waiting for business at the dock, swiftly approached upon seeing the fishermen bringing their catch ashore, eager to see if they might procure some fine goods. "Goodness, look at all these large grouper," exclaimed the first middle-aged fishmonger who drew near, his eyes widening at the sight of the bucket filled predominantly with sizable grouper. "Young man, are these wild or farmed? What is the price per pound? If the price is right, I'll take them all," he quickly inquired, expressing his intent to purchase. "Huh, of course, they are wild grouper, my friends, and I just caught them using drop lines," Yang Hongtao replied with pride. "Wild? That's even better. How much can you sell them for?" The middle-aged fishmonger, now even more exhilarated at the prospect of acquiring these wild grouper, envisioned a handsome profit. As he spoke, other fishmongers, who had been slower to approach, hurried over upon hearing of the wild grouper. "Wow, what a treasure! So many wild grouper, truly a rarity. Young man, how much for these wild grouper? Give me a price. Old Zhang, will take them all." "Young man, sell to me. I'll offer a fairer price." The fishmongers, after gazing at the wild grouper in the bucket, became animated, each clamoring to make a purchase. However, at this moment, Yang Hongtao shrugged his shoulders and smiled, saying, "Gentlemen, I must apologize, but these fish have already been pre-ordered. They are all taken." Upon hearing this, the faces of the fishmongers instantly fell. "What? Pre-ordered again? Let's disperse." Then, alas, to have good goods, yet be unable to obtain them. This business is indeed difficult. They shook their heads in disappointment and departed. Yet, such occurrences were not uncommon for them, and they were no strangers to it. Typically, seasoned fishermen had familiar clients, and it was perfectly normal for them to prioritize selling their prized catches to regular customers. "Fancy, didn't you mention that you had contacted that beautiful lady from before? When is she coming?" After the fishmongers had left, Yang Hongtao turned to Yang Fan and inquired. Having spoken with Xin Yufei while at sea, Yang Fan had briefly mentioned this matter to Yang Hongtao, so he was aware that Xin Yufei was coming to procure these grouper. "I'll check if she has arrived." Upon hearing this, Yang Fan took out his phone and sent a message to Xin Yufei. Soon, Xin Yufei replied, explaining that she had been stuck in traffic for quite some time, which caused her delay. She mentioned that she would arrive at the dock in just a few more minutes. Although she was caught in traffic, she would be there shortly. "So let us wait a little longer." Yang Fan put away his phone and said to Yang Hongtao, "All right." Yang Hongtao nodded in response. Subsequently, the three of them waited at the dock for a while. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, Xin Yufei finally arrived. This time, she was not alone. She brought along 2 staff members from the restaurant, driving a seafood transport truck. "Yang Fan, it's a pleasure to see you again." Xin Yufei approached, her face beaming with a radiant smile as she greeted him with charming grace. "Indeed, Boss Shan, it's wonderful to see you again," Yang Fan replied, returning her smile. "It is quite amusing, really. Ever since their initial meeting during the sale of the exquisite lobsters, he had been coming to the dock to meet her in person for 4 consecutive days. They say familiarity breeds comfort, and over these 4 days, the bond between Yang Fan and Xin Yufei had indeed deepened. While the two were engaged in their friendly exchange, Yang Hongtao, on the other side, widened his eyes in astonishment, his expression one of sheer disbelief. What on earth is happening? Why does Fan seem so familiar with this stunning beauty? Could it be that after selling the exquisite lobsters, he has been flirting with her on WeChat? Yang Hongtao was unaware of the fact that Yang Fan had sold large yellow croakers to Shun Yufei just a couple of days prior. Thus, upon witnessing the apparent familiarity between the two, he immediately speculated that Yang Fan might be secretly engaging in flirtatious conversations with the enchanting beauty Shun Yufei on WeChat. After all, how could they possibly be so close? He chuckled to himself, thinking that Yang Fan, the audacious charmer, had indeed managed to form a connection with such a stunning woman. Observing the lively exchange between Yang Fan and Shun Yufei, Yang Hongtao couldn't help but indulge in his own fantasies about their relationship. Chapter 29. Call me Yufei Jia. While Yang Hongtao was lost in his thoughts, Shun Yufei, after exchanging a few words with Yang Fan, turned her gaze towards the large bucket on the ground. Upon noticing that it was brimming with fish, her eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that there are over 100 fish in there? And more than half of them are various precious species of grouper? She exclaimed. Yang Fan, did you really catch all these groupers using the drop line technique? Shun Yufei turned her head, her beautiful eyes fixed on Yang Fan, genuinely intrigued. It is worth mentioning that Yang Fan had not disclosed the exact number of fish he had caught to her before. He had merely mentioned that he had caught some groupers. Therefore, Shun Yufei had no inkling that his notion of some encompassed such a vast quantity. Yes, indeed. Yang Fan nodded in affirmation. My goodness, you truly caught all these with the drop line technique? Your skills must be exceptional. At Yang Fan's confirmation, Shun Yufei blinked her captivating eyes and gasped in surprise. As a restaurant owner who frequently dealt with seafood, Shun Yufei was quite familiar with the drop line fishing method. It was precisely because she understood it that she was aware of its generally low efficiency. It was virtually impossible to catch so many fish at once, let alone the fact that a significant portion of them were valuable groupers. At this moment, Shun Yufei's gaze towards Yang Fan became increasingly intriguing. The curiosity of this beautiful proprietress regarding Yang Fan had undoubtedly reached an entirely new zenith. The subsequent events unfolded with remarkable clarity. After examining the wild grouper, Shun Yufei expressed her utmost satisfaction. She then instructed her 2 restaurant attendants to meticulously weigh each fish. Once the attendants had completed this task, Shun Yufei promptly offered Yang Fan a price that exceeded the market rate by at least 30%, acquiring all the grouper without hesitation. Naturally, this acquisition was not limited to grouper alone. She also included the sea wolves and carp caught by Yang Hongtao. Ultimately, the total sale amounted to over 80,000. While Yang Fan remained largely indifferent to this figure, both Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai were utterly elated. To earn over 80,000 from a single fish was a notion they had never even dared to dream of in the past. Yang Hongtao has been fishing for many years, and on his best day, he earned merely over 3,000 yuan. That instance was a stroke of luck, as he caught a great white shark weighing over 100 g. Hence, one can imagine the profound impact that the sum of over 80,000 yuan has had on both Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai. Following the completion of the transaction, the 2 employees from the restaurant that Shun Yufei brought along promptly transported the fish to the Shun family seafood restaurant in a specialized seafood delivery vehicle. As for Shun Yufei herself, she continued to board the luxurious Bentley business car that Yang Fan was quite familiar with. Noticing Shun Yufei's departure, Yang Fan courteously went to see her off. At that moment, Shun Yufei, already seated in the car, turned to Yang Fan outside the window and flashed a charming smile. Yang Fan, since we are quite familiar with each other now, why not forego calling me Boss Shun? You may call me Sister Yufei, or simply Yufei. What do you think? That sounds fine, Sister Yufei. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan cast a glance at Shun Yufei and then smiled nonchalantly. After all, addressing such a stunning and affluent woman as sister felt like a worthwhile endeavor to him. Then shall I call you Fan D from now on? Shun Yufei inquired, her eyes blinking playfully as she noted Yang Fan's genuine change in address. As you wish, he replied. Hee. It's settled then, Fan D. Shun Yufei laughed exuberantly, her joy evident as she embraced the notion of having Yang Fan as her charming younger brother. In response, Yang Fan simply smiled. After bidding farewell to Shun Yufei, Yang Fan's eyes narrowed slightly. He keenly sensed that Shun Yufei, an extraordinarily mature and alluring woman, had exhibited a hint of flirtation in her demeanor towards him moments ago. Was she intentionally attempting to forge a closer connection? However, after a brief moment of contemplation, Yang Fan quickly found solace in the thought. Within the span of 4 days, he had consistently captured an array of exquisite seafood, all through transactions with Shun Yufei. This undoubtedly led her to speculate about his exceptional fishing prowess. As the proprietor of a renowned seafood restaurant, it was only natural for Shun Yifei to seek to cultivate a relationship with someone who could regularly procure such remarkable catches. Thus, it was perfectly reasonable. Chapter 30. The Great Yellow finally returns home after selling the fish. It was already 11:30. The three of them had risen before 5 to venture out to sea and had been tirelessly engaged for 6 or 7 hours, leaving them famished. Consequently, Yang Fan suggested that they momentarily postpone their return to the village and instead find a restaurant in the city to enjoy a leisurely lunch before heading back. Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai naturally had no objections to this. Subsequently, the three of them found a restaurant near the dock. After ordering their dishes, Yang Fan took out his phone and promptly transferred 55,000 yuan to Yang Hongtao via WeChat. Upon receiving the transfer notification, Yang Hongtao immediately looked up and exclaimed, "Fancy, why on earth did you send me such a large sum?" Yang Fan replied with a smile, "It's the proceeds from selling the fish. We made over 80,000 in total, divided into 3 shares, so this 55,000 is for you and Xiaohai." Hearing this, Yang Hongtao quickly shook his head in refusal, insisting, "Fancy, I can't accept this. The bulk of the catch was due to your efforts alone. I can't possibly take so much. In my opinion, a couple of thousand for each of us would suffice. I truly can't accept more." Seeing his refusal, Yang Fan shot him a stern look and said, "We all went out to sea together, and we used your boat. The money from selling the fish should be split evenly, regardless of who contributed more. Now, quickly take the money." "No, Fancy, I really can't accept this," Yang Hongtao protested. Before he could finish, Yang Fan erupted with frustration. "Stop with the nonsense. I simply ask you, do you still consider me your brother? Do you think I'm the kind of person who could comfortably pocket this money alone? But no buts. If you keep hesitating, there won't be a brotherhood left." "All right, Fancy. If that's how it is, then fine." Yang Hongtao initially considered declining, but upon hearing Yang Fan's earnest words, he reflected and chose not to voice any further objections. Having grown up together since childhood, he was well acquainted with Yang Fan's character. "I'll accept the money. Fan, I won't say much about the other brothers, thank you." With tears in his eyes, Yang Hongtao gazed at Yang Fan, deeply moved. "Stop right there. This money was earned together. There's no need for thanks. And for heaven's sake, don't look at me with those eyes. It makes me uneasy." Noticing the somewhat sappy look in Yang Hongtao's eyes, Yang Fan waved his hand and playfully scolded him. After exchanging a few more words with Yang Hongtao, Yang Fan turned his attention to Yang Xiaohai, saying, "Xiaohai, you're still young. When Taozi gives you your share later, don't squander it. It's best to hand it over to your grandfather for safekeeping. Save it for buying a house and marrying a wife in the future, understand?" "Yes, I understand, Brother Fan." Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaohai obediently nodded. Noticing that Yang Xiaohai seemed to have absorbed his words, Yang Fan smiled. After spending an entire day in the company of this reticent youth, Yang Fan could distinctly perceive that the young lad, merely 16 or 17 years of age, possessed an undeniable resilience and tenacity, far surpassing that of his peers in maturity and understanding. The unexpected sorrows he had endured may have once shattered his tender spirit, yet they also facilitated profound growth within him. Simultaneously, Yang Fan sensed that when they set sail today to cast the fishing lines, the boy's presence seemed to render Yang Xiaohai somewhat uneasy, as he remained taciturn and withdrawn, akin to a sealed gourd. However, as the day progressed and they gradually interacted, Yang Xiaohai seemed to gradually relax in his presence, becoming more at ease. This brought a sense of comfort to Yang Fan, who empathized with this young man who had endured similar sorrows. He even contemplated stepping into the role of an elder brother, hoping to assist this youth in his journey toward better growth. Naturally, Yang Fan understood that this process required patience. After enjoying a delightful feast, the three returned to the dock and sailed back to the village. Subsequently, they each went their separate ways home. As Yang Fan approached the entrance of his courtyard, he was suddenly greeted by a familiar figure that darted out from within, immediately lunging to bite at the hem of his trousers. "Goodness, De Huang, you actually decided to come home?" Upon witnessing De Huang's return, Yang Fan rolled his eyes and couldn't help but give the creature a light kick. This incorrigible rascal. To think he had spent 3 consecutive days gallivanting about. One could only wonder how many little female dogs he had enticed during his escapades. Woof, woof, woof. Although Yang Fan's kick was gentle, De Huang still looked quite aggrieved. He gazed up at Yang Fan with a pitiful expression, as if to say, "Master, this is unjust. If you hadn't fed me so many golden droplets, fueling the primal power within me, Would I have felt compelled to embark on such a 3-day adventure? While it was indeed exhilarating, 3 days and nights of frolicking nearly left me utterly exhausted. Of course, De Huang could not articulate his thoughts. Otherwise, he would certainly have lamented to Yang Fan. After playing with his long-lost companion for a while, Yang Fan ascended to his room for a midday respite. Having spent the entire day in relentless pursuit outside, he was indeed fatigued. His slumber was particularly deep and restorative. Alas, he was roused from his peaceful repose by an untimely phone call. Otherwise, he might have slept until dusk. The call was from his internet celebrity classmate, Qin Yuxue. Over the line, she informed Yang Fan that she had secured a flight for 10 o'clock the following morning, expected to arrive in Beihai City around noon. Upon hearing that his old classmate would be visiting, Yang Fan promptly expressed his willingness to meet her at the airport. Qin Yuxue graciously accepted his offer after a brief exchange of pleasantries, eagerly anticipating their reunion the next day. After concluding the call with Qin Yuxue, Yang Fan contemplated that since he had no pressing matters this afternoon, he might as well venture into town to purchase some flowers and plants. Intending to spruce up the barren expanse of his front yard, the vast stretch of empty land appeared rather desolate, and he felt it necessary to cultivate it by planting some greenery to enhance its aesthetic appeal. With his mind made up, he set forth. Yang Fan then went to borrow a motorcycle from Yang Hongtao, after which he rode the motorcycle to the town. Upon arriving in the town, Yang Fan quickly found a quaint little shop specializing in potted plants and flowers on the sole commercial street of the town. The establishment, aptly named Floral Life, exuded an artistic charm. After parking his motorcycle, he stepped inside Floral Life. As soon as he crossed the threshold, a melodious voice greeted him. "Welcome. May I assist you?" "Wait, are you Yang Fan?" Chapter 31. The town girl, upon hearing his name called as he entered, Yang Fan was genuinely taken aback. He looked up in confusion to discover a young woman seated behind the cash register. She appeared to be in her early 20s, radiating a gentle grace, with a high ponytail and a round, rosy face that was undeniably sweet. According to Yang Fan's aesthetic sensibilities, she was indeed a lovely girl. Although she may not possess the striking beauty that captivates at first glance, her charm lay in a captivating and rustic beauty characteristic of a small-town girl. The young woman clearly recognized Yang Fan, her large, dark eyes fixed upon him, sparkling with a hint of amusement and surprise. However, after scrutinizing her features, he realized he had no recollection of her whatsoever. "Miss, do you know me?" Yang Fan inquired, bemused. "Goodness, Yang, you truly are forgetful. It's only been a few years since graduation, and you don't remember your classmate from middle school, with whom you shared 3 years. She teased, covering her mouth with a soft laugh upon seeing Yang Fan's puzzled expression. "We were middle school classmates? I apologize, but I genuinely cannot recall. What is your name?" Yang Fan scratched his head, struggling to recall who this girl was. "Do you remember Su Xiaoxiao?" Upon hearing that name, Yang Fan mumbled briefly, and then suddenly it struck him. "Oh right, I remember now. You were the English class representative back in middle school. My English grades were quite poor, and I often came to you for help. Finally remembered me? It seems my presence was so negligible back then that I failed to leave any impression on the handsome Yang Fan. Alas, I must have been quite a disappointment." As she spoke, Su Xiaoxiao shook her head and feigned a look of disappointment with a sigh. No, not at all. As the saying goes, a girl changes greatly at 18. After not seeing you for a few years, it's only natural that I wouldn't recognize you, given how stunning you've become." Yang Fan waved his hand with a smile. "Hee, do you really think I'm beautiful now, Yang Fan? Hearing such praise from you truly makes me happy." Su Xiaoxiao replied with a hint of delight. "All right, old classmate, there's no need to keep calling me handsome. It feels a bit strange. Just call me Yang Fan," he said, giggling. Su Xiaoxiao replied, "But you were always acknowledged as the most handsome guy in our class, and it seems you've only grown more handsome since then." Then, with a curious gaze, she asked, "So, old classmate, what brings you back to town? Shouldn't you be in the big city?" The news of Yang Fan's admission to a prestigious university had been widely known among their middle school peers, so Su Xiaoxiao was well aware of it. "I was struggling to get by in the city, so a few days ago, I decided to return to my hometown and become a fisherman." Yang Fan shrugged with a smile. "A fisherman? Are you sure you're not joking?" Su Xiaoxiao blinked her bright, dark eyes in surprise. "Of course, I'm not joking. I just returned from setting up my fishing lines this morning," he replied. "Really? You've actually gone back to fishing?" Su Xiaoxiao was taken aback, as it seemed improbable for a graduate of a prestigious university to resort to such a life. "I'm not kidding. I'm genuinely a fisherman now. Of course, There are other reasons for my return, but I want to go into detail for now. Yang Fan smiled and then deftly shifted the topic, inquiring. Let us not dwell on that, old classmate. By the way, is this shop owned by your family? Indeed, Su Xiao smiled. Did you come today to purchase some flowers or plants? Nodding, Su Xiao noticed Yang Fan's reluctance to discuss his reasons for returning home, so she refrained from pressing further. She was not one to pry unnecessarily. Yes, upon returning home, I found the large courtyard rather bare and thought to plant some greenery for embellishment. What do you think would look nice? Given her family's flower shop, Yang Fan sought her advice on the matter. Well, that depends on the size of your courtyard, Su Xiao replied, tucking a loose strand of hair behind her ear. If your space is limited, I would suggest planting solely ornamental flowers and shrubs. However, if your courtyard is spacious enough, I recommend cultivating a vegetable garden, perhaps with grapes, strawberries, tomatoes, and leafy greens. This would not only serve to beautify your yard, but, if tended well, you could enjoy the fruits and vegetables you grow yourself. Planting produce? Upon hearing Su Xiao's suggestion, Yang Fan contemplated and realized it was indeed a splendid idea. As she mentioned, growing fruits and vegetables would not only adorn the expansive courtyard, but also provide fresh harvests. If he successfully cultivated vegetables, he could achieve self-sufficiency and no longer need to frequent the market for groceries. For meat, he could catch seafood, and for vegetables, he could simply pick them from his garden. The thought was quite delightful. Suddenly, as he considered the prospect of growing produce, an epiphany struck Yang Fan. Drawing from the experience gained from De Huang, he understood that Jin Di had effects on animals. But what about plants? If he diluted Jin Di in water and used it to irrigate his fruits and vegetables, would it enhance their quality? Would they be tastier and more nutritious than ordinary produce? Intrigued by this notion, Yang Fan felt a surge of excitement and was eager to return home to experiment. Chapter 32. Cultivating a vegetable garden and testing the effects of Jin Di on plants. All right, old classmate. I shall plant fruits and vegetables in the courtyard. What seeds do you have available at your shop? Yang Fan asked Su Xiao, having made up his mind. We have seeds for cherry tomatoes, chili peppers, bell peppers, carrots, white radishes, strawberries, and leafy greens. In short, we stock the usual household vegetable seeds, Su Xiao replied with a smile. Then I'll take a pack of each, Yang Fan declared, opting to purchase all the seeds without hesitation. You want all the seeds? Are you planning to become a farmer? Su Xiao teased. Su Xiao chuckled, covering her mouth. Haha, there is nothing wrong with being a vegetable farmer. Watering the plants and weeding daily can be quite leisurely, and one can be self-sufficient. Yang Fan also laughed. All right then, I shall prepare a small packet of every type of seed for you. With that, Su Xiao busied herself and soon packaged a little of every fruit and vegetable seed in the shop for Yang Fan. Once she had finished, she handed the seeds to him and briefly instructed him on how to cultivate them. Old classmate, how much do these seeds cost in total? Yang Fan inquired after receiving the seeds. Since we are old classmates, there is no need to discuss money for such a small quantity of seeds. They are a gift for you, Su Xiao replied, shaking her head with a smile. That wouldn't be appropriate. Yang Fan wished to express more. Yet Su Xiao feigned anger and interrupted him with a stern expression. Yang Fan, if you offer money, I shall not sell to you. Well, in that case, I appreciate it, my old classmate. Upon hearing Su Xiao's remark, Yang Fan conveyed his gratitude and refrained from further discussing monetary matters. Such a modest assortment of seeds surely held little value. Prolonging the conversation would serve no purpose. It was sufficient to cherish the bond shared between old friends. After exchanging a few more nostalgic pleasantries, Yang Fan bid farewell to Su Xiao and rode his motorcycle back to the village. Carrying a substantial bag of vegetable and fruit seeds home, Yang Fan gazed at the expansive courtyard of his home and suddenly broke into a smile. He seemed to envision a future where this vast yard would be adorned with flourishing grapevines, a patch of strawberries, and an assortment of fruits and vegetables. The mere thought of such a scene was utterly enchanting. Picture a 3-story seaside villa, with a grand courtyard filled with various fruits and vegetables, a grapevine elegantly climbing high, laden with clusters of grapes, and beneath the trellis, a sun lounger awaiting his presence. Sitting there, he could simply reach out to pluck a bunch of grapes whenever thirst beckoned. The thought alone made his mouth water. Without further ado, he decided to head out to tend to the land. Yang Fan indulged in a delightful fantasy, smiling as he made his way to the storage room to retrieve a hoe and a shovel. Without further ado, he diligently commenced his labor, wielding the tools with fervor as he began to cultivate the vast expanse of untamed land at the corner of the yard. Despite his lack of experience in tilling the soil and his clumsy technique, his body, enhanced by the golden drop transformation, endowed him with physical strength and power that far surpassed that of an ordinary person. Thus, through a series of somewhat chaotic efforts, he swiftly cleared the wilderness. Once the land was prepared, Yang Fan opened the packet of seeds that Su Xiaoxiao had given him and took out a small sachet of cherry tomato seeds. Cherry tomatoes, also known as sweethearts, are delightful fruits that are sweet, juicy, and refreshingly thirst-quenching. Rich in vitamin C, they are particularly convenient to consume, as they can be enjoyed whole after a simple wash, without the need to spit out the skin or seeds. Yang Fan has a profound fondness for cherry tomatoes. Thus he designated them as his inaugural cultivation target. In the days that followed, he embarked on the sowing process, meticulously scattering the seeds of the cherry tomatoes in neat rows across the freshly tilled garden bed. In contrast to tilling the soil, the act of sowing undoubtedly requires a greater degree of precision and care. Yang Fan could no longer recklessly strike like a blind fist. He could only bend down and patiently sow the seeds bit by bit. By the time he had evenly and neatly scattered the small tomato seeds across the entire plot of land, the sun had begun its descent, and dusk was upon him. Goodness, sowing was far more exhausting than tilling. Once he finally completed the task, Yang Fan stood up and stretched, feeling a slight ache in his waist. Nevertheless, despite the fatigue, gazing at the small vegetable patch he had cultivated with his own hands filled him with an immense sense of accomplishment. He profoundly grasped an old adage: the laboring people are the most honorable. Self-sufficiency brings abundance. After a brief respite, Yang Fan, feeling sufficiently rested, went to the kitchen and fetched a bucket, filling it with water. The purpose of gathering the water was, of course, to irrigate his vegetable garden. A crucial step in the process ahead. The impetus behind Yang Fan's fervent endeavor to cultivate a patch of land was his eagerness to experiment, to ascertain whether the golden droplets refined from the Dragon Pearl would yield any beneficial effects on vegetation. Subsequently, he activated the Dragon Pearl within his dantian, swiftly refining several droplets that oozed from the tip of his right index finger. He then deposited these droplets into a bucket of water. The moment the golden droplets mingled with the water, they were instantly diluted and vanished. Yang Fan then carefully irrigated the freshly cultivated patch with half a bucket of this diluted solution. Mission accomplished. Now, all that remained was to observe whether the golden droplets would prove effective. Once everything was finally set, Yang Fan stretched languidly, easing his somewhat fatigued body. Gazing upon the small vegetable plot he had cleared, planted, and watered, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, tinged with anticipation. Would the tiny cherry tomato seeds sprout successfully? What miraculous effects might the diluted golden droplets bestow upon them? Time would soon unveil the answers. Chapter 33. A return to the sea in search of dinner. Having successfully cultivated the patch of land consumed approximately 2 to 3 hours of Yang Fan's time. Despite the intensity of his labors, he did not feel excessively weary. However, he was drenched in a sticky, unpleasant sweat, prompting him to decide that a swim in the sea was in order. It was reminiscent of a few days prior, when he had returned home and spent the afternoon toiling away, only to find himself similarly drenched in sweat, leading him to take a dip in the ocean. As luck would have it, he had caught 2 splendid lobsters that day. Recalling that fortunate event, Yang Fan chuckled to himself. Tonight's dinner remained unplanned, and he wondered whether he would be as fortunate this time. If he could manage to catch lobsters or crabs again, he would keep them for himself, regardless of their price. One must admit, the extravagance of having several million in wealth indeed alters one's perspective. Previously, he would have prioritized selling any valuable catch for profit. Now, however, his thoughts revolved around satisfying his own appetite first. After all, he could now consider himself a man of means. With a smile, Yang Fan ascended the stairs to fetch a clean outfit before heading out toward the seaside. His companion, the dog De Huang, had once again wandered off, likely to chase after the village's female dogs. Otherwise, he would have brought it along. Alone, he arrived at the rocky area he had visited last time. Yang Fan first surveyed his surroundings and, upon discovering that he was alone in this area, he unhesitatingly shed his clothing and plunged directly into the sea. As he entered the water, Yang Fan was suddenly enveloped in an unparalleled sense of euphoria. This was not merely a fleeting comfort, but rather an exquisite delight that felt as if every cell within him was jubilantly celebrating and dancing. This remarkable sensation was the extraordinary effect bestowed by the Dragon Pearl. His body was continuously being transformed by the Dragon Pearl, fostering an ever-deepening affinity for the ocean. The moment he immersed himself in the seawater, a profound relaxation washed over him entirely. It could be said that Yang Fan's connection to the sea had now surpassed that of the land. He could even thrive in the depths of the ocean. However, he remained a human, not a fish, and thus spent the majority of his time on solid ground. Nevertheless, Yang Fan had resolved that whenever time permitted, he would linger longer in the embrace of the sea. Of course, he recognized that one could not remain in a singular stretch of water indefinitely, for monotony would surely ensue. Particularly, the coastal areas held little allure, as they were barren of the majestic schools of fish and the breathtakingly unique underwater coral landscapes, rendering them rather uninteresting. Yang Fan contemplated the prospect of one day traversing every ocean of the world to marvel at the myriad wonders beneath the sea. Such an endeavor would undoubtedly be immensely fascinating. However, that was a matter for the future, not something he ought to dwell upon at present. What demanded his immediate attention was the urgent need to procure some lobsters or crabs for dinner. After laboring throughout the afternoon, his stomach was already voicing its discontent. He pulled his scattered thoughts back into focus. Yang Fan began his descent into the depths of the sea. As he swam, his gaze incessantly roamed the waters in search of aquatic treasures. The stark reality of the impoverished coastal fishery resources presented itself once more before his eyes. An expanse of barren sea lay before him, devoid of any substantial schools of fish. Only a few scattered, undersized specimens meandered in the vicinity, rendering the scene desolate and bleak. After searching this area for a while without success, Yang Fan found himself compelled to broaden his scope, employing his remarkable swimming speed and exceptional underwater vision to conduct a thorough exploration of more distant and expansive waters. However, this time, fortune seemed to elude him. He searched tirelessly through the depths, scouring a considerable stretch of the nearby sea, yet still found nothing of value. The most valuable marine bounty that Yang Fan encountered consisted merely of a few sizable black sea bream, each weighing approximately 2 to 3 pounds. This particular species typically commands a price of around 60 to 70 yuan per pound, with the 2 to 3 pound specimens fetching between 1 to 200 yuan. Indeed, the flesh of the black bream is quite delectable, and had Yang Fan been able to capture them, he would undoubtedly have seized the opportunity to collect these magnificent fish. However, the unfortunate truth is that marine fish are incredibly agile in their natural habitat. Even though Yang Fan possesses exceptional swimming skills, he still pales in comparison to the swiftness of the fish. Unlike lobsters and crabs, which tend to be sluggish and often hide clumsily among the crevices of rocks, making them relatively easy to catch, fish are markedly more astute. The moment Yang Fan approaches, they swiftly dart away, demonstrating remarkable speed in their movements. Thus, the prospect of catching fish by hand in the sea remains an impossibility for him. It is precisely for this reason Yang Fan only contemplated capturing crabs and lobsters for dinner, dismissing the notion of fishing for other aquatic delicacies. Regrettably, fortune was not on his side today. After an extensive search, he failed to locate any substantial crabs or lobsters worthy of his efforts. However, even in the most depleted coastal waters, one can still find a few small shrimp and crabs. Throughout his search, Yang Fan encountered several stone crabs, orchid crabs, and red flower crabs. Yet none of them were of sufficient size to meet his self-imposed crab threshold, prompting him to forego their capture. Indeed, Yang Fan had established a threshold for crabs, regardless of the species. He refused to catch any weighing less than 1 pound. Conscientious fishermen often adhere to a principle. They release fish and crabs that do not meet size standards or are carrying eggs. Typically, crabs exceeding 2 tails are considered quite large, establishing a customary threshold of approximately that weight among seasoned fishermen. However, for Yang Fan, his crab threshold was set at 1 pound. This was undeniably stringent. In these times, encountering crabs over 1 pound in the coastal waters is a rare occurrence. With so many trawlers operating, most crabs are snatched away by the indiscriminate nets of dragnet fishing vessels before they have the chance to mature. Thus, under this remarkably stringent crab threshold, the prospect seemed rather bleak. Finding adequately sized crabs has become quite a challenge for Yang Fan. However, this is the principle he has set for himself, and he remains steadfast in his resolve. While he cannot control the actions of other fishermen, he possesses the Dragon Pearl, a unique advantage that compels him to treat the marine life with greater care. In fact, Yang Fan has even contemplated that when he acquires a large fishing vessel in the future, he will certainly employ nets with larger mesh sizes to avoid capturing smaller fish and crabs. The decline in nearshore fishery resources year after year can be attributed to the greed of many who, in their relentless pursuit using trawlers equipped with fine mesh destructive nets, have decimated the populations of smaller fish and shrimp. Without the smaller fish and shrimp, How can one expect to have larger fish and prawns? Yang Fan cannot control others. But since he has been favored by the Dragon Pearl, he must uphold principles and treat the ocean with respect, ensuring that his demands are measured. He searched for a while longer. Yang Fan still had not found a large crab that met his criteria. Sighing, he resigned himself to the fact that he would have to settle for a bowl of instant noodles tonight, with a hint of disappointment. He shook his head and forced a wry smile before preparing to dive. However, at that moment, it seemed that the goddess of fortune had once again graced him with her presence. Out of the corner of Yang Fan's eye, he suddenly spotted something remarkable 300 meters ahead, a sizable underwater rock formation. Chapter 34. A wild abalone nest uncovered. This remarkable entity bore an exceedingly deceptive appearance, resembling merely a common stone affixed to the reef at first glance. Those unfamiliar with its true nature would undoubtedly overlook it. However, as a child raised by the sea, how could Yang Fan possibly fail to recognize it? This was no ordinary stone. It was unmistakably a colossal wild abalone. The wild abalone clung to the vast rock, slowly meandering while feasting on the algae adorning its surface. Its exterior was so stone-like that, had it not been for its subtle movements while feeding, Yang Fan might have struggled to discern its true identity. Despite its name suggesting otherwise, an abalone is not a fish. Rather, it is a primitive marine mollusk. A single-shelled creature often referred to as sea ear due to its ear-like shape. Abalone typically thrives in colder underwater rocky habitats, proving to be quite delicate and demanding in terms of its growth environment, rendering it exceedingly rare. However, when one finds an abalone, it is seldom solitary. It often indicates the presence of a nest. The discovery of wild abalone in this locale? This heralded the promise of fortune. The thought of a potential abalone nest hidden among the rocky terrain made Yang Fan's eyebrows arch with excitement. Without hesitation, he propelled himself forward, swiftly swimming toward the rocky area. Upon reaching his destination, his eyes widened in delight. As expected, he had indeed uncovered an abalone nest. In this rocky expanse, nearly every stone was adorned with wild abalone of varying sizes, with an estimated count exceeding 100. The sizes of these wild abalones ranged significantly. The largest surpassed a pound, while the smallest weighed only a couple of ounces. However, most of them hovered around the 3 to 4 ounces to half a pound mark. It is well known that the market value of wild abalone is quite high, with larger specimens commanding even more exorbitant prices. As the saying goes, a double-headed abalone is priceless and hard to come by. According to current market rates, a single wild double-headed abalone fetches several thousand yuan and is often available only at a premium. If double-headed abalones are so costly, one can only imagine the worth of the oversized single-headed abalones nestled within this collection. Each of those single-headed abalones, if sold today, could easily command tens of thousands. In essence, the nest of abalones Yang Fan had discovered was valued at no less than several 100,000 yuan. Indeed, this expedition was far from fruitless. Upon witnessing the rocky reef teeming with an abundance of wild abalone, Yang Fan was immediately filled with delight. Although this cache of abalone held considerable value, he had no intention of harvesting them all at once. His purpose for venturing into the sea was to seek dinner, not to amass wealth. Thus, he intended to gather only a few for his own consumption. Additionally, given that abalone cling tightly to the rocks, they cannot be captured with nets. The sole method for harvesting them is through diving. However, this area is far from a diving paradise, and who would be inclined to bring professional diving gear to such a place for leisure? Hence, Yang Fan felt no concern that this treasure trove of abalone would be discovered by others anytime soon. The subsequent course of action was straightforward. Yang Fan considered that he could not consume much on his own, so he only gathered 4 half-kilogram twin-headed abalone. Such sizable abalone were more than sufficient for his meal. With 2 large abalones in each hand, he dove contentedly back to the spot where he had left his clothes. Chapter 35. Overnight. The vegetable garden had transformed into a lush green expanse. Upon returning to shore, Yang Fan realized that night had fallen. He had unknowingly spent over an hour in the sea, and it was nearly 8 o'clock. After changing into clean clothes, he leisurely strolled home. Taking advantage of the last glimmers of the setting sun, the first order of business upon arriving home was to hastily take a shower. The seawater, laden with salt, necessitated a freshwater rinse after swimming, or else he would feel quite uncomfortable. After his bath, Yang Fan set about preparing dinner. Having exerted himself throughout the afternoon, compounded by the fact that he had not eaten anything, his stomach was already protesting. However, lacking other ingredients, tonight's meal would consist solely of noodles prepared with abalone. He swiftly extracted the flesh from the 4 large abalones, cleaned them, and placed them in a pot to cook alongside the noodles. Typically, the more exquisite the ingredient, the simpler the method of preparation. While boiling the abalone, Yang Fan refrained from adding any additional seasonings, only a pinch of salt and a drizzle of oil. In order to maximize the abalone's natural flavor, any extraneous ingredients would merely mask its exquisite taste. With the inclusion of 4 valuable wild twin-headed abalones, the worth of this pot of noodles undoubtedly surged dramatically. Had Yang Fan chosen to film this bowl of abalone noodles and share it online, he would undoubtedly have faced a torrent of scorn from netizens. Is this the simple life of the wealthy? Using wild twin-headed abalone worth thousands each to prepare noodles? And he used 4 at once? This is simply outrageous. Truth be told, the former Yang Fan would have never dared to use such premium wild twin-headed abalone for a simple noodle dish. He would have never considered indulging in such an expensive delicacy. However, times had changed. He was now a person of considerable wealth. And what was wrong with enjoying wild twin-headed abalone? He savored 2 bowls of abalone noodles with great delight. Yang Fan chuckled softly, contentedly patting his slightly protruding belly. Before heading upstairs to rest, after a long and busy day, he felt a touch weary. Thus, he lay on his bed and indulged in a couple of rounds of the game Honor of Kings to pass the time, soon succumbing to slumber. The following morning, the village's roosters began their crowing promptly around 4 or 5 o'clock. However, this time, Yang Fan remained undisturbed, enjoying a deep, peaceful sleep until the sun climbed high in the sky. It was only at 8:30 that he awoke, feeling refreshed and invigorated. After a brief wash and changing into a more stylish outfit, he prepared to venture out. Today, he was to pick up his old classmate, Qin Yushua, whose flight was scheduled to land at noon, leaving him with just 3 hours to make his way to the airport. Once he had gathered his belongings, Yang Fan stepped outside, ready to lock the door with his keys. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. Turning around, he finally realized the source of this unsettling feeling. What on earth? How could this be possible? Yang Fan turned around, staring blankly at the small vegetable patch he had cultivated just the afternoon prior. A look of bewilderment etched on his face. At that moment, the freshly sown plot was astonishingly lush and verdant. The seeds of the cherry tomatoes had remarkably sprouted overnight, growing into seedlings that had already reached a height of several inches. This was truly beyond belief. Typically, even if seeds germinate, it would take at least 10 days to 2 weeks for them to grow to such a size, wouldn't it? Is this the effect of the golden drops on plants? It seems rather overpowering. Fixated on the vibrant green cherry tomato seedlings, Yang Fan was utterly astounded. He had speculated that watering the seeds with the diluted golden drops would accelerate their growth, but he never imagined it would be to such an exaggerated extent. This was astonishingly powerful and miraculous. Filled with immense curiosity, Yang Fan hurried over to the vegetable patch. He crouched down to examine the cherry tomato seedlings closely and discovered that their roots were exceptionally thick, far more robust than typical seedlings, and their color was a deep, vibrant green, almost glistening with moisture. Clearly, the golden drops not only facilitated the swift growth of these cherry tomato seedlings, but also enhanced their health compared to those grown under normal conditions. To this, Yang Fan could only exclaim, "Golden drops are incredible." At that moment, another thought struck him. Given that the cherry tomato seeds sprouted overnight under the influence of the golden drops, what differences might the resulting tomatoes exhibit when these seedlings eventually flower and bear fruit? Yang Fan was truly looking forward to the meeting. However, he was well aware that good things come to those who wait, and he resolved to be patient. After taking a moment to admire the lush green seedlings of cherry tomatoes, he composed himself and set off for the airport. After navigating various modes of transportation and enduring a lengthy journey of over 2 hours, he finally arrived at Beihai International Airport. This convoluted experience prompted him to lament the isolation of his fishing village, where transportation was exceedingly inconvenient. It was quite astonishing that it took more than 2 hours just to reach an airport. Upon arriving at the airport exit, Yang Fan found a shady spot and patiently waited. It was only 11:50, and Qin Yushua's flight would not be arriving for another 10 minutes. After fiddling with his phone for a while, time swiftly passed. Estimating that Qin Yushua had likely disembarked, he decided to call her. The call connected quickly, and he was greeted by her melodious, childlike voice. "Hello, Yang Fan. I've just landed and will be exiting the airport shortly. Where are you?" "I'm at the airport exit. When you come out, look to your right. You should be able to see me. I'm wearing a white t-shirt black camouflage shorts, and white sneakers. Hee, young fan, you're already here. How punctual of you. To be honest, I'm quite excited at the thought of meeting you, my old classmate. Haha, so am I, young fan replied with a smile. After hanging up with Qin Yuxue, he waited a few more minutes. Soon enough, amidst the throngs of people at the airport exit, he spotted the person he had been waiting for. The former belle of the department. Her poise and long legs instantly eclipsed everyone around her. As he gazed at the tall girl in denim jeans and sunglasses, he couldn't help but squint with delight. Although the distance made it difficult to discern her features clearly, young fan recognized her immediately as his old classmate, Qin Yuxue. It was nearly his keen eyesight. Her supermodel-like legs left an indelible impression. Chapter 36. The fairy of Yuxue recognized by her admirer Yuxue, over here. Upon seeing Qin Yuxue emerge, young fan waved and slowly made his way towards her. Meanwhile, not far away, Qin Yuxue, following Yang Fan's earlier instructions, turned to the right and immediately noticed someone waving. Upon recognizing him, she broke into a radiant smile and removed her sunglasses as she approached Yang Fan. However, she seemed to have underestimated her own popularity. For almost the instant she took off her sunglasses, a voice rang out nearby. Wow, is that really you, Fairy Yuxue? As the exclamation echoed. A young man in his 20s, his face dotted with acne, sprinted excitedly toward Qin Yuxue. With wide-eyed enthusiasm, he exclaimed, Fairy Yuxue, it's really you. To my astonishment, I found myself fortuitously encountering you at the airport. Idol, I have been following you on Bilibili for over 2 years. You are my favorite content creator. And I watch your videos daily. Would you kindly grant me the honor of taking a photograph together? It turns out that this young man is a fervent admirer of Qin Yuxue. As he exited the airport, he had already noticed Qin Yuxue among the crowd. But her large sunglasses obscured half of her face, leaving him momentarily uncertain. However, the instant she removed her sunglasses, everything became clear. She was indeed his beloved content creator, Yuxue Fairy. Yuxue Fairy is Qin Yuxue's online alias, a name that has garnered considerable recognition across various video platforms. Amassing a fan base exceeding 10 million, Yang Fan was on the verge of reaching Qin Yuxue when, unexpectedly, she was approached by an enthusiastic young fan who requested a photograph. He chuckled softly and paused his steps. As for Qin Yuxue, having risen to prominence over the past 2 years, it was a common occurrence for her to be recognized by fans while out and about. So she had long since grown accustomed to such interruptions. All right, let us take a picture. Thank you for your attention and support, she said graciously, smiling at the acne-faced admirer before allowing her photographer to capture a few snapshots of them together. Indeed, Qin Yuxue was not alone. As a dedicated content creator, she had her personal photographer by her side, who happened to be her cousin, a moderately attractive young girl with glasses. The fan, displaying a sense of reason, was not the type to be overly obsessed with celebrity culture. He simply admired Qin Yuxue's talents. After the photograph was taken, he quickly departed. Marking the end of this brief interlude, Yang Fan leisurely approached Qin Yuxue. As he drew nearer, he took the opportunity to closely observe this long-lost, beautiful classmate of his. It must be said that Qin Yuxue truly deserves to be regarded as a stunning beauty. Even amidst the myriad of lovely faces at the prestigious Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, she was exceptionally captivating. Her large, expressive eyes, complemented by long, elegant eyelashes and delicately arched willow-like brows, seemed almost as if they could speak. Her small, crimson lips, when gently parted, radiated an alluring sheen. Her graceful, refined nose inspired an irresistible urge to trace its contours with a fingertip. Not only were her features remarkably exquisite, but her physique and demeanor were equally impressive. Those long legs, rivaling those of international supermodels, were snugly encased in a pair of sky-blue skinny jeans, accentuating her exaggerated curves and delivering a striking visual impact. Her long, straight black hair appeared slightly tousled in the gentle breeze, adding an enchanting charm to her presence. Coupled with her fresh, collegiate attire, young Fan was truly captivated. The straight-cut jeans paired with a simple, fitted, off-white cartoon t-shirt showcased her splendid figure and youthful vitality to perfection. In all honesty, had a street photographer been present to discreetly capture a few high-resolution images of Qin Yuxue and share them online, countless admirers would undoubtedly delight in using them as wallpapers to admire daily. In summary, Qin Yuxue was undeniably a girl whose physique, appearance, and grace were nothing short of perfection. In his heart, young Fan had already rendered a verdict on his long-absent beautiful classmate, a visual delight. Young Fan had already approached her, and with a smile, he teasingly remarked to Qin Yuxue, "Oh, old classmate, after just 2 years apart, you've become quite the star. It seems you now attract little fans asking for photos wherever you go." Upon hearing Yang Fan's playful jab, Qin Yuxue tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and chuckled softly. "Yang Fan, are you making fun of me? What do you mean by star? I'm merely a minor internet celebrity. If a true star were to appear, I assure you this airport would be swarmed with fans." As she spoke, Qin Yuxue blinked her sparkling eyes and began to scrutinize Yang Fan. He stood tall, with an attractive visage, impeccably dressed, radiating a calm and assured aura. He remained the dashing and sunny young man she remembered, and it seemed that in the past 2 years, he had not changed much at all. The only noticeable difference was that after returning to the fishing village, he appeared somewhat tanned. Chapter 37. This girl is truly a breath of fresh air. Yang Fan was oblivious to the fact that Qin Yuxue had already begun to internally critique his newfound darkness. He seized the opportunity presented by her words, chuckling as he replied, "Haha, dear old classmate, you may not yet be a major star, but who knows what the future holds. I truly believe that if you enter the entertainment industry, you will undoubtedly shine." In all honesty, Yang Fan was convinced that with Qin Yushue's striking beauty and poise, she could effortlessly eclipse many so-called glamorous stars in the country. If she were to venture into showbiz and participate in variety shows or films, she could very well become an immense success. However, it is unlikely, she said with a playful grin. "I have no desire to become a major celebrity." Upon hearing this, Yang Fan could only chuckle and shake his head. In reality, as her fanbase continued to grow, she had long caught the attention of numerous talent scouts from various agencies, all eager to sign her and usher her into the entertainment realm. Yet, Qin Yuxue had resolutely declined their offers. She yearned to remain a free-spirited content creator, capturing and sharing videos that resonated with her life, without the constraints of celebrity status. The thought of entering the entertainment industry and confronting its myriad of unsightly and repugnant, unspoken rules filled her with dread, leading her to completely dismiss any prospect of pursuing a career in showbiz. In an era where countless beautiful young women resort to desperate measures to realize their dreams of stardom, Qin Yuxue stood firm in her decision to reject such paths, even when opportunities to become a major star lay before her. It must be said, she truly embodies a refreshing and admirable spirit. Yang Fan was naturally unaware of the internal journey that Qin Yuxue had traversed. However, had he known, he would undoubtedly have wholeheartedly agreed. The reunion of old classmates inevitably led to a warm exchange of pleasantries. The two stood in place, reminiscing and chatting for several minutes, before Yang Fan remembered to inquire whether Qin Yuxue had enjoyed her lunch. "Did you manage to eat on the plane?" he asked. "Not at all. I absolutely detest airplane food," she replied playfully. "I was just waiting to disembark so I could indulge in a sumptuous meal with you, eager to savor the distinctive delicacies of your hometown." Upon hearing this, Qin Yuxue flashed a mischievous smile at Yang Fan. "Haha, no problem at all. Feel free to indulge. However, my hometown is by the sea, so our specialty dishes primarily consist of various seafood. You can probably find similar seafood elsewhere too." Yang Fan chuckled. "That's not the same at all. The seafood from your coastal city must be far richer, fresher, and more delectable than what is available inland, right?" "That's a fair point. Then I shall take you out for a grand seafood feast." "Yay, I'm really looking forward to it." Qin Yuxue beamed with delight. Having settled on their plan to enjoy a lavish seafood dinner, Yang Fan led Qin Yuxue and her photographer cousin into a taxi, departing from the airport. Yang Fan was aware of a seafood restaurant near the city dock, which, despite its modest status, offered remarkably delightful flavors. This time, he planned to take Qin Yuxue there for a meal. Conveniently, the seafood restaurant was situated just across the dock, allowing them to take the ferry back to their village immediately after dining. The journey would take approximately half an hour. Yang Fan, accompanied by Qin Yuxue and her photographer cousin, arrived at their destination. The seafood restaurant they chose was named Fisherman's Wharf. Although modest in size, the establishment was adorned with a distinctive decor that evoked the essence of a primitive fishing village, clearly embodying the charm of an authentic eatery. "What do you think? Is this place satisfactory?" Yang Fan inquired with a smile as they approached the entrance. "Indeed, I am quite pleased with the decor," Qin Yuxue replied with a nod, her expression brightening. "Very well, let us proceed inside," Yang Fan responded with a grin. Upon entering, the trio was warmly greeted by a staff member who promptly escorted them to a quiet table by the window. It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and the lunch rush had nearly subsided, yet the restaurant was bustling with a considerable number of patrons. After settling in, Yang Fan handed the menu to Qin Yuxue, encouraging her to order freely. With a playful smile, Qin Yuxue, along with her cousin Shinqian, began to peruse the menu. Soon, they each selected a dish. Qin Yuxue opted for a steamed wild sea bass, while Shinqian chose a spicy and sour potato dish. Observing that they had only ordered these two items after much deliberation, Yang Fan teased, "What's this, old classmate? Are you concerned about my ability to cover the bill? Why limit yourselves to just these two dishes?" "Of course not," Qin Yuxue chuckled. "We simply just landed and our appetites aren't quite robust yet. So we decided to order sparingly." She continued, "Moreover, you should be aware that our country is actively combating food waste. Therefore, when little Qian films us, we must ensure that the table does not appear overly laden with dishes. Otherwise, the final video might not pass review." "I see, that makes sense." Yang Fan nodded in acknowledgement, having been somewhat aware of this issue, which had recently made headlines. He recalled that he occasionally watched food bloggers on Bilibili, and noticed that since the government advocated against food wastage, these content creators had started preparing significantly smaller portions, leading fans to humorously speculate about their budget constraints. Yang Fan was never one to indulge in extravagance, since Qin Yuxue and her companions preferred not to order an excessive number of dishes. He saw no need to overindulge himself either. He casually ordered a dish of braised eel and called for the waiter to bring the food. However, as his old classmates had made the effort to visit his hometown, Yang Fan was determined to provide them with a warm welcome. He planned to merely make do with this lunch, but later, upon returning to the fishing village, he intended to procure some exquisite wild abalone from the spot he had discovered the previous day, ensuring that Qin Yuxue would have the opportunity to savor the splendid taste of top-quality wild abalone. Before long, the dishes were served, and the three of them began to eat joyfully. As Qin Yuxue was a dedicated content creator, her photographer cousin occasionally picked up the camera to capture some interesting moments for future video editing. Inevitably, Yang Fan found himself in front of the lens. He felt no particular concern about being filmed. After all, he was handsome and had no fear of the camera. However, what Yang Fan did not anticipate was that his appearances in Qin Yushua's videos over the past few days would lead to an unexpected surge in his popularity, garnering him a legion of adoring fans. During their meal, Yang Fan and Qin Yuxue engaged in delightful conversation, reminiscing about amusing anecdotes from their university days and discussing their experiences since graduation. Naturally, Qin Yuxue expressed curiosity about Yang Fan's sudden decision to resign from his job in the bustling metropolis and return to his rural fishing village. When she inquired about it, Yang Fan offered a rather vague explanation, stating that he had grown weary of city life and preferred the simplicity of the fishing village. Although Qin Yuxue felt somewhat skeptical about his rather dismissive response, she opted not to press further, respecting his apparent desire to avoid the topic. Their pleasant lunch concluded amidst laughter and cheerful chatter. Afterward, Yang Fan led Qin Yuxue and her cousin Shinqian onto the ferry. While Qin Yuxue had previously experienced luxury cruises, this was her first time aboard a modest passenger ferry, which she found quite novel. She eagerly asked her cousin to help her record a video of the experience. Upon disembarking in the town, Yang Fan hailed a tricycle and navigated several kilometers of bumpy mountain roads until they finally arrived at the fishing village. Wow, the natural scenery here is truly breathtaking. Upon reaching Dejing village, Qin Yuxue and Shinqian exclaimed in awe. Though the small fishing village was undeniably secluded and underdeveloped, it was nestled among mountains on three sides and faced the sea, creating a picturesque landscape. Moreover, its isolation had allowed it to retain the most authentic and unadulterated charm of a traditional fishing village. After spending considerable time in a bustling city filled with towering skyscrapers, stepping into this idyllic, pristine fishing village instantly refreshed Qin Yushua's spirit, allowing her to breathe deeply with newfound ease. Yang Fan, I now somewhat understand why you chose to return to your hometown. Honestly, if given the opportunity, I would be more than willing to spend some time living in such a beautiful fishing village. After admiring the picturesque scenery of the fishing village for a while, Qin Yuxue turned to Yang Fan with a smile, exclaiming, Haha, it's not bad at all. If you, my dear old classmate, enjoy this place, you are welcome to stay at my home for an extended period. Yang Fan chuckled in response, Hee, we'll see how it goes. Upon hearing Yang Fan's invitation, Qin Yuxue glanced at him, covering her mouth with a light laugh. Subsequently, Yang Fan led Qin Yuxue and her companions towards his home. Interestingly, along the way, they encountered a few village Annies who, upon seeing Yang Fan accompanied by two city girls, jokingly inquired if he was bringing his girlfriends home. Yang Fan quickly clarified with a smile that they were merely classmates. Fortunately, the Annie spoke in a local dialect that Qin Yuxue did not comprehend. Otherwise, she might have blushed from their relentless teasing. Before long, Yang Fan brought Qin Yuxue and the others to his residence. Wow, Yang Fan, your three-story house is truly impressive. And it even boasts such a spacious yard. Qin Yuxue remarked with a smile, if this were in the city, I reckon your seaside villa estate would cost at least several million. Haha, it's just average, Yang Fan humbly replied. After unlocking the large iron gate with his key, Yang Fan graciously gestured for Qin Yuxue, saying, Welcome to my humble abode. Old classmate. Thank you. Qin Yuxue beamed as she stepped inside. Upon entering, Qin Yuxue was immediately captivated by the lush vegetable garden nestled in the corner of the yard. She exclaimed in astonishment, Wow, really? Yang Fan, you actually planted vegetables in your yard? Yang Fan chuckled, explaining, the yard is quite large. And a bare expanse isn't very appealing, so I decided to cultivate a small vegetable patch yesterday. What kind of vegetables are you growing? They look so vibrant and lovely. May I take a look? Qin Yuxue inquired with curiosity. Of course, Yang Fan nodded, leading her over to the vegetable garden. He pointed to the verdant cherry tomato seedlings, introducing them. These are cherry tomato seedlings. They're growing quite well. If you come back a little later, you might even get to taste the ones I've grown. Wow, they're thriving beautifully. The leaves are so lush, they seem to glisten with moisture. Honestly, I don't think I've ever seen such vibrant green plants before, Qin Yuxue remarked, admiring the flourishing cherry tomato plants. Indeed, they are quite green, Yang Fan smiled, noting that he had nurtured them with a special irrigation system. Hee, Yang Fan, I can't help but feel you have a knack for farming. Have you considered leasing a plot of land to cultivate a greenhouse? After taking a keen interest in the lush green seedlings of cherry tomatoes, Qin Yuxue playfully teased Yang Fan. Surprisingly, her lighthearted jest piqued Yang Fan's curiosity. Contemplating further, he realized that this could indeed be a viable endeavor. Given the remarkable effects of the golden drop on plants, he could easily establish a greenhouse to cultivate an array of fruits and vegetables. Although he did not require the venture for financial gain, the prospect of growing produce for pleasure seemed quite delightful. Moreover, engaging in greenhouse cultivation would provide Yang Fan with the opportunity to experiment and observe whether different fruits and vegetables would yield varying results under the irrigation of the golden drop. With this thought, he promptly incorporated the idea of greenhouse farming into his future plans. Chapter 39. Then let's reside on the third floor. After reflecting on the concept of greenhouse cultivation, Yang Fan smiled at Qin Yuxue and remarked, You know, dear old classmate, your suggestion is quite commendable. I accept it. Once I find some leisure time, I shall embark on establishing a greenhouse to grow some vegetables and such. Really? Are you serious? Qin Yuxue blinked in surprise, thinking to herself that she was merely joking, yet he took her seriously. Indeed, I am. Yang Fan smiled lightly, offering little explanation. Well, Yang Fan, you truly are remarkable, balancing both fishing and farming. Qin Yuxue chuckled softly, though Yang Fan spoke with utmost seriousness. She suspected he was jesting and thus paid little heed. After exchanging a few light-hearted remarks, Yang Fan led Qin Yuxue into the house. This time, Qin Yuxue and her photographer cousin had not brought much with them, only a small suitcase containing some clothes and equipment for video shooting and editing. Upon entering the living room on the first floor, Yang Fan, carrying Qin Yuxue's suitcase, inquired, Old classmate, I have rooms on both the second and third floors. Which floor would you and your cousin prefer to stay on? Hearing this, Qin Yuxue did not respond immediately but instead playfully asked, Yang Fan, which floor do you occupy? I reside on the third floor. Then we shall stay on the third floor as well. Qin Yuxue replied with a smile. That works. Let us head upstairs. Yang Fan nodded. With that, he carried the suitcase and guided Qin Yuxue and her cousin to the third floor. There were only 3 rooms on this floor. One was occupied by Yang Fan himself, another had been arranged as a study, leaving just one vacant room, conveniently located next to Yang Fan's. Initially, Yang Fan had considered placing her in a room on the second floor. But since she did not mind sharing a floor with him, he naturally did not object. Ultimately, it was no big deal. Sharing a floor was not the same as sharing a room. Upon reaching the room designated for Qin Yuxue and her cousin, Yang Fan opened the door and said to the 2 women, This is the room. The decor is rather average, but the space is quite ample. Are you satisfied? Yes. We are quite pleased. Qin Yuxue and her cousin Qin nodded in agreement after surveying the room. The room's decor was actually quite decent. While it could not compare to the luxurious urban apartments, it was charming and cozy in its own right. Additionally, rural self-built houses typically boast generous space, making this room feel airy and inviting. Moreover, it was a seaside property. Opening the window revealed a stunning view of the ocean, ensuring that only the most fastidious individuals would find fault with such accommodations. Very well, you shall stay here for the next couple of days. I will bring over the sheets and duvets shortly. They are freshly bought and washed just a few days ago, so you can rest assured using them, Yang Fan assured. Thank you, old classmate, for your thoughtful hospitality. Qin Yuxue expressed her gratitude with a sweet smile. It's nothing. It's truly an honor to host the illustrious Qin Yuxue, Yang Fan teased. Oh, come on, stop teasing me. Qin Yuxue replied, rolling her eyes at him. Haha. Yang Fan smiled, and then asked Qin Yuxue, by the way, old classmate, do you and your cousin need to take a break? After such a long journey, you must be weary. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Qin Yuxue immediately shook her head with a smile, saying, not tired at all, no need for a break. Yang Fan, let us tidy up and then head out to the sea. I am quite eager to experience fishing with you. Really, no need for a rest? Absolutely not. Very well then, organize yourselves, and once you're ready, I'll take you out to fish. Wow, is that true? We're going fishing? I am very interested in fishing. Hearing that Yang Fan would take her out to the sea, Qin Yushue's eyes sparkled with excitement. For someone like her, who grew up in an inland city, fishing at sea was undoubtedly a novel experience. Indeed, I will make sure you enjoy it thoroughly. Observing Qin Yushue's enthusiasm, Yang Fan chuckled to himself, pondering how this old classmate, a prominent influencer, appeared to be so unaccustomed to the world. Having decided to go fishing, Qin Yuxue and her cousin quickly set aside their luggage, tidying up before grabbing their filming equipment. Yang Fan, along with his companions, had prepared themselves and set off towards Yang Hongtao's residence. The primary intention of visiting Yang Hongtao's home was to borrow a boat and fishing rods for their outing. Reflecting on the necessity of borrowing others' equipment for every fishing trip, Yang Fan resolved that this situation was untenable. Therefore, he firmly decided to purchase a speedboat and some fishing gear in the coming days, as soon as his finances allowed. Although his current funds were insufficient for a large fishing vessel, a speedboat was still within his reach. With a speedboat at his disposal, future sea excursions would become considerably more convenient, and the enhanced speed compared to fishing boats would save a significant amount of time on the water. After a brief walk, the trio arrived at Yang Hongtao's home. Prior to their departure, Yang Fan had already reached out to Yang Hongtao, ensuring that he was prepared and waiting at the doorstep. Upon seeing Yang Fan accompanied by two beautiful city girls, one of whom possessed striking long legs and an allure akin to that of a celebrity, Yang Hongtao's eyes gleamed with excitement. Simultaneously, a spark of gossip ignited within him. No wonder Yang Fan had mentioned he would not be going fishing today. He had gone to the city to escort these stunning young ladies. The previous night, Yang Hongtao had inquired whether Yang Fan wished to join him for fishing, but Yang Fan had claimed he had matters to attend to in the city. At that time, Yang Hongtao had been curious about the nature of his errands. Unaware that Yang Fan was fetching two enchanting girls, Yang Fan truly was impressive, managing to win the affections of such beautiful companions. As he observed Yang Fan and Qin Yuxue approaching, engaged in cheerful conversation, a gleeful smile spread across Yang Hongtao's face. Chapter 40. Fishing Expedition at Sea. Qin Yuxue initiates a live broadcast upon arriving at Yang Hongtao's courtyard. Yang Fan instructed Qin Yuxue and the others to wait momentarily while he entered Yang Hongtao's home. Yang Hongtao approached with a cheeky grin, nudging his chin towards the two young ladies, Qin Yuxue and another, outside the courtyard. With a mischievous glint in his eye, he asked Yang Fan, "Hey, Fan, you sly one. You've only been back in the fishing village for a few days, and already two beautiful girls have come to seek you out. Come clean, what is your connection with these lovely ladies?" Rolling his eyes at the gossiping fool, Yang Fan replied, "What connection could there possibly be? We are merely ordinary classmates. One is my university mate, and the other is her cousin. They have come to the fishing village to experience the thrill of sea fishing. Specifically to our fishing village to try their hand at sea fishing. TSK. City folks certainly know how to have fun. By the way, Fan, which one is your classmate? Is it that stunning girl with the long legs?" "Yes, indeed. The one with the long legs. I see you have quite the eye. Or perhaps you have been staring at her legs a bit too much." Yang Fan shot him a glare. "Haha, how could one not look when your classmate possesses such long legs? It's hard not to steal a glance." Yang Hongtao scratched his head, chuckling sheepishly. "All right, Enough of this nonsense. They are still waiting outside. Have you prepared everything? If so, hand it over to me. Yang Fan chided lightly, eager to avoid further banter. Of course, it's all ready. I even prepared a special bait for you. It will surely come in handy. Make sure to catch some fish to impress your beautiful classmate. Impress? Spare me the theatrics. Just hurry up and hand me what you have. Yang Fan retorted with an eye roll. All right, just wait a moment. Yang Hongtao replied with a grin. Yang Hongtao smiled and went to his living room to retrieve 2 fishing rods, a basin of bait, and a box of sea centipede lures, which he handed over to Yang Fan. All right, thank you. If I catch any fish later, I shall give you a few as a token of gratitude. Yang Fan said with a smile as he accepted the items. Between brothers, there's no need for thanks. Hurry up, don't keep the lady waiting. Yang Hongtao waved his hand with a grin. Well then, I shall take my leave. After departing from Yang Hongtao's place, Yang Fan accompanied Qin Yuxue and her cousin to the quaint little dock in the village. With a sense of familiarity, he soon located the old boat belonging to Yang Hongtao, which was moored at the pier. Yang Fan invited Qin Yuxue and her cousin aboard, ready to ignite the engine and set sail. At that moment, Qin Yuxue, wearing a cheerful smile, turned to Yang Fan and said, Yang Fan, I suddenly feel like live streaming. You won't mind, will you? Live streaming? Go ahead. Feel free, Yang Fan replied with a smile, entirely unfazed. Although he seldom indulged in live streams, as a youth, he was quite open to the concept, thus having no objections to Qin Yuxue broadcasting in his presence. Higi, great. Make sure you help me catch a few fish so I can impress my fans. Upon receiving Yang Fan's consent, Qin Yuxue instantly beamed with delight. Absolutely, no problem. Yang Fan chuckled. He then proceeded to start the fishing boat and departed from the dock. As he navigated the vessel, he keenly scanned the water with his eyes, searching for the most promising fishing spots. Meanwhile, Qin Yuxue instructed her cousin, Chen Xian, to take out her phone and set up the live stream. Qin Yuxue chose to broadcast on Douyin, where she had amassed over 8 million followers, making it her most popular platform. Although she primarily focused on filming videos and seldom live-streamed, her broadcasts attracted a considerable audience, with hundreds of viewers flooding in as soon as she went live. Most of her fans were die-hard supporters, who, engrossed in scrolling through Douyin daily, rushed to join her stream the moment it began. Wow, Yuxue, the little fairy, is actually live-streaming. So exciting, let us celebrate. Indeed, it's quite rare for my little fairy to stream. I'm recording the entire session to relive it later. Hey, don't just drink, eat something too. Your little fairy? I think you're dreaming. Excuse me, she is clearly mine. What a bunch of clowns. Every day they claim my girlfriend is theirs. Do they have no shame? Seriously, who is making these ridiculous claims? Someone wake up this group of fools. As the stream commenced, a flood of comments filled the screen, predominantly from male fans engaging in playful banter. Observing the amusing and quirky messages, Qin Yuxue chuckled. Accustomed to such antics, she then smiled at the camera and said, Good afternoon, friends. Let me show you the ocean. Isn't it stunningly blue? As soon as she finished speaking, her cousin Chen Qian expertly zoomed out the camera to capture the vast expanse of the azure sea. The viewers in the live chat erupted with excitement upon seeing the breathtaking scenery. Wow, what a beautiful blue ocean. I was so focused on the little fairy that I didn't even notice she was on the sea. Indeed, this ocean is far more beautiful and pristine than the one I saw during my trip to Xiamen. Absolutely. I feel the same way. Oh, dear fairy. May I inquire where this enchanting sea is that boasts such a brilliant blue hue? Surely you have ventured to either Hawaii or Australia. I conjecture that you might currently be in the Maldives, or perhaps in Sanya. Observing the barrage of guesses regarding the CS location, Qin Yuxue smiled and explained, Dear friends, this stunning expanse of ocean is neither abroad nor in Sanya. I am presently situated in a charming little fishing village in Beihai City, China. As for the reason behind this vibrant azure, I shall invite my local friend to provide you with an answer. Upon concluding her statement, the photographer, her cousin Chen Qian, immediately grasped the cue and swiftly redirected the camera towards Yang Fan, who was at the helm of the boat. Chapter 41. Do you perceive me as merely a live streaming tool? As Yang Fan skillfully navigated the boat, he was taken aback when the young photographer suddenly pointed her camera at him. Blinking in surprise, he wondered if he had inadvertently become part of a live broadcast. Hee. Yang Fan, the viewers in my live stream are quite curious about why the sea in your hometown is so strikingly blue and beautiful. Why don't you explain it to them? Seeing Yang Fan's bewildered expression, Qin Yuxue playfully smiled at him. In response, Yang Fan rolled his eyes. realizing that his old classmate intended to use him as a mere tool for her live stream. Indeed, from the moment Qin Yushui began her broadcast, Yang Fan had anticipated that he might become her live streaming assistant. Although he was not a frequent viewer of live streams, he understood that hosts often sought helpers to enliven the atmosphere, with only the photographer Chen Qian left on the boat alongside him. It was clear that if Qin Yushui needed a tool, he was the logical choice. With a resigned shrug, he accepted his role. He confidently addressed the camera, stating, "As for why the sea in my hometown is so blue, I believe there isn't any particular reason. Perhaps it is simply because my hometown is relatively remote and has not been subjected to excessive development and pollution, making the waters cleaner compared to those in many popular coastal cities across the country." Upon hearing Yang Fan's explanation, a flurry of supportive comments flooded the screen. Indeed, this handsome guy makes a valid point. Many coastal cities in the country have unfortunately allowed their waters to become quite polluted and unattractive. Acknowledging the grim reality, they noted, "Many cities discharge large amounts of domestic wastewater and industrial effluents into the sea, resulting in increasingly murky coastal waters. The ocean is indeed facing severe pollution these days. However, it must be said that under the avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. Each of us bears some responsibility for the degradation of our natural environment. Thus, we all should enhance our environmental awareness and protect our oceans and planet." "Absolutely," echoed one comment, perfectly articulating the sentiments of many. Yet, amidst the discussions on marine pollution and environmental protection, other comments began to surface, shifting the conversation. "A food-loving, anime-loving little girl. I wholeheartedly agree with your points on protecting the environment, but I must ask, is everyone solely focused on how blue the sea is? Am I the only one who noticed this suddenly appearing young man? He is truly handsome. A charming foodie, no? Girl, you are not alone. I noticed too this young man's looks are truly captivating. A beauty enthusiast. This young man is undeniably a vision of beauty. I'm smitten. Does he have a girlfriend? If not, I could be an option. The adorable Xiaojing, Yushua's sister. Who is this young man? He is so handsome. Please introduce us." As the barrage of comments flowed in the live stream, an unexpected shift occurred. Initially, the chat was predominantly filled with male fans, given that Qin Yushui has a larger male following. However, with the appearance of Yang Fan, the previously silent female fans began to express their enthusiasm. They were undeniably captivated by Yang Fan's striking good looks. To be candid, Yang Fan's current appearance is truly exceptional. He has always been a standout. But after the transformation from Dragon Ball, his physique and spirit have undergone a remarkable enhancement, rendering him even more charming and radiant than before. One could assert that with Yang Fan's current visage and physique, he could easily outshine numerous young heartthrobs in the entertainment industry. Not only is he handsome, but he also exudes an air of charisma and vigor, brimming with robust masculinity. It would not be an exaggeration to say that should Yang Fan remove his short-sleeve shirt to reveal his chiseled abs and impressive pectorals, some eager female fans in the chat might very well find themselves mesmerized. Noticing the barrage of comments inquiring about Yang Fan's identity, several female fans eagerly requested introductions, prompting Qin Yushui to cover her mouth and chuckle softly. She had anticipated this very scenario. As a seasoned self-media practitioner, Qin Yushui possesses a keen understanding of contemporary youth's barrage culture, and she was well aware that with Yang Fan's looks and demeanor, his mere presence on screen would undoubtedly incite a flurry of excitement among female fans. Observing the infatuated comments from several female fans, Qin Yushui couldn't help but tease, "Hee. Ladies in the stream, this handsome young man is my college classmate Yang Fan, and he is currently single. For those interested in an introduction, please send me a private message backstage, and remember to include a full-body photo so I can see if I can play matchmaker." As she spoke, Qin Yushui, for the convenience of the live stream, moved and sat down beside Yang Fan, allowing both of them to appear together on camera. The moment they were framed together, the barrage exploded with even more fervor. Chapter 42, a talented gathering in the live stream. Wow. Did you notice? The host lady and this handsome young man named Yang Fan sitting together appear to be quite the match. Indeed, one is sunny and handsome, while the other is beautiful and elegant. They truly complement each other. Absolutely. Upon seeing them, I immediately thought of the phrase, a talented man and a beautiful woman. Exactly. A talented man and a beautiful woman. I wholeheartedly agree. I express my agreement with both hands. I even express my agreement with both feet. Ladies, what are you waiting for? Let's flood the screen with compliments about their perfect match. Perfect match. Perfect match 10,086. In the live streaming room, The female fans couldn't help but feel an instant connection between Yang Fan and Qin Yuxue as they sat side by side. Both were exceptionally attractive, boasting remarkable physiques and impeccable charisma. Their mere presence together evoked a palpable sense of chemistry. However, the male fans held a different opinion. Even if they secretly thought Yang Fan and Qin Yuxue were a perfect match, they would never admit it aloud. Consequently, upon witnessing a barrage of comments proclaiming their compatibility, the male fans felt a pang of heartache and immediately retorted, Hey, what do you mean they match? I oppose this union. The fairy belongs to me. Indeed. I too oppose this union. I oppose it with both hands and feet. Opposition 99,999. As the male fans collectively voiced their dissent, the female fans began to mock. Oh, you oppose? What grounds do you have? Their talents and beauty are not for you monsters to contest. Ha, that was a sharp comeback. Oops. I couldn't help but laugh at the previous comment and ended up spraying salt soda on my deskmate's face. Now she's picking up a pencil sharpener to retaliate. How should I explain this? The male fans in front of the screen felt utterly defeated. Subsequently, the two factions engaged in a frenzied exchange of comments, with the screen flooding with messages like snowflakes. Observing the lively banter, Qin Yuxue couldn't help but break a sweat, realizing that her audience was indeed quite talented. As the comments veered further off topic, she had no choice but to redirect the conversation. All right, enough of that. Let us move on. I have a question for you all. Can you guess what I will be doing on my upcoming sea trip? There's a prize for the correct answer. As anticipated, with Qin Yuxue steering the topic, the comments swiftly returned to a more normal state. Where to? Are you perhaps planning to take a boat to a deserted island for survival? What survival? Our fairy would be more likely to be vacationing. Miss Streamer, I bet you're going diving, right? Honestly, given Yushue's adventurous spirit, I would guess she is going surfing. What are you all even talking about? The more you speak, the more absurd it gets. Didn't you notice the fishing rods and bait on the boat? I think our fairy is going fishing. Upon seeing that comment, Qin Yuxue smiled. Bingo. This observant friend is quite sharp. That's right, I'm heading out to fish with my friend. Wow, the streamer can fish too? I can't fish, but my friend, the handsome fisherman beside me, can. He'll teach me how to fish shortly. This prompted a flurry of questions from the comments. Oh, did you not just say that this handsome young man is your university classmate? How can you now claim he is a fisherman? Indeed, how could someone as dashing as Yang Fan possibly be a mere fisherman? Certainly, a fisherman could not possess skin as flawless as his. Noticing the barrage of comments discussing this topic, Qin Yuxue immediately shifted her gaze towards Yang Fan, intending to have him engage with the viewers on the matter. However, upon observing that he appeared to be deeply focused on navigating the boat, she refrained from interrupting him. Instead, she addressed the live stream, saying, you may not be aware, but my classmate is quite carefree. Just a few days ago, he resigned from his banking position and returned to his hometown fishing village. As soon as Qin Yuxue uttered these words, the audience was taken aback. What? Did I hear that correctly? This young man actually quit a good job at a bank to return to his hometown fishing village as a fisherman? Why would he do such a thing? It seems utterly unfathomable. Could it be that he has faced some significant blow? Perhaps. Based on my conjecture, I surmise that he must have encountered a heartless woman in the metropolis, leading him to succumb to despair and resolutely decide to leave that sorrowful place. Is it true? Young man, did you meet a heartless woman? Fear not. If she does not appreciate you, it is her blindness. Come to me, dear. I shall cherish you well. Chapter 43. The devoted one has nothing. While Qin Yuxue engaged in conversation with the live stream, Yang Fan was diligently scanning the waters, seeking a bountiful spot to cast his line. After approximately half an hour of navigation, he finally discovered a promising area teeming with fish. It was a patch of oyster beds roughly a kilometer ahead, beneath which lay a variety of fish, including sea bass, rainbow trout, small white sharks, and both black and yellow sea breams. Most importantly, several sizable schools of fish were present, making it an ideal fishing spot. Yang Fan promptly turned the boat around and navigated it to the vicinity of the oyster farming area. This oyster zone is essentially a locale where others cultivate oysters in the sea, a region that often conceals fish, making it a favored spot for netting or angling. Indeed, prior to Yang Fan's arrival, 2 vessels were already anchored nearby, engaged in fishing. However, the fishermen were not from Dejing village, and he did not recognize them. Upon reaching this area, Yang Fan sought out the spot teeming with fish and anchored the boat. As he joyfully interacted with the barrage of comments, Qin Yuxue, noticing the sudden halt of the boat inquired young Fan. Why have you stopped? Have we arrived at the fishing grounds? Young Fan nodded thoughtfully. Indeed. The oyster area should yield a greater abundance of fish. Let us fish here today. With that, he produced a handful of bait and cast it into the sea. As the bait touched the water, an array of fish, both large and small, swiftly congregated, vying for a taste. The spectacle was truly magnificent, though it transpired in the depths of 20 to 30 meters, visible only to young Fan. Noticing that the bait had successfully attracted the fish, young Fan promptly retrieved 2 sea fishing rods, each equipped with sea centipede lures, and cast them forcefully into the water. His actions were far from haphazard. He had precisely targeted the area where the fish were most densely gathered. With both hooks accurately positioned amidst the fish, young Fan handed one of the rods to the nearby Qin Yuxue. Here, take this fishing rod. Keep a keen eye on the float. If it submerges, it means a fish is biting. Qin Yuxue received the rod from young Fan with delight and inquired, Hee, young Fan, this is my first time fishing. How long do you think it will take for a fish to bite? It should be soon, right? Young Fan chuckled. For the spot where he cast his line was teeming with fish, he surmised that a hapless creature would soon be ensnared. Hardly a minute had passed when, indeed, the anticipated commotion ensued. The line in young Fan's hand suddenly twitched. Simultaneously, the buoy on the surface of the sea plunged dramatically. A catch is on the line. Young Fan chuckled lightly, then skillfully raised the rod and swiftly reeled in the line. Soon, a sea bass weighing approximately 3 pounds surfaced. Witnessing young Fan net the lively fish, Qin Yuxue blinked her large eyes in astonishment and exclaimed, Is it true, young Fan? Are your angling skills truly this remarkable? It's barely been a minute since you cast your line, and you've already caught such a sizable fish? Haha, that is quite ordinary. Young Fan smiled modestly and subsequently tossed the large bass he had caught into the live well aboard the boat for safekeeping. Once he had tended to the bass, he reattached the sea centipede bait and lowered the hook once more. Oh, young Fan, my bobber is moving. Not long after, Qin Yuxue also noticed her bobber suddenly jerking, and she exclaimed anxiously, young Fan, my hook has a fish on it. What should I do? What do you mean what should I do? If you have a fish, just lift the rod and reel it in, young Fan replied, somewhat exasperated by Qin Yuxue's flustered demeanor. But I don't know how. As she watched her bobber thrashing violently, Qin Yuxue appeared frantic and flustered. Young Fan, hurry, come teach me. Don't let the fish escape. All right then, he conceded. Young Fan smiled helplessly before extending his hand to grasp Qin Yuxue's fishing rod, guiding her meticulously on how to lift the rod, reel in the line, and maneuver the fish. It was evident that Qin Yuxue was a novice angler, her techniques rather clumsy. However, with young Fan's patient instruction and support, she ultimately succeeded in bringing the hooked fish to the surface. As a sizable yellow croaker, weighing over 1 pound, emerged from the water, young Fan swiftly retrieved a net to secure the catch. Qin Yuxue, filled with joy, exclaimed, Wow, did you see that, young Fan? I caught a big fish too. Haha, I'm so amazing. Young Fan smiled silently. It was her first fishing experience, and she had already caught a magnificent fish weighing over 1 pound. Much to the delight of Qin Yuxue, she immediately set down her fishing rod, bent down, and triumphantly lifted the large yellow croaker from the net, exclaiming with a playful grin towards the camera, Hee, did you see that? I caught a big fish on my very first attempt. Don't you think my fishing skills are impressive? Upon hearing her words, the comments section erupted. Ha! I can't stop laughing. This little fairy's proud expression is simply adorable. Indeed, it was charming. However, one must be frank. Dear fairy, your fishing prowess is not only lacking, but rather dismal. Just moments ago, while you were reeling in the fish, it nearly slipped off the hook several times. Honestly, if it weren't for the timely assistance of that young man beside you, that fish would have undoubtedly made its escape. Humph. This is her first time fishing. Catching anything at all is quite commendable. Exactly. My little fairy is the most beautiful and talented. Assessment concluded. The two up there are clearly infatuated. Indeed, they are excessively enamored. How can you all still defend the host with such poor fishing skills? Clearly, you're die-hard fans. Humph. What of it? Fans come in all varieties. Nonsense. True fans possess nothing. Chapter 44. A Grand Catch. Due to the abundance of fish at this spot, young Fan and Qin Yuxue continued to reel and catch after catch. Within less than half an hour, they had already caught over 10 fish, most of which were more than 1 pound in weight. This brought immense joy to Qin Yuxue. For someone fishing for the first time, the thrill of consistently catching big fish was indescribably delightful. However, for young Fan, he had become somewhat desensitized to the act of fishing. The greatest joy of fishing lies in the element of surprise and anticipation. One never knows when a fish might bite. Yet, young Fan had already discerned the situation in the sea with clarity, leaving no room for expectation in his heart. There is a saying that goes, if you wish to quickly rid yourself of an addictive game, you should cheat, for once you do, the thrill of competition in the game will swiftly dissipate. Young Fan is presently in a situation akin to this. His extraordinary abilities enable him to discern where the fish are plentiful and where they are scarce. However, this also imbues him with a sense of ennui. Consequently, after catching a few fish, young Fan decided to engage in a form of blind fishing. He ceased dropping his line at the previously baited spot and instead cast his hook into the distant waters. Moreover, this time, he refrained from discerning the conditions beneath the surface, leaving him oblivious to the presence of fish in that area. Consequently, he eliminated any semblance of cheating, thereby rediscovering a modicum of the joy that fishing brings. Upon observing young Fan's sudden change of location, Qin Yushue inquired with curiosity, "Young Fan, wasn't the spot where we just fished teeming with fish? Why have you abruptly chosen to fish elsewhere?" Young Fan chuckled dismissively, remarking, "There may be plenty of fish over there, but I doubt any of them are sizable. It feels somewhat pointless to fish here. So I thought I might try a different spot in hopes of catching something over 10 pounds. Upon hearing this, Qin Yushue immediately rolled her eyes, exclaiming, "All right. You're quite the catch. Despite having fish to reel in, you're still not satisfied and wish to hook a 10-pounder. To this, young Fan simply smiled and shrugged, choosing not to respond further. Thus, as young Fan cast his line into the unfamiliar waters, he remained devoid of any bites for over 10 minutes. Although the prolonged absence of fish did not bother him, he continued to wait leisurely. Meanwhile, Qin Yushue was consistently reeling in fish, in no time at all. She had caught 5 or 6, which filled her with glee, prompting her to tease young Fan. "Young Fan, during this time, I've already caught 5 or 6 fish. Why haven't you had any luck at all?" Observing her boastful demeanor, young Fan refrained from retorting. After a few more minutes of inactivity, he contemplated pulling up his line to check if the bait had been taken. Just then, he noticed a sudden movement in the bobber. Following that, young Fan felt a powerful tug on the line, as if something substantial was pulling downwards. Was it a big fish? With a raised eyebrow, young Fan instinctively directed his gaze towards the sea. To his astonishment, he beheld an enormous shadow beneath the surface of the water, its presence seemingly materializing out of nowhere. Goodness, what manner of fish is this? It is colossal. Chapter 45. The dragon grouper weighing over 100 pounds. Young Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. His vision underwater was remarkably clear, allowing him to distinctly see a fish of colossal proportions swimming several dozen meters away. This fish was almost exaggeratedly large, undoubtedly exceeding 100 pounds. This truly left young Fan momentarily speechless. Logically, one would expect that in these nearshore waters, such a large fish would be an anomaly. The sea bass he had just caught, weighing only a few pounds, would typically be considered a formidable catch in this area. However, when placed alongside this mammoth fish, that modest sea bass would seem nothing more than a mere underling. Young Fan observed the magnificent giant fish with great care and immediately recognized its identity. It was a giant grouper, known scientifically as Epinephelus lanceolatus, and colloquially referred to as the piglet grouper. The term giant aptly describes its formidable size. An adult giant grouper typically exceeds 60 centimeters in length and weighs over 70 kilograms. Its elongated, laterally compressed body is adorned with dark greenish spots, and the specimen before him appeared to measure over a meter in length, undoubtedly weighing more than 100 kilograms. This could be considered a medium size among giant groupers, as they can reach weights of over 300 kilograms. Gazing at this colossal creature in the sea, young Fan felt an exhilarating thrill wash over him. Just moments ago, he had lamented the lack of excitement in fishing, yet here it was, the thrill he had longed for. "Oh, young Fan, why are you suddenly so animated? Have you hooked a big one?" queried Qin Yushue, her curiosity piqued by his sudden enthusiasm. "Haha, indeed. I've caught a colossal fish." Young Fan smiled at her, then stood up and began to reel in the fish. Such a formidable creature, weighing over 100 pounds, possesses immense strength. A moment's inattention could easily result in a snapped line. Thus, young Fan was fully prepared for an arduous tug-of-war with this mighty fish. The protagonist Santiago from The Old Man and the Sea caught a colossal marlin and engaged in a fierce battle with it for several days at sea. Of course, that marlin was even larger, weighing around 700 to 800 pounds. Upon hearing Yang Fan mention he had hooked an enormous fish, Qin Yushue immediately raised her eyebrows in intrigue. An enormous fish? Yang Fan, just how big is it? Yang Fan casually mentioned while fishing. Without turning his head, I reckon it must weigh at least 100 pounds. Upon hearing this, Qin Yushue's eyes widened in astonishment, her mouth forming an adorable, "Oh, how much? Over 100 pounds. My goodness, is that for real? Just how enormous must a fish of that weight be? Haha. Well, it's definitely large. You'll see once I reel it in." Yang Fan chuckled softly and continued to fish. As a boy raised in a fishing village, he had undoubtedly caught a considerable number of fish, yet he had never encountered one of such magnitude before. The largest fish he had previously caught weighed merely a dozen pounds. Yang Fan felt a surge of excitement, accompanied by a hint of nervousness. After all, successfully reeling in this colossal fish, weighing over 100 pounds, would pose a significant challenge to his angling skills. In the moments that followed, Yang Fan employed the technique of long-line control fishing to engage in a strenuous battle of wits and strength with an enormous grouper lurking in the ocean. The so-called long-line control fishing method is a commonly used approach when attempting to reel in large fish. Upon hooking a substantial catch, one must not merely pull in the line, for even the strongest line would inevitably snap under such pressure. Instead, one must master the art of both reeling in and letting out, maintaining the line at a length of approximately 25 to 30 meters. To successfully land the large fish, the angler must strike a delicate balance. When the fish is taut, the line should be slackened, and when the fish is relaxed, the line should be tightened. In essence, the control of the fishing line must be precise, neither too taut nor too loose. Excessive tension risks breaking the line, while too much slack allows the fish to conserve its energy. It is imperative to maintain an equilibrium, compelling the formidable creature to remain in a state of exertion, thereby hastening the depletion of its strength. This arduous endeavor lasted for over half an hour. Yang Fan, after an arduous struggle, finally exhausted the enormous grouper. As the colossal fish began to tire, he promptly reeled it in, gradually drawing it closer to the boat. In a short while, when it was merely 5 or 6 meters away, the magnificent grouper emerged from the water's depths. Chapter 46. Did they want us to resign and become fishermen? My goodness, this fish is extraordinarily large. As the grouper surfaced, Qin Yushue's eyes widened in astonishment, her hand covering her mouth in disbelief. While Yang Fan was engaged in battle with the fish, she had neglected her own fishing rod, captivated by the spectacle unfolding before her. However, unable to see beneath the water's surface like Yang Fan, she had no notion of the fish's true size until now. Witnessing the grouper being brought to the surface allowed her to fully appreciate the awe-inspiring presence of this creature, weighing over 100 pounds. It was simply immense. Aside from the sharks she had seen at the aquarium, she had never encountered a fish of such magnitude up close. Most astonishing was the fact that Yang Fan had caught it. One could only imagine the extent of Qin Yushue's shock at that moment. Simultaneously, upon the grouper surfacing, the young photographer Chen Qian gasped in amazement before swiftly pointing her camera towards the water. As the majestic fish glided through the live broadcast, the comments exploded with excitement. "Oh my, what kind of fish is this? A deep-sea behemoth? It's unbelievably large. Goodness gracious, what a colossal fish. It must weigh at least over 100 pounds. Incredible! To think such a massive fish could be caught. I am utterly impressed. This young man, Yang Fan, is remarkable. Truly extraordinary. All right, I must concede. Yang Fan and the fairy are a perfect match. Your prowess has won my admiration, and thus, I bestow my blessing upon you. I declare the fairy is yours from this day forward. How dare you make such a declaration? Who do you think you are? I still oppose this union. The fairy is mine. Yes, I too oppose it. The fairy remains mine. Yet, one must admit, this young man is astonishing. To catch such a large fish is truly impressive. I am thoroughly impressed. Wait. Enough with the admiration. After all this talk, does anyone know the background of this magnificent fish? Indeed, where is the expert? Is there anyone knowledgeable in the live stream? Please enlighten us. Absolutely. I too wish to know the origins of this majestic fish. Calling all experts. Do not rush. The science communicator is currently searching on Baidu, so please be patient. Ahem. Good afternoon to everyone. I'm a postdoctoral researcher from the School of Oceanography at Tsinghua University. Allow me to enlighten you, based on my observations truly, without Baidu. The large fish caught by the host is likely a giant grouper, scientifically known as Epinephelus lanceolatus, commonly referred to as the piggy grouper. It is the largest species of grouper and a prized edible fish. Thank you, science communicator. You may take your leave now. Thank you. Thank you. However, I timidly inquire, does Tsinghua University even have a school of oceanography? Also, my friend, are you really watching a live stream at this hour while being a postdoc? Shouldn't you be in the laboratory conducting research? Hey, you up there, can't you keep your thoughts to yourself? Exactly. Why does it matter whether the science communicator is from Tsinghua? The information provided is sufficient. Indeed, such a lack of understanding. Speaking of which, now that we know this magnificent fish is called the giant grouper, can any other science communicator inform us of its monetary value? Yes. I too am quite curious about the worth of this fish. Let us call upon the next science communicator. The science communicator has arrived. After my recent search on Baidu, honestly, the price of wild giant grouper typically starts at over 300 yuan per gene, and the larger the fish, the more valuable it becomes. A wild giant grouper exceeding 60 gene can sell for around 70,000 to 80,000 yuan, while those weighing over 100 gene can command prices of at least 200,000 to 300,000 yuan. Goodness, are you saying that the fish caught by this young man is worth at least 200,000 to 300,000 yuan? My word, selling a fish for that much? That would be several years' salary for me. Is this a ploy to entice me to quit my job and become a fisherman? Enough of this. I've already purchased my ticket and will soon find Brother Yang to go fishing. I must go. I was secretly watching the live stream when my boss caught me. He said he would deduct a day's salary. I had planned to endure it quietly, but upon seeing this fisherman catch a fish worth tens of thousands, I cannot hold back any longer. I shall throw my resignation letter in my boss's face and become a carefree fisherman. You up there, don't boast. If you truly dare to do that, I will respect you as a man. As the comments in the live stream chat frenzy continued, Yang Fan had already worn out the massive dragon grouper, leaving it nearly lifeless. He then proceeded to slowly reel in the line, drawing the colossal fish closer to the side of the boat. Given the sheer size of this creature, the landing net was evidently no longer of any use. Yang Fan began to ponder how he could successfully reel in this enormous fish. Chapter 47. What a scoundrel! After careful consideration, Yang Fan realized that he seemingly had but one method to hoist the colossal dragon grouper aboard the vessel. That was to plunge directly into the water and, with his powerful arms, lift the magnificent creature up. What other options were available to him? Yang Fan truly could not conceive of any alternative course of action. Thus, having made up his mind, he leapt into the water without a moment's hesitation. Fortunately, the large grouper had already struggled for nearly an hour after being hooked, leaving it utterly exhausted. Upon entering the water, Yang Fan swiftly embraced the fish. Although the grouper instinctively exerted its last vestiges of strength in a desperate attempt to escape. How could Yang Fan's strength, augmented by the Dragon Pearl, be underestimated? He clung tightly to the massive fish and effortlessly executed a double-handed lift, tossing the grouper onto the boat with ease. Wow, Yang Fan, your strength is truly remarkable, exclaimed Qin Yushua, her eyes wide with astonishment upon witnessing him plunge into the water and hoist the hefty grouper, which weighed over 100 pounds, onto the boat. She was utterly astounded. The audience in her live stream was equally taken aback. Goodness, this fisherman is a werewolf. What incredible strength. Indeed, it was impressive. He had casually lifted the grouper, which weighed more than 100 pounds, onto the boat. Was he perhaps a weightlifter in his youth? Oh my, not only is he handsome, but he is also incredibly strong. I'm smitten, exclaimed one admirer. If only I could be his girlfriend, I would feel so secure nestled in his robust embrace. Dear fairy sister, please introduce us. I want to bear his children. Hey, you little vixens, keep your hands off my husband. After successfully throwing the grouper onto the boat, Yang Fan effortlessly leaped onto the boat, pushing himself up with a hand. As for the large grouper he had tossed aboard, it thrashed violently for a few moments before gradually ceasing its struggles. Having entered the water, Yang Fan's clothes were thoroughly soaked, clinging uncomfortably to his body. Thus, he decided to remove his shirt, intending to wring out the excess water before putting it back on. Ah, Yang Fan, you naughty boy, Qin Yushua exclaimed, her cheeks flushing crimson as she instinctively covered her eyes with her hands upon witnessing Yang Fan's sudden disrobing. However, the sight of his alluringly sculpted six-pack abs and impressively large biceps compelled her to sneak a few peeks through her fingers. Wow, Yang Fan's physique is astonishing. It seems even more enticing than the fitness enthusiasts I've encountered at the gym. As she stole glances at Yang Fan's nearly perfect form, Qin Yushua felt her cheeks burn, her heart racing like a startled doe. She had never anticipated that her old classmate would not only be handsome, but also possess such a mesmerizing physique. Truly a male deity. As the image of Yang Fan shirtless spread through the live stream, female viewers erupted in excitement. Oh my heavens! What divine physique does this young man possess? I'm in love. Goodness. Just one glance at that body, and I can barely stand. Stop it. After seeing this, I've secretly retrieved the cucumber I had in the fridge. The comments are getting too risky. What do you need the cucumber for? Hee, what do you think? But seriously, this young man is not only stunningly handsome, but also possesses such an incredible physique. If he were to become a trainee, what would happen to those other idols? Indeed, compared to that Kuan, Fan, and Lulu, my Yang Fan is simply in a league of his own. I declare that from this day forth, Yang Fan shall be my idol. Idol, do you have Douyin or Weibo? I want to follow you. TSK. I've already taken a screenshot of this magnificent physique. When the night grows quiet and lonely, I can secretly gaze upon this photo to soothe my yearning heart. What a screenshot. I've already begun to drool over the screen. Not just the female fans, some male viewers in the live stream, upon seeing Yang Fan's physique, expressed that they felt themselves being swayed. Handsome, are you into men? Even a steadfast straight man like me feels bent. Wow. The commenter above is truly something else. It took me a minute to understand. What does that mean? Can someone explain? Children, don't ask. It's better not to wander down the wrong path. Yang Fan was oblivious to the barrage of comments flying through the live stream, completely unaware that Qin Yushua's audience was fervently teasing him. Yet, even if he had known, he would likely have merely chuckled and brushed it off. In all honesty, Yang Fan was quite pleased with his current physique. Ever since he acquired the Dragon Pearl, he had noticed a gradual improvement in his body, culminating in his present appearance: six-pack abs, a defined waist, a chiseled chest, and a well-defined V-line. While others toiled tirelessly in the gym, lifting weights to achieve such a physique, he simply needed to indulge in a few extra hours of sleep to attain it naturally, which was rather infuriating, to say the least. After wringing out his shirt, Yang Fan quickly donned it once more. Upon seeing Qin Yushua's delicate face flushed as she covered her eyes, chastising him for being lewd, he sheepishly replied, I assure you, I am not being indecent. It was merely that my shirt was too damp and uncomfortable, so I had to take it off to wring it out. Humph. You could have at least warned me beforehand. Once Yang Fan had put on his shirt, Qin Yushua lowered her hands from her eyes and softly huffed. I thought you wouldn't mind. In our fishing village, it's quite common for men to go shirtless, Yang Fan shrugged. Humph. That only indicates that all the men in your village are rascals. Yang Fan found himself at a loss for words. Chapter 48. The dock stirs commotion. His clothes were drenched, making him rather uncomfortable, prompting Yang Fan to decide against continuing the fishing expedition. Moreover, having caught such a substantial grouper, there was no way the boat could accommodate it, so it was imperative to return swiftly to sell it. Contemplating this, Yang Fan turned to Qin Yushue and inquired, Old classmate, shall we call it a day and head back? Qin Yushue, observing Yang Fan's soaked attire, immediately understood and nodded in agreement. Yes, let us hurry back. You're soaked, and it's best to change quickly to avoid catching a cold. As she spoke, her gaze fell upon the large grouper lying still on the deck, and her curiosity piqued. Yang Fan, a viewer in my live stream, mentioned that this fish could fetch 200,000 to 300,000. Is that true? That sounds about right. Yang Fan replied. Wild grouper is indeed quite expensive, especially one of this size, which is exceedingly rare. If sold to a high-end seafood restaurant, it could likely command such a price. Wow, so does that mean you've earned several 100,000 just by catching one fish? Qin Yushue exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. I finally understand now why you chose to resign and return to your hometown to become a fisherman. Not really. It's merely a stroke of luck. Generally speaking, it's quite unlikely to encounter such a large grouper near the shore, so today has truly been a fortuitous day. Yang Fan chuckled and shook his head. While it was true that he had relied on a stroke of luck when catching the exquisite crayfish and wild yellow croaker before, landing this magnificent grouper today was indeed a matter of sheer fortune. Luck, after all, is a facet of skill. Qin Yushua smiled with a touch of wistfulness. Then, as if a sudden thought struck her, she tilted her head playfully, gazing at Yang Fan with a bright smile and said, By the way, Yang Fan, as the saying goes, those who see should share in the bounty. Since we are fishing together, shouldn't you share a portion of the proceeds from this splendid catch with me? Haha, no problem. When we sell it, I'll give you half. Yang Fan replied with a grin. Really? Half for me? How generous of you. Qin Yushui blinked her eyes in surprise. Of course, Yang Fan affirmed earnestly, nodding. Hee. Perhaps I should decline. It's enough that you have such intentions, but since you caught the fish, I would feel rather awkward taking a share. As she spoke, Qin Yushui adorably stuck out her tongue. Ha ha, I genuinely want to give you half, but if you insist on not taking it, then so be it. After all, you, my little wealthy lady, are not in need of money. Yang Fan also chuckled, as he could clearly discern that Qin Yushui was jesting with him. It is worth noting that this charming young lady is, without a doubt, a bona fide heiress. Firstly, she is currently a major internet celebrity, likely earning several million annually merely through video production and advertisements. Secondly, her familial background is exceedingly privileged. Her father is the owner of a publicly listed company in Shanghai, with a net worth exceeding 100 million, while her mother holds a senior position in a state-owned enterprise, earning a salary in the hundreds of thousands. It can be said that Qin Yushui has been raised with a proverbial silver spoon in her mouth, and with her own ability to generate substantial income. She is undoubtedly a quintessential young, affluent individual. To be frank, given her perspective, the notion that this large grouper is valued at merely several hundred thousand would hardly faze her. Even if it were worth millions, it would not weigh on her mind. Furthermore, considering Qin Yushui's disposition, even if she were not a young, affluent person, she would likely hesitate to share the profits with Yang Fan. Her comments were merely intended to tease him. After exchanging a few light-hearted remarks, Yang Fan ignited the engine and set sail for home. Along the way, he naturally shared the news of having caught another sizable grouper with Shen Yufei, inquiring if she wished to purchase it. Upon receiving this message, Shen Yufei promptly replied, expressing her interest in acquiring it. Upon learning that Yang Fan had caught yet another grouper valued at several hundred thousand, Shen Yufei was both astonished and delighted. She was now entirely convinced that Yang Fan's repeated successes in capturing exquisite seafood were not merely a matter of luck. Yang Fan undoubtedly possesses a remarkable talent for fishing, enabling him to frequently catch exquisite seafood. In the eyes of Shen Yufei, he has become an invaluable client. With Yang Fan as her supplier, it is conceivable that her seafood restaurant will remain abundantly supplied with premium delicacies for an extended period. However, while Shen Yufei has surmised that Yang Fan possesses a unique fishing prowess, she is unaware that his recent catch of the magnificent dragon grouper was indeed a stroke of luck. She has established contact with Shen Yufei. Yang Fan navigated his vessel directly back to the village. The reason for not heading to the city's seafood trading dock was that he had just informed Shen Yufei that if she wished to acquire the dragon grouper, she should send someone to the dock at Dying Village to collect it. To Yang Fan, time was exceedingly precious. It was impractical for him to procure exquisite seafood daily while making frequent trips to the city to sell his catch. Spending excessive hours at sea would be an indulgence he could not afford. Thus, he had clearly communicated to Shen Yufei that if she wished to engage in future transactions, she must send someone to Dying Village, as he would no longer be making the journey to the city himself. Upon hearing Yang Fan's declaration, Shen Yufei had no objections. Indeed, she was entirely compliant with this treasure trove of a man. She was prepared to acquiesce to any of his requests, provided they did not conflict with her principles. When Yang Fan returned to the village dock, the sun was setting, casting a golden hue over the sea, transforming it into a shimmering expanse reminiscent of poetry. The breathtaking sunset over the ocean captivated Qin Yushui, who eagerly took out her phone to capture the moment, while her live stream audience clamored to screenshot the picturesque scene for their wallpapers. After securing the boat, Yang Fan and his companions remained on board, leisurely enjoying the stunning view as they awaited the arrival of Shen Yufei's associates to collect the large dragon grouper. During this interlude, several seasoned fishermen from the village also returned to the dock in their somewhat dilapidated metal fishing boats. It was no surprise that upon noticing the enormous fish aboard Yang Fan's vessel, the old fisherman's eyes widened in astonishment. "Goodness, Yang Fan, how on earth did you catch such a massive fish?" exclaimed one. "Indeed, this fish must weigh over 100 pounds. How did you manage that?" Another marveled. "My word, this remarkable creature must be a dragon grouper, if I'm not mistaken. It's incredibly valuable. How much do you think it could fetch?" In a flash, the news of Yang Fan's remarkable catch stirred excitement at the village dock. As word spread, many villagers hurried to the dock to witness the spectacle. A dragon grouper weighing over 100 pounds was indeed a rarity for the villagers of Dying, who wouldn't be intrigued to catch a glimpse. Chapter 49. Who teases whom? Ah, how extraordinary. Such a large fish, exclaimed one. Indeed, it must weigh over 100 pounds. I wonder how Yang Fan managed to catch it. I heard this big fish is a dragon grouper? Yes, it's quite valuable. They say it could be worth 2 to 300,000. 2 to 300,000? My goodness, young Fan must have struck it rich. Who would have thought that young Fan not only excels in academics, but also possesses remarkable skills in fishing? I heard that yesterday he and Tao went out to set hooks and managed to catch dozens of large grouper, selling them for several tens of thousands of yuan. Is that so? Young Fan truly is impressive. His father was renowned as the best fisherman in our village, and it seems that Fan has inherited his father's fishing prowess. Indeed, Fan graduated from a prestigious university and, as I understand, he subsequently secured a position at a bank. Yet, he has chosen to resign and return to the fishing village, which suggests a profound confidence in his fishing abilities. Undoubtedly, young Fan is exceptional. He can achieve remarkable success both in academia and in fishing. The villagers gathered at the dock, captivated by the spectacle, began discussing young Fan. News of his and young Hong Tao's successful catch of dozens of large grouper had already spread throughout the village, and now, with the sight of him hauling in such a massive dragon grouper, the villagers were genuinely astonished by his fishing talents. Years ago, Yang Fan's father was the most skilled fisherman in Dejing village, which explains how they could afford a large fishing vessel and construct the village's most luxurious residence. The neighbors started speculating that Yang Fan must have inherited his father's fishing techniques. Otherwise, it would be puzzling for him to return to fishing in the village after graduating from a prestigious university. Hearing the villagers discuss him in this manner, Yang Fan felt no need to refute their claims. Rather, he secretly delighted in their admiration. With his skills, he would undoubtedly continue to catch valuable fish, gaining renown across the region. The villagers attributing his success to his father's fishing techniques was, in fact, the best scenario for him. This way, he would no longer need to explain why he consistently caught such fine fish. After about 10 minutes, a speedboat approached rapidly from a distance, swiftly arriving at the dock of Dejing village. Aboard the speedboat was Xin Yufei, who, upon receiving news from Yang Fan, hurriedly brought along 2 employees to conduct a transaction with him. Upon seeing Yang Fan, Xin Yufei smiled and waved, instructing the helmsman to maneuver the boat alongside Yang Fan's vessel. As the 2 boats drew near, Xin Yufei beamed at Yang Fan and greeted him. "Hello, brother Yang Fan." "Greetings, Boss Xin," he replied. Yang Fan smiled and nodded at her. Still calling me Boss Xin? Didn't you promise to call me Sister Yufei from now on?" Upon hearing Yang Fan's address, Xin Yufei couldn't help but furrow her brows, feigning a look of annoyance. Very well then, Sister Yufei." Yang Fan touched his nose, still somewhat unaccustomed to being addressed in such a manner. That's more like it, brother Yang Fan." Xin Yufei smiled radiantly, then turned her gaze towards the large grouper lying on the boat. Upon seeing such a sizable wild grouper, Xin Yufei felt a rush of excitement. Her tongue momentarily tied in awe. This newly recognized brother Yang Fan truly possessed remarkable skills. Simply by fishing, he had managed to catch a grouper exceeding 100 pounds. This handsome young man, who appeared harmless, was undoubtedly extraordinary. After a brief appraisal of the magnificent grouper, Xin Yufei did not hesitate, promptly offering Yang Fan an exceptionally generous price. "Brother Yang Fan, I'll offer 366,000 for this grouper. What do you think of this price? If it's insufficient, I can certainly increase it." Yang Fan quickly waved his hand with a smile, saying, "That's enough. That's enough. This price is already inflated. I suppose it could be said that I am taking advantage of you, Sister Yufei." With a light-hearted laugh, he continued, "Really, no need to raise the price?" Xin Yufei gazed at Yang Fan with a playful glint in her beautiful eyes, then, with a hint of meaning, remarked, "Brother Yang Fan, in truth, I am quite willing to let you benefit at my expense." Yang Fan felt a wave of defeat wash over him. This alluring and sultry seductress, was she teasing him? To be honest, Yang Fan was quite bashful and had never truly experienced a romantic relationship, making him ill-equipped to handle the flirtations of a bewitching woman like Xin Yufei. Upon witnessing the flush of embarrassment creeping onto Yang Fan's face from her playful remark, Xin Yufei quickly covered her mouth and giggled. All right. I won't tease you any longer. Since you, dear Yang Fan, do not wish to take advantage of me, let us proceed with the price I mentioned earlier." With that, she promptly retrieved her phone and transferred 366,000 yuan to Yang Fan. "Well then, thank you, Sister Yufei." Thus, their transaction was completed with remarkable ease. After the exchange of money and goods, Xin Yufei did not linger excessively. She bid Yang Fan farewell with a smile and swiftly departed from the dock. The villagers, who had gathered to witness the spectacle, were astonished to learn that Yang Fan had sold such a significant catch for over 30,000 yuan. They expressed their amazement and began to congratulate him enthusiastically, praising his prowess. In response, Yang Fan simply smiled modestly. Once everything was settled, he and Qin Yuxue made their way home from the dock. Along the way, Qin Yuxue, with a curious glimmer in her eyes, inquired, "Hey, Yang Fan, you seemed rather familiar with that beautiful boss just now. Pray tell, what is your relationship with her? You're not contemplating a descent into debauchery by letting this wealthy woman take care of you, are you?" Yang Fan immediately rolled his eyes and began to counter, gazing at Qin Yuxue with a playful smile. "Honestly, old classmate, if I ever found myself in need of a wealthy benefactor, I would undoubtedly seek you out as my little affluent patron. By the way, if I were to approach you, would you be willing to support me?" Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Qin Yushue's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. She had intended to tease Yang Fan, but instead found herself the subject of his playful banter. Chapter 50, Is Yang Fan a stalwart straight man? Upon returning home, the trio realized it was already 7 or 8 in the evening. Having not eaten yet, Yang Fan surmised that both Qin Yuxue and her cousin must be quite hungry. As the host, he felt it was his duty to prepare a sumptuous dinner to entertain them. However, as the saying goes, a clever cook cannot make a meal without rice. His pantry was devoid of even that staple ingredient, leaving him unable to prepare an elaborate feast. Consequently, Yang Fan was left with no choice but to whip up a simple dish for Qin Yuxue and her cousin. Yet, this was no ordinary fare, but rather exquisite wild abalone noodles. With this thought in mind, Yang Fan turned to Qin Yuxue and said, "Old classmate, please make yourselves comfortable while I step out for a moment." Surprised by his sudden decision to leave, Qin Yuxue inquired, "Yang Fan, why are you heading out so late? Is there something you need to do?" "Just wait and see," he replied enigmatically. Yang Fan smiled at Qin Yuxue, then stepped out wearing a fresh set of clothes. This fellow, always so enigmatic. Watching Yang Fan's retreating figure, Qin Yuxue couldn't help but pout. Under the cover of night, Yang Fan made his way to the seaside. Without uttering a word, he plunged into the water with determination, swiftly navigating towards the rocky area where he had discovered a nest of wild abalone the previous day. Before long, he arrived at the abalone haven. Yang Fan began to harvest abalone, managing to catch over a dozen large specimens, each weighing at least 4 ounces, before he decided to cease his efforts. This time, in order to entertain Qin Yuxue and her cousin, he not only caught several double-headed abalones, but also 2 exquisite single-headed abalones of exceptional size. With the presence of such magnificent wild abalones, he was certain that even when serving them to Qin Yuxue and her companion, it would not appear meager. After finishing his catch, Yang Fan immediately embraced the abalones and swam away from the rocky area. Upon reaching the shore, he changed into clean clothes and wrapped the freshly caught abalones in the short-sleeved shirt he had just removed, then made his way home. As night fell, the clock struck 8:30. Qin Yuxue had long since turned off her live stream. She and her cousin had just gone upstairs for a shower, and now they sat cross-legged on the sofa in the living room, clad in adorable cartoon pajamas. Engrossed in a popular variety show airing on the large television mounted on the wall, a recent purchase by Yang Fan, boasting a dazzling 75 inches and 8K resolution, costing him several tens of thousands of yuan. "Qin Yuxue, are you hungry?" At this moment, feeling a bit faint from hunger, she patted her flat stomach and turned to her cousin, Qin Xian. "Of course I'm hungry. My dear cousin, what's the deal with your classmate? We come to his home as guests, and doesn't he even offer us a meal?" Qin Xian replied, also touching her own flat belly, her expression one of pitiful grievance. I really don't know what's going on. Yang Fan is usually quite reliable, but this time, I have no idea what could have caused him to suddenly leave at such a late hour." Qin Yuxue expressed her bewilderment, completely at a loss for Yang Fan's erratic behavior. Here she was, a stunning beauty, visiting his home, and he had the audacity to vanish and leave her starving? How could he act so inconsiderately? This guy was utterly outrageous, such a typical straight man. How could he be so heartless? After a while, unable to endure her hunger any longer, Qin Xian turned to Qin Yuxue and asked, "Sister Yuxue, how about we head to the kitchen and prepare something ourselves? I'm really about to starve." Qin Yuxue rolled her eyes in response. "No need to think about it. While you were upstairs showering, I peeked into the kitchen and discovered that the refrigerator is completely bare, not even a single leaf of vegetable in sight." Qin Xian was left speechless, managing only a wry smile. "So what should we do? We can't just sit here and starve, can we? How about we order takeout?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yushue promptly tapped Qin Xian's forehead with her finger and exclaimed, "Takeout? Qin Xian, are you out of your mind from hunger? Do you honestly believe that in this little fishing village, surrounded on 3 sides by mountains and 1 side by the sea, we can order takeout? Alright then." Qin Xian rested her hand on her forehead, realizing she must have been quite famished to utter such words. After a moment of contemplation, she proposed, "Sister Yushue, how about we visit the neighbors for something to eat? Surely, the locals are hospitable, and we could beg for some food, right? Beg for food? Do you fancy yourself a nun?" Yushue retorted. "Oh well, let's endure the hunger for a while. I refuse to believe that Yang Fan would leave us without dinner tonight. Woo-woo, Sister Yushue, I'm genuinely starving. I am too, just bear with it. If I endure any longer, I might truly faint from hunger. By the way, Sister Yushue, your classmate is quite handsome and skilled at fishing, but why is he such a blatant straight man? How could he leave 2 delicate ladies starving in his house? Humph. Enough of this. When Yang Fan returns, I will give him a piece of my mind." Qin Yushue gritted her teeth in frustration. Just as she finished her statement, the courtyard creaked open, and soon after, Yang Fan entered. Upon seeing him return, Qin Yushue stood up in indignation from the sofa, hands on her hips, and directed a barrage of accusations at Yang Fan. "Yang Fan, you actually know how to come home. Tell me, where have you been? My cousin and I are on the verge of starvation. Do you even realize? It's outrageous that you would leave 2 beautiful women to suffer hunger. What a scoundrel. A blunt, iron-willed man. You are truly infuriating." Chapter 51. Casually cooking abalone noodles. As soon as Yang Fan stepped inside, he was met with the sight of Qin Yushue, resembling a fierce tigress, standing with her hands on her hips, chastising him. He scratched his nose and managed a wry smile. However, he was aware of his shortcomings. After all, he had indeed failed to fulfill the duties of a gracious host by not preparing a meal for his guests at such a late hour. Accepting the reprimand silently, Yang Fan bore the brunt of Qin Yushue's scolding. Fortunately, she was not truly a tigress. After a few sharp words, her ire began to dissipate. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Fan sheepishly offered an explanation. Old classmate, it's just that we ran out of rice and vegetables at home. So I went out to find food for you." The journey took a bit longer than expected. The rocky area where he sought wild abalone was indeed quite distant, which accounted for his late return. Just as Qin Yushue settled back onto the sofa, she was taken aback by Yang Fan's admission of having gone out to find food. "Yang Fan, you went out to get us food? Where did you go? What did you find?" "Of course, I went to the sea. Look, here they are." As he spoke, Yang Fan unfurled a t-shirt that wrapped around the abalones, revealing a dozen wild abalone shells displayed on the table. "These are wild abalone? Such large specimens?" Upon witnessing Yang Fan suddenly produce a dozen wild abalone, particularly 2 exquisite specimens, Qin Yushue's eyes widened in astonishment. She was utterly taken aback, for she had never imagined that Yang Fan could procure such exceptional wild abalone during his brief excursion to the sea. As a young affluent woman, Qin Yushue was accustomed to having abalone featured at her family's annual feast, typically consisting of double-headed or even single-headed varieties. Thus, she was acutely aware of the immense value that such sizable abalones could command. Moreover, the fact that these were wild abalone only heightened their worth in her eyes. Gazing at the array of wild abalone on the table and then back at Yang Fan, she found herself momentarily speechless. What kind of extraordinary fisherman was her old classmate? Just that afternoon, he had caught a large grouper worth over 300,000, and now he had gathered these equally valuable wild abalones? Was it common for fishermen to catch seafood worth tens of thousands so effortlessly? Furthermore, in such a short span of time, where had he managed to find so many wild abalones? At that moment, any discontent she harbored towards Yang Fan had completely dissipated, replaced instead by a profound curiosity. It seemed as though her old classmate was shrouded in an air of mystery. "Yang Fan, my goodness, how did you manage to find so many wild abalone?" she exclaimed, her astonishment clearly evident as she refocused her attention on him. "Well, I fortuitously discovered a wild abalone nest yesterday, which is abundant with these delicacies. Currently, I believe I am the only one privy to its location. So I suppose it can be considered my secret treasure trove, since I had no special dishes to serve you this evening. I thought I would simply bring over a few dozen abalone," Yang Fan explained with a smile upon noticing Qin Yushue's incredulous expression. "A wild abalone nest? A secret treasure trove? Yang Fan, you are quite remarkable for being able to locate such a rarity," Qin Yushue exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with wonder. She fully understood how scarce wild abalone was, as they typically resided in rocky seabeds, making them exceedingly difficult to encounter. Yang Fan's discovery was indeed extraordinary. Oh, it was merely a stroke of luck, Yang Fan humbly remarked with a smile. Well, your luck is truly unparalleled. By the way, Yang Fan, do you have any idea how much such large wild abalone is worth? She inquired. I have a rough idea. Double-headed abalone might fetch several thousand, while single-headed ones could sell for tens of thousands, he replied. Since you are aware of their high value, why not keep them to sell instead? Eating them yourself seems rather imprudent. She teased. It's just a small sum. I can't be bothered to sell them. You're visiting my home today, and I don't have much to offer you, so I thought I would simply prepare some abalone noodles for you, he chuckled. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Qin Yushui immediately rolled her eyes. Using a wild abalone worth over 100,000 yuan to prepare noodles is indeed rather casual. Well then, I shall proceed to cook the noodles. Do not think that you are the only ones who are famished. I am equally ravenous. Yang Fan smiled at Qin Yushui, then took the dozen or so wild abalone to the kitchen to busy himself. Upon witnessing Yang Fan genuinely carry these wild abalone to prepare a noodle dish, the sisters Qin Yushui and Chun Qian exchanged glances in the living room, unable to suppress their astonishment. Cooking wild abalone for noodles, was this not excessively extravagant? Chapter 52. Noodles were thousands of dollars a bowl. After toiling in the kitchen for several minutes, a pot of steaming abalone noodles was finally ready. Yang Fan graciously presented 3 sumptuous bowls of abalone noodles at the restaurant, summoning Qin Yushui and Chun Qian to join him in this delightful feast. As the host, Yang Fan naturally allocated the 2 magnificent wild single-head abalones to Qin Yushui and Chun Qian, while he himself settled for a bowl containing either double-head or triple-head abalone. Admittedly, he could have easily procured an additional single-head abalone for himself, as there were still a few left in the abalone den. However, to be candid, Yang Fan possessed an intrinsic inclination towards frugality. Indulging in a single-head abalone, priced in the tens of thousands, felt rather extravagant. Thus, he opted to serve the 2 ladies instead, as they were his esteemed guests. Seated at the dining table, Qin Yushui and Chun Qian gazed at their bowls of noodles adorned with the sumptuous abalones, particularly the largest single-head abalone, leaving them momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. Surely, this bowl of noodles must be valued at several tens of thousands, an extravagant display of opulence. Despite being daughters of affluent families, having been raised with silver spoons in their mouths, neither had ever encountered noodles featuring such exorbitantly priced wild abalone. In a typical scenario, who would consider using such a valuable delicacy to prepare noodles? Only someone as unique as Yang Fan could fathom such an idea. Noticing the 2 ladies hesitating, Yang Fan inquired with curiosity, "Aren't you hungry? Why aren't you eating? Is it that my noodles lack appeal?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yushui promptly shook her head. No. The noodles smell delightful. I shall eat now. With that, she prepared to pick up her chopsticks. However, at that moment, an idea suddenly struck Qin Yushui, and she looked up, her large eyes blinking as she asked Yang Fan, "By the way, Yang Fan, would you mind if I took a photo of this bowl of abalone noodles to share in our university group chat?" Share in the group chat? Yang Fan was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. So you wish to incite envy among your peers? Hee indeed. I want everyone to see how our esteemed Fisherman Yang is treating me. Qin Yushui playfully stuck out her tongue at Yang Fan with a grin. Very well then. It's up to you. I have no objections, Yang Fan shrugged. Then I shall post it right away. With Yang Fan's consent, Qin Yushui beamed with delight, snapping a photo of the abalone noodles before promptly sharing it in the university group chat, accompanied by a message. Today, I visited Yang Fan's hometown fishing village, and the great Fisherman Yang treated me to a mere bowl of noodles. Don't you think he is rather stingy? Winking emoji. Typically, one would expect that after graduation, university group chats would see little activity, as everyone becomes engrossed in their work, leaving little room for leisurely banter. In their university group chat, the situation was quite similar. No one was engaging in conversation. But who was Qin Yushui, the unequivocal goddess of the class? As soon as she sent a message, many lurking individuals were instantly compelled to surface. It goes without saying that those who responded first were likely to possess the traits of devoted admirers. And they hadn't even taken a moment to scrutinize the image she had shared before they began to chatter. Zhao Tao, oh, Goddess Qin. You actually ventured to Yang Fan's hometown fishing village? ISNT, that lad overjoyed to have the opportunity to be in close proximity to you, the great goddess? Zhang Jiping. Indeed, I can't help but feel 100 shades of envy and jealousy for Yang Fan. But Yang Fan, my friend, How could you possibly entertain our goddess with just a bowl of noodles? Disdainful emoji. Chen Ming, absolutely. With the great goddess visiting you, and you serve her mere noodles? Yang Fan, you truly are quite miserly. Middle finger emoji. Wang Hui, goddess Qin, since this stingy fellow Yang Fan has failed to host you properly, I shall take it upon myself. If you ever come to my hometown, I will immediately prepare a 3-year-old egg-laying hen for your enjoyment. However, not everyone was a sycophant. Many remained quite rational. They eagerly clicked on the image shared by Qin Yushua, and soon someone noticed something peculiar about the bowl of noodles. Lu Weiqi, hey, everyone. Take a look at that bowl of noodles in the picture. Doesn't it seem like there are a few abalone nestled within? And they're quite sizable too. Qian Jiajia. Indeed. Those dark, oval shapes in the noodles genuinely resemble abalone. The largest one appears to weigh at least a pound, doesn't it? Zhang Xian. Oh my. An abalone exceeding a pound? Is that not the legendary single abalone? Lu Yanyan. Surely that cannot be true? A single abalone costs several thousand yuan. How could it possibly be used to accompany noodles? Lu Weiqi, the image isn't entirely clear. Let us inquire directly with Goddess Qin to ascertain the truth. Goddess Qin. Are those dark, oval objects in your bowl indeed abalone? On the other side, upon noticing the lively chatter in the university group and the speculation surrounding whether there were abalones in her noodles, Qin Yushu couldn't help but smile with delight. This was precisely the response she had hoped for. With a satisfied grin, Qin Yushua replied in the group. Hee hee. Yes, you haven't misinterpreted. Yang Fan, the great fisherman, specifically caught a dozen wild abalones today to treat me and my cousin. Happy emoji. As soon as this message was dispatched, the group erupted with excitement. Chapter 53. This young lady is up to something. Lu Weiqi. No way. Are those truly abalones? And wild ones at that. Judging by their size in the image, those abalones in the bowl must be at least double-headed. And the largest one is undoubtedly a single-headed abalone. Sun Muhua. Wild double-headed and single-headed abalones? Goodness gracious. According to the current market price of wild abalone, this bowl of noodles must be worth several tens of thousands, right? Zhang Xian exclaimed, my goodness. Using exquisite wild abalone worth tens of thousands to make noodles, Yang Fan, you are truly remarkable. I am utterly in awe. With a gesture of admiration, Zhao Tao added. I am completely impressed. Noodles costing several tens of thousands, I have neither tasted nor even seen such a dish. I bow to the esteemed Yang Fan. Zhang Jiping questioned. Is it true? Is there really wild abalone in this bowl of noodles? Yang Fan, you must have invested a fortune. Are you trying to win over our goddess Qin? Lu Yinyan chimed in. Hee hee, I guess so. Only the goddess Qin could receive such treatment. If it were anyone else visiting Yang Fan's home, I bet he wouldn't be so generous with such precious wild abalone. With a cheeky smile, Qin Jiajia affirmed, indeed, if it were me visiting, Yang Fan would definitely be reluctant to offer it. Wu Lingling remarked, that's right. With our looks, we would probably just be left with plain noodles, let alone wild abalone. Upon seeing Qin Yushue confirm that there was indeed wild abalone in the bowl, the university classmates in the group were utterly astonished. Tens of thousands worth of wild abalone used to cook noodles? This is simply too extravagant. Everyone expressed their admiration for the affluent Yang Fan. Simultaneously, upon witnessing Yang Fan's willingness to serve such rare delicacies to Qin Yushue, the classmates began to speculate whether he was trying to pursue her. After all, why would he splurge so much otherwise? Some female classmates even expressed envy, claiming that if they visited Yang Fan's home, they certainly would not receive the same lavish treatment as Qin Yushue. As the group chat became increasingly lively, Qin Yushue smiled, her eyes sparkling with mischief. She had come to stir up trouble, and certainly did not shy away from it. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she prepared to stoke the flames further. Hee hee. If I revealed that Yang Fan caught a giant grouper this afternoon, the classmates would surely be even more astonished. With this thought, Qin Yushue swiftly sent a message in the group. Qin Yushue. Hee hee, let me tell you all something else. This afternoon, Yang Fan took me fishing, and we were lucky enough to catch an enormous and extremely expensive fish. Can you guess what kind of fish it was? With a cheeky smile, upon reading this tantalizing message, the classmates' curiosity was piqued. Lu Weiqi inquired, Goddess Qin, what kind of fish did you catch? Was it 10 pounds? Zhang Jiping speculated, an enormous and extremely expensive fish? Could it possibly be a shark? Zhao Tao countered, nonsense, shark meat is not tasty, so it isn't expensive. What our Goddess Qin mentioned definitely isn't a shark, and given their ferocity, how could one even catch it? I guess it must be a large grouper. Am I right? Goddess Qin? Upon seeing Zhao Tao's message, Qin Yuxue immediately smiled and engaged him in conversation. Qin Yuxue. Bingo. Zhao Tao has answered correctly. It is indeed a colossal grouper. Can you guess its size? Zhao Tao, a grouper? That must be quite large, right? An adult grouper typically weighs around 50 to 60 pounds. You and your goddess team haven't caught one weighing dozens of pounds, have you? Qin Yuxue. Hee, it's much more than just a few dozen pounds. Zhao Tao. Seriously? More than dozens? Could it possibly weigh over 100 pounds? With a shocked expression, Qin Yuxue. Exactly. At least over 100 pounds. However, we didn't weigh it specifically. We sold it directly to a seafood shop owner. Zhao Tao. No way. You really caught a grouper over 100 pounds? Don't deceive me, goddess Qin. My family is in the seafood business. A grouper of that size could sell for 200,000 to 300,000, right? Qin Yuxue. Indeed. We sold this fish for 366,000. Look, let me show you a photo of this giant grouper. With that, Qin Yuxue shared several photos taken by Yang Fan while he was fishing for the grouper earlier that afternoon. The classmates in the group were undoubtedly astounded once again upon seeing the enormous grouper caught by Yang Fan. Zhao Tao, Lu Weiqi, Qian Jiajia. Everyone was left speechless, a series of ellipses expressing their current emotions. The group fell into silence for a while before slowly. Someone began to speak again. Zhang Jiping. Wow. Yang Fan, you're incredible. It's no wonder you decided to quit your job and return home to become a fisherman. Fishing is so profitable. Not only can you use a wild abalone worth thousands to make noodles, but you can also sell a fish for hundreds of thousands. Wang Hui. No words needed. Yang Fan, we're roommates, right? Our bond over 4 years in college is undeniable, right? Now, my brother, I have one request. Will you take me along to become a fisherman? I wish to be your apprentice. Lu Weiqi, Boss Wang, count me in. I also want to be Yang Fan's apprentice. Honestly, for me, it's not about how much a fisherman earns. It's not even about tasting exquisite wild abalone. The main thing is I want to experience the joy of fishing at sea with my brothers. Lu Yanyan, exactly. I also wish to experience the thrill of fishing at sea. Yang Fan, will you accept female apprentices? Haha, this is so amusing. Seeing everyone in the group wanting to become Yang Fan's apprentices, Qin Yuxue could hardly contain her laughter, her joy spilling over as she watched the screen. Laughing, she looked at Yang Fan and said, Haha, Yang Fan, look at how many apprentices I've found for you, including female ones. Will you accept them? What could Yang Fan possibly say in response? This girl is clearly stirring things up. Now the entire university community is abuzz with discussions about him, and it is likely that many old classmates will reach out to him privately soon. It seems that even the desire for discretion has become futile. However, Yang Fan chose to disregard the commotion, casting a sidelong glance at the gloating Qin Yuxue before quietly indulging in his abalone noodles. Chapter 54. Taking Qin Yuxue to set the fishing traps. After the three of them finished their abalone noodles, they began to engage in casual conversation in the living room. During their discussion, they touched upon the plans for the following day. Yang Fan inquired if Qin Yuxue would like to accompany him to set the fishing traps. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuxue expressed great enthusiasm and readily agreed. Although Yang Fan mentioned that they would need to rise at 5 in the morning for this endeavor, Qin Yuxue assured him that she was utterly unfazed by the early hour. Her purpose for being here was to experience the thrill of coastal fishing, and waking up a little earlier was of no consequence. Yang Fan appreciated her eagerness and promptly sent a message to Yang Hongtao to inform him of their plans for the next day. After finalizing the itinerary, Yang Fan and Qin Yuxue continued to chat amiably in the living room, their conversation flowing effortlessly until 10:30 in the evening, when they finally exchanged goodnights and ascended the stairs to their respective rooms. It is also noteworthy that Yang Fan's conjectures were not unfounded. That evening, the number of classmates reaching out to him privately surged to nearly 30, surpassing even the previous instances of such interactions. Of course, the messages from these classmates were merely lighthearted banter and jest, with no genuine intention of seeking him as a mentor or aspiring to join him in the life of a fisherman. Additionally, a few close friends from university expressed their desire to visit his quaint fishing village, much like Qin Yuxue, to partake in the joys of coastal fishing. To this, Yang Fan readily acquiesced, assuring them of a warm welcome should they choose to come. The night passed in silence. Before long, dawn broke, and at 5 in the morning, the roosters at the village's edge began to crow gallantly. Yang Fan had become accustomed to the life in the fishing village, naturally awakening at the sound of the roosters crowing. After rising, he intended to check on Qin Yuxue and Qin Xian in the adjacent room to see if they were awake. planning to rouse them if they were still asleep. However, before he could fully dress and step outside, a resounding alarm echoed from the neighboring room, followed by the rustling sounds of clothing being donned. Clearly, Qin Yuxue and her companions had set their alarms, sparing Yang Fan the need to awaken them. The third floor boasted but a single communal bathroom, and soon after getting up, the three emerged from their rooms to freshen up. "Good morning," they greeted. Qin Yuxue and Qin Qian, evidently still in need of rest, rubbed their eyes sleepily, appearing quite drowsy. Observing their lethargy, Yang Fan chuckled. "I gather you two aren't accustomed to rising this early?" With a yawn, Qin Yuxue pouted. "Of course not. Typically, my cousin and I stay up until the early hours, only getting up around 10 in the morning. How could we possibly rise so early?" "That makes sense. As freelancers, you must find it easy to become night owls," Yang Fan replied with a smile. "No worries. To experience the thrill of fishing at sea, I shall persevere," Qin Yuxue declared, shaking her little fist in determination. "Haha, then go ahead and freshen up. I shall head downstairs," Yang Fan said. Yang Fan smiled softly, taking his towel and toothbrush as he made his way to the downstairs bathroom. Within a few minutes, he had completed his morning routine and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare a pot of noodles for breakfast. Naturally, it was the abalone noodles once again. The large abalone he had cooked yesterday was still plentiful, making it the perfect choice for today's meal. The girls, taking their time in the bathroom, took longer to freshen up. By the time Yang Fan finished cooking the noodles, Qin Yuxue and the others slowly descended the stairs. Upon seeing Yang Fan preparing yet another pot of abalone noodles, Qin Yuxue blinked her large eyes and remarked, "Yang Fan, you really are treated exceptionally well. To be honest, I feel a bit embarrassed. Should I be contributing to your grocery expenses?" Yang Fan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Is that a slap in my face? What do old classmates discuss about meal expenses? Well then, let us indulge in some noodles." After exchanging a few light-hearted remarks, the trio began to relish their abalone noodles. They quickly finished their meal, tidied up, and then Yang Fan led Qin Yuxue and the others to the village dock. "Here, over this way." At that moment, Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai were already on the boat, organizing the fishing lines and nets. Upon seeing Yang Fan approach with his tall, beautiful classmate, Yang Hongtao smiled broadly and waved his hand. "Let us board the vessel." Yang Fan smiled and led Qin Yuxue and Qin Qian aboard Yang Hongtao's vessel. Upon boarding, it was inevitable that introductions would be made among Qin Yuxue, Qin Qian, Yang Hongtao, and Yang Xiaohai. Fortunately, being youthful souls, they quickly found common ground and established a rapport. Subsequently, the group of five set sail towards the open sea. As they prepared to cast their lines, they naturally relied on the familiar formula. Yang Hongtao first navigated his vessel into an unfamiliar maritime expanse, where he cast a floating net in hopes of capturing some fish to serve as bait. Witnessing the live spectacle of net fishing for the first time, Qin Yuxue and Qin Qian were naturally filled with wonder, their expressions reflecting the curiosity of children. Fortune smiled upon them that day, as the net yielded a bountiful catch of dozens of bait fish, including blue-scaled fish and knife fish. As a series of fish were drawn from the depths and onto the net, Qin Yuxue was overcome with excitement and eagerly assisted Yang Fan and his crew in hauling the net. Meanwhile, the aspiring photographer Qin Qian seized the moment, capturing the unfolding events on camera, intent on creating a delightful video of their coastal adventure for Qin Yuxue. After securing the bait fish, Yang Hongtao turned to Yang Fan and smiled. "Fan, where shall we go to set the fishing lines this time?" Yang Fan cast him a fleeting glance and chuckled. "What's the matter? The little fishing expert is now seeking my opinion?" Yang Hongtao rubbed his hands together and chuckled. "Before you, Fancy, I am but a mere novice in the art of fishing. Who in the village is unaware of your prowess? Not only do you excel academically, gaining admission to prestigious universities, but your fishing skills are equally remarkable. The tale of your recent catch, a magnificent grouper weighing over 100 pounds, sold for 366,000, has spread like wildfire throughout the village, and I have certainly heard of it. Coupled with your previous success of reeling in dozens of large groupers, my admiration for your fishing techniques has grown immensely. Hence, this time, I am wholly inclined to follow your lead." "Very well, you may start the boat. I will instruct you on where to cast the line shortly," Yang Fan replied with a smile. "Excellent." Yang Hongtao grinned with anticipation, wondering if Yang Fan could once again perform miracles and return with a bountiful catch. Chapter 55, Discovering a School of Black Sea Bream. Subsequently, Yang Hongtao navigated the boat further into the open sea, while Yang Fan tirelessly scanned the waters for schools of fish. Initially, as they lingered near the coastline, the sea offered little more than scattered small fish and crabs, presenting a rather meager spectacle. However, as the vessel ventured further from the continental shelf, the presence of fish gradually increased. Yet, for an extended period, Yang Fan failed to locate any promising spots to cast his line, as the fish in these areas were either too few or too small to warrant a catch. The only noteworthy school encountered during this time was a sizable group of wolf fish, while their numbers and size were impressive. Their low market value rendered them unworthy of pursuit, so Yang Fan chose to let them pass. The boat continued its journey, and soon the continental shelf was no longer visible, leaving only the boundless expanse of the sea before them. This signified that they had officially reached the open waters. Fan, have you found a suitable spot to drop the line? Yang Hongtao inquired, turning to Yang Fan. Not yet, let us proceed further, came the reply. Yang Fan replied without turning his head, his gaze still searching for schools of fish in the sea. Keep going, Fancy. We've already reached the open waters. Why don't we just find a spot to drop anchor? Yang Hongtao muttered upon seeing Yang Fan's determination to press on. Drop anchor? Just follow my lead. Yang Fan shot him a glance. Very well, I shall heed your superior's command. Yang Hongtao rolled his eyes and continued to steer the boat. After sailing for approximately 10 minutes, suddenly, Yang Fan waved his hand and exclaimed, Taozi, stop the boat. Let us drop anchor right here. Upon hearing this, Yang Hongtao immediately nodded, shifted the boat into neutral, and brought it to a halt. Fancy, are you certain there are fish in this area? He inquired. Hee. I have a strong feeling that there should be plenty of fish here. Yang Fan smiled gently, offering a forewarning to the crowd, attributing his success to his own premonition. In truth, he had already discerned the presence of a substantial school of fish concealed beneath the surface of these waters, and notably, this school comprised the rather valuable Black Sea bream. The Black Sea bream is a species of bream with considerable economic worth, typically commanding a market price of approximately 70 to 80 yuan per jean. Although this price may not rival the astonishing figures associated with grouper, it nonetheless stands as remarkably high among marine fish. Yang Fan discovered a sizable school of Black Sea bream, with an estimated total exceeding 700 or 800 individuals. Each fish was robust, with most weighing over a pound, and the largest possibly surpassing 4 or 5 pounds. It is noteworthy that for Black Sea bream, reaching 4 or 5 pounds is quite a remarkable feat, rendering them a true giant in their realm. After anchoring the boat, Yang Hongtao asked Yang Shaohai to assist him with steering while he prepared to set the hooks, as he was the most adept at setting the hooks with remarkable speed. His efficiency in this task was significantly enhanced. After all, with 3 baskets containing a total of 450 hooks, a lack of swiftness would lead to considerable time wastage. Fan, in which direction should we cast? Yang Hongtao inquired once he was ready, as Yang Fan gazed at the direction of the flowing water. He calculated the movement trajectory of the Black Sea bream beneath the surface. After observing for a while, he pointed towards the 7 o'clock direction and said, Taozi, cast the line directly at 7 o'clock. All right. Upon hearing this, Yang Hongtao immediately began to work, skillfully casting one baited hook after another into the sea. For nearly half an hour, he diligently deployed a total of 450 hooks from 3 baskets. Once he finished, Yang Hongtao shook his slightly fatigued arms and turned to Yang Fan with a smile, saying, Fan, this time I followed your lead entirely in placing the hooks. If we fail to catch any fish, the responsibility rests on you. With a chuckle, Yang Fan could only respond with a light-hearted laugh at Yang Hongtao's attempt to shift the blame. In truth, he was not concerned about the lack of fish. Instead, he found himself fretting about the possibility of catching too many, to the point where the small boat might not be able to accommodate them all. After all, these 450 hooks were strategically placed among the Black Sea bream, and once the fresh bait was presented, the fish would surely be eager to bite. It was quite likely that they could reel in hundreds of large black bream. If that were to occur, the little boat might genuinely struggle to hold all the catch. Ultimately, however, the actual catch rate would be revealed only with the passage of time. Yang Fan was not inclined to idly gaze into the sea, searching for fish to bite. In truth, as soon as he observed the line being deftly placed amidst the school of fish, he promptly diverted his attention. Staring into the water for too long could be quite straining on the eyes. Once the lines were set, a period of anticipation ensued. During this interlude, Yang Hongtao, much like before, produced a deck of cards. However, this time, the presence of Qin Yuxue and Qin Qian aboard rendered the game of Do Di Zhu impractical. So the 5 of them joyfully gathered to engage in a different card game. For Qin Yuxue, in Shenzhen. This was their inaugural experience of fishing at sea, followed by delightful conversations and card games with friends aboard the vessel. It was undoubtedly a novel and entertaining experience, and they spent the journey laughing heartily. Furthermore, Qian did not neglect her role as the designated photographer. She diligently recorded videos throughout, striving to capture the unique fishing adventure of the prominent internet personality, Qin Yushiwei. Thus, the five of them enjoyed a lively atmosphere aboard the boat, filled with laughter and chatter. Time, as it often does in moments of joy, flew by swiftly. And before they knew it, the waiting period had elapsed. Noticing that the time was ripe, Yang Hongtao set aside the cards and steered the boat back to the spot where the first line had been cast. Locating the buoy that marked the connection to the fishing line, Yang Hongtao retrieved the buoy with a hook, then turned to Yang Fan and inquired, "Fan, will you collect it this time, or shall I?" Yang Fan first cast a glance at the conditions of the sea before responding, "You go ahead and gather. Once you tire, we shall switch." Upon hearing his words, Yang Hongtao couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain. How could collecting 3 baskets of hooks possibly be tiring? If you're too lazy to gather them, just admit it. Not tiring, you say? Heh, you'll soon find out once you start. Yang Fan chuckled softly, casting a meaningful smile at Yang Hongtao. Chapter 56, a basket of hooks caught over 100 large black sea bream. Huh? Do you think pulling 3 baskets of hooks is tiring? Fancy, I truly do not believe it. I'm not boasting. With these formidable arms of mine, pulling 10 or 8 baskets of hooks is absolutely no trouble at all. Yang Hongtao scoffed, still unconvinced by Yang Fan's words, and even rolled up his sleeves to flex his biceps. In response, Yang Fan rolled his eyes and playfully chided, "Enough of your bluster. Just go and do your thing. If you won't, allow me to take over." No, let me do it," he exclaimed eagerly. "I hope for an abundance of good fortune." Yang Hongtao chuckled softly and ceased his idle chatter. He began to draw in the main line of the fishing hook, officially commencing the retrieval process. To his surprise, after only a short while, he sensed something amiss. The line grew increasingly heavy, as if burdened by a substantial weight, making the task exceedingly strenuous. Such a situation typically indicates one of 2 possibilities. Either the fishing hook had ensnared a multitude of sizable fish, rendering it heavy, or it had become entangled in the rocky seabed, making it immovable. Could it be that he had snagged a stone on the bottom? Yang Hongtao muttered to himself, initially believing that the hook had snagged on a rock, a predicament not uncommon in his experience. Thus, he did not dwell on it for long. Continuing his task with unwavering focus, he gradually reeled in the line. Before long, he located the position of the first hook, at which point he suddenly felt a significant tug on the line. He had indeed hooked a fish. Moreover, it felt quite substantial. Yang Hongtao broke into a broad smile, instantly invigorated. Indeed, as the fishing hook was drawn up, an enormous black sea bream surfaced. What a splendid beginning! The very first catch yielded such a sizable fish, surely weighing over 3 pounds. Gazing at the lively black sea bream, Yang Hongtao could not help but grin. Such a magnificent specimen could fetch at least 300. Perhaps the most cherished moment for a fisherman is the thrill of reeling in a catch, an unparalleled sense of accomplishment and joy. "Fancy, you are remarkable. Every time you cast the first hook, it never fails to yield a catch." Yang Hongtao smiled and turned to Yang Fan, giving him a thumbs up. "Hee. Not too bad." Yang Fan smiled, then picked up the landing net to assist Yang Hongtao in bringing the large black sea bream ashore. Once the magnificent fish was secured, Qin Yushiwei eagerly approached, her eyes wide with wonder, and exclaimed, "Wow, Yang Fan, this fish is enormous. What kind is it? Is it expensive?" Yang Fan deftly severed the line with a knife, placing the large black sea bream into the live well. He casually explained to Qin Yushiwei, "This is a black bream. Quite pricey. A fish of this size could fetch around 100 yuan per gene." Qin Yushiwei, taken aback, exclaimed, 100 yuan per gene? That is indeed quite expensive. This one could sell for several hundred, right?" "Approximately 300 or so," Yang Fan replied with a smile. "Wow, over 300. Being a fisherman must be incredibly lucrative," she remarked. "Well, capturing fish certainly leads to profit. However, if one fails to catch any, it results in a loss. It's precisely due to the dwindling fish population that seafood prices are so steep." Yang Fan continued their conversation, while Yang Hongtao resumed gathering the second hook. As he pulled, he suddenly felt the line plunge heavily in his hand. Could it be another big catch? Yang Hongtao raised an eyebrow. Soon, a sizable black sea bream, weighing over 2 pounds, was pulled from the water. To his astonishment, yet another large black sea bream emerged. His eyes sparkled at the sight of yet another catch. For each fish represented a monetary gain of 200 to 300. He then reeled in the third hook, only to discover yet another black sea bream, again weighing at least 2 pounds. At this point, Yang Hongtao was utterly astonished. The adage once is happenstance, twice is coincidence. But the third time his enemy action rang true. The likelihood of hooking 3 large fish in succession was exceedingly slim. Moreover, all 3 catches were remarkably similar in size. Such an occurrence suggested the presence of a Black Sea bream haven in this section of the sea. It was improbable to land 3 sizable fish consecutively on the first 3 hooks otherwise. However, what left Yang Hongtao even more bewildered was yet to come. As each line was drawn up, his eyes widened further in disbelief. In the end, he retrieved 10 hooks, astonishingly landing 9 fish, all of which were uniform Black Sea bream, each exceeding 1 pound. Yang Hongtao was taken aback, turning to Yang Fan and asking, "Fan, could it be that, just as you discovered the grouper nest last time, you have now found a Black Sea bream nest?" "It seems likely." Yang Fan shrugged. "Very well." Yang Hongtao, with a dazed expression, nodded slowly. He found himself at a loss for words, merely astonished by Yang Fan's extraordinary luck. Taking a deep breath to calm his excited heart, Yang Hongtao continued to retrieve the hooks. The subsequent discoveries affirmed that beneath the sea lay indeed a haven for Black Sea bream. After finishing with a basket of hooks, totaling 150, an astonishing 110 to 120 hooks had caught fish, the majority of which were Black Sea bream. This meant that over 100 large Black Sea bream were caught from just 1 basket of hooks, resulting in an impressive catch rate of 80%. Furthermore, these Black Sea bream were substantial, each weighing over a pound, with many reaching 3 to 4 pounds. Thus, the weight of these over 100 Black Sea bream amounted to at least 200 to 300 pounds. Even a fool could deduce that this area concealed a vast school of Black Sea bream beneath its surface. Once the basket of hooks was completely retrieved, the live well on the boat was brimming with large Black Sea bream, nearly overflowing. Gazing at the lively and vibrant fish, Yang Hongtao was awestruck, as were Yang Xiaohai, Qin Yuxue, and Chen Qian. "Fan, you are truly a marvel. I am utterly in awe. From this day forth, you shall be my elder brother. And I willingly pledge to be your little brother. You direct me east, and I shall not venture west. You command me to chase dogs, and I shall not pursue chickens." Chapter 57. Just a moment ago, wasn't it quite impressive? Fan, you are truly a marvel. I am utterly in awe. From this day forth, you shall be my elder brother, and I willingly pledge to be your little brother. You direct me east, and I shall not venture west. You command me to chase dogs, and I shall not pursue chickens. Yang Hongtao is utterly in awe of Yang Fan's exceptional fishing prowess. It is truly remarkable. If one were to attribute the previous catch of numerous grouper fish to mere luck, could this latest triumph also be considered a stroke of fortune? Is the capture of the magnificent lobster merely coincidental? And what of the over 100 pounds of giant grouper? If this is indeed luck, then it seems an inexhaustible reserve of it exists. Surely, even the luckiest among us cannot be so fortunate. If it is not luck, then it must be a testament to his extraordinary skill. Although Yang Hongtao is unaware of the methods Yang Fan employs to locate schools of fish, he firmly believes that Yang Fan possesses remarkably impressive fishing techniques. At that moment, Yang Hongtao suddenly recalled a statement made by Yang Fan earlier. At that time, Yang Fan had shared his preliminary plan to return to the fishing village, first, to catch fish in the coastal waters to earn some money, and then, once sufficient funds were acquired, to purchase a deep-sea fishing vessel for open ocean fishing. When his earnings grew even further, he aspired to establish a fishery. At that moment, Yang Hongtao had dismissed Yang Fan's ambitions as mere bravado, a fanciful daydream. However, his perspective had shifted, given Yang Fan's remarkable fishing prowess now on display. Such aspirations seemed entirely plausible. No wonder his brother, despite graduating from a prestigious university, had resolutely chosen to return to the fishing village to become a fisherman. Fishing must indeed be quite extraordinary. With such impressive skills, he could easily venture out to sea and reap abundant rewards. Realizing this, an idea quickly took root in Yang Hongtao's mind. He needed to cling to Yang Fan's coattails. Without hesitation, he stepped forward, wrapped his arms around Yang Fan's, and with an eager expression, exclaimed, "Fan, I never knew you were such an incredible fisherman. That's amazing. From now on, I'm sticking with you. You must take me along for the ride." Upon feeling Yang Hongtao's sudden embrace, Yang Fan was struck by a wave of discomfort. Could it be that this guy harbored some unusual intentions? With that thought, Yang Fan promptly kicked Yang Hongtao away, saying, "Get off. Just speak properly. No need for hands-on antics." Realizing his previous exuberance had been excessive, Yang Hongtao sheepishly scratched his head and chuckled. Hee, I got a little carried away. But seriously, Fan, you must take me with you. When you buy that large fishing vessel, I'll work as your crew member. You have to take me along to fish in the open sea and make our fortunes. If we achieve wealth, we must not forget each other. My lifetime's ambition to marry a beautiful wife entirely hinges on you, my friend." Hearing this, young Fan couldn't help but smile. "Oh, so now you believe I can afford a large fishing vessel? You no longer think I'm just boasting?" "Absolutely. With your extraordinary fishing skills, every time you set sail, you'll earn a fortune. Purchasing a large fishing vessel is merely a matter of time." "Perhaps," young Fan replied with a hint of amusement. Young Fan smiled, realizing that his prowess no longer permitted him to remain overly modest. They exchanged a few casual remarks. Young Fan waved his hand and said to Yang Hongtao, "Enough with the nonsense. There are still 2 baskets of hooks to be collected. Will you take them, or shall I?" Yang Hongtao chuckled awkwardly. "Ahem. It's your turn to collect the hooks, Fancy. I need to take a break. My hands are numb." As he spoke, he rubbed his weary arms, realizing that his once proud Qilin arm was now utterly ineffective, devoid of any strength after reeling in fish. In that moment, he comprehended why Yang Fan had previously mentioned that collecting the hooks could be exhausting. How could it not be? They had over 100 hefty Black Sea bream, weighing several hundred pounds collectively. Moreover, the fish struggled fiercely in the water, making the effort of pulling them up nearly overwhelming. Just moments ago, he had been quite confident. How quickly had he faltered? Noticing Yang Hongtao's retreat, Yang Fan couldn't resist teasing him with a mischievous grin. Faced with Yang Fan's jibe, Yang Hongtao could only stand there, accepting his fate with an awkward smile, unable to retort. As time passed, Yang Fan took over the task of collecting the hooks. The remaining 2 baskets of hooks, unsurprisingly, began to yield a flurry of fish, with a catch rate similar to the first basket, around 80%. This meant that by the time all 450 hooks from the 3 baskets were gathered, they had collectively caught approximately 350 fish. This figure was truly astounding. Particularly considering the size of the fish, they likely weighed between 700 to 800 pounds in total. Based on the current market price for Black Sea bream, these fish could easily fetch 60 to 70,000. Gazing at the boat brimming with fish, Yang Hongtao was elated, while Yang Xiaohai wore a silly grin. Meanwhile, Qin Yushui and Qin Qian were left utterly astonished. Was fishing this easy? Was earning money this simple? Was being a fisherman truly so promising? After collecting all the hooks, Yang Fan and his companions promptly returned to port. Since they had caught Black Sea bream, which is not classified as a rare and precious fish, there was no need to seek out Qin Yufei. They could simply sell their catch to the fishmongers at the city dock. They swiftly navigated their boat to the city. Upon arrival at the seafood trading dock, the fishmongers were immediately drawn to the boat, eager to procure the abundant haul of Black Sea bream, renowned for its delectable flesh. The Black Sea bream is highly sought after for its ability to produce a creamy, nutritious broth, making it a prized commodity in the market. Naturally, the sight of such a substantial quantity of lively Black Sea bream incited a frenzy among the fishmongers. In no time, hundreds of pounds of the fish were completely purchased. Ultimately, the endeavor yielded a total profit of 66,000 yuan. Chapter 58. All are still single by the time the fish were sold. It was already past 1 in the afternoon. Having not eaten yet, the group was famished, and they immediately set out to find a nearby restaurant to indulge in a hearty meal. During their dining experience, Yang Fan still divided the money into 3 parts, allocating over 20,000 to both Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai. At first, the 2 were somewhat reluctant to accept it, considering that all the credit truly belonged to Yang Fan. However, under Yang Fan's insistence, they ultimately acquiesced. During the distribution of funds, Qin Yushui jokingly remarked on why she was not receiving a share, yet when Yang Fan genuinely prepared to transfer money to her, she playfully declined. This little wealthy lady merely sought amusement. Several tens of thousands were trivial to her. Moreover, she was merely there to observe, so how could she feel justified in taking a portion? Naturally, Yang Fan had never intended to include her in the distribution. The group enjoyed a delightful feast together. Initially intending to return directly to the fishing village, Yang Fan suddenly recalled the absence of provisions at home. He knew that returning without any groceries would leave him without dinner options. Thus, after their lunch, he decided to take Qin Yushui and the others to the supermarket first. This time, Yang Fan ensured he purchased all essentials: firewood, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea. He also acquired an abundance of vegetables, fruits, and various meats like beef and lamb. Essentially, he gathered all the necessary cooking tools and ingredients, enabling him to prepare a splendid dinner to entertain Qin Yuxue and Chun Qian later that evening. Once everything was settled, the five of them boarded the boat back to the fishing village. Having set out to sea at 5 in the morning and spent the entire day engaged in maritime activities, they were indeed quite fatigued. Yang Fan, Yang Hongtao, and Yang Xiaoai fared well, as the boys raised in the fishing village had long since acclimated to the life at sea. However, Qin Yuxue and Chen Qian, the two pampered young ladies from affluent families, were quite another story. Although the prospect of fishing at sea was exhilarating for them, and selling the catch in the city brought a thrill, the initial excitement soon waned, leaving their bodies unable to withstand the toll. To be frank, given their delicate frames, they could barely endure the jolting of the boat. Had it not been for Yang Fan's foresight in providing them with seasickness medication, they might have found themselves succumbing to nausea multiple times during the voyage. Upon returning to the fishing village, Qin Yuxue and Chun Qian instantly felt as though their bodies were in disarray, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Thus, as soon as they arrived home, the two hurried upstairs to their rooms to seek respite. Yang Fan took a brief respite and, finding the afternoon devoid of pressing matters, decided to meander through the fishing village with his old dog, De Huang. After a leisurely exploration, they returned home to prepare dinner. In the fishing village, mealtime typically commences quite early. By 5 o'clock, wisps of smoke began to rise from the homes. Qin Yuxue and Chen Qian enjoyed a deep slumber, waking only as Yang Fan was nearing the completion of the evening meal. Wow, it smells wonderful. The rich aroma wafting from the kitchen immediately captured Qin Yuxue's attention. Her stomach already rumbling with hunger, she hurried down the stairs, inhaling the delightful scents as she made her way into the kitchen. There, Yang Fan was expertly stir-frying beef with scallions. This left Qin Yuxue quite astonished. Wow, I didn't realize your culinary skills were so impressive, Yang Fan. Yang Fan deftly juggled the pan in one hand while sprinkling salt with the other, laughing casually without turning back. It's not too bad. In the past, I would often watch Wang Kuan-yu on Bilibili to learn how to cook, and gradually, I honed my skills. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuxue erupted into laughter. Wang Kuan-yu? Haha. I've seen his videos too. But Yang Fan, you mustn't emulate his use of oil. He is on a diet and can't consume too much oil. Yang Fan shook his head with a smile, saying, that won't do. I, too, dislike greasy food and typically use very little oil when cooking. The two exchanged light-hearted banter. The stir-fried scallion beef in the pan was now ready. With a fluid motion, Yang Fan plated the dish and brought it to the dining table. This was the final dish. He had already prepared 3 side dishes and a soup, and with the addition of the scallion beef, the dinner was a resounding success. The meal consisted of scallion beef, mapo tofu, spicy stir-fried meat, sauteed asparagus, alongside a tomato and egg soup. While it may not boast a perfect harmony of color, aroma, and flavor, it certainly presented a delightful visual appeal. Gazing at the spread of delectable food, Qin Yuxue's appetite was piqued, and she playfully gave Yang Fan a thumbs up, exclaiming, Yang Fan, you are truly a remarkable gentleman. Not only are you skilled at fishing, but you also excel in the kitchen. Whoever becomes your girlfriend in the future will undoubtedly be very fortunate. Upon hearing this, Yang Fan couldn't help but chuckle self-deprecatingly. Haha, with such high praise, one must wonder why I remain single to this day. Qin Yuxue was taken aback by his revelation. What? Yang Fan, you are single? No way. With your good looks and exceptional qualities, how could you possibly have remained unattached? Yang Fan shrugged. What is impossible about it? Perhaps the timing just isn't right. Qin Yuxue tilted her head and gazed at Yang Fan for a moment before breaking into a smile. Hee, then we are indeed kindred spirits. You might not believe it, but I have also been single since birth. At this revelation, Yang Fan was genuinely taken aback. He stared at Qin Yuxue in astonishment. No way. Even you, the goddess Qin, have never been in a relationship? Yang Fan was genuinely taken aback. With someone like Qin Yuxue possessing such remarkable qualities, it seemed almost inconceivable that she had never had a boyfriend throughout her life. Observing Yang Fan's astonishment, Qin Yuxue gently tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and offered a bittersweet smile. Yang Fan, you have no idea. My upbringing was quite strict. During my middle school years, my parents forbade me from dating. Whenever a boy got a little too close, the teacher would promptly report to my father. Later, when I entered university, my parents became less controlling, and while I did receive attention from many suitors, I often felt they were either too ostentatious or overly slick. None of them ever stirred my heart. Sigh, to others, I may not seem like a girl lacking in love, but only I know that sweet romance has always been beyond my reach. Upon hearing Qin Yushue's words, young Fan couldn't help but chuckle. Haha. So it seems that being too exceptional might be a flaw in itself. Indeed, sometimes, an individual's remarkable qualities can make finding a partner rather challenging. Take Qin Yushue. For instance, her attributes are truly extraordinary. She is beautiful, possesses an enviable figure, and is wealthy, not to mention being a prominent internet celebrity. Any average man would likely feel inadequate in her presence. A genuine high-status gentleman would probably hesitate to pursue her. Yet, those high-status individuals are often flamboyant and fickle, so it is entirely understandable that Qin Yushue remains unmoved. It appears that, whether male or female, the most desirable individuals in the realm of romance often reside in the middle ground. Both the exceedingly exceptional and those deemed as social outcasts find it difficult to secure a partner. As the two engaged in conversation, Qin Qian, young Fan's cousin, suddenly fixed them with an odd gaze for a moment, then covered her mouth and laughed. Hee, since both of you stunning individuals are lifelong singles, why not tie the knot and resolve this predicament together? Chapter 59, The Yacht Exhibition. As soon as Qin Qian uttered these words, Yang Fan and Qin Yushue exchanged a fleeting glance instinctively. Yang Fan remained remarkably composed, while Qin Yushue appeared lost in thought, her delicate face suddenly flushing with a rosy hue. Overcome with shyness, she dared not meet Yang Fan's gaze any longer, swiftly turning her head to glare at Qin Qian. Ah, Qin Qian, you little rascal, have you grown restless enough to jest with me? With that, she rolled up her sleeves, employing the art of tickling as she lunged toward Qin Qian. Ah, please spare me, cousin. I shall never dare again. Umph, now you seek mercy? It's too late for that. Oh, no. I'm coming for you. You think your age grants you an advantage, don't you? I shall retaliate. Ah, you wretched girl, dare you fight back? I shall tickle you to death. With Qin Qian's spirited counterattack, a delightful skirmish of tickling swiftly ensued. The two lovely maidens, disregarding all decorum, engaged in a chaotic and exuberant display, the scene becoming quite lively and even a tad risque. Yang Fan remained composed, observing with keen interest as he stood quietly to the side, refraining from intervening. The following morning, a resplendent sun ascended slowly from the sea, casting a shimmering golden light upon the waves. It was yet another delightful day, with gentle breezes and clear skies. The fishermen of the village had already set out at dawn, embarking on their small boats in search of treasures hidden beneath the waves. Originally, Qin Yushue had not yet had her fill of adventure and desired to fish at sea alongside Yang Fan. However, she had received a phone call the previous night regarding a significant event at Bilibili, seeking prominent creators with millions of followers, and she had been invited. Consequently, she needed to return to the bustling city of Shanghai today. At 9:30 in the morning, at Beihai International Airport, she said, Young Fan, thank you so much for coming to the airport to see me off. After alighting from the taxi, Qin Yushue took the suitcase from Yang Fan's hands and flashed him a sweet smile in gratitude. It's nothing, it's my pleasure, he replied. Yang Fan waved his hand and smiled lightly, saying, Old classmate, if you didn't have enough fun this time, you're always welcome to visit my home again. Higi, of course. I will definitely come back. I want to go deep-sea fishing with you. Qin Yushue replied with an expectant smile. Haha, you're welcome anytime, Yang Fan chuckled. Well then, we shall take our leave. Yang Fan, see you next time. All right, have a safe journey. The two waved goodbye with smiles before Qin Yushue and Qin Qian entered the airport. After bidding farewell to Qin Yushue, Yang Fan hailed a taxi. As soon as he got in, the driver inquired, Young man, where to? Yang Fan had long been contemplating this matter and inquired of his master, Master, do you know where we might procure a fishing boat or yacht in Beihai? Indeed, during this visit to the city to escort Qin Yushue, Yang Fan thought it would be convenient to purchase a vessel to bring back. The absence of a boat proved rather inconvenient, and Yang Hongtao's vessel was inadequate. Failing to meet his requirements, he necessitated a superior craft. Upon hearing his question, the driver promptly responded, Young man, are you considering buying a boat? You might want to check out Chi Port. It seems they are currently hosting an international yacht exhibition. I dropped off a passenger there yesterday, and I heard they are showcasing many luxurious yachts, attracting quite a crowd. An international yacht exhibition? Upon hearing this, Young Fan's interest was piqued. It was as if a weary traveler had finally found a comfortable pillow. Originally, he anticipated that purchasing a boat from a shipyard would require a reservation. as they cannot produce an excess of inventory at once. However, at a yacht exhibition, one can expect an abundance of ready-to-sail vessels, showcasing a variety of styles, available for immediate acquisition to those with the means. This scenario parallels the experience of purchasing a car. When visiting a dealership, it is quite possible that the desired model is out of stock, necessitating a prolonged wait for delivery. Conversely, discovering a vehicle at an auto show allows for immediate possession. Although Yang Fan initially intended to buy a fishing boat or a speedboat, a yacht would suffice, for they are all vessels at the end of the day. All right. My good sir, please take me to the yacht exhibition. Certainly. The driver nodded, then pressed the accelerator, and the taxi sped away. Under the skilled hands of the seasoned taxi driver, the journey was swift. Yang Fan soon arrived at the yacht exhibition held at Chiffon Port. Upon reaching the harbor, he was immediately struck by the vibrant atmosphere. The exhibition took place outdoors along the dock, where numerous citizens and tourists gathered to marvel at the spectacle, creating a bustling throng. It was evident that few among the crowd were genuinely interested in purchasing a yacht. Most were merely there for the excitement, as yachts typically cost in the millions, with some even reaching tens of millions, far beyond the means of the average individual. This was reminiscent of auto shows, where many attendees are drawn simply to admire luxury cars and beautiful models. The yacht exhibition also featured models, though unlike the automotive counterparts clad in leather. These models donned a variety of bikinis, each more stunning than the last, posing alluringly on the lavish yachts, creating a breathtaking scene. Those older gentlemen on the shore incessantly snapped photos with their phones, likely fantasizing about owning a luxurious yacht themselves, envisioning the thrill of hosting a party at sea with a bevy of beautiful young women. After disembarking and paying the entrance fee, Yang Fan stepped into the exhibition hall. This international yacht exhibition was a grand annual event in Beihai City, divided into 6 distinct zones based on the functionalities of the yachts. The 6 zones included fishing boats, luxury business yachts, houseboats, sporty luxury yachts, luxury vacation yachts, and trawlers. The luxury vacation yacht section, located at the heart of the exhibition and the largest in size, showcased only 3 yachts, each more opulent than the last. The most extravagant and largest yacht, exceeding 100 meters in length, boasted 3 levels spanning thousands of square meters, featuring amenities such as a kitchen, cinema, karaoke, bar, gym, and even a large swimming pool. At that moment, 5 or 6 bikini-clad models frolicked in the expansive swimming pool of this super luxurious yacht, capturing the attention of onlookers. Yachts and beautiful models. One cannot help but marvel at the unimaginable joys of the wealthy. Even Yang Fan found himself momentarily envious. Indeed, this luxurious yacht looked exhilarating. The thought of purchasing one and inviting a few lovely ladies for a day at sea was undeniably tempting. It was no wonder that the nouveau riche were fond of indulging in such lavish escapades. However, despite his momentary longing, Yang Fan was self-aware. Although he possessed a few million, qualifying him as a minor tycoon, it paled in comparison to the grandeur of this super luxury yacht, which bore a staggering price tag of 88 million. Certainly, at this moment, Yang Fan has no inclination to acquire a luxurious yacht. After all, he is merely at the outset of his journey, primarily focused on earning a living through fishing, far from the time for indulgence. Perhaps in the future, when his wealth ascends to several hundred million or even billions, he may indulge in a lavish super yacht, accompanied by a bevy of beautiful companions to host a grand maritime soiree. Such fantasies are, after all, a common indulgence for men. After admiring the opulent yacht, Yang Fan leisurely continued his exploration. Before long, he arrived at the fishing boat exhibition area. Here, approximately 7 or 8 fishing vessels were showcased. The size of these fishing boats paled in comparison to the earlier super yacht. They measured around 20 to 30 meters in length and lacked the expansive grandeur of their luxurious counterpart. However, upon inspection, Yang Fan discovered one fishing boat that particularly pleased him. Both its appearance and size were quite agreeable to his eye. Aesthetics were paramount, as he was not well versed in the technical specifications of yachts. Thus, visual appeal became his primary criterion for selection. Naturally, he did not hastily decide to purchase this fishing boat on the spot, as there remained numerous yacht exhibits yet to be explored, and perhaps he would encounter one that captivated him even further. Yang Fan remained unhurried, leisurely wandering through the exhibition, and soon he had explored the majority of the exhibition area. During this time, he came across several yachts that piqued his interest. However, none captivated him to the extent that he felt compelled to make an immediate purchase. As he continued strolling, he finally encountered a yacht that truly dazzled him. This was a luxurious trawler yacht showcased in the trawler yacht exhibition area. A trawler yacht, as the name suggests, is designed and converted from a trawling fishing vessel. This type of yacht not only possesses the leisure and entertainment features of a luxury yacht, but is also equipped with specialized fishing gear for trawling operations. In essence, it is a yacht that perfectly balances leisure and fishing. This was precisely what Yang Fan desired. Although he was a fisherman, he had no desire to toil like others in the fishing trade. His ultimate aspiration was to catch fish while reclining and earn money effortlessly. Thus, upon seeing this luxurious trawler yacht that combined both recreational and professional fishing functions, he was instantly captivated. In front of the trawler yacht exhibition area, there was a service desk. Behind it, several female sales representatives in uniforms adorned with name tags were ready to introduce the yachts to potential clients. Determined to purchase a trawler yacht, Yang Fan approached the service desk. Immediately, a sales representative greeted him with enthusiasm. "Sir, how may I assist you?" she inquired politely. Bowing slightly, dressed in a tailored suit with a white blouse and a fitted skirt, her figure was strikingly alluring, accentuating her curves elegantly. Upon seeing her, Yang Fan's eyes lit up. Judging by her height, she seemed to be at least 168 centimeters tall, and her professional attire highlighted her graceful stature, presenting an image of sophistication and neatness. In addition to her captivating figure, her delicate face was remarkably beautiful, appearing to be in her early 20s. She possessed a charming oval face with finely sculpted features, understated makeup, and skin that was exquisitely supple and radiant, with a hint of rosy glow. Yang Fan offered his assessment. She was a beauty whose combined score for looks and figure surpassed 90, undoubtedly a campus belle even in a university setting. Although she may not possess the youthful allure and enviable long legs of Qin Yushua, she certainly has her own advantages, as her attributes appear to exceed those of Qin Yushua in certain aspects. It is no surprise that at a luxury yacht exhibition, not only are the models aboard the yachts exceptionally fresh-faced, but the female sales representatives are of equally high caliber. Desiring to learn more about the trawler yacht, Yang Fan wasted no time. After briefly appraising the attractive sales representative, he pointed to the luxurious trawler yacht he had taken an interest in and inquired, "Could you provide me with some information about this vessel?" "Of course, sir. Please follow me," replied the sales representative, Zhu Xiaoi, with a sweet smile. She then guided Yang Fan to the side of the luxurious trawler yacht and began her detailed introduction. "Sir, this yacht on display is the latest luxury trawler yacht launched by the Faraday Group. Are you familiar with the Faraday Group? It is the largest luxury yacht design and manufacturing company in Europe, renowned for its products that epitomize safety, luxury, and precision, enjoying a stellar reputation worldwide. This yacht is named Faraday Mercury Trawler Yacht. It has not yet entered mass production, with only a handful of units produced globally. The exterior shell is crafted from aerospace materials, making it highly resistant to corrosion and impact while remaining remarkably lightweight, which significantly enhances its sailing speed compared to typical yachts. The length of this yacht is 28 meters. Comprised of two sections, the front section is the yacht structure, while the rear section serves as the operational area for trawling. Its design ingeniously merges two distinct functionalities, allowing it to function not only as a luxury yacht but also as a vessel for professional fishing activities. Zhu Xiaoi provided Yang Fan with a brief overview of this luxurious trawler yacht and its specifications. Although Yang Fan was not particularly knowledgeable about yachts, he felt immensely satisfied hearing her impressive words and inquired, "May I have a look aboard?" Chapter 61. Childhood Dreams Realized. Finally becoming a captain. "Certainly, sir. Please follow me." Zhu Xiaoi replied with a warm smile, leading him onto the Faraday Mercury Trawler Yacht. In truth, at such luxurious yacht exhibitions, general visitors typically lack the privilege to board the vessels. Only staff members are authorized to escort individuals aboard. Furthermore, the staff are selective about whom they invite, often discerning whether a person is genuinely interested in purchasing a yacht or merely indulging in idle curiosity. When encountering those who seem merely to be spectators, the female guides frequently find reasons to politely decline access. However, Yang Fan did not appear to be such a person, prompting Zhu Xiaoi to lead him onto the yacht without hesitation. From her perspective, Yang Fan exuded a sense of conviction and confidence that unmistakably indicated his financial capabilities. He was undoubtedly a discerning customer genuinely interested in acquiring a yacht. The self-assurance of the affluent cannot be feigned. As a proficient luxury goods consultant, the fundamental skill is the ability to instantly recognize a customer's financial standing. Following Zhu Xiaoi, he stepped aboard the Faraday Mercury Trawler Yacht. Young Fan was immediately enveloped by an aura of opulence. Only by observing up close could one truly appreciate the luxurious details of this lavish trawler yacht. It can be said that, from Young Fan's perspective, the interior decor of this yacht rivals that of any five-star hotel suite. Most importantly, it is not only exquisitely appointed, but it also boasts an array of complete amenities: a kitchen, bathroom, swimming pool, cinema, gym, and a small bar. Everything that a luxurious yacht should possess is present. Though it may not match the impressive scale and grandeur of the super yacht he had previously encountered, measuring over 100 meters, it is undeniably lavish in its own right. Young Fan immediately envisioned the future, driving this luxurious trawler yacht, accompanied by a few charming ladies, indulging in fishing and leisurely activities upon the vast ocean. The mere thought filled him with delight. While Young Fan was lost in his reverie, Zhu Xiaoyi meticulously detailed the features of the trawler yacht for him. Sir, as you can see, this trawler yacht boasts 3 levels, comprising 6 guest rooms and 3 bathrooms. Additionally, it is equipped with a kitchen, swimming pool, bar, and cinema, among other entertainment facilities. Beyond its opulent interior, its power system is of the highest caliber globally, with overall performance and cruising speed that rank among the best in its price category. The engine is remarkable as well. Furthermore, as a trawler yacht capable of conducting fishing operations, its working area is equally impressive. The complete set of trawling equipment is imported from the United States, allowing for fully automated operations. Whenever you wish to fish, simply press a button, and the work will commence. Under Zhu Xiaoyi's guidance, Young Fan explored every nook and cranny of the 3-tiered yacht. Standing on the deck of the 3rd level, he gazed out at the azure sea, feeling the gentle caress of the sea breeze. In that moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Owning such a magnificent trawler yacht would undoubtedly be an exquisite experience. It was decided he would purchase it. In Young Fan's mind, a singular thought took precedence. Resolute in his decision, he turned to the saleswoman, Zhu Xiaoyi, and inquired, "I am quite pleased with this trawler yacht. What is its price?" A glimmer of excitement flickered in Zhu Xiaoyi's beautiful eyes as she promptly responded, "Sir, the official price for this trawler yacht is 66 million. However, if you are genuinely interested in purchasing it, I can request a discount from my supervisor on your behalf." 66 million? Upon hearing this price, Young Fan felt no significant surprise. It is quite normal for luxury yachts to be priced over 4 million. This amount conveniently fell within his acceptable range. Having earned over 4 million from selling large yellow croakers and several $100,000 from selling exquisite lobsters and grouper, his total assets hovered around 4 to 5 million. This sum was just sufficient to acquire the luxurious trawler yacht. With this in mind, Young Fan wasted no time and directly addressed Zhu Xiaoyi. "If I were to pay in full, what discount could you offer? I prefer not to engage in haggling. Simply provide me with your best price, and if it is satisfactory, I shall proceed with the purchase." "Sir, if you are indeed considering a full payment, I can secure a discount of 5 for you. This is truly the most significant concession we can extend. Additionally, we will provide you with some complimentary decorative accessories for the yacht. Do you find this offer agreeable?" Zhu Xiaoyi replied with a hint of caution. Young Fan, weary of further negotiation, waved his hand dismissively and declared, "Very well, let it be so. I shall purchase it." "Excellent. Please, sir, wait here for a moment while I fetch the contract." Upon realizing that Young Fan was indeed intent on acquiring the yacht, Zhu Xiaoyi's lovely visage lit up with surprise and excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, she descended from the yacht to retrieve the contract from the service area. This delightful young saleswoman was undoubtedly overjoyed, for if this transaction were to proceed smoothly, she would earn a substantial commission. Half an hour later, Young Fan spent over 4 million and immediately signed a contract to purchase this luxurious trawler yacht outright. This extravagant act instantly caused a stir at the exhibition, drawing a crowd eager to witness the identity of the affluent individual who could casually acquire a multi-million-dollar yacht. When onlookers discovered that the purchaser was merely a young man in his early 20s, envy surged among them. How unfair. Here I am, in my 30s, still riding a modest little donkey, while others in their 20s are already at the helm of opulent yachts. The heavens are unjust. Indeed, this young fellow must be a scion of wealth. How else could he afford such a lavish yacht at such a tender age? Let us not dwell on it. Envy will get us nowhere, especially when he has a fortunate father backing him. It's true. Some are simply born into privilege, while others are not. A luxurious yacht worth millions is a dream beyond the reach of those from ordinary backgrounds, who may never see such fortunes in their lifetimes. It is indeed a harsh reality that in this day and age, achieving prosperity solely through one's own efforts appears increasingly improbable. Young Fan is oblivious to the murmurs of the onlookers, for he is presently reclining in utter bliss upon the sumptuous leather sofa in the observation lounge on the third deck of his yacht. Having settled the payment and signed the contract, this luxurious trawler now rightfully belongs to him. This realization fills him with a delightful thrill. Growing up in a coastal fishing village, one of Young Fan's greatest childhood aspirations was to become a commanding captain, possessing a grand fishing vessel of his own. Now, not only has that dream been fulfilled, but it has also been elevated. He is not merely a captain, he possesses a magnificent ship capable of fishing. And it is also a lavish trawler designed for leisure and entertainment. The sensation is indescribable. In a single word, exhilarating. Chapter 62, The Voyage of the Young Fan begins. The yacht has been purchased, yet it cannot be sailed away immediately. Certain formalities and documentation are still required. Fortunately, the manufacturer is handling all of these processes on Young Fan's behalf, relieving him of any obligation except to patiently await for 2 to 3 hours. During this interval of anticipation, Young Fan remains engaged. The manufacturer's service is exemplary, and they have provided him with a seasoned captain who will meticulously guide him through the operation of this splendid yacht. Young Fan devoted considerable time to familiarizing himself with the yacht's equipment and operational methods. Undoubtedly, the operation of the yacht is not particularly complex, especially since Young Fan possessed prior boating experience. Thus, it wasn't long before he mastered it with ease. Furthermore, there is another noteworthy detail. The yacht manufacturer offered painting services. Consequently, Young Fan decided to name the trawler yacht on the spot and requested the manufacturer to emblazon it with its new title. The name he chose was quite straightforward, Sailing Fan. Indeed, it was a delightful play on his name. Set sail. This title was undoubtedly fitting. Before long, 3 hours had passed, and it was now 2 o'clock in the afternoon. At this moment, the yacht manufacturer had finally completed all the necessary formalities for Young Fan. The charming saleswoman, Zhu Xiaoi, approached him with a document in hand, her posture slightly bent and a radiant smile gracing her face as she handed the paperwork to Young Fan. "Mr. Young," she said, "all the relevant procedures and documents are here. We have taken care of everything for you, and you are now free to set sail on your yacht at any time." Young Fan casually accepted. "All right, thank you." Then, with a charming smile, Xiaoi took out her phone and said to Young Fan, "By the way, Mr. Young, I forgot to add you on WeChat. I will follow up with you later, and if you have any after-sales issues, please feel free to reach out to me at any time." "Understood." Young Fan cast a glance at her, then proceeded to take out his phone and added the beautiful saleswoman's WeChat. Having settled everything, he moved on. Young Fan has finally set sail on his luxurious vessel, the Young Fan. The vast ocean stretches out, its azure waves captivating the spirit. At this moment, amidst the boundless expanse of the cerulean sea, a grand trawler yacht glides swiftly, leaving behind a trail of frothy white waves. In the helm of the yacht, Young Fan grips the steering wheel, his face alight with excitement. The exhilaration of racing across the water in this opulent yacht is simply unparalleled. This magnificent vessel can reach a remarkable speed of 18 knots, a testament to its swiftness. Navigating through the ocean feels akin to conquering the very sea beneath one's feet. The thrill is akin to soaring through the skies. Young Fan navigated the yacht, slicing through the waves, his laughter ringing out joyfully. It was his first experience piloting a luxurious yacht across the vast ocean, a sensation that was simply exquisite. Although Young Fan had previously steered numerous fishing boats, the contrast between those dilapidated vessels and this grand yacht was unmistakable. It was akin to the difference between riding an electric scooter and driving a Ferrari, entirely different realms of experience. As the yacht drifted further from the shoreline, the horizon expanded, revealing a breathtaking vista. The refreshing sea breeze caressed his face, while the rhythmic white waves danced in succession, occasionally accompanied by the graceful flight of seabirds. The entire expanse of sky and sea seemed to resonate with an overwhelming sense of peace and tranquility. Young Fan's spirit was enveloped in an unparalleled sense of satisfaction, simply put. He felt utterly at ease. Initially, he was somewhat unaccustomed to navigating the yacht, but after a period of sailing, he grew increasingly adept at the helm. It is assumed that the protagonist possesses the necessary certification for operating a vessel for the sake of the narrative. After more than 2 hours of voyage, Young Fan finally returned to the dock of Big Whale Village aboard his yacht. It was around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, and many fishermen from the village were gradually returning from the sea, resulting in a bustling crowd at the dock. As Young Fan maneuvered his brand-new luxury trawler towards the pier, The local fishermen were immediately captivated and gasped in astonishment. Wow, this grand yacht looks impressive. It certainly must have cost a fortune. Indeed, a vessel of such opulence and size must be worth at least several million, right? Absolutely. One can't even imagine acquiring such a magnificent yacht for anything less than a few million. But what could this luxurious yacht possibly be doing in our village? Is it owned by a wealthy relative of someone here? However, I haven't heard of any relatives in the village owning a luxury yacht. In no time, the dock of Big Whale Village was abuzz with excitement. Many villagers, upon seeing the grand yacht, rushed over to join the commotion. As the opulent trawler approached the dock, a sharp-eyed young lad instantly spotted young Fan in the helm of the ship. He exclaimed loudly, "Wow, it's Brother Fan. This luxurious yacht is driven by Brother Fan." The nearby villagers, upon hearing this, widened their eyes in disbelief. What? Brother Fan is the one who brought this back? Let me take a look. My goodness, it really is him. The one at the helm is indeed Brother Fan. Can it be that this extravagant yacht belongs to him? I wager it must be his own purchase. Where else could one acquire such a new luxury yacht? Incredible! Truly incredible! Brother Fan is indeed a prestigious university student. He has only been away for a few years, and he can already afford a luxury yacht. Who could argue otherwise? Capable individuals excel at whatever they pursue. I recall just days ago, some suggested that Brother Fan returned to the fishing village because he couldn't make it in the city. Now, how they must feel having been proven wrong. Indeed, Brother Fan has always been clever and resourceful, and he managed to attend a prestigious university. How could he possibly fail in the city? Goodness, our Big Whale Village has produced a remarkable talent. As the villagers at the dock realized that the luxurious yacht was piloted by young Fan, they erupted into a fervent discussion. Chapter 63, Brother Fan, have you been sponsored by a wealthy woman? Secure the trawler in a suitable spot. Young Fan emerged from the cockpit and stepped onto the deck. Among the crowd at the dock, a middle-aged man immediately called out to him, "Hey Fan, did you purchase this magnificent luxury yacht?" Young Fan smiled, striving to modulate his tone and maintain a sense of humility as he addressed the man. "Indeed, Uncle Long, I just purchased it." Although suspicions had long been entertained, the villagers at the dock were taken aback when they heard young Fan confirm that the luxurious trawler yacht was indeed his own. Their eyes widened in astonishment. Truly remarkable. This splendid yacht was, without a doubt, acquired by the young lad himself. How extraordinary. Young Fan has truly achieved great success. To possess a luxury yacht worth millions is an astounding feat. He must be exceedingly wealthy. It merely reaffirms that education leads to prosperity. Look at how young Fan, after attending a prestigious university, has flourished. How can we, mere fishermen, ever hope to compare? Indeed, it is education that elevates one above the rest. Who can argue otherwise? Yet, how many of our village's youths can even aspire to such academic pursuits? Take my own son, for instance. He spends his days glued to his phone, engrossed in playing honor of kings, and when I deny him that privilege, he threatens to starve himself in protest. It is utterly exasperating. Alas, my troublesome son is no different. Not everyone possesses the innate talent that young Fan seems to have. The crowd grew increasingly lively. Many of the village elders raised their thumbs in approval of young Fan, showering him with praise. Meanwhile, the village children gazed at the opulent trawler yacht with wide, gleaming eyes, yearning to board and explore. As for the youths who were contemporaries of young Fan from the fishing village, they felt a mixture of envy and shame. After all, they had grown up together, yet here was young Fan, now the proud owner of a grand yacht, leaving them in a state of profound embarrassment. The news of young Fan purchasing a luxurious yacht swiftly spread throughout the village, igniting a flurry of discussions among the villagers. In no time, young Hongtao also became aware of this revelation, having recently returned from a fishing excursion and diligently tending to his nets in the courtyard. He was utterly astonished upon hearing the news. Without a moment's hesitation, he abandoned his nets and raced towards the dock. At that moment, although the commotion had subsided, there was still a considerable crowd gathered to witness the grandeur of the new vessel. Upon arriving at the dock and beholding the opulent trawler moored at the harbor, young Hongtao's eyes widened in disbelief. Incredible! Fan has truly acquired a luxurious yacht. Yang Jiutao was genuinely astounded. He shared the closest relationship with young Fan and was the individual who had the most intimate connection with him after his return to the fishing village. It can be said that he is the person in the entire village who understands young Fan the best. It is precisely for this reason that he realizes young Fan should not possess such wealth. He is acutely aware that young Fan previously worked at a bank, where his salary was high and benefits exceptional. However, despite the generous compensation and excellent perks, Yang Fan had only graduated 2 to 3 years ago. How could he possibly afford a luxury yacht worth several million? To maintain a low profile. After Yang Fan secured the yacht, he promptly returned home to rest. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have been besieged by the inquisitive villagers. However, scarcely had he settled in for a moment of respite when Yang Hongtao, having admired the yacht from the dock, came knocking at his door. Good heavens! Fan, you silent rascal. Yang Hongtao is quite the hothead. As soon as he enters, he throws his arms around Yang Fan's shoulders and exclaims, I just purchased a luxurious yacht. My goodness, how much did that cost? Hey, you can talk all you want, but keep your hands to yourself. Yang Fan chuckles as he shakes off his grasp. He then casually replies, the yacht didn't cost much, just over 4 million. Upon hearing this, Yang Hongtao's eyes widen in astonishment. What? Just over 4 million? You can't be serious. Where on earth did you get so much money? He speculates whether Yang Fan had won the lottery or perhaps engaged in some shady dealings when he was involved with a bank previously. Yang Fan immediately rolled his eyes and exclaimed, falsifying accounts? How dare you suggest such a thing? You must refrain from making baseless accusations, as this could lead to imprisonment. Have you won the lottery's grand prize? Winning even a fraction of that is nearly impossible. The lottery is rife with insider dealings, and it is unlikely that luck would smile upon you. So, pray tell, where do you acquire such wealth? Surely, it cannot be from working in the underbelly of the metropolis. Yang Fan kicked the ball away with force, exclaiming, Get lost, you are the real duck. No, you are the king of ducks. He laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Fan, could it be that my words have struck a nerve, causing your anger to rise? You must not be in Shanghai, are you? Yang Hongtao quickly stepped aside. Was he truly being supported by a wealthy woman? Yang Fan has grown weary of engaging with this foolish individual. Haha, enough with the jesting. Fan, although I am unaware of the means by which you have amassed your wealth, as your brother, I sincerely rejoice for your success. This is indeed a magnificent Feihua yacht. Truly exhilarating. As Yang Hongtao spoke, a sudden thought seemed to strike him, causing his eyebrows to raise and an expression of mild mischief to appear on his face. Fancy, he began, let's make this clear from the outset. I am your most faithful brother. If in the future you find yourself in a scenario akin to that of the movies, hosting a lavish party on a yacht with a bevy of stunning models, do not forget about me. Your brother. Just imagine that scene. It's exhilarating to think about. Observing his somewhat lewd expression and his silly laughter, one could only wonder what inappropriate images were floating through his mind. Yang Hu couldn't help but roll his eyes in exasperation. Enough already. You needn't prattle on. Rest assured, if anything good comes along, you will certainly not be forgotten. Yang Fan chuckled and playfully scolded, then proceeded to explain to Yang Hongtao, Taozi, my purchase of this yacht is not merely for leisure or for ostentation. It is a trawler yacht, designed specifically for fishing. What? Such an elegant yacht can also be used for fishing? Yang Hongtao was immediately taken aback. Of course, the fishing equipment aboard is extraordinarily professional, far more advanced than that of a typical trawler. Otherwise, do you think I would spend so much on it? Goodness, this yacht is truly impressive. Does that mean one can host parties with lovely models while simultaneously fishing? Huh, are you trying to court models? Hee. It's just that I've watched too many films from the islands. I remember one particular film that left a lasting impression. It featured a group of beautiful women on a yacht intertwined with the story of a certain teacher, Kato. At this point, Yang Fan found himself utterly speechless. After a moment of playful banter, Yang Hongtao suddenly shifted the conversation with a cunning grin, saying, by the way, Fancy, since your trawler yacht can fish, it must require some assistance, right? Yang Fan cast a glance at him and smiled. Oh, what do you mean? Do you wish to board my ship? Xiao Hongtao immediately thumped his chest and declared with righteous fervor, absolutely. Fancy, what kind of relationship do we share? We have been inseparable since childhood, growing up together in our short pants. If you need assistance, as your brother, I shall undoubtedly be the first to step forward. Yang Fan immediately shot a glance at the individual, chuckling. Well, you truly are something. Clearly, you aspire to cling to my coattails and revel aboard my luxurious fishing yacht. Yet you present yourself as if we share an unbreakable bond of brotherhood. Unceremoniously exposed in his intentions, Yang Hongtao, with a face as impenetrable as a fortress, scratched his head and grinned innocently, unfazed. Who could blame you, Fan? Your fishing prowess is simply remarkable. From now on, I shall certainly stick by your side. You promised to take me along for the ride, and you mustn't abandon me. My hopes of striking it rich and marrying a beautiful wife hinge entirely upon you, Fan. The conversation reached this point. Yang Fan smiled and ceased his idle chatter. He patted Yang Hongtao's shoulder and said earnestly, Taozi, there is no need for excessive words between brothers. From now on, you shall accompany my ship on its voyages. I shall say no more. As long as you work diligently, I assure you, you will not be left wanting. Yang Hongtao listened, deeply moved. All right, Fanzi, it's settled then. From now on, I am yours. However, what does it mean to say from now on, I am yours? This phrase sounds rather peculiar, doesn't it? In the moments that followed, Yang Fan and Yang Hongtao had a discussion and decided to set sail tomorrow on a trawler to fish in the open sea. The trawler was equipped with various types of nets, requiring no additional preparation. They could simply head out and cast their nets. The weather at sea had been favorable in recent days, making it an opportune moment to venture further afield for fishing. Yang Ji was particularly thrilled and eager about this venture. This would be his first experience operating a mechanized trawler in the open waters. A sensation entirely distinct from navigating a small fishing boat to set hooks. The catch from setting hooks is inherently limited, while a trawler offers a different prospect. If they could locate a school of fish, a single haul could yield thousands of pounds. Yang Hongtao was even more exhilarated. The thought of embarking on a fishing expedition aboard the brand-new Tinghua trawler with Yang Fan sent shivers of excitement down his spine. After all, it was a luxurious yacht. The sheer joy of fishing from such a splendid vessel was beyond imagination. After Yang Hongtao departed, Yang Fan went to the yard and watered the vegetable garden with some water diluted with golden drops. After a few days of growth, the young cherry tomato seedlings in the garden had fully unfurled, each one standing tall and vibrant green, exhibiting a remarkably promising vigor. Yang Ji estimated that they would blossom and bear fruit in no more than 2 days. This is quite illogical, typically. Cherry tomato seedlings require at least a month to yield fruits. However, those planted by Yang Fan astonishingly only need about a week. It must be said that the Gene D variety is truly remarkable, almost akin to forcing growth, simultaneously. Yang Jie is curious about how the taste of the newly produced Gene D cherry tomatoes will differ from that of ordinary cherry tomatoes. The results will soon be evident. Just as Yang Fan was diligently watering the vegetable garden, his phone suddenly rang. Upon checking the caller ID, he was somewhat surprised. Oh, why is she calling? Chapter 64. That girl, Yi Manny. Seeing the incoming call, he was taken aback. Yang Fan was indeed somewhat taken aback. The caller was none other than Su Xiaoxiao, an old classmate from middle school whom he encountered during his recent trip to town to purchase vegetable seeds. After exchanging contact numbers and WeChat details, they had scarcely been in touch over the past few days. Therefore, receiving a call from Su Xiaoxiao was quite intriguing for Yang Fan, as he wondered what matter she had to discuss with him. Hello, old classmate. He greeted cheerfully as he pressed the answer button. Almost instantly, Su Xiaoxiao's sweet and melodious voice filled his ear. Hee, Yang Fan, are you surprised that I suddenly called you? To be honest, a little, he admitted with a laugh. Hee, can you guess why I reached out? I can't really guess. You're not inviting me out for a meal, are you? As if. While I must say you are quite handsome, I am not some lovesick girl. Haha. Then what is it that you wish to discuss, old classmate? Ah, it's wonderful news. A delightful piece of news that is certainly a cause for celebration for you. Su Xiaoxiao spoke with an air of mystery. What good news? Yang Fan inquired, a hint of surprise in his voice. Hee, I want to keep you in suspense. Tomorrow is the weekend, and a dear friend of mine, who I used to be very close with, is returning from the city for a break. We planned to meet up, and during our conversation, I casually mentioned that you had returned from the metropolis. Can you guess what happened next? What happened? Yang Fan asked, intrigued. Hey, the moment she heard you were back, she insisted that I invite you to join us for our gathering. By the way, she used to be your little admirer. Really? Who do you think she is? Well, it's Manny. Yi Manny. Do you remember her? Yi Manny? Upon hearing the name, Yang Fan paused for a moment. Initially, he couldn't recall who she was, but then the memories flooded back to him. Yang Fan's middle school classmates have previously remarked that during those years, his striking good looks undoubtedly placed him in the ranks of the most admired boys in class. Coupled with his excellent academic performance and outgoing personality, he was unequivocally regarded as a true heartthrob among his peers. It could be said that during his middle school days, Yang Fan was indeed the object of admiration, consistently receiving numerous love letters each semester. In that era, when mobile phones were not yet prevalent and QQ was just emerging, the primary means for infatuated middle schoolers to express their affections was to slip love letters into classmates' desks. As the class heartthrob, Yang Fan received no fewer than 10 love letters each semester, with some girls from other classes even discreetly placing letters in his drawer, leaving behind their QQ numbers. One such admirer, Yumani, although she never slipped a love letter into Yang Fan's drawer, would every year during Christmas gift him a musical greeting card, meticulously inscribing several lines of blessings along with charming doodles. Consequently, Yang Fan was well aware of Yumani's affections, even if she preferred to be somewhat subtle and not overtly express her feelings. There were indeed several young girls in middle school who had harbored feelings for Yang Fan. Yet many of them had faded from his memory. Even if their names were mentioned, he would struggle to recall them. Yumani, however, stood out as an exception. And the reason was quite simple. Her name was memorable due to its unique pronunciation. In middle school, Yumani was the most developed girl among her peers. While other girls her age were still in the early stages of adolescence, she had already blossomed into a striking young lady. This led to much speculation among the boys in class, who were curious about her upbringing and how she had matured so impressively. Moreover, at such a tender age, Yumani not only exhibited remarkable physical development but also possessed a refreshing charm. Although the girls in town at that time did not possess the styling savvy of today's generation, Yumani's facial features were undeniably attractive, and her enviable figure set her apart from her contemporaries. As a result, she garnered considerable attention from the boys. While early romances were not particularly fashionable in their small-town middle school, many precocious boys harbored intentions toward Yumani. However, she remained indifferent to the advances of those who sought her favor, as her heart was truly captivated by only one boy, Yang Fan. Regrettably, Yang Fan was somewhat late to mature. Throughout middle school, his heart was entirely dedicated to his studies and fishing, leaving little room for romantic pursuits. During the summer leading up to the high school entrance examination, he gradually began to mature. Coincidentally, as Yang Fan entered the throes of adolescence, Yumani emerged as the first girl to grace his dreams. At that time, Yang Fan felt no particular affection for Yumani. He was bewildered as to why she occupied his thoughts, and he found it somewhat amusing. However, as he grew older and gained wisdom, he slowly came to understand the significance of those dreams. Truth be told, after graduating from middle school, Yang Fan experienced a twinge of regret. He lamented his past immaturity, pondering how he might have enjoyed a tender yet exhilarating romance with Yumani during those formative years. "Hey, Yang Fan, are you still there? Why the silence?" Su Xiaoxiao's sudden interjection jolted Yang Fan from his nostalgic reverie. Clearing his throat, he sheepishly replied, "I'm here. Apologies for drifting off." "Well then, Yang Fan, do you have time tomorrow? Would you like to join me and Manny for a gathering?" Su Xiaoxiao inquired. "Well, dear classmate, as much as I would love to join you, I've already made plans to go fishing at sea with some friends tomorrow. Perhaps we can arrange something for another time?" Yang Fan pondered before responding. "Oh, that's a pity. By the way," Su Xiaoxiao seemed to have an epiphany. Her voice tinged with excitement. "Yang Fan, I am quite intrigued by sea fishing. How about Manny and I come find you? You could take us with you. But if that would interfere with your fishing, we can always reschedule." Well, I suppose that could work. It wouldn't be a bother on my end. If you both wish to come, feel free to join me tomorrow." "Hooray. That sounds wonderful. You have no idea, Yang Fan, although my hometown is also a fishing village. I've never actually been out on a fishing boat. You must ensure I have a proper experience. Oh, and as for Manny, I haven't mentioned this to her yet, but I believe she would be equally interested. All right then. See you tomorrow." Yang Fan smiled. "See you tomorrow." "Oh. One last thing, Yang Fan, I must give you a heads up. Manny has blossomed into a goddess-level beauty. Her figure is absolutely stunning. She is currently pursuing her graduate studies as a beautiful university student. When you meet her tomorrow, try not to drool, okay?" "Haha." Yang Fan raised an eyebrow, expressing intrigue. "Oh really? Then I am eagerly looking forward to it. But hey, Yang Fan, you mustn't doubt my words. You will undoubtedly be astounded. Manny is exceptionally beautiful and alluring right now. You will see for yourself when you meet her tomorrow." "Haha, I suppose I must be mindful of my appearance, lest I come across like an unsophisticated fool, rendered speechless in the presence of such beauty." Yang Fan shrugged nonchalantly and made a jest. Immediately, the phone rang with Su Xiaoxiao's melodious laughter. After exchanging a few light-hearted remarks, they bid each other farewell, bringing their conversation to a close. Setting the phone down, Yang Fan squinted, reflecting, "Hey, after hearing Su Xiaoxiao's words, I find myself inexplicably filled with anticipation. The reunion with an old friend is inherently delightful. Not to mention that Yumani was the very first girl to grace the dreams of my youthful fantasies. Yang Fan was indeed looking forward to seeing again tomorrow this girl who had left a profound impression on him during his adolescence. Chapter 65. A stunning girl on this beautiful morning. The sea lay tranquil beneath a cloudless sky, and the atmosphere was filled with the fragrance of blooming flowers. At 8 o'clock, Yang Fan stretched lazily and rose from his bed, having enjoyed a refreshing sleep until he awoke naturally. Under normal circumstances, he would have risen early to embark on his newly purchased luxury fishing yacht for a day of fishing in the open sea. However, considering his appointment with Su Xiaoxiao and Yumani, he decided to meet them at the village entrance at 9 o'clock. Mindful that it would be inconvenient for the girls to arrive too early. For Fisherman, 9 o'clock is rather late. Many would have already set out at 5 or 6 in the morning and returned by this time. Yet, for Yang Fan, early rising was unnecessary. Other fishermen ventured out at dawn to catch the most fish, but Yang Fan had the luxury of catching plenty at any hour, a privilege granted by his extraordinary abilities. With the Dragon Balls at his disposal, fishing had become a guarantee, allowing him to indulge in a carefree lifestyle. After a quick wash and preparing a simple bowl of noodles for breakfast, he admired himself in the mirror, tidying his hair. He couldn't help but think how handsome he had become. If he were a girl, he would certainly fall in love with himself. Gazing at his charming visage and a physique more perfect than that of male models, Yang Fan smiled to himself. The enhancements from the Dragon Balls were ongoing, with Gene D continuously improving his physique, vitality, and appearance. Each morning, Yang Fan felt a little more handsome than the day before, which, to be honest, was somewhat distressing. What was the point of being so good-looking if he wasn't relying on his looks for a living? What would happen if girls began to flock to him on the streets? After perfecting his hairstyle, Yang Fan checked the time and realized it was already 8:45. Leaving him little time before meeting Su Xiaoxiao, he decided to stop dawdling and made his way leisurely to the village entrance. Meanwhile, a trio of motorcycles was approaching from the town, soon to arrive at the Jing village. Seated upon the motorcycles were 3 youthful, vibrant girls, each possessing their unique charm and striking figures. Among them, the sweet girl with a high ponytail was Su Xiaoxiao, an old classmate whom Yang Fan had encountered while purchasing fruit and vegetable seeds in town. Beside her was the elegant, captivating girl with long hair, none other than Yi Yini, the first girl to appear in Yang Fan's youthful dreams. Beside the elegantly dressed and heavily made-up Yimani was Zhang Lingling, a research roommate visiting from her hometown. At that moment, Su Xiaoxiao glanced at her watch and realized that she was nearing the time she had agreed upon with Yang Fan. She turned to the motorcycle taxi driver and inquired, "Sir, how much longer until we reach Big Whale Village?" "Estimate will arrive shortly, just a few minutes." The driver replied after checking the road. Nodding, Su Xiaoxiao smiled and said, "Thank you, sir. How much is the fare?" "I will pay you now. 10 yuan. "All right, here you go." Su Xiaoxiao handed the driver 10 yuan in cash. After settling the fare, she turned to Manny and teasingly remarked, "Manny, we're almost there. How do you feel about finally meeting your dreamboat, Yang Fan?" Yi Manny's cheeks flushed, and she shot her a glare, exclaiming, "What are you talking about, dreamboat? That is absurd." Denying it won't help. As your former deskmate, I can clearly see that you had a crush on him back in the day. In middle school, you were indifferent to all the boys in class. You would tear up love letters without a second glance. But your attitude towards Yang Fan was distinctly different. Every Christmas, you would give him those meticulously crafted musical greeting cards. Even I could tell you had feelings for him. Faced with Su Xiaoxiao's well-reasoned analysis, Yumani rolled her eyes and shrugged with a resigned smile. "All right, I admit it. I did like Yang Fan back when I was in middle school. But come on, that was ages ago. Can we not dwell on it?" Indeed, she had harbored a crush on the handsome boy, but after all these years, that youthful infatuation had faded into a bittersweet memory. Now, Yimani regarded Yang Fan merely as a somewhat special old classmate, devoid of any lingering romantic notions. Thus, she took Su Xiaoxiao's teasing in stride and readily acknowledged the past. Seeing Yimani's candid admission, Su Xiaoxiao felt a twinge of disappointment and decided to drop the subject. "All right, let us not revisit the past. By the way, the last time I saw Yang Fan, he looked even more handsome than before." "Really? How handsome?" "Extremely handsome. He seems far more dashing than those popular idols in the entertainment industry. You'll see when you meet him." "Haha, I'm looking forward to it." Yumani chuckled lightly, her hand covering her mouth. The 2 old classmates were enjoying their pleasant conversation when, suddenly, an incongruous voice interrupted from the side. "Tsh. I couldn't help but laugh. Where could a fisherman possibly go? Such a tone of derision was naturally voiced by Zhang Lingling, a roommate of Yi Baoni, as she primped in front of a small mirror, incessantly applying powder to her face. Despite possessing a modicum of beauty, her makeup was so heavy that it resembled that of a specter. Upon hearing Su Xiaoxiao remark that Yang Fan was quite handsome, even more so than the current heartthrobs, she couldn't resist making a cutting retort. What could a man from a dilapidated fishing village possibly achieve? In her eyes, he was merely a rustic, dark-skinned country bumpkin. Su Xiaoxiao furrowed her brows but refrained from responding, for Zhang Lingling was a friend of Yiman and I, and, as a guest, she felt it inappropriate to engage in an argument. Yiman and I also frowned slightly, aware of her roommate's somewhat unsavory disposition, her snobbishness and affectation. Yet, having shared 3 years of graduate study with her, it seemed unwise to admonish her. Lingling, do finish your makeup. Do not look down upon others. My classmate is indeed quite handsome. Yiman and I attempted to mediate. Unexpectedly, Zhang Lingling's sense of superiority was rather pronounced. So what if he is handsome? He is still just a fisherman. In this day and age, a man without wealth is of no worth, regardless of his looks. Yiman and I found herself at a loss for words regarding her roommate. She could only cast a sidelong glance at Su Xiaoxiao, hoping she would not take offense. Understanding her, Su Xiaoxiao smiled indifferently, indicating that she was not upset. After this discordant interlude, Su Xiaoxiao spoke little with Yiman and I, wishing to avoid the incessant chatter of that vexatious Zhang Lingling. Fortunately, it was not long before the motorcycle arrived at Dejing village. After Yang Fan stepped out, he reached the village entrance within minutes. Noticing that Su Xiaoxiao and Yiman and I had yet to arrive, he picked up his phone and idly played with it. Just under 10 minutes later, a motorcycle rumbled from the distance, the sound of its engine resonating powerfully. As Yang Fan looked up, he faintly discerned 3 young women seated on the motorcycle, speculating that they must be Su Xiaoxiao, Yimani, and the others, though he remained uncertain about the identity of the third. However, he presumed she was likely one of their companions as well, and paid it little mind. Soon, the motorcycle came to a halt at the village entrance, and Su Xiaoxiao, Yi Yini, and the others swiftly disembarked. Young Fan, it's wonderful to see you again. Upon alighting, Su Xiaoxiao immediately spotted Yang Fan standing at the village entrance and waved at him with a bright smile. Yang Fan also smiled and waved at her. But immediately after, his gaze was irresistibly drawn to the enchanting Yi Su and I, who was standing beside Su Xiaoxiao. Subsequently, his eyes sparkled with a newfound interest. Yang Fan was utterly unprepared for the breathtaking transformation of the girl who once harbored a secret affection for him. He found himself scrutinizing Yimani with keen interest. Standing at approximately 1.7 meters, her lustrous chestnut hair cascaded in gentle waves. She donned a simple white cartoon t-shirt paired with denim shorts, which perfectly accentuated her curvaceous S-shaped figure, radiating vitality and charm. It was evident that the girl who once stood out for her exceptional development had maintained her allure, as the fitted t-shirt clung to her form, revealing her enviable physique. Moreover, this long-lost girl possessed a delicate face, adorned with exquisite features. Her eyes sparkled with clarity. Her skin was fair, her nose elegantly sculpted, and her petite lips were accentuated by a subtle beauty mark at the corner, adding a touch of allure to her smile. As the sea breeze tousled her hair and the morning light danced upon her flawless complexion, she appeared as if she had stepped out from the pages of a comic, embodying the essence of a stunning heroine. Yang Fan was truly astonished. He had never anticipated that among his middle school classmates, there would emerge such a stunning girl, who had once harbored a secret affection for him. Chapter 66, The Enviable De Huang. As Yang Fan scrutinized Yimani, she too was observing him in return. With each glance, her little heart raced wildly like a startled fawn, beating fervently in her chest. Yang Fan is undeniably handsome, charismatic, radiant, and tall. The moment Yimani laid her eyes on Yang Fan, she felt an electric shock, akin to 100,000 volts. For a brief instant, she found herself entranced. Her beautiful eyes were fixed on this long-lost first love, as if she had transformed back into the innocent girl who had once harbored a secret affection for the charming young man before her. Unable to contain her delight, she covered her mouth and giggled. He, Manny, I am not mistaken, am I? Meanwhile, Su Xiaoxiao noticed that Yimani was lost in a daze. Gazing at Yang Fan, has Yang Fan become more handsome than before? You little girl, upon seeing him, might not be instantly reminded of old feelings, right? Yimani finally regained her senses, hurriedly blushing as she said, Xiaoxiao, please don't make such jokes. It would be so embarrassing if Yang Fan heard that. Su Xiaoxiao made a face at her, playfully saying, "Oh, come on. I know you're shy, so I won't tease you anymore. Let's go meet Yang Fan." With that, Su Xiaoxiao linked arms with Yi Manny and walked towards Yang Fan. Upon noticing that Su Xiaoxiao and Yi Manny had gotten out of the car and were approaching, Yang Sun did not remain idle. He promptly approached with purposeful strides. As he drew near, Su Xiaoxiao, upon her arrival, playfully addressed Yang Fan, exclaiming, "Look, Yang Fan, I have brought a stunning beauty to introduce to you." With that proclamation, she halted momentarily and gently nudged Yi Manny a step forward. Thus, Yang Ji and Yi Manny stood face to face, their eyes meeting for a brief moment. Yang Fan's gaze was remarkably composed and calm, as he openly regarded his beautiful middle school classmate Yi Manny with an appreciative look, a smile gracing his lips. In contrast, a hint of peculiarity unexpectedly flickered in Yi Manny's eyes. "It has been a long time since we last met, Yi Manny." Yang Fan was the first to speak, extending his hand with a smile towards Yi Manny. "Old classmate, you are warmly welcome to my home." "Indeed, Yang Fan, it has been quite a while." Yi Manny returned the smile, reaching out to briefly shake his hand. The warmth of her small hand was quite delightful, making Yang Fan wish to hold it longer. However, in order to avoid being perceived as overly forward, he quickly released her hand after a fleeting touch. At that moment, Su Xiaoxiao burst into laughter, teasingly exclaiming, "Oh my! Why are you two shaking hands upon meeting? Last time, Yang Fan, when we met, you didn't offer me a handshake." Yang Fan was immediately drenched in sweat. "How about we make up for the existing gap?" Su Xiaoxiao, with a hint of pride, pouted, "Humph, I am not interested." Naturally, old classmates exchanged pleasantries upon their reunion. The trio engaged in jovial conversation for quite some time. As their chatter began to wane, Yi Manny introduced Zhang Lingling to Yang Fan. "Yang Fan, this is my roommate Zhang Lingling. She happens to be free this holiday and decided to join me for some fun. We hope our visit does not inconvenience you." "Haha, of course not. I warmly welcome three lovely ladies," Yang Fan replied, adhering to his ingrained professional social habits, extending his hand toward Zhang Lingling. "Hello, beautiful. I am Yang Fan. It is a pleasure to meet you." According to Zhang Lingling's character, she would typically recoil from shaking hands with a fisherman, whose daily toil would undoubtedly leave him reeking and unkempt. However, when faced with a dashing and radiant figure like Yang Fan, her demeanor shifted dramatically. "Hello. I am Zhang Lingling." Upon Yang Fan's cordial gesture, she enthusiastically reciprocated the handshake, even managing a somewhat sugary smile. It must be said that at times, charm possesses an undeniable allure. In Zhang Lingling's eyes, fishermen were often perceived as shabby and unsophisticated. She held a certain disdain for agricultural and laboring classes. Yet, under the spell of Yang Fan's striking beauty and flawless physique, she momentarily overlooked his humble origins. At the instant she laid eyes on him, her heart raced uncontrollably, her legs nearly faltering beneath her. So handsome, so manly. Compared to Yang Fan, her previous boyfriends, including her affluent patrons, seemed utterly insignificant. If given the chance, she would willingly pursue him. Zhang Lingling discreetly stole several glances at Yang Fan, her gaze tinged with an unusual intensity. Observing her infatuation, Su Xiaoxiao found it amusing. "Humph. This pretentious girl, who previously dismissed my words, is now being proven wrong." They indulged in light banter for a while. Yang Fan inquired with Yi Manny and Su Xiaoxiao, "By the way, have you had breakfast yet?" The two shook their heads in response, "Not yet." Yang Fan chuckled, "You mustn't venture out to sea on an empty stomach. Why don't you all come to my home first? I'll prepare something for you." Upon hearing this, Yi Manny nodded, finding nothing amiss. However, Su Xiaoxiao, the secretly mischievous girl, couldn't help but let her thoughts stray. "Ahem, prepare something for us? Why does that sound rather peculiar?" It turned out that Su Xiaoxiao, despite her seemingly innocent and sweet exterior, was actually quite the enthusiast of romantic novels in private. "Oh dear. Su Bibi, you little minx. Why are your thoughts wandering so far?" Su Xiaoxiao's cheeks flushed crimson, realizing that her mind had ventured into inappropriate territory. Noticing her unusual demeanor, Yi Manny inquired, "Oh, Xiaoxiao, why has your face suddenly turned so red? Could it be a fever?" Su Xiaoxiao quickly shook her head and explained, "Ahem, no. I just feel that the weather is a bit too warm." Shortly thereafter, the four of them entered the village. Before long, Yang Fan led Yi Manny and the others to his home. Upon seeing that Yang's residence was a splendid three-story villa, Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed, "Wow, I had no idea that the esteemed classmate of ours came from such a well-off family." Yang Fan smiled gently, remarking that the rural house held little value. As he opened the gate to the courtyard, Yang Fan was just about to graciously extend his hand to invite Yumani and her companions inside when, unexpectedly, the large dog, De Huang, who had spent the night away, appeared out of nowhere. With a swift bound, it leapt from the house and landed directly on Yang Fan. De Huang, you still remember your way home? Yang Qi lifted the large puppy and gently patted its head, exclaiming about the old rascal who seldom returned home at night. Now, all the female dogs in the village surrounded him, treating him like royalty, basking in an aura of dominance and bliss. Wow, what a magnificent dog! Upon seeing the grand golden retriever in Yang Fan's arms, Yi Man and her friends couldn't help but gasp in admiration. The golden's appearance was strikingly impressive, exuding an air of majesty and vigor, with its fur gleaming in a golden hue, radiating an undeniable regal presence. Yang Fan, is this your dog? May I have the pleasure of petting it? Yi Man, a true animal lover, felt an affectionate connection to dogs, having raised one in her childhood. Unable to resist the allure of the majestic golden, she yearned to stroke its fur. Of course, Yang Fan smiled gently, naturally not refusing. He gestured towards Yumani and instructed De Huang, "Go, play with this lovely young lady." De Huang, already quite intelligent, became even more astute after being fed the golden droplet. The moment Yang Fan gave the command, it wagged its tail and bounded to Yumani's feet. Observing De Huang's remarkable intelligence and its ability to comprehend Yang Fan's words, Yumani's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight, deepening her fondness for the dog. Wow, its fur is so silky. It feels incredibly soft, much better than the quality of my own hair. As she stroked De Huang's velvety coat, she felt increasingly enamored with this canine companion. She affectionately embraced De Huang, playfully engaging with it. De Huang, as if recognizing its beauty, quickly warmed up to Yimei. Eventually, it began to nuzzle against her in a charming manner. Witnessing this scene, Yang Fan felt a pang of jealousy. Damn, what a lucky dog. This treatment is quite extraordinary. Chapter 67. Wow, are we going to spend the night on the sea? At that moment, Su Xiaoxiao, along with Yumani, unexpectedly strolled into the corner of Yang Fan's yard. Upon seeing the flourishing tomato plants in the garden, she couldn't help but widen her eyes. Yang Fan, please don't tell me those tomato seedlings were cultivated from seeds I sold at my shop. Although it seemed implausible, Yang Fan refrained from denying it with an elaborate excuse. Oh my goodness, is it truly so? But how could this be? It has only been a few days. How could they have grown so large? Hearing Yang Fan's affirmative response, Su Xiaoxiao wore a look of disbelief. Coming from a family that operated a flower shop, she was well aware of the time it took for tomato seeds to sprout and grow to such a size. It was scientifically unfathomable for them to develop so rapidly in such a short span of time. Perhaps the soil in my garden is exceptionally fertile, ideal for nurturing plant growth, Yang Fan suggested. Yang Fan chuckled and shrugged his shoulders, casually offering a seemingly plausible explanation. Well, I suppose that must be it. Su Xiaoxiao, unable to conceive of any other rationale, could only accept this interpretation. All right, let us not linger outside any longer. Let us proceed indoors. Yang Fan brought Yumani and Su Xiaoxiao to the room. He then asked them to wait on the sofa in the living room while he descended to the kitchen. Unfortunately, this time there were no wild abalone, so he could only serve them ordinary noodles. A pot of steaming noodles was soon prepared. Yang Ji prepared 3 bowls of noodles and brought them to the dining table for Yumani and the others to enjoy. Wow, Yang Fan, your culinary skills seem quite impressive, Su Xiaoxiao remarked, giving Yang Ji a thumbs up as she admired the appealing presentation of the noodles. Yang Fan merely smiled. While Yumani and the others were occupied with their meal, Yang Fan ascended the stairs to retrieve several sets of freshly laundered bed linens. These linens had been recently purchased and were prepared for use. He intended to take them aboard the yacht as a precautionary measure. The high-end yacht he had acquired was equipped with essential facilities, yet lacked such items as bed linens. Yang Fan contemplated taking several sets of supplies with him this time. This would prove useful if he were to venture out to sea for fishing with the trawler and needed to spend the night on the water. Additionally, essentials such as rice, oil, salt, sauce, and tea needed to be packed, as the yacht's kitchen lacked these provisions. Once he had everything ready, he would be able to prepare meals aboard the yacht. As Yang Fan busily gathered bed linens and cooking essentials, Yumani and Su Xiaoxiao watched with curiosity. Yang Fan, what are you doing with all these items? They inquired. Yang Fan casually replied, these are meant for the boat. This only piqued their interest further. For the boat? Are we going to do something on the vessel? They pressed. Well, it depends on the situation. I might venture to more distant waters for fishing. So we may need to spend the night at sea, Yang Fan explained. Wow, we're going to spend the night on the sea? Really? That sounds exciting. Yi Manny and Su Xiaoxiao exclaimed, their eyes lighting up with anticipation. Though they lived in a coastal town, neither had ever experienced fishing at sea, let alone an overnight stay on the water. The thought of such an adventure filled their minds with vivid imagery of the night spent on the ocean, which surely would be thrilling. However, one individual did not share in the excitement, Zhang Lingling. Upon hearing the conversation between Yang Fan and Yi Manny, her mind conjured a rather unpleasant image, a frayed and battered fishing boat, tossed about by the waves, with her huddled in a corner, shivering under a foul-smelling blanket. The mere thought of this scenario was intolerable to her. She immediately exclaimed, "What? We might spend the night on the sea? I'm not going. I refuse to sleep on a decrepit fishing boat." Yi Manny, slightly exasperated, replied, "Lingling, don't you want to experience the thrill of fishing at sea?" Zhang Lingling retorted, "Please, I never wanted to experience it in the first place. You insisted I come, and here I am. But now you're telling me we'll be staying overnight? I absolutely refuse to spend the night on some rundown fishing boat." At her mention of a decrepit fishing boat, Yang Fan couldn't help but chuckle. However, he chose not to clarify, deeming it unnecessary to reveal that he owned a luxurious trawler. He had long perceived that Yi Manny's heavily made-up roommate, who resembled a seductress, was undoubtedly a gold-digging opportunist. Having spent many years in the opulent, hedonistic city, Yang Fan had encountered numerous vain and superficial women. There was no way he would allow such a character aboard his lavish yacht. Su Xiaoxiao was reluctant to linger with Zhang Lingling, so she urged Yi Manny, since your classmate has no desire to go out to sea, perhaps it would be best to let her return home. Yi Manny, feeling helpless, replied, "All right, Lingling. Will you head back to school then?" Zhang Lingling nodded in agreement. "Yes, I will return to school by myself. Manny, enjoy your time." With that, Zhang Lingling departed alone. In the village, Yang Fan has an elder who, by familial hierarchy, should be addressed as second uncle, who operates a passenger transport service. Yang Fan entrusted him with 200 yuan to convey Zhang Lingling to the county. After successfully dispatching the irksome Zhang Lingling, Yang Fan then made a phone call to summon Yang Xiaoai and Yang Hongtao to assemble. Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaoai had long been awaiting news from Yang Fan. Upon receiving his call, they hurried over without delay. As they entered, they were greeted by the sight of two new beautiful young ladies in Yang Fan's home. Yang Hongtao's eyes widened in astonishment. "Wow, Yang Fan, you truly are remarkable. Just yesterday you sent off two lovely ladies, and today you found two more. Your ability to attract admirers is truly impressive. One cannot help but be in awe." Yang Hongtao cast an admiring and envious glance at Yang Fan. Upon glancing at this individual, Yang Fan could discern his thoughts without the need for elaboration. He then proceeded to provide a brief introduction of Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaoai to Yi Manny and Su Xiaoxiao. Once everything was settled, Yang Fan and his four companions set off towards the dock, carrying bed sheets and essentials such as rice, oil, and salt. Chapter 68, My Heavens. "Is this luxurious yacht yours, Yang Fan?" Yang Fan's home was not far from the dock, and after just a few minutes of walking, they arrived. By this time, it was already 10 in the morning. Most of the fishing boats moored at the dock had ventured out to sea, leaving only a few solitary vessels behind. Among them, the most striking was undoubtedly the brand-new trawler yacht that Yang Fan had purchased the previous day, in stark contrast to the several dilapidated fishing boats. This luxurious trawler yacht stood out magnificently, capturing attention effortlessly. It was impossible not to notice it. As Yi Manny and Su Xiaoxiao walked onto the dock, they naturally fixated on this magnificent yacht moored at the harbor. "Wow, Yang Fan, whose family in your village is so affluent that they can afford such a grand yacht?" they exclaimed in astonishment. "Are the people in the fishing village really this wealthy now, able to purchase luxury yachts?" Yi Manny and I and her friends were genuinely taken aback. It was indeed astonishing to witness such opulence in a small, remote fishing village. Before Yang Fan had the opportunity to speak, Yang Hongtao surprisingly interjected, "Ladies, are you not aware of whose luxurious yacht this is?" Yi Suoni, with a hint of confusion, replied, "Of course we do not know. How could we possibly be aware of the owner of this opulent vessel?" Yang Sangao was taken aback. He had initially assumed that Yang Fan had purchased the yacht to impress and attract women, specifically inviting these two beautiful ladies for a day of leisure on the water. However, it seemed that he had misinterpreted the situation entirely. Yang Hongtao immediately smiled and said, "Hee, my dear ladies. The owner of this luxurious yacht is both far away and yet right before your eyes." Yi 83 Manny Su chuckled, and they gazed at Yang Hongtao in astonishment. Far away yet so close. Are you implying that this yacht belongs to you? Wow. I never imagined you to be such a wealthy individual. It certainly does not appear so. Yang Hongtao immediately chuckled awkwardly, saying ahem. Ladies, you have misunderstood. This is not mine. I certainly do not possess the means to acquire a luxurious yacht. They cost several million. If it's not yours, then whose could it be? At this point, Yumani and the others turned their gazes toward Yang Fan. Well, could it be that the splendid yacht belongs to you, Yang Ji? Yang Fan then smiled modestly. Indeed. I just purchased it yesterday. It seems fortuitous that you all chose to visit me today. Upon hearing Yang Fan's affirmative response, Yumani and Su Xiaoxiao exchanged incredulous glances, unable to comprehend the reality before them. My goodness. Incredible. Truly incredible. Su Xiaoxiao and her companions had never anticipated that Yang Fan was so affluent. To be honest, just a few days prior, when Su Xiaoxiao learned that Yang Fan had returned to his hometown, she speculated whether he had experienced some setbacks in the bustling metropolis, prompting his retreat to his hometown. After all, why would a promising young university student choose to return to a fishing village? However, she never imagined that he had purchased a luxurious yacht. Could this be termed as experiencing setbacks? Surely, he must have struck it rich in the metropolis and returned to his hometown for a leisurely vacation. Yumani felt equally astonished when she heard Su Xiaoxiao mention that Yang Fan had returned to the fishing village to become a fisherman. She had harbored concerns for him. Like Su Xiaoxiao, she believed that Yang Fan must have faced significant professional or emotional setbacks, leading to his despondent return to his hometown. In her heart, she felt a pang of sympathy for him, as he was a boy she had secretly admired for a long time during her youth. He had once been so outstanding, with a bright future ahead, yet for some unknown reason, he had seemingly abandoned his promising path to return to the fishing village. Therefore, when Su Xiaoxiao suggested visiting Yang Fan, Yumani readily agreed, eager to ascertain whether he had truly suffered a significant blow that left him disheartened. She had even mentally prepared herself to offer him comfort if that were the case. However, to her surprise, Yang Fan had not only remained unscathed but appeared to be thriving, having acquired a luxurious yacht. It seemed her worries had been in vain. As she regained her composure from the shock, Su Xiaoxiao immediately shot Yang Fan a playful glare, remarking, Yang Fan, it seems you are quite the deceiver. Did you not tell me that you returned to your hometown to become a fisherman? How is it that you are now indulging in a life of luxury with a yacht? Yang Fan smiled slightly and remarked, I am not deceiving you. My current profession is indeed that of a fisherman. As for this yacht, it is actually a trawling yacht, designed for fishing. My primary intention in purchasing it was to fish, with enjoyment being merely a secondary consideration. Su Xiaoxiao was taken aback by his words, exclaiming, Is it really true? Yang Fan? Such an opulent yacht, and you intend to use it for fishing? How regrettable it would be to tarnish it. Yang Fan chuckled. What does it matter if it gets a bit dirty? Fishing is how one makes money. I have invested all my wealth into this trawler yacht, hoping to strike it rich through fishing. What? You specifically purchased a luxurious yacht for fishing? This is quite the display of financial indulgence. Su Xiaoxiao was left at a loss for words. Yumani blinked her bright eyes in astonishment, equally bewildered. All right, let's board the ship. After a brief exchange, Yang Fan waved his hand with a smile and led everyone onto his opulent trawler yacht. For Yumani, Su Xiaoxiao, and Yang Hongtao, as well as Yang Xiaohai, it was their first encounter with such a lavish vessel. The four of them felt as though they had stepped into a grand garden, marveling at the yacht's extravagant features. They gazed around, occasionally gasping in amazement, and after a thorough tour, they found themselves utterly astonished. My goodness, this yacht is incredibly extravagant. Not only did it boast spacious bedrooms rivaling those of five-star hotels, but it also included a kitchen, a small bar, a home theater, a karaoke room, a gym, and even a swimming pool. Is this the kind of life the wealthy lead? It felt almost celestial, observing the awestruck expressions of his companions. Yang Fan couldn't help but chuckle. However, it was entirely understandable. They were all children raised in a modest fishing village and had never encountered such a luxurious yacht before. Manny, Xiaoxiao, Xiaohai, you three sit here for a while. Taozi, come with me to the bar to fetch some drinks. On the deck of the yacht, several lounge chairs were arranged for sunbathing. Yang Fan invited Yumani and the others to sit down before taking Yang Hongtao to the yacht's small bar. This bar featured a cabinet stocked with several bottles of fine liquor and some imported premium fruit juices. These items were part of the yacht when Yang Fan purchased it, illustrating the inherent luxury and the rationale behind its steep price. At that moment, Yang Hongtao's eyes fell upon a particular bottle of liquor, and he exclaimed, Oh my. Is that not our Martin Louis XIII? That bottle must cost at least 20 to 30,000. Young, who couldn't help but chuckle. Oh my. You actually recognize our Martin Louis XIII? Yang Hongtao immediately widened his eyes and exclaimed, "What's the matter, Fancy? Do you look down upon others? Just because I haven't eaten pork doesn't mean I haven't seen a pig run. The last time, a brother of mine celebrated his birthday at a club in the county, and he brought a bottle of our Martin Louis XIII. However, a girl who frequents bars mercilessly exposed it as counterfeit right after the bill was settled. Yang, attempting to show off with liquor, quipped, haha. Then isn't that just a misguided display? Yang Fan simply smiled. Yang Hongtao chuckled. Indeed, my friend was utterly terrified at that moment. As he spoke, he curiously retrieved a bottle of our Martin Louis XIII from the liquor cabinet, meticulously admiring it as he reminisced. Yang Hongtao, besides his passion for playing cards, harbors another grand enthusiasm, drinking. After returning from a day of fishing at sea, he often indulges in a few sips, displaying a profound obsession with alcohol. Upon encountering a bottle of our Martin Louis XIII, his mouth begins to water instantly. Who's he? This must be the genuine article, right? How about we uncork it and savor a taste? I would love to experience the flavor of a spirit worth 20 to 30,000 a bottle. Witnessing his eagerness for a drink so early in the morning, Yang Fan couldn't help but chide him. I called you up here to assist me with fishing, not to drink. Yang Hongtao listened and immediately chuckled softly. Ahem, you were right. Making money through fishing is indeed more important. Yang Fan cast a sidelong glance at the fellow and then remarked, it's hardly the right time for drinking, especially under such dry circumstances. Let us first indulge in some beverages. When the meal is served later, we shall uncork the wine and allow you to savor something new, shall we? Upon hearing this, Yang Hongtao was instantly filled with joy. No way. Really? Yang Fan, you are an incredible friend. As he spoke, he became so exhilarated that he eagerly wished to leap forward and envelop Yang Fan in a warm embrace. Yang Fan immediately felt a chill run down his spine and swiftly kicked the fool away. Damn it. If you wish to speak, then speak. Do not lay your hands on me. One might mistakenly think we share some intimate bond. Come on. I'm just excited. A bottle of our Martin Louis XIII costs 30 to 40,000. Later tonight, I must post on social media to flaunt a little. Observing the ecstatic expression on this fellow's face, Yang Fan scoffed. What does a single bottle of Louis XIII amount to? Look at your pathetic aspirations. From now on, stick with me and let us fish properly. Chapter 69. The voyage of the Yang Fan officially begins. Wow, this life is utterly blissful. Yi Sao and I reclined on a deck chair, savoring the drink Yang Ji had just poured for her, her eyes gleaming like a crescent moon. Hee indeed. We must thank Yang Fan for allowing us to experience the opulent lifestyle of the wealthy. Su Xiao chimed in, taking a sip of her drink, her face radiating pure joy. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle sea breeze caressed the air. Lying comfortably on the deck of a lavish yacht, gazing at the boundless azure sea while sipping sweet juice, this scene was not merely a personal experience, even the thought of it brought immense contentment. Xiao, you should post on social media right now. What do you think? Man and I believe you're spot on. Haha. Yi Man and I and Su Xiao exchanged knowing glances and burst into laughter, prompting them to take out their phones. Cheers. Early soup. Exotic. The sound of the camera shutter echoed continuously as the two snapped numerous photos. Afterward, they began to edit the images, preparing to craft their social media posts. Suddenly, Su Xiao recalled something. Hey, Man and I, what do you think your roommate Zhang Ling would express if she saw your post about being on a luxury yacht? Su Xiao smirked, already envisioning Zhang Ling's furious reaction. Yi Man and I, being kind-hearted, found Su Xiao's comment quite reasonable. To spare her roommate Zhang Ling from embarrassment, she suggested, then I'll just block her. Su Xiao panicked. No, don't block her. If you restrict her from viewing your posts, wouldn't that imply you don't regard her as a friend? What a mischievous girl you are. Yi Man and I rolled our eyes. However, after some contemplation, she ultimately decided against blocking Zhang Ling. There was truly no need to conceal such matters, especially since Yi Man and I found her roommate excessively pretentious, always looking down upon others with her sense of superiority. This incident would serve as a fitting reminder for her. Two young ladies were basking in the sun, indulging in the delightful ambience, while Tang Ji led Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai to the yacht's cockpit. Taozi, he proclaimed, I hereby appoint you as the first mate of this trawler yacht. Shortly, I shall guide you through the operations of this vessel. and the responsibility of navigating will henceforth rest upon your capable shoulders. As soon as Yang Fan entered, he flashed a smile at Yang Hongtao and naturally entrusted him with the position of chief mate and the responsibility of navigating the vessel. The term chief mate refers to the individual on board who holds a rank just below that of the captain and serves as the captain's primary assistant. However, for Yang Fan, there was no need for elaborate formalities. He simply desired Yang Hongtao's assistance in steering the boat. After all, it would be impractical for him to operate the yacht alone. Prolonged navigation could become tedious, especially since he needed to search for schools of fish in the vast sea, making it impossible for him to remain in the cockpit at all times. Thus, this formidable task was entrusted solely to Yang Hongtao. As for Yang Hongtao, he could hardly contain his excitement. The opportunity to pilot such a luxurious yacht was undeniably impressive and exhilarating. It was a dream come true. Growing up in a fishing village, who hadn't fantasized about becoming a formidable captain, braving the waves on a grand vessel? With the chance to command a luxury yacht before him, how could Yang Hongtao possibly decline? Yang Hongtao promptly patted Yang Fan on the chest, exclaiming, "Hee hee. Rest assured, Fan, this yacht is in my capable hands." Yang Fan chuckled. "Haha, with you at the helm, I feel entirely at ease." He then gently patted Yang Hongtao on the shoulder, thinking to himself, "It's settled. Someone is taking over, and I won't have to navigate it myself anymore." He turned to Xiao Hai, advising, "In your spare time, make sure to learn a bit on the side. When you're proficient, you and Taozi can take turns steering." Yang Fan then instructed Yang Xiaohai once more. "All right, brother Fan." Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaohai nodded in agreement. "Very well, let us proceed to more serious matters." Yang Fan suddenly shifted the tone of the conversation, his expression becoming grave and earnest. At this moment, Taozi and Xiaohai understood the adage that brothers must keep their accounts clear. Since the two of you have joined my vessel and will be accompanying me in fishing, it is imperative that I clarify the terms of your compensation beforehand. I pondered this matter last night and have tentatively decided to offer each of you a base salary of 10,000 per month. Additionally, based on the net profits from each fishing expedition, I will provide you with corresponding bonuses. How do you find these terms?" Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Yang Hongtao immediately shook his head and said, "Fanzi, 10,000 is far too much. How could we possibly accept such a sum from you?" Yang Xiaohai, also known as the broadcast head, said, "Fan Gu, I do not require a salary from you. Merely accompanying me on the sea to fish is sufficient." Observing that both individuals declined, Yang Fan waved his hand dismissively and began to speak slowly. "All right, let us refrain from discussing trivial matters. As we all know, even among brothers, accounts must be settled clearly. You both should have observed my fishing techniques over the past few days, haven't you? With a single deployment of the fish traps, I can earn tens of thousands. Now, with the addition of the trawler yacht, the profits will undoubtedly multiply. I propose a guaranteed monthly salary of 10,000 for each of you, which is merely a token gesture. The substantial rewards will come from the profit sharing. By the end of the month, with a few outings, we could amass a fortune. I cannot guarantee much, but as long as the weather permits us to venture out to sea, your shares will certainly exceed this meager guaranteed salary. So let us settle this matter among brothers. There is no need for empty pleasantries. Since you are willing to assist me, I assure you that you shall not be treated unfairly." However, Yang Hongtao wished to express more, yet Yang Fan shot him a glare, stating firmly, "There is no buts, Taozi. If you utter another word, I shall have you disembark." "Ah, very well, Fanzi," he conceded. "As a brother, I shall refrain from further comment. Henceforth, I shall cling to your leg." With such words, the matter was laid bare. Yang Hongtao naturally had nothing more to say. At this moment, the reticent young man, Qianyang Xiaohai, unexpectedly nodded earnestly at Yang Fan, proclaiming, "Brother Fan, I shall devote myself to you henceforth." Yang Fan couldn't help but chuckle, patting him on the shoulder. "Aha, lad, I don't require your servitude. Your diligence is all that is needed." The matters of remuneration had been satisfactorily settled. Yang Fan familiarized Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai with the yacht's cockpit, providing them with an explanation of the various equipment and their specific operational methods. Yang Hongtao is an experienced fisherman, possessing superior skills and intuition in navigation compared to Yang Fan. With just a brief explanation, he swiftly grasps the operational techniques of fishing. By the time the instruction is nearly complete, he has already demonstrated a comprehensive understanding. Yang Fan turned to Yang Hongtao and said, "Taozi, start the yacht and prepare to set sail." Yang Hongtao caressed the exquisite helm of the yacht, his face alight with excitement. "Hee hee. Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine that one day I would be steering a luxurious yacht. With slightly trembling hands, he ignited the yacht's engine, roaring to life. The sailing flag officially embarked on its inaugural fishing expedition. The fish of the vast ocean tremble in fear. Chapter 70, Into the Deep Sea, An Encounter with Giants. The boundless sea stretched infinitely before him, the azure sky pristine and unblemished. Amidst the majestic, undulating waves of the cerulean ocean, the sailing flag surged forth, stirring up frothy white crests. This marked the yacht's first venture into the fishing realm, a significant milestone in Yang Fan's quest to conquer the sea. With this modern trawler at his disposal, he could genuinely delve into the depths of the ocean and unleash his ambitions. As a sizable trawler measuring over 20 meters in length and boasting a tonnage exceeding 300 tons, the sailing flag was equipped for sustained deep-sea operations. Previously, without such a mechanized trawling vessel, he could only engage in minor fishing activities. Now, with this formidable yacht, Yang Fan was poised to embark on grand endeavors. Of course, while 300 tons may not seem colossal, it allowed for operations in the outer seas. Albeit not in the distant ocean, only super-oceanic fishing vessels exceeding 1,000 tons could venture that far. Nevertheless, for Yang Fan at this stage, this trawler was sufficient, serving as a stepping stone. Once he amassed enough initial capital, he could contemplate acquiring a super-oceanic fishing vessel for deep-sea endeavors. Well, the yacht has set sail. On the deck, Yimani and Su Xiaoxiao, who had just posted on social media, were thrilled to see the yacht in motion. They immediately sprang from their lounge chairs and made their way to the bow, spreading their arms wide like characters in a movie, reveling in the gentle caress of the sea breeze. Oh my goodness, this feeling is absolutely wonderful. Their faces radiated sheer bliss and enjoyment. Manny, I think we should post another update on social media right now, don't you agree? Xiaoxiao, I completely concur. They both erupted into laughter, sharing a glance before capturing a brief video to share on their social media. Only a few minutes had passed since their last post. Indeed, women seemed to revel in showcasing their lives online, regardless of the occasion. After posting, as Yumani attempted to stow her phone away, it suddenly chimed with an incoming video call. Glancing at the caller ID, she discovered it was her roommate, Zhang Lingling, reaching out. Yuman and I blinked in surprise. Smile, my roommate is video calling me. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao couldn't help but break into a mischievous grin. Haha. She must have seen your recent social media post, right? Yuman and I thought the same. I suppose so. Do you think I should answer? Su Xiaoxiao, with an air of certainty, replied, Of course you must. I'm genuinely curious about the expression on her face when she realizes we are currently aboard a luxurious yacht. Noticing Su Xiaoxiao's gleeful demeanor, Yuman and I rolled our eyes but ultimately decided to accept Zhang Lingling's video call. After all, it was her roommate reaching out, and refusing was hardly an option. As soon as the call connected, Zhang Lingling's heavily made-up face appeared on the screen, her expression one of utter disbelief. Oh my. Man and I just saw your post. Are you really on a luxurious yacht right now? Yes, Yuman and I nodded affirmatively. Are you truly on a luxurious yacht? Turn the camera so I can see. Zhang Lingling's incredulity was palpable, and she sought confirmation. Yuman and I hesitated, not wanting to overly shock her friend. But since Zhang Lingling had requested it, she felt no need to withhold the truth. She then pivoted the camera, showcasing the opulence of the yacht in its entirety. Zhang Lingling's eyes widened in astonishment. Oh my god, how is this possible? Weren't you supposed to be in that shabby fishing village, taking your fisherman classmates' decrepit boat out to sea? How did you end up on a luxury yacht? Zhang Lingling's shocked expression caused the thick layer of makeup on her face to begin to slide off. Hearing this, Yiman and I felt a twinge of annoyance. Lingling, why do you speak so disparagingly? Who says my classmate's boat must be a wreck? Wait, don't tell me this luxurious yacht belongs to your fisherman classmate? Zhang Lingling was even more astonished. Indeed it is. Yiman and I replied confidently. You should stop looking down on others. Surprised, aren't you? My classmate may be a fisherman, but he's a fisherman who operates a luxury yacht. At this revelation, Zhang Lingling was left utterly speechless. Fishing on a luxury yacht? Is it truly possible for a fisherman to be this well off? In that moment, regret washed over Zhang Lingling and I. Do you think I could still make it back in time? I want to experience sailing on a luxury yacht too. Yiman and I shook her head. I'm afraid it's too late. We have already set sail, and besides, you should have arrived at the city by now, right? Zhang Lingling's face fell. She had yet to experience the thrill of sailing on a luxury yacht. What a splendid opportunity to have been so carelessly squandered. She was utterly at a loss, on the verge of tears. When Yi Mani connected with Zhang Lingling through a video call, Su Xiaoxiao couldn't contain her joy and burst into laughter. Hee hee hee. How unfortunate for that woman. Seeing Zhang Lingling's expression, which was a mixture of despair and helplessness, filled her with inexplicable delight. Yumani found herself at a loss for words. Her roommate was indeed excessively superficial and dramatic, were it not for the circumstances. She would prefer to limit her interactions with someone of such a disposition. Just at that moment, Yang Fan returned to the deck from the cockpit. He noticed Su Xiaoxiao, who was laughing heartily with a mischievous glint in her eyes, and couldn't he help but feel a tinge of curiosity. What could be so amusing? Su Xiaoxiao promptly exclaimed, "Ha ha ha, Yang Fan, you should have seen it." The expressions on Lingling and Manny's faces during their video call were utterly hilarious, as if they had just swallowed a fly. Upon hearing her words, Yang Fan surmised what had transpired, dismissing it as merely the antics of a self-important woman. And he paid it little mind. With a smile, he moved on, and for the next few hours, the yacht sailed steadily, cleaving through the waves as it ventured further into the open sea, eventually drifting far from the coastal continental shelf and arriving in the vast, deep ocean. During this time, Yang Fan did not venture into the depths of the sea to explore the aquatic life. Instead, he remained on the deck, basking in the sunlight alongside Yi Manny and Su Xiaoxiao, enjoying their delightful conversations. It was not merely the presence of beautiful companions that distracted Yang Fan from fishing. Rather, it was the stark realization that the coastal waters were severely depleted of resources, rendering any attempt to fish there futile. After years of overfishing, the coastal regions of our country had become almost incapable of sustaining large schools of fish. Thus, Yang Fan deemed it unnecessary to squander his energy in such a barren environment. Of course, if it were merely a matter of manning a small fishing boat for some leisurely angling, he could endure the poor catch of the coastal waters, perhaps utilizing his extraordinary abilities to seek out precious species like grouper or yellow croaker for a profitable venture. However, having invested in a large, powerful trawler, he felt no inclination to meander aimlessly in the shallows and waste precious time. Therefore, prior to setting sail, Yang Fan had instructed Yang Hongtao in the cockpit to head straight into the open sea. It was in the deep waters that the opportunity to encounter vast schools of fish awaited. If he could locate a substantial shoal, this journey would almost guarantee a bountiful return. As the yacht finally reached the depths of the ocean, Yang Hu began to cast his gaze into the depths of the sea, searching for the elusive fish. However, he was taken aback to discover that the yacht had ventured into the deep waters. The condition of the fish in these waters, it seemed, was not particularly promising. While he spotted numerous small fish schools, the substantial shoals of larger fish were nowhere to be found. Upon noticing the frequent passage of sizable fishing vessels nearby, Yang understood the situation immediately. This area was overwhelmed with fishing boats. Even if there were large schools of fish, they had undoubtedly been depleted by other fishermen. Over the years, the number of fishing boats in our coastal waters has surged, leading to a surplus of boats and a scarcity of fish. Despite the vastness of the ocean, there simply aren't enough fish to sustain them. The deteriorating state of our own waters has compelled many fishermen to take risks, venturing into the open sea with vessels ill-equipped for deep-sea fishing. Consequently, news reports often emerge of our fishing boats encountering storms and capsizing. Thus, the resilience and tenacity of our fishermen have garnered a formidable reputation worldwide. It is often said that the true strength of our maritime power lies not in aircraft carriers or nuclear submarines, but in our indomitable fleet of fishermen. It is evident that in these times, earning a livelihood is no easy feat. Amassing wealth often demands a gamble with one's life. Fishermen must toil relentlessly, for without effort, they cannot reap rewards. Yet, a moment's carelessness could lead to catastrophic outcomes. This experience has imparted a valuable lesson to Yang Hu in future maritime endeavors. One must be vigilant and steer clear of heavily trafficked fishing zones. Yang Ji instructed Yang Hongtao to steer the vessel further into the depths of the sea. Having already anticipated spending the night at sea, he harbored no concerns about the yacht venturing too far to return in the evening. In Yang Fan's heart, he believed that regardless of the circumstances, this was the inaugural voyage of his fishing vessel, the Sailor, and it was imperative that he returned with a bountiful catch. Otherwise, he would be left with a tarnished reputation. The yacht continued its journey into the deep sea for several hours, and by the time evening approached, it was around 5 or 6 o'clock. A golden sun slowly descended towards the horizon, casting a radiant glow over the sea, transforming it into a magnificent expanse of shimmering gold. It was precisely at this moment that Yang Fan finally stumbled upon a scene in the depths of the ocean that piqued his utmost interest. To his astonishment, He encountered these magnificent creatures engaged in their feeding ritual. Upon witnessing the unfolding spectacle in the waters ahead, Yang Fan immediately sprang to his feet from his reclining chair. "What's wrong, Yangji?" asked Yi Mani Su. Her curiosity piqued as she observed his unusual reaction. Noticing their bewilderment, Tang Chi did not respond directly. Instead, she pointed towards the sea and smiled broadly. "Look over there. What do you see?" Chapter 71. Serendipitous Encounter in the Deep Sea, the Sovereign of the Ocean. The Orca. "What is it?" Yi Mani Su asked, following the direction of Yang Fan's finger. However, after gazing for a while at the vast expanse of the ocean, they saw nothing. "Yang Fan, are you playing tricks on us? There is nothing here." Seeing their perplexed expressions, Yang Ji suddenly slapped his forehead. "I forgot that not everyone shares my keen eyesight. They are swimming swiftly in our direction." Yang Fan chuckled. "Just wait a moment. You should be able to see them soon." "What are they?" Yi Mani and the others inquired, filled with curiosity. "A group of magnificent creatures. You'll understand once you see them," Yang Fan teased, maintaining an air of mystery, although Yi Mani and the others could not discern the scene unfolding in the distance. Yang Fan had a clear view. A school of fish was approaching from the front, their trajectory directed straight towards the yacht, so they would soon come into view. To describe the size of this school, it was relatively small, comprising only about a dozen or 20 individuals. Yet, despite their limited numbers, these few giants were none other than the orcas, renowned as the rulers of the ocean. Indeed, Yang Fan had discovered a pod of orcas, often referred to as the tigers of the sea, truly deserving of the title of oceanic dominators. Orcas, also known as killer whales, are characterized by their boldness, cunning, ferocity, and insatiable greed, making them the apex predators of the marine realm, feared by nearly all other oceanic creatures. Just how formidable are orcas in the ocean? A simple comparison reveals the truth. When considering the ferocious inhabitants of the sea, the great white shark undoubtedly ranks among the fiercest, standing at the pinnacle of the marine food chain. However, when confronted by orcas, the great white shark becomes a mere underdog. If a great white shark were to encounter an orca in the ocean, it would immediately flee in terror. Otherwise, it would face the grim fate of being devoured alive. Interestingly, while the great white shark is among the most formidable of sharks, its combat abilities are not vastly inferior to those of the orca. Yet, the great white possesses a critical vulnerability. When flipped onto its back, it becomes instantly incapacitated. The orca is acutely aware of its adversaries' vulnerabilities. With a swift flick of its powerful tail, the orca can easily overturn a great white shark. Thus, whenever a great white encounters an orca, it finds itself exposed, belly up, leading to its inevitable demise. This has earned the orca the moniker of shark killer, as it stands as the sole nemesis of the ferocious great white shark in the ocean. Research has shown that in regions frequented by orcas, sightings of great white sharks are virtually non-existent. Furthermore, even the colossal blue whale, the largest and most powerful creature on Earth, is no match for the orca. While the blue whale's size and strength far exceed those of the orca in terms of combat prowess, they belong to entirely different leagues. Orcas are inherently fierce and voracious, equipped with exceptionally sharp teeth. More importantly, they are social animals that often hunt in pods, coordinating their attacks on prey. Thus, when a solitary blue whale encounters a group of orcas, it must retreat immediately. Failure to do so may result in a coordinated assault, leading to its dismemberment and consumption by the orcas. It is precisely because of the orca's formidable nature, dominating the seas with unmatched prowess, that it has earned the title of marine overlord. Yang Fan was genuinely astonished. Aside from having previously observed a captive orca at an aquarium, he had never encountered the wild, untamed orcas in their natural habitat. It was indeed the wonders of the deep sea that allowed him to witness the vibrant diversity of marine life. Having encountered orcas this time, who knows what he might glimpse next, perhaps a blue whale. Orcas are remarkably swift in the ocean. In no time at all, they had swiftly approached, leaving merely a few hundred meters between them and the yacht, Yang Fan. Of course, this pod of orcas was not heading towards the yacht. They were merely passing by. Furthermore, it is essential to note that orcas are whales, not fish. They belong to the class of mammals and must occasionally surface to exhale and breathe. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted, and towering columns of water surged from the ocean's surface, creating a breathtaking spectacle. This was the orcas expelling water as they breathed. "Wow, Yang Fan, what is that over there?" At that moment, Yi Mani Su, smiling, pointed at the enormous water columns expelled by the orcas, exclaiming in astonishment. Observing the amazement on the two women's faces, Yang Fan chuckled. Haha, this is what I was telling you about. Yemen Naisu, being a graduate student, possessed a wealth of knowledge and promptly remarked, "Is it a whale? Only a whale could expel such vast amounts of water, right?" Young Fan nodded with a smile, exclaiming, "Indeed, it is a whale, and specifically, the most formidable of all, the orca." Yumani's eyes widened in astonishment as she gasped, "Wow, it's an orca? The orca is the ruler of the ocean. I can't believe we are so fortunate to encounter one." Just as they were conversing, two lively orcas surfaced for air, performing a breathtaking leap from the sea. It was a magnificent spectacle. Yumani and Su Xiaoxiao were instantly exhilarated, exclaiming, "Oh wow, the orca has breached. It truly appears immense and powerful." After their astonishment, they eagerly took out their phones to capture videos of the leaping orca. At that moment, a playful juvenile orca, measuring only 2 or 3 meters in length, emerged from the water. Its appearance was endearingly clumsy, as it revealed half of its round head and awkwardly floundered forward. This young orca seemed to be just a few months old, lacking the ferocity of its adult counterparts, instead radiating an adorable charm. It is worth noting that although orcas are known for their fierce nature, their black and white appearance evokes a resemblance to giant pandas, making them irresistibly cute. This very cuteness is why aquariums often train them for performances to attract young visitors. Women and children alike cannot resist the allure of such delightful creatures. Upon seeing this adorably clumsy juvenile orca, Yimani and Su Xiaoxiao felt themselves melting, exclaiming, "Wow, what an adorable little orca." Yang Fan couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing their words. "You call it an adorable little baby? Do you believe it could swallow both of you whole in one bite?" Yumani and Su Xiaoxiao exchanged amused glances, with Yumani giggling, "Hee hee, although it's large in size, it's still considered quite cute among orcas." As they spoke, they continued recording videos. Only when the group of passing orcas vanished from sight did they reluctantly withdraw their gaze. "Hee hee, I think it's time to post something on Moments. What do you think?" "Oh, Manny, I wholeheartedly agree with your sentiment." Haha. Yumani and Su Xiaoxiao shared a knowing smile and busied themselves editing the footage of the orcas for their social media post. Witnessing this, Yang Ji couldn't help but smile. These two were relentless in their social media pursuits. Within mere hours on the boat, Yang Fan observed that Yumani and Su Xiaoxiao had already posted 7 or 8 updates. It was truly hard for him not to mock them. Women, indeed, are a rather relentless species. During the ensuing hours, Yang Ji was not idle. Standing at the bow of the boat, he meticulously scanned the ocean for schools of fish. It was already around 5 or 6 in the evening, and he had yet to find a suitable opportunity to cast the net, which was somewhat disappointing. Surely, he needed to haul in a catch before nightfall? With this thought in mind, Yang Fan focused intently. Like a state-of-the-art radar, he surveyed the aquatic expanse for the fish population. The results corroborated that the deep sea indeed teemed with life far beyond what the coastal waters offered. In this deep-sea realm, Yang Fan discovered an abundance of fish, many of which were species he had never encountered before in the shallower waters. Examples included mackerel, red snapper, lanternfish, and flounder, among countless others that he could not name or even recognize. The variety of fish was extraordinary, with schools of varying sizes swimming joyously together, their vibrant colors creating a stunning tableau in the ocean. However, not every school of fish warranted his attention for netting. As a man with aspirations for greatness, his standards for the fish were decidedly high. Otherwise, the thought of casting a net would not even cross his mind. In addition to needing a substantial quantity and size, the fish had to be of considerable value. Given that they were operating a trawler in the deep sea, the requirements for the catch were even more stringent. After all, the storage capacity of the trawler's cold storage was limited. If they ended up with a haul of inexpensive fish, it would fill up quickly, wouldn't it? To maximize the yield of this maritime venture, Yang Fan had been patiently awaiting a more opportune moment to cast his net. As time passed, and with relentless effort, he finally encountered this long-anticipated opportunity. After navigating the depths of the sea for approximately half an hour, he astonishingly discovered a substantial and remarkably abundant school of fish. Located at 9 o'clock ahead, sail 5 kilometers and halt the vessel immediately. In Chapter 72, an extraordinary catch of over 5,000 pounds of prized rice fish was made. Upon spotting this magnificent school of fish, Yang Fan swiftly made his way to the helm and called out to Yang Hongtao inside. "Yang Hongtao, you won't believe what I found." Upon hearing this, Yang Hongtao's face lit up with joy. "Fan, can we finally cast the net?" Yang Fan nodded with a smile and said, "Indeed, it's time to go offline. You've been cooped up for quite some time, haven't you?" Yang Hongtao immediately burst into laughter. exclaiming, "Ha ha ha. Who could blame you, Fancy, for not allowing us to cast the nets? I've nearly dozed off while steering the boat. After sailing for 7 or 8 hours and reaching such deep waters, we still haven't cast the nets to catch any fish." Yang Hongtao had been eagerly anticipating this moment. After enduring for so long, he could finally leave the network behind. His enthusiasm surpassed that of anyone else. Promptly following Yang Fan's instructions, he maneuvered the yacht to the designated location. Once the yacht came to a temporary halt, Yang Ji led Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai to the storage compartment located on the lower deck of the yacht. In a corner of the storage area, various sizes of fishing nets were piled up alongside dozens of large crab traps, all of which had been meticulously prepared in advance by the yacht's manufacturer. Yang Fan rolled up his sleeves and approached the pile of fishing nets in the corner. After casually inspecting them, he swiftly selected a particular net. He then grasped the thick rope attached to the net and said, "Qingzi, Xiaohai, let us together carry this fishing net outside. We shall use it for our fishing endeavor shortly." Yang Hongtao glanced at the fishing net selected by Yang Fan, immediately filled with a sense of doubt. "Fan, the mesh of this net appears rather large, does it not? Surely, only sizable fish weighing 2 to 3 gene can be caught in this net. Perhaps we should consider exchanging it for a net with smaller mesh? That way, our catch is bound to be more substantial." Yang Ji immediately shook his head and replied, "No need, this net will suffice." Yang Hongtao found this somewhat perplexing. "Why is that, Fanzi?" he inquired. "I must say, the limitations of this net are exceedingly vast, making it quite challenging to catch a substantial number of fish. The nets deployed possess a mesh diameter of less than 1 centimeter, whereas the one you selected, Fancy, I observe, is akin to those used by other trawler captains whose mesh sizes likely exceed 5 centimeters. Such large openings can hardly capture even the smallest fish." Upon hearing Yang Hongtao's remark, Yang Fan immediately shot him a glare. "We are distinct. That type of net with openings less than 1 centimeter, known as the absolute death net, can ensnare even the tiniest fry. We are not akin to others. We cannot engage in such despicable practices." Yang Fan's indignation flared at the mention of the absolute death net. The degradation of fishery resources in our high sea has reached such dire straits largely due to the unscrupulous captains who, when casting their nets, utilize these nets with minuscule openings. This reprehensible practice, commonly referred to as the extinction net, represents a catastrophic approach to fishing, inflicting severe damage upon the marine ecosystem. The mesh of the absolute death net is so diminutive that it captures even fish and shrimp the size of a fingernail in a single haul. Consequently, any area dragged by such nets experiences a prolonged absence of fish and shrimp, leaving it barren. Coastal fishermen harbor an intense animosity towards those captains who clandestinely employ the absolute death net for their catch. We all rely on the sea for sustenance, yet you deplete the juvenile fish with your extinction net. What shall we eat in the future?" Observing Yang Fan's fierce glare, the gravity of the situation was unmistakable. Yang Hongtao immediately smiled with a hint of trepidation and earnestly advised, "Fan Zi, I am not suggesting that you employ a gill net. That would indeed be rather unscrupulous. However, we must at the very least utilize a net with smaller mesh, don't you think? Otherwise, it is quite likely that we shall cast our net and catch but a few fish." Yang Fan, unwilling to endure any further comparisons, swiftly raised his hand to interrupt. "Why must you incessantly compare everything? Listening to me is sufficient." Tang Hongtao, sensing the burgeoning irritation, merely shrugged and offered an awkward smile. "Ahem, very well, Fan. You are the captain. You are the leader. I shall heed your counsel." Although he refrained from voicing his dissent, the expression on his face clearly conveyed skepticism. He believed that employing such a coarse net for fishing would inevitably yield a rather dismal catch. Yang Fan naturally discerned the intentions of the individual, yet he found no motivation to elucidate, for soon enough, the opportunity to refute him would present itself when the net was cast. In the ensuing moments, the trio proceeded to retrieve the largest net, which was then affixed to the trawling machinery in the operational area. "Qingzi, you may take the helm. Xiaohai and I will handle the net here." "Understood." With that, Yang Hongtao made his way to the cockpit to commence the yacht's journey. Yang Fan and Yang Xiaohai cast the large fishing net in their hands. This net, a deep water mesh, was weighted with heavy lead, enabling it to descend to depths of over 100 meters. The massive school of fish that Yang Fan had discovered was navigating approximately 70 to 80 meters beneath the surface of this ocean expanse. This meant that, with the appropriate maneuvering of the vessel, they could ensnare the entire school in one fell swoop. The power of machinery is formidable, as the trawling winch word to life. The net began to unfurl, resembling a colossal pocket that plunged into the water behind the boat, with the yacht steadily advancing. The area covered by the submerged net expanded exponentially, leaving the fish and crabs in this maritime realm with no means of escape, as they were gradually ensnared within its confines. As Yang Fan keenly observed the swimming patterns of the large school of fish in the sea, he promptly directed Yang Hongtao on the course of the boat. Soon, several minutes had elapsed. At that moment, Yang Fan suddenly waved his hand at Yang Hongtao in the cockpit, exclaiming, "Taozi, stop the boat. It is time to haul in the nets." Instantly, he was taken aback, bewildered by the abrupt command. "Are we really finishing already? Fanzi, are you jesting with me? We have barely towed for a short while." Yang Hongtao listened for a brief moment. Logically speaking, once the trawling commenced, it should ideally continue for at least 1 to 2 hours to ensure a substantial catch in the net. Yet, astonishingly, after merely a dozen minutes of trawling, Yang Fan ordered the vessel to halt and collect the net. Yang Hongtao finds it quite strange not to despise coercion. Enough of the incessant complaints. When instructed to stop, "You must cease immediately." After witnessing this individual once again indulging in his incessant prattling, Yang Fan chastised him sharply. With a face full of indignation, he begrudgingly complied and brought the vessel to a halt. Yang Hongtao encountered the subsequent moments. Yang Fan began to operate the trawling equipment, gradually retrieving the fishing net. At this juncture, it is essential to highlight the advanced features of this luxurious trawling yacht. Its operational apparatus is remarkably sophisticated, capable of complete automation. With just a few effortless button presses, one can effortlessly hoist the fishing net using the winch. As the winch roared to life, the vast fishing net in the sea gradually retracted. Within mere minutes, the net was drawn up from depths of several dozen meters. As the net emerged from the water, the catch within finally came into view. Astoundingly, when the entire fishing net was brought to the surface, it revealed an enormous teardrop shape. Inside the net, it was brimming with large fish. A rough estimate indicated there were at least several hundred sizable specimens, each weighing no less than 3 pounds, with some exceeding 10 pounds. The sight of hundreds of lively fish piled within the net, pulled entirely from the water, was nothing short of spectacular. The winch was equipped with an electronic weighing device, which at that moment displayed a total weight exceeding 5,000 pounds for this impressive haul of fish. At this point, aside from Yang Fan, who remained composed, everyone else was utterly astonished. On the deck, Yimani and Su Xiaoxue gaped in disbelief, exclaiming, "My heavens! We actually caught so many big fish. This is absolutely incredible." Yang Xiaohai stood there, transfixed by the immense catch before him, utterly astonished. In stark contrast, Yang Hongtao, after a brief moment of shock, erupted with unparalleled excitement, exclaiming, "My goodness! By my uncle's beard! It's all giant rice fish. We've managed to haul in such a bounty of rice fish. This is simply an extraordinary windfall. We are destined for prosperity. With this many rice fish, we could easily sell them for hundreds of thousands." Yang Hongtao was exuberantly dancing with joy, nearly bursting with laughter. His excitement was entirely justified. Within just a few short minutes, he had managed to catch over 5,000 gene of rice fish, an experience more exhilarating than robbing a bank. The rice fish, one of the top 10 renowned fish in our country, possesses not only immense nutritional value, but also considerable medicinal properties. Its fish bladders can be transformed into superior fish glue, while its otoliths are rich in calcium carbonate, known for their ability to clear heat and promote diuresis. Due to the exceptional nutrition and medicinal benefits of wild rice fish, it has consistently been regarded as a rather expensive seafood variety. The market price for a pound typically exceeds 80 yuan, and that is merely for the smaller specimens. The larger rice fish, prized for their valuable fish bladders, command even higher prices. For those weighing over 5 gene, the cost can soar to over 100 yuan per gene, and those exceeding 10 gene are even more costly. Thus, the several hundred rice fish caught in this net are estimated to be worth at least 500,000 yuan. Chapter 73. A Night on the Yacht at Sea, a seafood feast accompanied by Louis XIII. Observing the astonished and excited expressions of everyone around him, Yang Fan smiled lightly, embodying an air of tranquility. With meticulous precision, he deftly handled the fishing net, steadily unloading a bountiful catch of lively rice fish onto the boat. As the net unfurled, the freshly caught fish, brimming with vitality, began to thrash energetically upon the deck. Observing these vigorous creatures, Yang Hongtao swiftly approached Yang Fan, giving him a thumbs up and exclaiming, "Fan, your fishing skills are truly remarkable. No words needed. I am genuinely impressed this time. From now on, Whatever instructions you give me, I shall execute without hesitation, no longer daring to question your commands. Yang Fan couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, how amusing. Just a moment ago, you claimed I wouldn't catch many fish. Are you now eating your words? Yang Hongtao scratched his head and chuckled in surprise. What a slap in the face. You truly are a master angler, Fanzi. As a mere novice in fishing, I cannot help but feel a sense of rivalry. He continued, now, let us not waste time on trivialities. We must prepare to get to work. We need to swiftly place these big rice fish in the freezer. Indeed, time is of the essence. These rice fish are deep-sea dwellers, and once they are out of the water, they will perish in no time. With our limited manpower, we must act quickly. As the hours passed, Yang Ji and his companions began their tasks with great efficiency. As the rice fish were deep-sea creatures that could not survive outside their habitat, there was no need for a live water tank. They had to be swiftly placed in the freezer while still alive to ensure their freshness. This endeavor was undoubtedly monumental, as the three individuals were tasked with moving hundreds of large fish, a task that would undoubtedly be exhausting. Of course, Yimani and Su Xiaoxiao had also expressed their desire to assist in the fish relocation, but Yang Fan outright refused, deeming it inappropriate for young ladies to engage in such labor. They toiled for over an hour. Yang and his companions finally transferred all the hundreds of rice fish from the deck into the freezer. By this time, it was already 7:30 in the evening. A faint remnant of sunlight still glimmered upon the surface of the sea. The sky had turned dark, leaving only the sails visible. Why don't we cast another net? We might still catch a plethora of rice fish. Yang Hongtao suggested eagerly as he approached Yang Fan. In his view, the substantial catch from the previous net indicated the presence of a sizable school of rice fish below. If they cast another net, it could undoubtedly yield a considerable profit. However, Yang Fan shook his head. Let us not. It's already dark. We should prepare dinner instead. Yang Hongtao still felt a twinge of regret. Fan Zi, are you truly unwilling? This is all a matter of money. Yang Fan shot him a disdainful glance and remarked, can one catch every fish? Can one exhaust all the wealth? When fishing, one must not be overly greedy. It is essential to take breaks and allow the fish in the sea some time to recuperate. Yang Hongtao sighed and remarked, very well. Fanzi, your fishing skills surpass mine, and your enlightenment is far greater as well. I shall heed your words. The moon rises over the sea, and we share this moment across the vast horizon. A resplendent sun gradually ascends from the ocean's surface. As the sun completely sets, the full moon hangs high, and the stars scatter across the sky. This is a beauty unseen in the fog-shrouded metropolis. On the yacht, the lights twinkle brightly. Yang, Hu, Yi, and Manny were gathered around the dining table, engaging in lively conversation and laughter as they relished the exquisite seafood feast freshly prepared for them. The recent catch was not limited to just the prized rice fish. It also included a plethora of other exquisite seafood delicacies, such as the colossal red flower crabs weighing 2 to 3 pounds, the over a pound of succulent Japanese sweet shrimp, and the extraordinarily fresh large coconut crab, among others. These are truly rare treasures of the sea, especially when enjoyed freshly caught and consumed on the boat, enhancing their exquisite flavors. In addition to this splendid seafood banquet, Yang Ji fulfilled his promise from the morning. Uncorking the bottle of Remy Martin Louis XIII, valued at several tens of thousands, for Yang Hongtao, he drank nearly half of the bottle in one go. Yang Hongtao was instantly filled with excitement. This fellow's capacity for alcohol is truly remarkable. After consuming more than half a bottle of brandy, he remains entirely unaffected. If Yang Fan were to drink for this long, he would likely be inebriated by now, as he usually abstains from alcohol altogether and seldom even touches beer. Yang Fan recalled his first dining experience with his roommates when he had just entered university. After consuming merely 2 or 3 bottles of beer, he succumbed to slumber, resting his head upon the table while savoring a sumptuous seafood feast aboard a luxurious yacht. Undoubtedly, it was an exquisite indulgence. The group continued to eat, drink, and engage in lively conversation until 10 o'clock in the evening, thoroughly relishing the occasion. Subsequently, it was time to select rooms for the night. As the captain, Yang Fan naturally claimed the lavish master suite on the top deck of the yacht. Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai each selected a room on the second floor. As for Yi Manny and Su Xiaoxiao, after some deliberation, they too opted to reside on the third floor, specifically in the room adjacent to Yang Fan. This left Yang Fan somewhat perplexed. Despite the abundance of vacant rooms, why did the girls choose to stay right next to him? Just a few days prior, Qin Yushue had done the same, and now Yumani and her companions followed suit. Could it be that they harbored some sentiments towards him? Naturally, Yang Fan merely pondered this in silence, refraining from directly inquiring why they chose to dwell beside him. To voice such a question would undoubtedly mark him as an unmistakable ironclad masculine figure. After selecting their rooms, Yang Chongtao and Yang Xiaohai settled on the second floor of the Yuning building. Yang Fan, Yi Mani, and Su Xiaoxiao ascended to the third floor. At that moment, an idea struck Yang Fan, prompting him to inquire of Yi Mani and Su Xiaoxiao, by the way, I presume you did not bring any clothes with you? How will we manage to wash up later? Yi Yini and Su Xiaoxiao exchanged a glance, both feeling somewhat exasperated. Unbeknownst to them, the plan for the day included an overnight fishing excursion at sea. Hence, they had not prepared any clothing in advance, leading to their current predicament. However, this inconvenience could be easily resolved. If we don't change clothes, then so be it, Yi Mani and Su Xiaoxiao remarked with a resigned smile. What else can we do? It seems we shall simply forego changing tonight, especially since you, Yang Fan, did not inform us in advance that we might be spending the night at sea. Haha, my bad. Yang Fan chuckled softly as the three exchanged a few light-hearted remarks. They then bid each other good night and retreated to their respective rooms. After having spent over an hour moving fish, Yang Fan found himself slightly perspiring. Thus, upon entering his room, he promptly made his way to the bathroom for a refreshing shower. He turned on the faucet, and the crisp, clean water cascaded down in a soothing torrent. As Yang Fan hummed a cheerful tune while enjoying a pleasant bath, he suddenly overheard a clear conversation from the adjacent room just moments into his wash. Wow, Manny, this luxury yacht is truly exceptional. The bathroom even boasts a grand bathtub. Really? Let me see. How wonderful. Hey, Manny, look. There's a bottle of 1,000 rose petals beside the bathtub. Is that so? How thoughtful. It seems they want us to indulge in a rose petal bath. Kiki. Well, I've never soaked in a bathtub before. Neither have I. Should you go first, or shall I? Of course, we should bathe together. The bathtub is spacious enough. Together, then. Following this, a series of rustling sounds of clothes being removed reached Yang Fan's ears. He blinked, slightly taken aback. Was the soundproofing on this yacht truly so inadequate? How could he hear every word of the lively exchange between the neighbors, Yi Mani and Su Xiaoxiao, so distinctly? However, he soon realized that something was amiss. It seemed that the yacht's soundproofing was not the issue. Rather, his hearing had suddenly become extraordinarily acute. He discovered that by concentrating, he could discern even the faintest sounds with crystal clarity. For instance, he focused intently and could even hear Yang Hongtao downstairs tidying the bed linens. My heavens! Could this be yet another transformation brought about by the Dragon Balls? Yang Fan immediately realized that due to the continuous transformations brought about by the Dragon Balls and Golden Drops, his hearing had significantly improved. This revelation filled him with excitement. The Dragon Balls were truly extraordinary. Perhaps in the future, he could continuously evolve. Of course, mere physical enhancement would suffice. He certainly did not wish to become a Super Saiyan or anything of the sort, as he had no desire to be captured for dissection and research. While Yang Fan reveled in the change in his hearing, a conversation from the adjacent room caught his attention. Oh my goodness. Manny, this is too exaggerated. How did you grow so much? You're not secretly eating papayas every night, are you? What papayas? It's all about the good stuff. Well, that is truly enviable. If only I could be as well endowed as you, Manny. What is so good about it? Xiao Xiao, you have no idea. Being too well endowed comes with its own troubles. Hee. Is it because the burden is too heavy? That is just one of the minor annoyances. The most significant issue is that these days, there are so many wolves around, constantly staring at you. It makes me only feel comfortable wearing loose clothing when I go out. Haha, that is a delightful dilemma. Speaking of which, Manny, what do you think of Yang Fan? Chapter 74, A Solo Dive into the Deep Sea. Unexpected Gains. Cough, cough. In the bathroom. Upon hearing Yi Mani and her companions discussing him, Yang Fan instinctively perked up his ears. Although he understood the principle of not eavesdropping and felt it was morally wrong to listen to others' whispers, the thrill of this clandestine listening was undeniably stimulating. The conversation in the neighboring room continued. What do you think of Yang Fan? Xiao Xiao, what do you mean? Hey, it's just the literal meaning. After many years, seeing your first love again, don't you have any other thoughts, Manny? Oh, Xiao Xiao, what are you saying? How did Yang Fan become my first love? Come on, didn't you tell me in middle school that he was the first boy you liked? Yes, I did have a crush on Yang Fan back then. But that was merely a pure fondness. We never actually dated. So how can he be considered my first love? All right, then let us not call him your first love. Let me ask you, seeing how handsome and excellent Yang Fan is, do you have any thoughts about him? How should I put this? To be honest, maybe just a tiny bit? Oh, I knew it. But that's normal. Young Fan is so handsome, wealthy, and skilled at fishing. He has practically a perfect male idol. It's only natural for you to have feelings for him. What? I never said I liked him. It's just a bit of fondness. Hee hee. A bit of fondness is enough. Manny, I wholeheartedly support your pursuit of Young Fan. Although he is indeed remarkable, you possess your own unique qualities, particularly your physique, which I am sure would captivate any man. I firmly believe that if you employ a little charm to engage him, he will undoubtedly be enchanted by you. Oh, Xiao. What nonsense are you talking? Why should I take the initiative to flirt with Young Fan? Pfft, if you don't. Do you believe that he won't soon be swept away by another girl? So what if he is? He isn't anyone special to me anyway. Such a thick-headed notion. Manny, how can you be so naive? Young Fan is the very first boy you ever had feelings for. Moreover, you haven't been in a romantic relationship for years, right? Now is the perfect opportunity. After all these years, to rekindle the feelings of your first crush. How romantic would it be to end up together? Xiao. You are quite the talker. But do you think there is any truth to what I've said? I'm uncertain if he would ever like me back. Oh. Let us not dwell on that. There is indeed some merit to your words, but Young Fan is just too exceptional. Let us just enjoy our bath. Kiki. Manny. I assure you, Young Fan will definitely be drawn to you. Trust me, just take the initiative. All right, Xiao, we'll discuss this later. For now, let us enjoy our bath. Hee, fine. Oh, by the way, Manny, could you let me have a little grab? A grab of what? What do you think? Hee. Ah, you mischievous girl. Let go. Wow, your touch is simply delightful. Upon hearing this, a vivid image immediately flashed through Young Fan's mind, almost causing a nosebleed. I can't take it anymore. I must stop listening, or I'll be overwhelmed. Young Fan swiftly completed his bath and donned his attire before emerging from the bathroom. However, the sounds of Yi Manny and Su Xiao frolicking in the bathtub next door were unmistakably clear. While this was somewhat exhilarating, it was also quite torturous. As a fervent and youthful lad yet untouched by worldly distractions, Young Fan found himself unable to withstand the temptation any longer. Thus, he decided that remaining in his room was untenable. He would venture into the sea for a while, eager to explore the differences between the depths of the ocean and the coastal waters. With that resolve, Young Fan quietly slipped out, taking care to tread lightly as he made his way to the first floor deck, before gently leaping into the embrace of the sea. Young Fan immediately sensed a vibrant energy coursing through every cell in his body. He felt invigorated, his spirits soaring. The dragon pearl within his dantian began to whirl vigorously, absorbing the abundant moisture and energy surrounding him. With a grin, he commenced his descent, plunging deeper into the ocean's depths. This particular expanse of water was not extraordinarily profound, measuring approximately 200 to 300 meters. However, for humanity, such depths are indeed remarkable. The average individual might only venture a few dozen meters before succumbing to the immense pressure. Even seasoned divers equipped with cutting-edge gear typically max out at 100 to 200 meters. Beyond that, the peril becomes life-threatening. Yet, Young Fan was different. Under the continuous transformation bestowed by the Dragon Pearl, he thrived in the aquatic realm. Even after descending over 200 meters, he felt no adverse effects, indicating that the formidable pressure of the deep sea had no impact on him. Upon reaching the ocean floor at this remarkable depth, Yang Chi beheld the richness of the marine ecosystem here, where vibrant coral reefs displayed an array of colors, and schools of variously hued fish frolicked joyfully within. Nearby, one could observe enormous jellyfish, octopuses with tentacles as thick as a baby's arm, and manta rays larger than open umbrellas. Additionally, there were countless species of fish, many of which Young Fan could not even name. This underwater panorama was undoubtedly beautiful and enigmatic. Young Fan, with great interest, lingered here for quite some time, during which numerous fish swam past him, unafraid in the slightest. He then proceeded to swim a further distance ahead. Young Fan also discovered numerous crabs here, such as the flower crab and the blue crab. He even spotted a few Chinese ornamental lobsters. However, they were rather small, weighing only about 1 or 2 pounds, and not particularly valuable, so Young Fan decided against capturing them. As he continued to swim, he felt a sense of tranquility. Young Fan was momentarily taken aback. He gazed in astonishment at a rock ahead, upon which clung an exceptionally large coconut snail. The coconut snail, also known as the papaya snail, exhibits a yellow-brown shell resembling a papaya, its smooth surface adorned with dark brown spots. This species is a common and economically significant edible mollusk in our country. Renowned for its delectable and refreshing flavor, it has consistently been a sought-after delicacy in seafood markets, commanding a relatively high price, typically ranging from 120 to 150 yuan per pound. Yang Fan gazed in astonishment at the coconut snail before him. Its size was truly remarkable, appearing to be significantly larger than a basketball, weighing at least a dozen pounds. He had encountered numerous coconut snails before and had savored their taste, yet he had never come across one of such colossal proportions. What astonished Yang Fan even more was the fact that coconut snails typically inhabit shallower waters. How could one be found at such depths? Had this snail undergone a mutation? How else could it have grown so large and thrived in the deep sea? Nonetheless, he dismissed these thoughts. Such a giant coconut snail was a rare treasure indeed, and he was determined to claim it. With a broad grin, he swiftly swam over and secured the magnificent specimen into his collection. Yang Fan found himself perplexed, but chose to set aside his thoughts. What began as a casual exploration of the ocean floor unexpectedly yielded a magnificent find, a sizable conch shell, truly a delightful surprise. Little did he know that an even greater astonishment awaited him. Chapter 75. A fortuitous discovery. Within the shell, he astonishingly uncovered a rare pearl. Soon, Yang Fan successfully boarded the yacht, and the moment he stepped aboard, he placed the large coconut snail he had unexpectedly discovered into the yacht's live well for safekeeping. It would serve as a delightful breakfast for the following day. Interestingly, Yang Fan had always harbored a fondness for coconut snails since childhood, whether stir-fried or simmered in soup. The texture of the snail meat was simply exquisite, although such a sizable coconut snail was exceedingly rare and could fetch a handsome price. He was not particularly concerned with monetary gain at that moment. The prospect of savoring something he genuinely adored took precedence over any financial considerations. Once he had settled this matter, Yang Ji quietly returned to his room, the clock nearing 1 in the morning. The adjacent room was enveloped in silence, indicating that Yumani and her companions had already succumbed to slumber. Sighing with relief, Yang Fan felt a sense of comfort. Had Yi Mani and Su Xiaoxiao still been awake, their whispered conversations would have surely stirred his imagination, keeping him awake with restless thoughts. After indulging in a moment of gratitude, Yang Fan smiled and headed to the bathroom for a refreshing shower, as one naturally requires after emerging from the ocean. Once he finished, he casually played with his phone for a while before swiftly drifting into a deep sleep. Perhaps it was the absence of the village rooster crowing to mark the dawn, but Yang Fan enjoyed a profoundly restful slumber, not awakening until the sun was well above the horizon. Stretching languidly, he rose from his bed and drew back the curtains, reveling in the sight of the azure sea and sky, which instantly lifted his spirits. He then proceeded to the bathroom for a brief morning routine. Yang Fan descended the stairs. Upon reaching the second floor, he discovered that Yi Sweeney, Su Xiaoxiao, and the two others, Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai, were already awake. Yi Sweeney and Su Xiaoxiao were busily engaged in the kitchen, evidently preparing breakfast. "Fan, you're awake," exclaimed Yang Hongtao from the sofa with a bright smile. "By the way, your two beautiful classmates seem quite devoted. They've been in the kitchen since the crack of dawn, diligently making breakfast." Yang Fan shot him a disdainful glance. "Why are you just sitting there? Don't you think you should lend a hand? After all, they are guests. Is it appropriate for you to let others cook for you?" Yang Hongtao immediately felt a sense of grievance. "How can you blame me for this, Fancy? I did mention that they need not participate. Yet they insisted on showcasing their skills. What am I to do about it?" Yang Fan smiled and said, "I see. Well then, my brother misjudged you. Later, I shall peel a crab leg for you as an apology." He exchanged a few casual words with Yang Hongtao. Yang Fan then walked into the kitchen, where he was immediately greeted by a rich and tantalizing aroma. At that moment, Yimani and Su Xiaoxiao were preparing a dish of steamed crab, while a pressure cooker simmered with crab and millet porridge. It seemed that as girls raised in a coastal town, they possessed considerable culinary skills when it came to seafood. "Yang Fan, you're awake. Good morning." Upon seeing Yang Fan, Yimani beamed at him and offered a greeting. Su Xiaoxiao quickly chimed in. "Haha, what a coincidence. Yang Fan, just as we were finishing breakfast, you've come down." Yang Fan smiled, replying, "Well, as the host, I should be the one serving you. Yet here you are making breakfast for me. I feel a bit embarrassed." Yumani and her companions waved their hands dismissively, saying, "There's no need to feel that way. Experiencing cooking on a luxurious yacht is quite enjoyable." After exchanging a few light-hearted remarks, Yang Fan suddenly recalled the large conch shell he had caught the previous day, which he had stored in the water chamber. With a smile, he said to Yumani and Su Xiaoxiao, "By the way, let me show you something wonderful. It could be used to create a delightful dish." Yumani and Su Xiaoxiao looked on with curiosity, asking, "What is this wonderful thing?" Yang Fan momentarily kept them in suspense, stating, "I won't reveal it just yet. You will find out soon." With that, he swiftly made his way to the water tank and retrieved an extraordinarily large coconut snail. When Yumani and Su Xiaoxiao beheld Yang Fan's remarkable catch within such a short span, they could hardly fathom where he had procured such a colossal specimen. "Goodness, Yang Fan, your culinary skills are truly impressive. This one is monumental," exclaimed one. "Indeed, I have never encountered a coconut snail of such magnitude. Is it even possible for them to grow this large?" Upon witnessing the astonished expressions on their faces, Yang Ji chuckled and casually concocted an excuse. "Haha. I caught this coconut snail. Last night, I was feeling a bit restless, so I thought I would go fishing. In the end, I didn't catch any fish. But I did reel in this coconut snail." Yumani and the others immediately blinked in surprise. "Isn't that unusual? Snails can be caught like that too?" Yang Ji chuckled softly. "Of course, snails are carnivorous and will consume bait. I have caught several before. But this is indeed the first time I've hooked one of such size." At this, Yumani and the others felt a twinge of admiration. "Well, it seems that your luck, Yang Ji, is truly unparalleled." Yang Fan smiled and then deftly changed the subject. "Let us salt this coconut snail, for I truly relish its flesh." Upon hearing this, Yumani immediately responded with a smile. "How fortuitous. I also have a fondness for coconut snails. Each time I return home, my father prepares a splendid stir-fry of coconut snails, and I invariably devour every last morsel." Yang Fan chuckled. "Indeed, that's perfect. Mani, make sure to indulge a bit more later." At that moment, Yini interjected, "But Yang Fan, this coconut snail is quite substantial. It should fetch around 1 to 2,000 yuan. Don't you think it would be wiser to sell it for some cash?" Yang Fan promptly waved his hand with a smile. "What is a trifling sum like that? A fine delicacy such as this deserves to be savored by oneself." Yimani playfully stuck out her tongue and remarked, "All right then, I almost forgot that you are quite the affluent individual, Yang Fan. Such a modest amount indeed wouldn't catch your attention. I shall take advantage of our old camaraderie to taste this grand coconut snail and see just how delectable it truly is." Yang Ji shrugged with a smile and remarked, "We are old classmates. It is merely a matter of enjoying a conch, so why speak of favor?" After exchanging a few casual words, the trio began to immerse themselves in their tasks. Yimani and Su exchanged smiles as they took on the responsibility of preparing the ingredients for the stir-fried coconut conch, while Yang Fan focused on extracting the succulent meat nestled tightly within the conch shell, a task that proved to be quite challenging due to the firm embrace of the dried coconut meat. Yang Fan carefully wielded a small fruit knife, meticulously extracting the flesh of the coconut snail. After considerable effort, he finally managed to slowly carve it out. Once the flesh was retrieved, he commenced slicing it. The meat of the crustacean was remarkably delicate, necessitating precision and thickness. With one hand securing the snail's flesh, Yang Fan adeptly used the knife in the other, deftly cutting thin, even slices. As he continued to slice, Yang Fan suddenly sensed that something was amiss. He discovered that the hand he used to press the coconut snail felt as if it had unexpectedly come into contact with something exceedingly hard. This sensation was unmistakably not what one would expect from the flesh of a coconut snail. Within the snail's meat, there should be something else entirely. Typically, the surprise is found within such flesh or pearls. At this moment, Yang Fan was taken aback. Could it be that there is a pearl within this coconut snail's meat? Yimani immediately approached, her curiosity piqued by his exclamation. "Is it true? Are there pearls inside?" Yang Fan nodded and said, "Indeed. Why not feel inside and see if there is something?" Yini, filled with curiosity, quickly reached out to touch the meat of the coconut shell. "Well, there is indeed something hard inside," she exclaimed in surprise. Upon hearing this, Su Xiaoxiao also joined in to feel it, and she too became exhilarated. "Goodness, it truly resembles a pearl. Yang Fan, you are about to strike it rich." Yang Fan chuckled and replied, "How expensive can a pearl be? At most, it might fetch 1,000 or 1,800. Is this what one calls becoming wealthy? It is merely a source of amusement, a fleeting stroke of good fortune." Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Su Xiaoxiao immediately disagreed, saying, "Not necessarily, Yang Fan. I recall reading a report about a seafood restaurant owner who unexpectedly discovered a magnificent pearl within a coconut snail. Do you have any idea how precious that pearl is?" Yang Fan truly had no concept of such pearls and inquired, "How much does it cost? A few thousand?" Su Xiaoxiao immediately shook her head. You think you could purchase a milzu for just a few thousand? Don't even dream of it. I recall it was sold for over 100,000. Can a single pearl truly fetch such a price? It must be a fabrication, right? Yang Fan was taken aback. Su Xiaoxiao promptly clarified. It depends on the type of pearl. The kind of beautiful pearl I am referring to is truly the finest among all pearls. If you don't believe me, you can assess it for yourself. Yang Fan was somewhat intrigued by the origins of the Miley pearl, so he took out his phone to search for information about it. The information presented is as follows. The Miley pearl, also known as the Dragon Pearl or Flame Pearl, is a rare natural sea pearl that occurs accidentally within the body of a sea conch, and as of now, artificial cultivation is unattainable. The composition of the Miley pearl is akin to that of most mollusks, exhibiting hues of orange, reddish-orange, yellow, and white, with a luster reminiscent of fine ceramics. Its patterns resemble flames, rendering it exceptionally beautiful. The Miley pearl is exceedingly rare, with a discovery probability of less than 1 in 10,000, particularly for those of larger size and superior quality, which are exceptionally scarce. In the collectibles market, the Miley pearl is revered as a rare royal treasure, consistently capturing the attention and pursuit of collectors from both the East and West. Its value is substantial. At the 2003 Hong Kong auction, a 100-carat Miley pearl of exquisite quality was sold for an astounding $2.7 million, setting a world record for the price of a single pearl. Likewise, at the Christie's auction in Hong Kong in 2007, a 29-carat Miley pearl fetched a final price of $125,000 USD. Yang, who was momentarily taken aback. A single melon pearl sold for $2.7 million? How can such a flawed pearl command such a price? This is utterly preposterous. Yang Fan was truly astonished to discover the extraordinary rarity of the Milanzo. Furthermore, such a precious pearl could only be found within the coconut shell. This implies that the pearl nestled within his coconut shell was undoubtedly a Milanzo. Contemplating this, Yang Fan couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Given the immense size of the coconut shell, it must have taken many years to grow, since it has produced a Milanzo. One would reasonably expect this pearl to be quite substantial, right? If this pearl were indeed large and of exceptional quality, could it not lead him to untold wealth? Chapter 76. This is a pearl of unparalleled perfection. Su Bibi had informed Yang Hu that the Milanzu was exceptionally valuable. Yet she herself lacked a clear understanding of its worth. Upon seeing the information Yang Fan uncovered, which revealed that a Milanzu had once been auctioned for a staggering $2.7 million, she was instantly taken aback. My goodness, is the Milanzu truly worth so much? One could even fetch over $10 million? This is simply outrageous. Su Xiaoxiao's eyes widened in disbelief, leaving her momentarily speechless. Beside her, Yumani was equally shocked. With a dazed expression, she stared at Yang Fan and exclaimed, Wow, Yang Fan, are you about to strike it rich? As for Yang Fan, being a man with a dragon pearl, he quickly regained his composure after the brief moment of astonishment and elation, noticing the awestruck expressions on the faces of the two young women. He chuckled softly and rationally remarked, To say I am about to become wealthy may be a bit premature. The reason that pearl fetched over $10 million was undoubtedly due to its exceptional size and quality. Otherwise, it could not command such a price. However, if it were merely a batch of Milanzo, it might only be worth a few tens of thousands, or even just a few hundred or $1,000. Until we extract this Milanzo, we cannot ascertain its true condition. If it turns out to be too small or of poor appearance, it may not be worth much at all. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Yumani and Su Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement, gradually regaining their composure. Indeed, it was a valid point. Not all Milanzu are inherently valuable. The key lies in the quality and size of the pearl. For instance, as indicated in the information, two Milanzu auctioned in Xiangjiang had vastly different prices. One sold for $2.7 million while the other only fetched $125,000. The disparity between the two was astounding. This clearly illustrates the significant impact that the quality and size of a Milanzu have on its overall value. With this in mind, Yimani and the others eagerly urged Yang Fan, Hurry and extract that Milanzu. We are truly looking forward to seeing what it looks like. Yang Fan nodded with a smile and said, All right, let us commence the excavation. I am quite eager for this. With that, he began to take action. The ensuing moments, Yang Fan pressed one hand against the firm, unyielding surface of the precious pearl, while with the other hand, he delicately wielded a fruit knife, meticulously slicing away the surrounding flesh of the shell to avoid damaging the exquisite pearl within. Yang Fan remained in a state of heightened tension and unwavering concentration throughout the process, daring not to relax even for a moment. A momentary lapse in his steadiness could potentially mar the exquisite pearl within, resulting in dire consequences. With his extraordinary patience and meticulous dissection, the hidden treasure nestled within the flesh of the mollusk was soon revealed to the eager onlookers. What lay before them was a magnificent pearl, perfectly round, considerably large, and radiating a glorious golden hue, devoid of any impurities. The surface of this pearl exhibited striking, flame-like patterns, exuding an aura of beauty and sophistication. Without a doubt, this was a specimen of exceptional size and unparalleled elegance. With the pearl, slightly smaller than an egg yet remarkably flawless, cradled in his hand, Yang Fan could not help but swallow hard. Goodness! It appeared that he was truly on the verge of a significant fortune. The pearl's remarkable size and beauty suggested it could fetch several million, or even tens of millions. What a thrill this was, surpassing even the excitement of catching a wild bull or a giant yellow croaker. Yang Fan couldn't help but break into a broad smile. Utterly astonished that by indulging in a coconut snail, he had unearthed a rare gem worth several million, even tens of millions. Such fortuity is indeed unparalleled. Upon witnessing the magnificent and sizable milzu that Yang Fan had excavated, Yi Manny and Su Xiaoxiao were equally exhilarated. Wow, this milzu is incredibly large and stunning. It must be worth a fortune. Congratulations, Yang Fan. You are truly destined for great wealth this time. Yang Fan jested, ha ha ha, if I truly strike it rich, I shall treat you all to a lavish feast. Yi Manny and the others chimed in with laughter. Hee hee hee, we shall certainly hold you to that. And when the time comes, we shall feast well upon you, O great tycoon. With a grand gesture, Yang Fan cheerfully proclaimed, feel free to prepare it however you like, as long as you can manage to eat it. The three of them were engaged in light-hearted banter when, at that moment, young Hongtao happened to arrive from outside. He had been leisurely basking in the sun on a deck chair, waiting for breakfast, but after a considerable wait without any sign of the meal, he decided to check on the situation in the kitchen. Fan, is breakfast ready? I'm absolutely famished. As Yang Hongtao spoke, he suddenly noticed the extraordinarily large exquisite milzu in Yang Fan's hand. His eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, what on earth? Fan, what is that in your hand? Is that not a milzu? Yang Fan immediately chuckled. Oh, look at you, quite knowledgeable, aren't you? You even know about milzu? Yang Hongtao exclaimed with a hint of arrogance. Well, of course I know. As a professional fisherman who interacts with seafood daily, how could I possibly be unaware of such things? Isn't this simply a type of pearl, a specialty found within the coconut snail? Yang Fan smiled and asked, do you know how much this beautiful pearl is worth? Yang Hongtao immediately shook his head, stating, I am uncertain about its exact value. But I have heard that this item is quite expensive. It seems that a single piece can fetch several tens of thousands. Yang Fan immediately smirked. Oh, really? Several tens of thousands? The value of this gem, I reckon, should have at least 2 more zeros added to it. Yang Hongtao looked somewhat incredulous. What? 2 more zeros? That would mean several million. Is that for real? Although this Malay pearl is indeed quite rare and expensive, it can't possibly be worth millions, can it? Huzi, you might be overthinking this. Unfazed by his skepticism, Yang Fan chuckled and promptly thrust the information he had just found on his phone into Huzi's face. Yang Hongtao cast a glance and immediately found himself momentarily stunned. Goodness, this item can be auctioned for as much as $7 million? How astonishing. Fancy. Could it be that you are suggesting your piece can fetch such a hefty sum as well? Yang Fan shrugged and smiled. I am not certain about the specifics just yet, but given the impressive appearance of this beautiful pearl, I can surmise it will be quite valuable. Yang Hongtao was immediately astonished. My goodness. Fancy, if it truly could be worth several million or even tens of millions, wouldn't you be soaring to great heights? Yang Fan chuckled. Haha, let us hope. He then added, all right, let's not dwell on that for now. I have yet to have my breakfast. The time that followed, Yang Fan carefully stored the beautiful pearl in his room before returning to the kitchen to personally prepare the large coconut snail. Although this peculiar creature had yielded a treasure potentially worth millions, the necessity of sustenance prevailed. One could not forsake a meal simply because of a significant find. Naturally, since it had already been disemboweled, releasing it back into the wild was not an option. The meat of the coconut snail was exquisite, and with Yang Fan's culinary skills, the stir-fried snail dish was immensely popular, swiftly devoured by the gathering until nothing remained. After relishing the snail meat, the shells were gifted to Yi Manny. It turned out that this young lady not only adored eating snails but also cherished collecting their shells. She revealed that she had amassed over 100 various shells at home, earning her the title of a true connoisseur of shell collecting. After a delightful breakfast, the yacht set sail once more. Despite the bountiful harvest from the deep sea, having caught over 5,000 pounds of precious rice fish and a valuable pearl, Yang Fan believed that the fishing venture should continue. After all, the yacht's freezing and live storage compartments were not yet filled, and returning now would be premature. Thus, he intended to make the most of the remaining time. Yang Fan instructed Yang Hongtao to continue navigating the yacht deeper into the open sea, while he persistently scanned the waters for signs of fish. However, it seemed that all his luck had been exhausted when he successfully acquired that exquisite Melaleuca pearl. The yacht ventured into the depths of the ocean for 2 to 3 hours, yet he failed to locate any promising schools of fish worth netting. Reluctant to spend the night adrift on the sea and aware that Yumani and Su Xiaoxiao needed to return home that evening, Yang Fan, after an extended period without a viable opportunity to cast his net, reluctantly resolved to turn back. If he delayed any longer, he might not make it back at all. Of course, during the return journey, there remained a chance of encountering fish schools. Thus, as they headed back, Yang Fan intermittently searched the waters for any potential catches, hoping for a stroke of luck that might allow him to land another bounty. At this moment, the advantages of fishing aboard a luxurious trawler became evident. Although he had not found any enticing schools of fish for a considerable time, he felt no sense of frustration while at sea. After all, reclining on the deck with a refreshing drink and engaging in pleasant conversation was quite enjoyable, especially with a stunning companion like Yumani, who possessed an enviable figure. Yang Fan couldn't help but reflect on how delightfully unconventional his fishing method was, cruising on a yacht with beautiful women. Without a care in the world about not catching fish, felt almost effortless, he was practically lounging while reeling in fish and earning money. This was the epitome of a carefree fisherman. As time drifted by, the yacht soon transitioned from the deep sea back to shallower waters, with the continental shelf gradually coming into view. At this point, Tang Chi shrugged his shoulders, feeling that his inaugural fishing expedition had been somewhat lacking. He had only cast one net, yielding a few hundred large fish, and the yacht's freezer was far from full. As a man with a Dragon Ball, Yang Fan had initially been confident that every fishing trip would result in a bountiful catch. Yet, he was unexpectedly met with disappointment on his first venture into deep waters. Of course, this was also due to his overly stringent criteria for the fish he wished to catch. Otherwise, casting a few more nets would likely have easily filled the freezer with fish and crabs. Nevertheless, overall, Yang Fan considered this deep-sea fishing journey to be quite fulfilling. One must not be overly greedy. Having already acquired the exquisite Melaleuca pearl, what more could one desire? With the yacht nearing the coastal waters, he felt a sense of contentment. Yang Fan felt a sense of lethargy regarding the exploration of the aquatic realm, realizing that no matter how diligently he searched, it was improbable to encounter any substantial schools of fish in these waters. Thus, he resolved to withdraw his gaze from the ocean, relinquishing his role as a human radar. However, to his utter astonishment, it was precisely at that moment that he beheld an unexpected spectacle not far ahead, a vibrant underwater scene teeming with coral reefs. Chapter 77, The Compassionate Heart of Yang Fan in Encountering a Small Orca. Yang Fan was truly astonished. He, Zhang Ran, had spotted a small orca in the coral-laden seabed ahead. Remarkably, this small orca appeared to be the very one they had previously encountered in the deep sea. Alarmingly, this once playful and lively creature was now ensnared in a large fishing net, being dragged relentlessly forward. The small orca had lost its former lively and clumsy demeanor. It was ensnared by the massive trawl net, thrashing desperately within, its body marred by numerous wounds. Following the direction of the net, one could easily discern a large, metal trawling vessel engaged in its operations. This indicated that the unfortunate young orca had somehow become separated from its pod and had fallen victim to the large trawler ahead. Witnessing the tragic plight of the small orca was heart-wrenching. Yang Fan couldn't help but feel a twinge of compassion. As is widely acknowledged, the orca, or killer whale, is an exceptionally intelligent creature, exhibiting remarkable empathy, which is why they have been domesticated by aquariums for performance purposes. Moreover, orcas seem to possess an inexplicable friendliness towards humans. There have never been any recorded incidents of orcas attacking people, and they have even rescued humans on several occasions. One particularly renowned case occurred in 1966. When a fishing vessel from South Vietnam tragically sank near the Pacific coast amidst towering waves, resulting in the death of 9 crew members. The remaining 9, utterly exhausted, struggled in the water for nearly 4 hours, despairing of their survival, until a pod of orcas miraculously appeared. Initially, the crew feared the orcas would prey upon them, causing widespread panic. However, to their astonishment, these orcas were there to save them. Each time a crew member found themselves on the brink of drowning, an orca would swiftly emerge, nudging them to the surface to catch their breath. It was through the assistance of these magnificent creatures that the crew ultimately escaped their dire fate. In the aftermath, the crew recounted a delightful detail upon witnessing their rescue. The orcas playfully spouted water at the crew, seemingly celebrating their survival. Such extraordinary incidents of orcas aiding humans have occurred multiple times around the globe. Some scientists speculate that the orca's amiable disposition towards humans may be rooted in ancient history, suggesting that our ancestors may have domesticated orcas much like we did with dogs, leading to a genetic memory that fosters their friendliness towards us. Of course, these are unverified hypotheses. Nevertheless, the phenomenon of orcas rescuing humans is not difficult to comprehend. As relatives of dolphins, orcas belong to the same family and are among the most intelligent beings in the ocean, with studies indicating that their cognitive abilities may rival those of a 6- or 7-year-old child. Yang Fan once encountered a remarkable account of orcas rescuing individuals within a marine knowledge book at the library. At that moment, he found himself developing a profound affinity for these majestic creatures. His parents had tragically perished in a maritime disaster, and as he perused that book, he often envisioned how fortunate it would have been if his parents could have experienced a similar fate as the fishermen of Nanwe, who encountered a pod of orcas after their shipwreck. This poignant connection compelled Yang Fan to feel an immediate pang of compassion upon witnessing a young orca ensnared in a fishing net, struggling in despair. Resolute in his decision, he vowed to rescue the little orca. Yang Fan immediately rushed outside the cockpit and shouted at Yang Hongtao, "Taozi, turn the boat around and head towards that trawler ahead." Yang Hongtao felt somewhat perplexed. "Why, Yifan? Are you planning to compete with others for fish?" Yang Fan shot him a glare and said, "Stop babbling so much. Just do as you're told." Yang Hongtao felt somewhat aggrieved. All right, I will heed your advice. Why are you so irritable?" He mumbled softly and promptly turned the yacht around, steering it towards the trawler ahead. Meanwhile, aboard the trawler, several middle-aged fishermen were activating the winch, preparing to haul in the trawl net that had been dragged for quite some time. As the net was gradually lifted, the electronic display nearby simultaneously revealed the weight of the catch. When the crew observed that the net's weight was nearly double the usual amount, they were immediately filled with excitement. "Wow, this net is so heavy, we are going to strike it rich," exclaimed one. "Indeed, it has been ages since we pulled in such a substantial haul. I wonder if there are any valuable fish among them." "Exactly, let us hope for some prize catches, such as large fish and shrimp, yellow croaker or grouper." With the crew's eager anticipation, the trawl net was finally hoisted above the water's surface. However, when they glimpsed the contents of the net, they were utterly taken aback. "What on earth is this? A fish? No, it's a whale. An orca. An orca? Oh no. What bad luck. We thought we had a great catch, only to end up with an orca." "Right. This creature is protected by the state and cannot be legally captured. It is utterly useless." Upon realizing they had caught an orca, the crew collectively displayed expressions of disappointment. The fisheries department would certainly take issue with the capture of a protected species. If they attempted to sell it, they would undoubtedly face hefty fines. One middle-aged crew member inquired, "What should we do with it? Should we release it?" Another crew member chimed in, "Let us follow the captain's orders. If he says to release it, we release it. If he says to take it back, we take it back." The captain of the trawler, a robust man with sun-kissed skin, overheard the crew's discussion and immediately interjected, "Why release it? This massive whale, even if it cannot be sold, we can still butcher it and share the meat. We could easily acquire several hundred pounds of meat. Just think of how delightful it would be to make fish balls." Upon hearing the captain's words, the crew had no objections. After all, if anything went awry, the captain would bear the responsibility. In the ensuing moments, the crew began hauling the trawl net onto the deck, busily sorting through the catch, while the small orca was carelessly tossed aside, left to its own devices, as it would soon perish without water. At that very moment, the yacht Yang Fan finally approached. Chapter 78. Saving the Baby Orca. Yang Fan was almost overwhelmed with cuteness. Although the orca is often celebrated for its graceful appearance and affectionately referred to as the panda of the sea, it embodies a fierce spirit that instills fear in all marine creatures. This volatile temperament leads to desperate struggles when ensnared in fishing nets. Unfortunately, Such efforts are futile against the robust nets crafted by human hands, thereby hastening their demise. At this moment, a young orca finds itself in such a predicament. Entangled in the net, it fights valiantly to escape, yet its efforts only result in further injury, rapidly depleting its vitality. Now, emerging from the water, it clings to life by a mere thread. It is not an exaggeration to say that even if this young orca were to be released back into the ocean now, its chances of survival would be exceedingly slim. As the yacht draws near to the trawler, the gravity of the situation becomes all too apparent. Young Fan's gaze immediately turned towards the small orca on the deck of the trawler. Upon witnessing the creature in a state of near lifelessness, devoid of any vitality, he was instantly filled with alarm. Without a moment's hesitation, Yang Qi dashed to the cockpit and activated the broadcast system. He then called out to the trawler with a resonant voice, "To the esteemed fisherman on the vessel ahead, may I inquire who the captain is?" It would be greatly appreciated if the captain could step forward to converse. On the trawler, the middle-aged captain, intrigued by the sudden approach of a luxurious yacht, found himself even more perplexed upon hearing a young man's voice emanating from the yacht speakers. Consequently, he made his way to the cockpit of his fishing vessel and responded through the broadcast, "Young fellow, I am the captain. What is it that you wish to discuss?" Yang Fan immediately said, "Hello, Captain. I noticed that you have caught a small orca. According to current legal regulations, orcas are classified as protected animals. Would you kindly consider releasing it?" Upon hearing this, the captain smiled and replied, "Young man, this orca was nearly dead when it was pulled from the net. Even if I were to release it now, it would not survive." Seeing that the captain was reluctant to set it free, Young Fan grew anxious. "Captain, regardless of its chances of survival, you must release it. The law stipulates that any accidentally captured whale cannot be kept or sold. Holding on to it serves no purpose for you." The captain chuckled dismissively. "Are you trying to instruct me on how to do my job? What it means to you is irrelevant. Aren't you being a bit too nosy? Whether I choose to release it or not is entirely my decision. You are not an enforcement officer from the Fisheries Bureau, so why are you making such a fuss?" Yang Qi was incensed by his words. "Although I am not an enforcement officer, I can still report unlawful activities. If you do not release the young orca back into the sea, do you believe I will record a video to report you right now?" The captain, equally agitated, retorted, "Young man, are you certain you wish to meddle in affairs that do not concern you? It has already been stated that this orca cannot survive. In any case, it is doomed to perish. Might as well keep it for us brothers to enjoy some fish balls." Yang Fan exclaimed, "It won't die. Captain, please release it quickly. If you don't, I'll start recording." Upon witnessing Yang Fan reach for his phone, the captain, feeling compelled, muttered in frustration, "Damn it, you stubborn young man. Fine, I will release it." In this era, the government's enforcement of regulations regarding marine fishing has become increasingly stringent. Any illegal fishing practices, once detected, lead to severe penalties. Moreover, with the internet's rapid advancement, the captain was acutely aware that if footage of the incident surfaced online, he would soon find himself summoned by the Fisheries Department for a stern discussion. Thus, under Yang Fan's unwavering insistence, the captain reluctantly acquiesced. After agreeing to release the small orca, he returned to the deck and instructed several crew members to gently push the nearly lifeless creature back into the water. With a resounding splash, the orca plunged into the sea, reclaiming its freedom. However, it was evident that its condition was dire. Although returning to the ocean slightly revived its vitality, it was unlikely to endure for long in its current state. The exceedingly weak orca managed to thrash about in the water a couple of times before becoming nearly motionless. Its diminished strength could not even facilitate a descent. It floated on the surface like a lifeless fish, slowly drifting away, prompting a somber realization. Yang Fan realized that he could no longer afford to delay. With each passing minute, the little orca was at a heightened risk of succumbing to its plight. In the event of its demise, no amount of golden nourishment he could provide would suffice to restore its life. Contemplating this, without hesitation, Yang Fan dashed onto the deck and plunged into the sea with determination. He swiftly swam to the side of the young orca with an astonishing speed. Sensing the approach of another creature, the orca instinctively attempted to struggle and flee, but its vitality was nearly depleted. After a few feeble attempts, it remained motionless in place. Witnessing the once lively young orca, which had frolicked freely in the ocean just yesterday, now in such a pitiful state, stirred an inexplicable pang of compassion within Yang Fan. He quickly activated the Dragon Pearl, refining several drops of golden essence, and forcefully administered them through the orca's mouth with his right index finger. As he fed the golden drops, a wave of anxiety washed over him. He feared that the young orca, too weak to survive, would not be saved even by the magical elixir. However, to Yang Fan's relief, the golden essence did not disappoint. The orca, which had been on the brink of death, began to regain its vitality mere minutes after ingesting the drops. Its once vacant gaze sparkled with life, and the drooping tail began to sway energetically. Remarkably, the gruesome wounds inflicted during its struggle in the fishing net visibly healed before his eyes. The golden drops proved to be extraordinarily potent, pulling the young orca back from the clutches of death. Overwhelmed with joy, Yang Fan couldn't help but smile widely, a surge of happiness emanating from his heart. Though it was merely a young orca, witnessing its revival filled him with genuine delight. After consuming the golden drops, the orca seemed to have become more intelligent. Recognizing Yang Fan as its savior, it joyously circled around him, playfully nudging its large head against his body. Yang Fan, taken aback by the orca's affectionate antics, chuckled as he reached out to stroke its smooth head, remarking, "You little rascal, you're quite adorable when you play up to me," which hardly fits your status as a ruler of the ocean. Seemingly encouraged by Yang Fan's kind words, the young orca swam around him with even greater exuberance, playfully spouting water, resembling a mischievous child delighting in the affection of a parent. At that moment, Yang Fan felt utterly enchanted, his face breaking into a fatherly smile as he exclaimed, "Goodness, I can hardly bear it. How is it that I, at such a young age, feel as though I have a child?" Indeed, in that instant, he experienced a profound connection. Yang Fan was struck by an illusion, as if the small orca before him, playfully displaying affection, were akin to his own child. Chapter 79. Falling in love with an orca, yet there is no ocean at home. Over there, Yang Fan and the little orca frolicked joyously in the sea, while the crew aboard the two boats stood frozen in disbelief. On the luxurious yacht, Yi Man and I, Su Xiao, Yang Hong Tao, and Yang Xiao Hai stared wide-eyed, utterly incredulous. Meanwhile, on the trawler, the middle-aged captain and his crew exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment. What on earth was happening? A small orca, once on the brink of death, had miraculously revived? Well, even if it had merely been feigning death, returning to the ocean had seemingly rejuvenated it. But who could explain why an orca would incessantly exhibit affection toward a human? This was not only unusual, it defied all scientific reasoning. Yang Fan had been frolicking in the sea with the little orca for over 10 minutes. Several times during their playful antics, he contemplated leaving, yet each time he beheld the adorable creature as charming antics, he found himself unable to part ways. However, despite his reluctance, he knew he could not remain in the ocean indefinitely. After indulging in a bit more playtime with the little orca, he smiled and waved farewell, saying, "Little one, go find your mother. I must return home now." Yang Fan, fearing that he might feel reluctant to depart, resolutely swam back to the yacht without looking back. However, once aboard, he inexplicably turned to glance behind him. To his astonishment, he discovered that the little orca had followed him. It appeared to be quite unwilling to let him go, swimming back and forth beside the yacht. At that moment, Yang Fan felt a twinge of emotion. He had never anticipated that after consuming his golden droplet, the little orca would develop such an unusual bond with him, even to the extent of dependency. Upon seeing Yang Fan finally aboard, Yi Mani and Yang Hongtao immediately gathered around him. Yang Hongtao was the first to bellow with his booming voice, "Wow, Fanzi, you are absolutely incredible. You managed to tame a beluga whale. How on earth did you accomplish that?" Yang Fan chuckled and said, "What do you mean by taming? I have not tamed it at all." Yang Jiotao immediately pointed at the small orca that was playfully swimming around. "Wow, is this not what we call taming? This orca can't bear to let you go. Moreover, it was just now adorably flirting with you." I was left utterly astonished. Yang Fan raised his eyebrows and smiled, saying, "Perhaps it is aware that I just saved its little life, which is why it is being so amiable towards me." Yang Hongtao nodded in agreement, acknowledging that this was indeed the only explanation. He had long been aware of the high intelligence of orcas, but he never anticipated it to be so profound that even Fanzi was recognized as its savior. Yang Xian smiled and refrained from speaking, naturally choosing not to disclose the truth that the little orca had become intelligent due to consuming the golden droplet. At that moment, Yimani and Su exchanged glances, their faces adorned with expressions of contemplation as they remarked, "Indeed, that little orca appears remarkably clever and well-behaved. How wonderful it would be to keep it as a pet for protection." Yang Ji couldn't help but chuckle. "Do you truly wish to keep an orca as a pet? You would need an entire ocean at your disposal for that." At this moment, a humorous thought struck Yang Ji. He whimsically adapted a tune, singing, "Falling in love with an orca, yet my home lacks the sea, which fills me with despair, Dong Xiao, ha ha ha. Everyone was amused by his song, and a few exchanged light-hearted banter. Young Fan couldn't help but glance again at the small orca beneath the yacht, only to discover that it was still lingering, unwilling to depart. This left him somewhat perplexed. Could it be that the little orca had become attached to him due to UD? If circumstances permitted, Young Fan would have relished the idea of keeping this orca as a pet, for after all, it was the ruler of the ocean. How splendid and majestic it would be to own one. Alas, as he had just sung, to fall in love with an orca. Yet my home lacks the sea. Soon, the yacht resumed its journey. The time spent rescuing the orca had delayed them considerably, necessitating a swift return. Otherwise, they risked arriving home in the dead of night. As the yacht set sail, the little orca initially followed closely behind, but gradually, it vanished from sight. Yang speculated that it must be seeking its kin, thus he paid little heed to it. The cheerful little orca, though not entirely captured by the crew of the Bacteria Offering, was a fleeting encounter that reason urged Young Fan to regard merely as a delightful happenstance. Let us forget each other in the rivers and lakes, dear little orca. The journey of navigation proceeded smoothly. After over 2 hours at sea, the Young Fan arrived at the dock of Longwang Town. The decision to first approach the town's dock was made to disembark Yi Yini and Su Xiaoxiao, who had simply wished to experience the life of coastal fishing with Young Fan. Unexpectedly, they found themselves aboard a luxurious yacht for a maritime excursion. Undoubtedly, this unexpected opulent voyage was a source of immense joy and astonishment for them. Yang Ji, farewell. By the way, remember your promise. If you strike it rich, do not forget to treat us to a grand feast. Upon disembarking at the town's dock, Yi Mani and Su Xiaoxiao waved goodbye to Yang Fan on the yacht, reminding him of the promised treat. Yang Fan smiled and remarked, "No problem. You can call me any time for a feast." He then instructed Yi, Yao, and Ni-Su to deliver the goods to the town. Subsequently, Young Fan and his companions set sail directly to the seafood trading dock in the city. Their purpose was unmistakable, to sell the over 5,000 pounds of rice fish stored in the freezer. Although they cast only one net during this outing, the catch of these rice fish undoubtedly constituted a bountiful harvest. Given the current market prices, these rice fish could fetch at least several 100,000. When the fish vendors at the dock observed a luxurious yacht mooring, they were momentarily taken aback, initially assuming it was merely a wealthy young gentleman arriving to indulge in leisure. However, once young Hongqing called out from the bow of the boat, "Who wants to buy rice fish?" the vendors swiftly sprang into action. "Old Su, do you have rice fish for sale?" inquired a middle-aged fish vendor as he approached the dock, addressing young Hongtao, who stood on the yacht's deck. Young Hongqing immediately nodded, affirming, "Indeed, approximately over 5,000 pounds of rice fish. Bring along a few more people and see if you can manage to consume it all." The middle-aged fish merchant was instantly astonished. "Over 5,000 pounds of rice fish? Are you serious, boss?" He promptly hurried over, while the other fish merchants, having overheard their conversation, gathered around. Young Jiotao remarked, "Of course they are straight. You all can board the yacht to inspect the goods." The fishmongers subsequently boarded the yacht, and upon entering the freezing chamber, they were greeted by the sight of numerous large rice fish, each covered in ice, which instantly filled them with excitement. "Wow, so many rice fish, and each one larger than the last, all of exceptional quality. Boss, I offer 100 per pound. I want all these rice fish." "Old Zhang, have you lost your mind? You think you can acquire such premium rice fish for 100 per pound? And you dare to claim you want them all? I'll offer 120 per pound. Boss, sell them to me." "Old Wang, even 120 isn't sufficient." "Boss, I'll pay 130 per pound. For anything over 10 pounds, I'll offer 200 per pound. Sell them to me." The fishmongers vied fiercely for the fish, nearly coming to blows. Naturally, this scenario was one that Young Fan relished. Once the bidding reached a climax, he sold all 163 pounds of rice fish to the highest bidders among them. After settling the accounts, the total earnings from this catch amounted to an impressive 786,000 yuan. Thus, although they had only cast one net during this voyage, they had made a substantial profit of 786,000 yuan. Undoubtedly, this represented an astonishing rate of profit. However, for Yang Fan, this windfall did not evoke much sentiment. After all, he had previously caught yellow croakers worth millions. In his eyes, 786,000 yuan was merely a modest sum. Moreover, the greatest treasure he acquired during this voyage was not the 786,000 yuan, but rather the unexpectedly found exquisite Malay pearl. Although he was still unaware of its precise value, it was reasonable to assume it would not come cheaply. After selling the fish, they set sail back to the fishing village. During the journey, Yang Fan distributed the profits from this outing to Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai 5,000 yuan each. Some might wonder how Yang Fan could earn 786,000 yuan from this trip, yet only give his two companions 5,000 yuan each. Wouldn't that seem rather meager? However, upon reflection, it becomes clear that this sum is not only fair but indeed quite generous. The trawler yacht belongs to Yang Fan, and he was the one who located the fish. Thus, the profits were primarily his. In essence, the two were merely crew members he had hired. Earning 5,000 yuan in dividends for a single outing is a rare stroke of good fortune indeed. Indeed, Yang Fan would willingly allocate more funds to Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai. However, after careful consideration, he deemed it unnecessary. The adage, a grain of kindness will be met with a grain of enmity, resonates deeply. Business must remain devoid of excessive personal sentiment. The distribution of 5,000 yuan in dividends was neither excessive nor insufficient. He felt it was just right. As for Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai, they were evidently not the kind of individuals driven by insatiable greed. Upon receiving their share of 5,000 yuan each, they felt not a sense of deprivation but rather a sense of unworthiness. Earning 5,000 yuan effortlessly during 2 days aboard a luxurious yacht was hardly a cause for complaint. Their hearts were, in truth, quite pure. Had Yang Fan not regarded them as brothers, such fortunate circumstances would never have befell them. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the golden remnants of daylight cascaded across the shimmering surface of the sea. After more than an hour of navigation, the Yang Fan vessel finally returned to the dock of Dejing village. The weather appeared to take a sudden turn for the worse, as the winds and waves began to intensify, crashing against the shore and sending sprays of seawater into the air. The vessel docked, and the crew commenced packing their belongings in preparation for their return home. At that moment, Yang Hongtao approached, somewhat discontented, exclaiming, "What on earth? Fan, I just checked the weather forecast, and it seems a typhoon is set to make landfall tomorrow. It appears we won't be able to venture out to sea for the next few days." Yang Fan replied, "That's quite fortuitous. We have been out to sea rather frequently. It's just as well to take a couple of days off at home during the typhoon." Yang Ji chuckled. "Rest? Why rest? A single outing at sea can earn us hundreds of thousands. Fancy, don't you wish to amass wealth?" Yang Hongtao remarked. Yang Fan shrugged and remarked, "Of course. Kai must desire wealth, but one must also balance work and rest." Yang Hongtao sighed. "All right, Fancy, you truly embody a serene disposition while idly lounging about. You have managed to tidy everything up." Yang Fan was preparing to disembark from the yacht. However, at that moment, his peripheral vision inadvertently caught sight of something dark and inverted rising from the surface of the sea not far behind the yacht. Yang Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. Is this not the dorsal fin of a whale? The orca, indeed, derives its nickname reverse drum whale from the imposing shape of its dorsal fin, which resembles an ancient weapon standing upright upon the ocean's surface. Upon witnessing this fin, Yang Fan was taken aback. It turned out that the little orca had not swum away at all, but had been following closely behind his yacht. As expected, it was not long before a round, slightly bewildered little head emerged from the water. Chapter 80. The Picky Little Orca. "Master, I do not wish to eat pork." Indeed, it was the very orca he had rescued. Yang Fan couldn't help but blink. This little creature had been following his yacht for several hours. To be frank, Yang Ji was at a loss for words. Should he feel touched or speechless? Well, it was both. This little orca seemed genuinely intent on attaching itself to him. Meanwhile, Yang Hongtao noticed Yang Fan suddenly fixating on a particular spot and instinctively followed his gaze, only to be astounded. Goodness. Isn't that the little orca? Yang Hongtao was utterly astonished at that moment. Could it be that this little orca has developed a sense of humanity? It truly is miraculous. With this thought, he jested. Hee, Fancy, it seems this little orca has taken a liking to you. Perhaps it's a female orca, wanting to repay you with its devotion for saving its life? To which his companion retorted, "You really have a knack for nonsense. Have you been watching too many versions of the legend of the white snake? Besides, it's a male." Yang Fan immediately rolled his eyes in response, exclaiming, "Very well." Yang Hongtao was intrigued. "Oh, can the machine distinguish between male and female orcas?" One can easily tell by observing their dorsal fins. The male orca possesses a tall, erect, triangular dorsal fin, while the female's dorsal fin is comparatively shorter. Yang Fan smiled and remarked, "Moreover, its curvature resembles that of a scythe, and the dorsal fin of this young orca stands so erect. It is evident that it is male. Yang Hongtao chuckled. Well, I've certainly learned something new. However, it seems this little orca has taken quite a liking to you. What will you do about it? Perhaps you should simply keep it as a pet? Yang Fan began to feel a twinge of headache. I would indeed like to nurture it, but it poses quite a challenge. The orca is a social and gregarious creature, requiring the company of its pod. Furthermore, if this young orca continues to linger in coastal waters, it is likely that within a few days it would be captured by another fishing vessel. Yang Hongtao pondered for a moment and then nodded slightly. Indeed, the waters in our vicinity are teeming with fishing vessels, much like grains of rice. If this little orca were to roam aimlessly in these waters frequently, it would undoubtedly pose a significant danger. Yang Fan shrugged his shoulders and said, well, let's take it one step at a time. By the way, Taozi, you and Xiaohai will assist me in going to town later to purchase 30 to 50 pounds of meat. Pork, lamb, or beef will suffice, but it must be fresh. Yang Hongtao immediately expressed his confusion. Fanzi, why do you need to purchase so much meat? Yang rolled his eyes and said, what else can we do but feed this little orca? This little creature has been with us for quite some time and has surely not had a proper meal. Moreover, there are hardly any fish near the shore for it to eat. It must be absolutely famished. Yang Hongtao was momentarily taken aback. Goodness, if that is the case, it seems that the average person truly cannot afford to keep an orca. One might go bankrupt within days. At this juncture, Yang Fan pondered for a moment before exclaiming, you know, it's not entirely out of the question to consider attempting to raise a young orca. Of course, this presupposes that its intelligence is sufficiently developed, enabling it to evade fishing boats and nets. If it were indeed that astute, perhaps we could manage to keep it here. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Fan has indeed become somewhat enamored. After Wen Xiaolu's gentle encouragement, it appears that the intelligence of the young orca has undergone a remarkable evolution. Otherwise, it would not have chosen to follow him for such an extended period. If he continues to nourish it with golden droplets, and its intellect continues to advance, perhaps he might truly consider the prospect of raising it. The challenge posed by orcas being social creatures, which necessitates their presence within a pod, could be effortlessly resolved should the young orca attain a greater level of intelligence. Just imagine, if it becomes exceptionally clever, it could venture into the deep sea during moments of solitude to seek out its kin for companionship, only to return thereafter. Of course, all of this hinges upon whether the young orca's intellect can evolve to such an extent. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Yang Hongtao immediately blinked in disbelief. No way, Fancy. Are you serious? You genuinely intend to raise this little orca? Yang Fan chuckled softly. I do feel a bit tempted, but it ultimately depends on the circumstances. The two engaged in light-hearted conversation for a while longer. Subsequently, at Yang Fan's behest, Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaoai set off on a motorcycle to the town to procure some meat. Before their departure, Yang Fan specifically instructed them to purchase a generous quantity. Although the young orca, named by Ing, was still in its youth, it already measured 2 to 3 meters in length and weighed several hundred pounds. After a hearty meal, it would surely require at least dozens of pounds of meat to satiate its appetite. Seizing the opportunity while Yang Hongtao was away, Yang Fan made his way to the stern of the yacht, where he spotted the inquisitive young orca peering out from the nearby waters. He let out a sharp whistle, which proved remarkably effective. The orca seemed to recognize Yang Fan's voice and immediately swam beneath the yacht. With a joyful leap from the water, it playfully sprayed a column of water towards Yang Fan. Although its skills in this playful endeavor were still developing and posed no threat to Yang Fan aboard the yacht, it certainly brought him much amusement. You little rascal, you certainly know how to charm. Yang Fan laughed as he watched the young orca frolicking joyfully in the sea, enjoying its antics for quite some time. Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaoai finally returned with the meat. Each of them hoisted a hefty, snakeskin bag aboard the yacht, which was brimming with beef, lamb, and pork, seemingly weighing no less than 100 pounds. Fancy, Xiaoai and I have brought back all the meat from the market, exclaimed Yang Hongtao. In total, over 120 pounds. We spent a hefty sum of more than 4,000. The vendors at the market were utterly astonished to see us clear out their supplies. Why buy so much at once? One of them queried. Yang Qi merely rolled his eyes and replied, well, considering the substantial appetite of the little orca, over 120 pounds might only suffice for a day or two. Yang Fan contemplated this reasoning and nodded in agreement. This works as well, saving me the trouble of purchasing tomorrow. Upon opening the snakeskin bag, he discovered it was brimming with meat. a magnificent assortment of substantial, fresh cuts of beef, lamb, and pork piled together, creating a rather impressive sight. Yang Fan first picked up the most exquisite piece of beef and tossed it directly to the small orca swimming in the sea. The orca, having gone a considerable time without sustenance, was ravenous. Upon seeing the large chunk of meat soaring towards it, it leaped from the water with remarkable agility. Immediately, it opened its enormous mouth and, with precision, captured the beef mid-air. Although the orca had never tasted beef before, it evidently relished the flavor, enthusiastically tearing into it and swallowing it whole. In no time, it devoured the substantial piece of meat, weighing at least 5 to 6 pounds, leaving nothing but bones behind. Observing the orca voraciously consume the beef, Yang Fan surmised it must have been starving and subsequently tossed a hefty piece of lamb. The orca, following suit, leapt high once more and captured the lamb with ease, finishing it off in mere moments. Witnessing the creature's insatiable appetite, Yang Hongtao couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Goodness, this orca is truly a bottomless pit. In such a short time, it has devoured several hundred yuan's worth of meat. Yang Fan merely chuckled, reassured. It's nothing to fear, even if it can eat. If we manage to tame this creature, it could assist us in locating schools of fish during our future voyages. At that point, I reckon we will easily earn back the expenses incurred in feeding it. Upon hearing this, Yang Hongtao was filled with excitement. Wow, it truly seems feasible. Haha, thus it is imperative to take good care of it now. Yang Fan chuckled and promptly tossed a hefty chunk of pork weighing several pounds into the water. However, to his surprise, the small orca displayed a hint of finicky behavior. It seemed less than enamored with the flavor of the pork, as it nibbled for quite some time without finishing, wearing an expression that suggested mild disdain. What a situation this turned out to be. Yang Fan rolled his eyes in disbelief. Can you believe it? This fellow dares to disdain pork? It costs over 30 yuan per pound. Chapter 81. After the typhoon, the haul doubled. The little orca truly is a voracious eater, and a ravenous one at that. It took a staggering 45 pounds of meat to finally fill its cavernous belly. The well-fed little orca became quite jubilant, leaping and bounding with exuberance, showcasing an array of acrobatic swimming maneuvers. It even began emitting a series of sounds, resembling a conversation directed at Yang Fan. Despite his inability to comprehend the language of whales, nevertheless, he could sense its joy through the orca's lively demeanor and actions. For Yang Fan, having such an adorable little orca depend on him brought immense pleasure and a sense of accomplishment. After all, this creature reigns as the ruler of the ocean, and now it has become his pet. Is there anything more impressive than raising an orca as a companion? After feeding the young orca, Yang Fan did not leave immediately. Instead, he spent a considerable amount of time playing with the creature by the dock. During this period, Yang Hongtao and Yang Shushao returned home. Yet he found himself unable to depart. Each time he attempted to leave, the young orca emitted a heart-wrenching series of mournful cries, resonating with an almost sorrowful plea. The sound was truly evocative, tugging at Yang Fan's heartstrings, compelling him to stay a while longer to entertain the little one. Orcas, much like humans, are inherently social and gregarious beings. Once separated from their pods, they inevitably experience profound loneliness and desolation. This deep-seated reliance on Yang Fan stems from the young orca's perception of him as its closest companion, even akin to a maternal figure. Yang Fan understood this well, which is why he spent so long at the dock playing with it. However, one cannot remain by its side indefinitely. The mermaid has her own path. He too has his own life. I shall return to visit you tomorrow, he gently promised. Yang Fan waved goodbye to the little orca once more, this time with resolute determination. No amount of the orca's charming antics could sway him. Upon realizing that Yang Fan was truly intent on departing, the little orca immediately grew despondent, splashing and rolling on the surface of the sea, lamenting its unwillingness to part ways. Enough of the theatrics. I truly must take my leave. However, before I go, allow me to offer you a few drops of golden nectar as a token of consolation. Yang Fan offered a wry smile before squeezing a golden droplet from his fingertip and casting it towards the little orca. Upon seeing the shimmering droplet, the orca's eyes sparkled with excitement, and it leapt into the air, swiftly swallowing the golden treasure. After feeding it 7 or 8 droplets, the small orca's emotions began to stabilize. At that moment, an idea struck Yang Fan, and he looked at the little creature with a grin, saying, "Little one, having consumed the meat and golden droplets I provided, you are now officially my pet. As your master, I must bestow upon you a name. Let me ponder. Given your adorable appearance and impressive size, I shall call you Big Cutie." Although the little orca could not comprehend Yang Fan's words, The sight of him smiling at it filled it with joy, prompting it to frolic and tumble playfully in the sea. Young Fan chuckled. "Haha. It seems you quite fancy the name I've bestowed upon you. So it's settled. From now on, you shall be called the Meng Tai Bei." Indeed, the super typhoon has arrived, and it is no small affair. While a Category 10 typhoon sounds quite formidable, as long as your house is sturdy and you refrain from venturing out to sea during such perilous times, you should encounter little trouble. In truth, for those residing by the coast, a typhoon is akin to a young girl's monthly visitor, making its appearance every so often. If it fails to show up for an extended period, one might worry that something is amiss. However, as a child raised by the sea, he is thoroughly acquainted with typhoons. Although Yang Fan had spent the past 6 years in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai, this was his first encounter with the typhoon season upon returning home. The essence of enduring a typhoon is quite simple and can be encapsulated in 8 words: stay at home and be prudent. For several days, venturing out to sea is simply not an option. Yang Fan found solace in the comforts of his home, indulging in a few leisurely days. However, it must be noted that he did not remain idle during this time. On the first day of the typhoon, he thought to himself that idleness was not an option. So he rolled up his sleeves and cultivated a small vegetable patch in his yard. This time, he sowed seeds of chives in the newly prepared soil. Ever since he was around 10 years old, having overheard a conversation amongst several elders in the village about how chives could enhance vitality and nourish the kidneys, Yang Fan had developed a fondness for the herb. It is worth mentioning, in his youth, Yang Fan possessed a remarkable foresight, understanding that in order to secure future happiness, one must indulge in the consumption of leeks from an early age. Alas, it is rather lamentable that to this day, he has yet to utilize the well-nurtured kidneys he has developed through years of steadfastly consuming leeks. Regardless of the circumstances, it remains a poignant reflection. Yang Fan has always had a penchant for non-vegetables. Furthermore, the remarkable nature of these plants, which allows them to regenerate immediately after being harvested, makes them a sustainable choice. Considering all these factors, he easily arrived at the decision to cultivate leeks in this newly cleared plot of land. On the first day, he sowed the seeds of the non-vegetables. Yang Ji, as per his usual practice, diligently watered the seedlings with a diluted solution of golden drops. The effects of the golden drops remained formidable. Within a single night, the leek seeds sprouted forth from the earth, transforming into tender seedlings. Over the course of the next 2 days, with Yang Fan's continued application of the diluted golden drops, the leeks thrived impressively, soon presenting a lush, vibrant expanse of green. Meanwhile, in another plot of land, the young tomato seedlings were equally determined, gradually blossoming into a series of exquisite flowers. At this moment, the expansive courtyard of Yang Xian's home was instantly enveloped in pastoral beauty. On one side, verdant chives flourished, while on the other, vibrant red flowers bloomed, creating an atmosphere that was truly uplifting and serene. Notably, during these days of typhoon season, Yang Fan also remained attentive to his recently acquired pet, Deming. Each day, he diligently visited the dock twice to feed Deming, taking the opportunity to engage in playful moments with it. On one occasion, he even introduced Deming to De Huang, facilitating an encounter between these 2 large pets. To Yang Fan's surprise, De Huang and Deming seemed to bond instantly, reveling in each other's company. Upon meeting Deming, De Huang even leaped into the sea, frolicking alongside the little orca in a delightful display. This scene left Yang Fan utterly bewildered. Initially, he had assumed that the 2 might compete for affection, but instead, they appeared to share an immediate and profound connection. This inspired Yang Fan to speculate that perhaps the shared experience of being fed golden droplets had imbued both De Huang and Deming with a certain kinship, explaining their swift camaraderie. He pondered this hypothesis, as it seemed a plausible explanation for how a dog and a young orca could become such good friends. The fierce typhoon raged for 5 consecutive days before its power finally waned. Although the winds and waves at sea remained somewhat formidable, they were now sufficiently safe for fishermen to venture out in pursuit of their catch. This period, following a typhoon, often marked the busiest and most exhilarating time for fishermen, as the post-storm bounty typically yielded far greater rewards than usual. The turmoil of the typhoon not only caused destruction, but also brought rich marine resources from the depths of the ocean closer to shore, making fishing feel akin to gathering money. Under normal circumstances, one might catch only a few dozen pounds of fish in a day. However, in this aftermath, the haul could potentially reach astonishing numbers. Consequently, the docks of Dejing village buzzed with activity even before dawn. Fishermen from every household rose early, equipped with their nets and hooks, eager to set sail and seize the bounty. At this time, the sea teemed with fish, and the fishermen were numerous. Arriving late would undoubtedly result in losing one's chance to capture the catch. In terms of competing for fish after the typhoon, Yang Fan was rather indifferent. He knew that regardless of when he set out, he would reap considerable rewards. It was merely a matter of time spent. Yet, while he remained unconcerned, others were not so casual about the competition. At precisely 5 in the morning, while the sky was still shrouded in darkness, a series of loud, jarring knocks on the door jolted Yang Fan from his sweet dreams. "Fan, you lazy pig, why are you still asleep? We must hasten to the sea to seize the catch, for if we tarry any longer, all the fish will belong to others." Chapter 82. The Potential Buyers of My Lazoo. It was barely 5 in the morning when Yang Fan, lost in delightful dreams, was ruthlessly awakened. The culprit behind this rude awakening was none other than Yang Hongtao, the sole bearer of the key to Yang Fan's home, who could audaciously arrive to rouse him from slumber. One must admit, such an early intrusion into one's dreams is quite inconsiderate. Fortunately, Yang Fan was not particularly irritable upon waking. Otherwise, he would surely have delivered a sound thrashing to this fellow. Upon awakening, Yang Fan opened his eyes to find Yang Hongtao standing at the threshold of his room. Wearing an anxious expression, he rolled his eyes in annoyance, exclaiming, "What on earth? It's not even dawn yet. Why on earth did you come to my house so early to wake me?" Yang Hongtao promptly replied, "Of course, to seize the catch. The typhoon has subsided, and we can set sail today. Let us hurry, or else all the fish will be caught by others." Yang Fan was momentarily rendered speechless. "Come on. I never stated that I intended to set sail today. If you wish to seize the catch, you and Xiaohai should go. I have some matters to attend to in the city." Yang Hongtao was immediately perplexed. "What is it, Fanzi? Is there anything more significant than seizing the catch after a typhoon?" Yang Fan did not conceal the truth and candidly stated, "It pertains to the matter of the beautiful pearl. I contacted a potential buyer yesterday and shall meet her for a discussion in the city today." Yang Hongtao inquired, "Is anyone interested in purchasing your 167 beautiful beads?" "Fanzi, where did you make that contact? Be cautious not to fall victim to deceit." Yang Fan chuckled. "Am I someone who can be deceived? All right, you rascal. Hurry and claim your catch. Do not waste my time with your nonsense." Yang Hongtao nodded slightly and said, "Very well, but Fanzi, should I take your trawler out to sea, or shall I set sail on my own vessel?" Yang Fan waved his hand with a smile and said, "Set sail with the trawler. After the typhoon, the catch will undoubtedly be abundant. Even in my absence, you might still manage to catch quite a few fish." Akin to a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse, Yang Hongtao curled his lips in disdain, exclaiming, "What do you mean by a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse? I am renowned in the village as a skilled fisherman." With a chuckle, he added, "All right then. Let us see what this fishing expert of yours can accomplish today." As Yang Fan pondered, he remembered something and admonished, "By the way, Taozi, refrain from venturing into the deep sea today. Just meander along the coastal waters and return. The recent typhoon has left the seas quite turbulent, so do not take the risk of spending the night out there." Yang Hongtao understood Yang Ji's concerns and promptly nodded. "Certainly, Fanzi, even if you don't mention it. I would not venture into the deep sea. Regardless of the catch, I assure you that we will return by afternoon." Yang Fan merely smiled and said, "All right. You may go." After exchanging a few more words, Yang Hongtao departed, eager to set off with Yang Xiaohai to seize the fish catch. On the first day following the typhoon, the enthusiasm for fishing surged dramatically among everyone. Although it was barely 5 in the morning, the sea was already teeming with fishing vessels. Numerous iron fishing boats of various sizes departed from the docks, eagerly venturing into the ocean, all fervently casting their nets to capture the abundant marine bounty. The scene was so grand that it could aptly be described as a multitude vying for the currents. The more boats there were, the greater the competition. The swiftest hands reaped the richest rewards. This competition for fish, as it is known, signifies that the ocean is teeming with fish at this moment. After Yang Hongtao left, Yang Ji did not return to slumber. Instead, he arose to wash up. Just as he had mentioned to Yang Hongtao earlier, today, he had arranged to meet a potential client, intending to bring along the exquisite Miley pearl for a discussion in the city. How did this potential client come to be? It was, in fact, due to Yang Fan's introduction through the beautiful proprietor, Xin Yufei. Among the acquaintances of Yang Ji, Xin Yufei undoubtedly stood out as the wealthiest and most well-connected. Being the owner of a seafood grand hotel, thus possessing a wide network of friends, Yang Fan thought to inquire if she knew anyone who could appreciate the value of the Miley pearl. Consequently, He sent a photograph of the pearl to Xin Yufei the previous day. Not long after sending the message, Xin Yufei quickly responded, mentioning that she had a close friend who held a deep admiration for natural pearls, particularly the rarest of sea pearls. She offered to inquire if her friend was familiar with the Miley pearl. Shortly thereafter, Xin Yufei sent another message, conveying that her friend had seen the photograph of the Miley pearl and was exceedingly excited, wishing to arrange a meeting with Yang Ji to negotiate the purchase of the pearl. After careful consideration, Yang Fan agreed. Xin Yufei was a wealthy woman, and her close friend was undoubtedly affluent as well. Thus, Yang Fan harbored no doubts regarding her friend's purchasing power. It was 8:30 in the evening. Yang Fan departed from home punctually and, after approximately an hour and a half of travel, arrived at an upscale private tea house in the city known as Tingyu. He had arranged to meet Xin Yufei here at 10 o'clock in the morning, and now, at 9:50, he had timed his arrival perfectly. After settling the fare, Yang Fan stepped into Tingyu. Upon entering, he was immediately enveloped by an aura of sophistication. The tea house's decor was undeniably elegant and refined. The three-story establishment was entirely crafted from wood, with ancient-style lattice windows adorning the walls, while various landscape paintings showcased the tea house's extraordinary charm. "Good day, sir. This is a private tea house. May I inquire if you are a member?" As Yang Fan stepped through the door, a charming young hostess clad in a cheap how swiftly approached him. "I am looking for Xin Yufei," Yang Fan casually replied. "You must be Mr. Yang," she said with a warm smile. "Please follow me. President Xin is already awaiting you in the private room upstairs." Upon hearing that Yang Fan was there to meet Xin Yufei, the hostess enthusiastically guided him up the stairs. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of a private room on the 3rd floor. The hostess gently knocked on the door, then opened it slightly, bowing gracefully as she said to Yang Fan, "Mr. Yang, President Shun is inside. Please, do come in." Yang Fan nodded and stepped into the private room. Upon entering, he beheld the familiar figure of Xin Yufei, who was seated gracefully on the elegant sofa, sipping tea in solitude. She exuded an air of sophistication, reminiscent of a refined lady from a noble family. Today, she was adorned in a pristine white Chanel ensemble, complemented by flesh-toned stockings that accentuated her slender yet curvaceous legs, creating a striking visual impact. "Yang Fan, you have arrived." Upon noticing his presence, Xin Yufei promptly set down her teacup and greeted him with a radiant smile. "Come, take a seat." Yang Fan smiled and nodded at Xin Yufei, then walked over to take a seat opposite her. Xin Yufei gazed at Yang Fan with her beautiful eyes for quite a while before covering her mouth and laughing. "Brother Yang Fan, why does it seem that in just a few days of absence, you have become so much more handsome?" Yang Fan touched his nose and replied, I don't think so." Observing the slight shyness in Yang Fan's demeanor, Xin Yufei immediately winked playfully and teased, Of course there is. To be honest, with your looks, dear Yang Fan, even I am nearly swayed. If I were a few years younger, I might just pursue you myself." Yang Fan was playfully teased by the exquisite and alluring beauty, which was rather overwhelming. Chapter 83. The Beautiful Wealthy Woman's Offer. 12. 66 million. Left with no other choice, Yang Fan decided to change the subject. "Ahem, by the way, Sister Yufei, what about your friend? Has she not arrived yet?" Upon seeing Yang Fan divert the conversation, Xin Yufei ceased her teasing, smiled, and replied, "Oh, she just messaged me saying that she is caught in heavy traffic and will likely be delayed for a while." Yang Ji nodded slightly, saying, "All right, there's no need to rush." At that moment, Xin Yufei feigned a touch of irritation and remarked, "Dear brother Yang Fan, I must express a complaint. It has been so many days, yet you have not contacted me even once. Do you perhaps feel that my prices are too low, and that the fish you catch are sold to others?" Yang Ji rolled her eyes. "Sister Yufei, considering the tempestuous weather we've been experiencing lately, where on earth am I supposed to go fishing?" Yet it chuckled, "All right, I was just teasing you. However, dear brother Yang Fan, do remember that whenever you manage to catch any exquisite seafood, you must inform me at the earliest opportunity." Yang Fan shrugged nonchalantly, expressing, "No problem. Just contact me if there are good goods." The two then engaged in light conversation. It must be said that Xin Yufei is a person of remarkable emotional intelligence. Her conversational skills are exceptionally refined, often unfolding topics with just a few words. There is certainly no risk of awkward silence in her company. For approximately half an hour, the two enjoyed tea and chatted in the elegant seating area. It was during this time that Xin Yufei's friend finally made her entrance, albeit fashionably late. As Yang Fan had surmised, Xin Yufei's companion was indeed a woman of affluence, as evidenced by her attire, adorned with international luxury brands, and her elegant demeanor. Notably, she was also a striking beauty, possessing a physique and charm that rivaled Xin Yufei's own. Mu Qing, you finally arrived. You made me and Yang Fan wait for ages. Xin Yufei exclaimed with a playful roll of her eyes. Upon seeing her friend Gu Kaiqing, she immediately directed a warm gaze towards her. I couldn't help it. There was an accident on the road, and traffic was utterly congested. Gu Kaiqing responded, her eyes naturally shifting to Yang Fan, who was seated across from Xin Yufei. Gu Kaiqing shook her head in amusement at Xin Yufei's plight and took a moment to appraise Yang Fan with interest. So, you must be the handsome younger brother that Yufei mentioned? She remarked with a smile. You are indeed quite dashing. No wonder Yufei chose to adopt you as her brother. Let us get acquainted. I am Gu Kaiqing. With that, she graciously extended a delicate hand toward Yang Fan. Yang Fan smiled and extended his hand to shake hers. Hello, Manager Gu. My name is Yang Fan. Giggles erupted as Gu Emotion responded. Why do you call me Manager Gu, little brother Yang Fan? I'm just an idle person. Upon hearing this title, Gu Emotion couldn't help but laugh. Unlike Yufei, who is indeed a manager. If you don't mind, you may simply call me Sister Mu Qing. Yang Fan found himself in a rather awkward situation. Mu Qing, are you really here to compete with me for my brother? Xin Yufei exclaimed with a bright smile. Gu Muqing set her bag down and took a seat beside Xin Yufei, responding with a tone that suggested it was perfectly natural. Ha ha ha. Yufei, isn't your brother essentially my brother too? Xin Yufei retorted with a playful scoff. Ha. I see you're only drawn to Yang Fan's dashing looks, hoping to coax him into calling you sister. Gu Muqing admitted candidly, you caught me. I can't help but think how delightful it would be to hear him address me as such. Yang Fan, indeed, like attracts like. It is no surprise that these two wealthy and charming women have become close friends. They both share a penchant for playful teasing. Initially, being playfully pursued by Xin Yufei had already left Yang Fan somewhat flustered, and now, with both exquisite ladies engaging him, he was on the verge of losing his composure. Fortunately, after exchanging a few light-hearted remarks, they quickly transitioned to the matter at hand. After Gumu settled down and took a sip of tea, her expression gradually turned serious. She then fixed her enchanting gaze upon Yang Fan and inquired, Yang Fan, I heard from Yufei yesterday that the beautiful pearl in the photo she sent me was something you unearthed from the coconut snail a few days ago? Yang Fan nodded slightly, responding affirmatively. Gu Muqing then broke into a smile, exclaiming, Ah, dear Yang Fan, you are indeed quite fortunate. I have heard from Yufei that you previously caught wild yellow croakers and splendid lobsters, and now you have even acquired a beautiful pearl. You truly embody the legendary luck of the European monarch. Yang Fan chuckled. Haha, I suppose my luck has been rather favorable indeed. Hee. I can vouch for that. When it comes to luck, no one surpasses my dear brother Yang Fan. At that moment, Xin Yufei covered her mouth and laughed, of course. His abilities are even more formidable than his luck. Gu Muqing smiled as well, then inquired, So, dear brother Yang Fan, have you brought the beautiful Melaleuca pearl with you today? I have. It is right here in this box. Yang Ji retrieved an ordinary trinket box from his pocket and placed it upon the coffee table. Yang Fan, my dear brother, may I take a moment to examine the beautiful beads? Gu Muqing promptly interjected. Yang Ji chuckled softly. Of course, feel free. Gu Muqing nodded, her excitement palpable as she picked up the box. With eager anticipation, she opened it with a crisp pop, her eyes sparkling as the small container came to life. Yang Shi, a flawless gem, resplendent in a hue reminiscent of pomegranate, with intricate patterns akin to flames, presented itself before Gu Muqing's eyes. Although Gu Muqing had scrutinized countless photographs of this exquisite Millet pearl, nothing could compare to the experience of witnessing it in person. At that moment, as she beheld this exceptional pearl, perfectly formed and of substantial size, her beautiful eyes radiated with a newfound brilliance. Gu Muqing delicately lifted the Millet pearl from its box, unable to resist the urge to cradle it in her hands, savoring its beauty with meticulous admiration. After an extensive appraisal, she swiftly concluded, this was indeed a flawless, superior Millet pearl. Its dimensions, luster, symmetry, and intricate patterns collectively rendered it a paragon of beauty. As a renowned jewelry designer celebrated internationally, Gu Muqing had encountered countless pearls, yet none could rival the perfection of the one before her. In that instant, upon laying eyes on this extraordinary gem, Gu Muqing resolved with unwavering determination that no matter the cost, she would acquire this Millet pearl. Should she craft an exquisite jewelry piece using this remarkable pearl, she might stand a chance of claiming victory in the upcoming International Jewelry Design Competition in Milan next month. For some time, Gu Muqing had been troubled over the choice of her competition piece for the jewelry design contest. Now, she finally had her answer. After indulging in the beauty of the Miley pearl for a while longer, she reluctantly returned it to its box. Then, she looked up at Yang Fan across from her, her smile radiant as she said, "Yang Fan, dear brother, it must be evident how deeply I adore this Miley pearl. I wonder if you would consider selling it to me." Yang Fan smiled and responded, "Of course, I can sell it to you, as long as the price offered by Sister Muqing is appropriate." Gu Muqing immediately narrowed her eyes and chuckled. Then, "Brother Yang Fan, what price would be deemed appropriate?" Yang Ji shrugged with a smile, saying, "That depends on how much you are willing to offer, Sister Muqing." Noticing that he had deftly returned the ball to her court, Gu Muqing couldn't help but think him rather cunning. This charming young man was not easily deceived. Of course, Gu Muqing was not the type to take advantage of others. Nor was she a shrewd merchant who relentlessly haggled over prices. As a jewelry designer, upon encountering such an extraordinarily rare and exquisite mellow pearl, she would not hesitate to offer the highest price she could afford to acquire it. Furthermore, since Yang Ji was introduced by her closest friend, Gu Muqing had no intention of negotiating down the price. After some time of careful contemplation, Gu Muqing finally spoke. "Brother Yang Fan, I believe you have likely researched quite a bit about mellow pearls online, and you must have a rough estimate of their value in your mind. I, Gu Muqing, am not one to exploit others, and considering you are also a younger brother to Yafei, you are, in a sense, my younger brother as well. As an elder sister, I certainly would not take advantage of you. Therefore, after thorough consideration, I can offer a maximum price of 12.66 million. I believe this price is absolutely in line with its current market value, and it will only rise, not fall. I wonder, Brother Yang Fan, how do you feel about this offer?" Having said this, Gu Muqing fixed her beautiful gaze intently on Yang Ji, seemingly eager to discern his reaction at once. Chapter 84. The chives nourished by golden drops thrive exceptionally well. 12.66 million. Upon hearing the price quoted by Gu Muqing, Yang Fan was genuinely astonished. Is this what they call a wealthy woman? To casually mention over 10 million? How is it that when she speaks of millions, it feels akin to discussing mere hundreds? After a moment of contemplation, Yang Fan could not help but ask Gu Muqing, "Sister Muqing, are you truly willing to pay 12.66 million for my mellow pearl?" Gu Muqing instantly burst into laughter. "What is it, Brother Yang Fan? Do you believe that the price I offered is too low?" Yang Fan immediately waved his hand and chuckled. No, it's not that I find the price too low. Rather, I wonder if the offer you presented, Sister Muqing, might be a tad too high." Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Gu Muqiang gazed at him for a considerable time before breaking into a smile, exclaiming, "Brother Yang Fan, to be honest, I've encountered many sellers who complain about prices being too low, but I have yet to meet someone like you who finds the price excessively high." Yang Fan shook his head and laughed, saying, "Haha, it's not that I find the price too high. I'm not foolish enough to think that way. I'm merely curious if this beautiful pearl truly holds such immense value." Gu Muqiang immediately flashed a charming smile and replied, "Of course it does. If I say it's worth that price, then it is. Even if it weren't truly worth that much, I would still offer this price out of respect for you, Brother Yang Fan." At that moment, Gu Muqing's admiration for Yang Fan soared to new heights. Just as she had mentioned, she had encountered many greedy sellers, but she had never seen anyone as honest as Yang Fan, who directly inquired if the price he offered was excessive. When she had initially stated her price and caught a glimpse of the surprise on Yang Fan's face, she instantly realized that he was quite pleased with her offer, even a bit taken aback. However, what Gu Muqing had not anticipated was Yang Fan's candid expression of his astonishment regarding the price. As a seller, one would typically expect to negotiate further after a buyer made an offer, not to question whether the price was too high. This level of sincerity was exceptionally refreshing. Consequently, Gu Muqing found Yang Fan to be quite intriguing. Not only was he handsome, but he also possessed a wonderful character. Of course, Yang Fan did not object to spending money. His curiosity was genuine. Could this beautiful pearl truly be worth over 10 million? Before coming here, he had thought that selling it for a few million would be remarkable, but he never expected Gu Muqing, this wealthy lady, to bid 12.66 million for the pearl. That was an astronomical price. Although pearls have historically fetched high prices at auctions, such as $2.7 million, everyone knows that auction prices are often inflated, as auction houses employ every means to generate hype and secure the highest bids, from which they can extract significant commissions. Thus, the prices realized at auctions cannot be taken at face value. In Yang Fan's eyes, Gu Muqing's willingness to offer 12.66 million for the pearl reflected tremendous sincerity. At that moment, Yadu, who had been observing, couldn't resist chiming in with a laugh. Ha ha ha. Brother Yang Fan, you may not know this, but Muqing is one of the most esteemed jewelry designers in the international high-end jewelry scene. Her understanding of the luxury jewelry market is undoubtedly far more profound and comprehensive than ours. Hearing Shen Yufei's words, Yang Fan was momentarily taken aback. He looked towards Gu Muqing and asked, Muqing, you are a jewelry designer? Gu Muqing nodded with a smile and remarked, Indeed. That is precisely why I aspire to procure this exquisite Miley pearl from you. Dear brother Yang Fan, if this pearl were to grace my possession, I would undoubtedly craft a flawless set of jewelry, nay, a masterpiece of jewelry art. At this point, Yang Fan felt no further inclination to elaborate. With a decisive wave of his hand, he declared, All right, no more words are needed. This Miley pearl shall be yours, Sister Muqing. The subsequent proceedings were remarkably straightforward. Yang Fan readily accepted the offer presented by Gu Muqing, selling the exquisite Miluzu for the sum of 12.66 million. Gu Muqing promptly transferred the funds to Yang Fan, showcasing the affluent extravagance of the wealthy. Consequently, Yang Fan officially entered the ranks of millionaires. Recently, due to the purchase of a trawler yacht, his finances had been significantly depleted. However, after merely taking the yacht out to sea once, he managed to recoup his investment along with profits. It must be said, the efficiency of such financial gain is truly remarkable. Gu Muqing was equally delighted to acquire this exceptional Miluzu. She firmly believed that with this gem, she would be able to create a perfect piece of jewelry art, destined to dazzle the world at the upcoming Milan International Jewelry Design Exhibition. As for Shen Yufei, acting as the intermediary for this transaction, she felt immense satisfaction and accomplishment seeing the deal concluded successfully and both parties pleased. Overall, this transaction could be deemed a resounding success. After the deal was finalized, the three continued to enjoy tea and converse for a while longer. Once their conversation reached a natural conclusion, Yang Fan, Shen Yufei, and Gu Muqing departed from the tea house. Goodbye, Yang Fan. Until next time. Until we meet again. Outside the tea house, Yang Fan and Shen Yufei waved their farewells before hailing a taxi. Initially, Shen Yufei had intended to drive Yang Fan back to the fishing village, but he graciously declined her offer. Yang Fan has never been one to impose on others, particularly when it comes to Shen Yufei, a bustling proprietor of a restaurant. To ask her to traverse a couple of hours of mountainous terrain just to escort him back to the fishing village would undoubtedly leave him feeling indebted to her in a significant way. Such an endeavor seems utterly unnecessary. Yufei, the younger brother you have taken under your wing is truly remarkable. He possesses a rather intriguing personality. After Yang Fan departed, Gu Muqing smiled at Shen Yufei and said, Shen Yufei immediately returned the smile, exclaiming, Of course. Muqing, let me tell you, Yang Fan is truly remarkable. Gu Muqing, slightly puzzled, responded, Oh? In what way is he remarkable? Shen Yufei chuckled, Haha, it's not something I can easily explain. But I believe that if you spend more time with him, you will surely come to understand. Gu Muqing laughed in agreement. That sounds good. By the way, Yufei, didn't you mention that Yang Fan is a fisherman, and quite an extraordinary one at that? Why don't we find a time to visit him and witness his fishing skills firsthand? Upon hearing this, Shen Yufei instantly became excited. Right. How could I have overlooked that? I have always been curious about how Yang Fan manages to catch such exquisite seafood so consistently, but I never found a way to seek the answer. Now that you mention it, it dawns on me. I could observe him while he goes fishing. Wouldn't he that reveal some secrets? Gu Muqing quickly added with a smile. Not only will we uncover the secrets behind Yang Fan's fishing prowess, but we will also experience the joy of going out to sea for fishing ourselves. Shen Yufei laughed in agreement. Yes, it will be like a little vacation to relax. Gu Muqing then said, Shall we consider it decided? Shen Yufei nodded, smiling, Absolutely. Once we both have time, we will seek out Yang Fan. At that moment, in the taxi, Yang Fan suddenly sneezed. Little did he know, he had already caught the attention of two beautiful, wealthy women. He would probably find it amusing. Of course, even if he were aware of it, he might feel a hint of anticipation. Shen Yufei and Gu Muqing were undeniably exquisite goddesses, despite being a few years older than Yang Fan. He had a particular fondness for mature, alluring women, so if he knew that Shen Yufei and Gu Muqing intended to join him for a fishing expedition, he would certainly not refuse. After all, Who would turn down the company of such exceptional women? After an hour's drive, Yang Fan, enriched with over 10 million in funds, joyfully returned to the fishing village, feeling invigorated. With over 10 million in his pocket, he relished the sense of security that came with financial abundance. Just prior to purchasing that trawler yacht, his bank account had been entirely drained. Had he not sold fish for 780,000 shortly thereafter, he would have struggled to even cover the feeding costs for his beloved orca, Demeng. This is no exaggeration, as Demeng could devour dozens of pounds of beef in a single meal. Every time Yang Fan sent Yang Hong out of the town to procure meat, he would purchase it in quantities of 1 to 200 jin, resulting in expenditures of several thousand at a time. Remarkably, this amount would only suffice to feed Demeng for a mere 2 or 3 days. Furthermore, as he continuously nourished Jin D, Demeng's physique was growing at an increasingly rapid pace, and his appetite was expanding correspondingly. In the not-too-distant future, it was likely that he would consume over 100 jin of meat in a single sitting. At that point, they could contemplate allowing him to venture into the open sea to forage for his own sustenance. Of course, reaching that juncture would also signify that the little orca had matured. Otherwise, the thought of expending over 100 jin of beef would surely cause Yang Fan, regardless of his wealth, to wince with discomfort. Whistling softly, he returned to his abode. Yang Fan retrieved a deck chair and placed it in the courtyard, then comfortably reclined upon it, basking in the warm embrace of the sun. After several days of incessant wind and rain in Taigang, he had longed for the soothing warmth that sunlight brings. Glancing over at the small vegetable garden beside him, he noticed the vibrant blossoms of the cherry tomato seedlings. Yang Fan found himself eagerly anticipating the flavors of these golden-drip irrigated fruits. How would their taste differ from ordinary cherry tomatoes? Might they be so delectable that one could hardly resist devouring them? Similarly, the lush green chives flourishing in another patch of land also sparked his excitement. He pondered the well-known benefits of chives, believed to invigorate and bolster kidney function, a fact well known among his compatriots. Would these chives, nourished by golden irrigation, possess extraordinary potency? Would consuming them lead to an invigorating rush, akin to the exhilaration of savoring several slices of exquisite delicacies? If such were the case, it would indeed be amusing. Haha. Why does it feel so exhilarating? Lost in these whimsical thoughts, Yang Fan couldn't help but chuckle, his imagination conjuring vivid scenes. Just then, as his mind wandered, a series of WeChat notifications rang out, abruptly pulling him back to reality. Checking his phone, he discovered a message from Taiyu. Yang Fan silenced the tumult within his heart and opened the chat window. Upon reading the specific message sent by Qin Yuxue, he blinked in astonishment. Chapter 85. Unexpectedly trending on social media, searching for the most handsome fisherman. Qin Yuxue. Ha ha ha. Yang Fan, you've become famous. You're trending all over the internet. There are millions of female netizens looking for you. What on earth? I'm famous and trending all over the internet. Millions of female netizens are searching for me. Yang Fan blinked in momentary confusion as he gazed at the message sent by Taiyu Shui. However, what left him even more bewildered was what followed. He saw that Qin Yuxue subsequently sent several screenshots, the first displayed on the Douyin platform, indicating trending rank number 3, searching for the most handsome fisherman. The second screenshot was from the Pumpkin video platform, showcasing trending rank number 3, searching for the most handsome fisherman. The third screenshot came from Weibo, revealing trending rank number 2, searching for the most handsome fisherman. The final screenshot was from Bilibili, showing trending rank no. 1. Can you guess what this image conveys? Yang Fan, despite his simplicity, has unexpectedly become the center of attention, the trending topic across various platforms. Searching for the most handsome fisherman refers to him. He has astonishingly captured the spotlight on all major online platforms simultaneously. Yang Qi was momentarily taken aback. Once he regained his composure, he promptly sent a message to Qin Yuxue, exclaiming, "What on earth is happening? How did I mysteriously end up trending across the internet?" Qin Yuxue quickly responded, "It's because I uploaded the video of you fishing to the internet." Through her subsequent detailed explanation, Yang Fan began to grasp how this phenomenon had come to be. It turned out that a few days prior, Qin Yuxue and her cousin had been occupied with a significant event organized by the official account, leaving them no time to edit the footage they had captured during their fishing experience at the seaside. Upon returning home from the event yesterday, they immediately set to work editing the video. After a sleepless night, they finally completed the editing and uploaded it in 2 parts across various platforms. They then indulged in a deep slumber until noon. Upon groggily awakening, Qin Yuxue instinctively checked her phone and was utterly astonished. The video she had posted the previous day had gone viral overnight. In just a few hours, the total view count across all platforms exceeded an astounding 20 million. On Bilibili alone, the view count had surpassed 800,000. Anyone familiar with Bilibili would recognize that this is an extraordinarily remarkable figure. Although Qin Yuxue is a well-known content creator, her videos typically receive 1 to 2 million views. Such an overnight surge to 800,000 views had never occurred before. Moreover, the video not only garnered a high view count, but also received an incredibly impressive number of likes, exceeding 100,000 on Bilibili alone. It's important to note that while reaching 1 million views is relatively easy, since a single person can contribute dozens or even hundreds of views, accumulating over 1 million likes is a true accomplishment. This indicates that at least over 1 million viewers watched the video attentively and appreciated its content. The statistics are indeed staggering. Qin Yuxue has been an uploader for several years and has never experienced such a viral sensation. Before releasing the video, she had suspected it might gain popularity, as it contained numerous captivating highlights. For instance, Yang Fan's striking handsomeness and his extraordinary physique that rivals the best athletes. His catch of a colossal grouper weighing over 100 pounds, the impressive haul of hundreds of fish, and his use of a rare abalone worth tens of thousands. It can be said that with such compelling elements, the video's success was virtually assured. However, what surprised Tai Yuxue was that this video would become so popular overnight. It astonishingly reached the top 3 on all platforms' trending lists. Tai Yuxue never anticipated this. Yang Fan, even less so. Could it be that he has suddenly become an internet celebrity? Yang Fan's feelings are quite complex and subtle. To be honest, when he saw himself trending across the internet, one might expect excitement and exhilaration, yet that was not entirely the case, as he inherently preferred a more understated existence. However, to claim that he felt no excitement at all would be unrealistic, for after all, this was a phenomenon of overnight fame. To become a major internet sensation and be the subject of fervent discussions by millions of netizens is not something anyone can remain indifferent to. Beep beep. Just as Yang Fan was still in a daze, Qin Yuxue sent another message. This time it was not a screenshot, but a link. Qin Yuxue. Hehe, Yang Fan. This is the video I posted on Bilibili. You should take a look. We made you look incredibly cool. Well, that sounds promising. Upon reading this, Yang Fan couldn't help but smile. Truth be told, he was quite curious about how he appeared in the video. So, he casually clicked on the link. When the link opened, it prompted him to switch to the Bilibili app, to which he consented. Subsequently, Bilibili launched, and the video Qin Yuxue had posted came into view. The first scene depicted Yang Fan arriving at the airport to pick up Qin Yuxue. The second scene showed Yang Fan taking Tai Yuxue to the Haifeng district for fishing, where they continuously caught fish. The third scene featured Yang Fan changing fishing spots and catching a massive grouper weighing over 100 pounds, then jumping off the boat to haul it aboard. The fourth scene illustrated Yang Fan selling the grouper at the dock, earning 366,000, which attracted the attention of the villagers. The fifth scene displayed Yang Fan cooking noodles using giant abalone. The sixth scene showcased Yang Fan catching hundreds of large blackfish. As a prominent content creator, the filming and editing techniques of Tai Yuxue's video are undeniably exceptional. The entire video flows seamlessly and is brilliantly executed, with a clear and powerful focus. The voiceovers and background music are perfectly timed, aligning impeccably with the aesthetic and trends favored by the youth of today. In summary, this video is remarkably sophisticated in both its filming and editing techniques. However, no matter how advanced the video techniques are, they ultimately serve the content. The reason this video is so captivating and filled with energy is primarily due to the plethora of explosive elements contained within it. As Yang Fan silently gazes at the video featuring himself as the protagonist, an indescribable sensation swells within him. It is challenging to articulate precisely this feeling. It is simply extraordinary. To be on television for the first time, igniting fervent discussions among millions of netizens and trending across various platforms, is indeed a remarkable experience. Moreover, it is worth noting that while watching the video, Yang Fan had the barrage of comments enabled throughout. He found himself on the verge of bursting into laughter several times. Frankly, when he beheld the screen filled with amusing and quirky comments, he realized that the Bilibili users truly possessed exceptional wit. Their clever remarks and humorous critiques were nothing short of delightful, leading to moments of uncontrollable laughter. In no time, the video concluded. Yang Fan felt a lingering sense of excitement as he glanced at the comments section beneath the video. Wow, this fisherman is truly remarkable. managing to catch a grouper worth over 300,000. And he effortlessly tossed it onto the boat with his bare hands? Incredible. I shall dub him the most impressive fisherman. What is more frustrating is that this fisherman is not only handsome, but also possesses an extraordinary physique. I can't help but feel a mix of envy and admiration. Besides his remarkable fishing skills, his technique for setting traps is equally impressive. With just 450 hooks, he caught over 300 large blackfish. That's astonishing. My family has been fishing for generations, and I've never seen such a prolific catch. And to add insult to injury, this fisherman uses premium wild abalone for his noodles. What a treasure. Did you all notice the detail that he graduated from a prestigious university? Indeed, a graduate from a renowned university who worked at one of the big four banks. Yet he chose to abandon his high-paying job to return to his hometown fishing village? How free-spirited. Truly, I feel inferior. While I too despise the grind of a 9-to-5 job, the burden of mortgages leaves me no choice. Wow, ladies, have you seen how stunning this fisherman is? His looks and physique are simply perfect. Not only is his face handsome, but his body is extraordinary. That chiseled waist, those defined abs, and that impressive chest. After watching the video, I found myself captivated. Indeed, with looks and physique like his, he easily outshines those so-called idols. Absolutely. In the presence of this fisherman, those young celebrities seem utterly insignificant. Hey, don't insult our fisherman. Those so-called idols are not worthy to be compared to him. Ladies, I agree. So the question arises, who is this most handsome fisherman? Does anyone know his social media accounts? He probably doesn't have any. I heard he is just an ordinary person. Not a content creator or streamer. Really? That's such a pity. I would love to see more of his videos. Yes, I would too. Ladies, since we all want to see this handsome guy again, why don't we support him and get him trending? One vote from you, one from me. And tomorrow he'll debut. Let's make him popular. We should use the keyword search for the most handsome fisherman to help him debut. I wholeheartedly concur, a resounding affirmation. Having perused these comments, Yang Fan finally understood why he had trended online. It was these enthusiastic female netizens who had propelled him to fame. Coughing lightly, he marveled at the sheer number of girls rallying to support him. Was he truly experiencing the treatment of a popular star? At that moment, he found himself both amused and bewildered. P.S. I am aware that some readers might not wish to witness the protagonist's live streaming antics. Deeming such narratives tedious or lacking substance, I shall remain mindful of this. The outline I devised prior to commencing this story stipulated that the protagonist would not assume the role of a streamer, but rather that of a content creator. A distinction crucial for the progression of the plot. To develop the fishing village effectively, he must leverage video production to generate traffic. Of course, should you have superior suggestions regarding the storyline, feel free to share them in the comments section. I will peruse every single one. Chapter 86. Developing the Hometown Fishing Village. Yang Fan's Grand Aspirations. At this moment, Yang Fan was genuinely caught between laughter and tears. Previously, whenever he observed those fervent fans supporting their so-called idols with slogans and chants, he found it rather childish and amusing. Yet now, he was experiencing the very sensation of being supported himself. How should he articulate this feeling? While he still perceived it as somewhat juvenile. The sight of those female netizens passionately sending their love and support in the comments stirred a peculiar sense of gratitude and delight within him. This brought to mind a phrase he had stumbled upon long ago. Everyone despises fan culture, yet if given the chance, they too would desire the affection of devoted fans. This sentiment parallels the disdain for wealth, despite the universal aspiration to attain it. Ding! Just then, a notification from WeChat jolted Yang Fan from his scattered thoughts. Glancing at his screen, he noticed a voice call request from Qin Yushui. He accepted it casually. As soon as the connection was established, her melodious voice rang out. Hee. Yang Fan, how does it feel to become a major internet celebrity? Quite delightful, isn't it? Yang Fan immediately chuckled, remarking, Oh, what am I compared to a prominent internet celebrity? I merely basked in your radiance, fortuitously trending for a brief moment. In a couple of days, once the fervor subsides, I shall be forgotten. Qin Yushui responded with a smile. Oh, it seems that you possess a certain level of rationality, Yang Fan, being aware that the spotlight fades swiftly. Yang Fan smiled and said, What is there to be unaware of? In this day and age, a trending topic or a so-called internet celebrity emerges every few days. Yet, after a mere 10 days or half a month, who still remembers them? Feng Yushui chuckled in agreement. That is indeed the case. However, Yang Fan, Have you ever considered taking advantage of this wave of popularity to officially debut as an internet celebrity? Young fan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, what do you mean? Feng Yuxue immediately responded with a smile. What I mean is, have you ever considered becoming a content creator? To be honest, with your physique and good looks, combined with your exceptional fishing skills, if you were to film some coastal adventure videos, they would undoubtedly go viral. Young fan chuckled. Perhaps? But what benefits would being an internet celebrity bring me? Upon hearing this, Qin Yushua burst into laughter. Is that even a question? Of course, there are numerous advantages. Do you realize how lucrative it is to be an internet sensation these days? If you manage to become a top-tier content creator, your annual earnings from videos could easily reach millions. Furthermore, if you truly ascend to the status of a prominent influencer, the income from videos would merely constitute a fraction of your total earnings. The bulk would stem from advertisements and product promotions. We currently reside in an era that celebrates the economy of traffic. Possessing a substantial following can yield monumental profits. If you were to become popular, you could effortlessly engage in live streaming sales, showcasing local specialties, seafood, or products crafted from seafood, thereby enticing viewers to visit your hometown. Honestly, nearly every internet celebrity today capitalizes on their traffic to monetize their influence. A quintessential example is Zingziki, whose newly launched snail noodle product sold millions within mere months, generating billions in revenue. Of course, Li Ziki is among the most elite of internet celebrities, a benchmark few can match. Yet her success exemplifies the immense profitability of top influencers. Additionally, becoming a major internet personality not only affords substantial financial rewards, but also garners the admiration and adoration of countless fans. So, young fan, are you truly not the least bit intrigued? After listening to Qin Yushue's fervent words, young fan fell into a moment of silence. To be honest, he was not particularly concerned about what Qin Yushue had said earlier regarding the immense profits of becoming a top internet celebrity. After all, with the existence of the Dragon Balls, he could effortlessly amass wealth merely through fishing, rendering the pursuit of becoming a so-called influencer unnecessary. However, there was a particular point in Yushue's previous remarks that sparked a flicker of excitement within him. Indeed, if he could become an internet sensation, wouldn't he that catalyzed the development of his fishing village? The mere thought of this ignited a sense of enthusiasm in Yang Fan. In truth, upon returning to his hometown fishing village, he had harbored a grand vision. He aspired to utilize his own abilities to transform his underdeveloped and impoverished village into a flourishing community. This ambition stemmed not only from sentimental attachment, but also from a vision for the future. He intended to reside in the fishing village long-term, and naturally, he hoped for an environment that would be more vibrant and prosperous, making life there significantly more enjoyable. So, what avenues could he explore to foster the development of a fishing village? Yang Fan had contemplated this issue before. He succinctly summarized that currently, there are only 3 viable paths: the development of fisheries, agriculture, and tourism. However, based on the present circumstances of Dying Village, he quickly dismissed the first 2 options. The path of developing fisheries is evidently unfeasible. The nearshore resources are increasingly depleted, and the younger generation of the fishing village scarcely shows any interest in fishing. How could one then envision the growth of the fishing industry? As for agriculture, that is even more of a distant dream. Dying Village is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, with not a single piece of fertile land. What remains are only barren terraced fields and vast stretches of dense forests. The prospect of agricultural development is utterly implausible. Thus, the only remaining option is to foster tourism. The natural environment of Dying Village is beyond compare. With mountains on 3 sides and the sea on one, it boasts picturesque scenery, abundant sunlight, and azure waters, alongside extensive rubber and betel nut forests, as well as a long stretch of pristine beach. Yang Fan genuinely believes that in terms of natural beauty, his hometown fishing village could rival any renowned coastal city in the country. With proper development, it undoubtedly has the potential to become a famous tourist resort. Hence, prior to that, Yang Fan had long harbored the aspiration of transforming Big Whale Village into a premier tourist resort, yet he had not formulated any concrete plans. However, after listening to Tai Yushue's insightful words, a spark of inspiration ignited within him. To become a sought-after holiday destination, it is imperative not only to possess stunning natural scenery, but also to attract significant traffic. In this information age, traffic is the most valuable and rapidly monetizable asset. Consider the emergence of those viral cities and attractions in recent years. Each one gained prominence online, drawing throngs of visitors eager to experience them. If you claim that the scenery of your hometown is exquisite and ideal for a getaway, you must first ensure that others are aware of its existence. Only then will they contemplate visiting. Thus, it is evident that traffic holds immense significance. No matter how delightful the wine, it risks being overlooked if hidden in a deep alley. Therefore, at this moment, Young Fan has made a decision. He is determined to begin creating videos and become an online content creator, a prominent internet celebrity. He aims to leverage his burgeoning influence to introduce the enchanting locale of Big Whale Village to a wider audience. In doing so, he aspires to transform it into a popular fishing village and perhaps even a genuine tourist resort. Chapter 87. The Elder chuckled. For what is such a trifling sum to fuss about? As for whether he will succeed as a content creator, that remains a question. Young Fan harbored no concerns whatsoever. With his capabilities, achieving fame would be effortlessly attainable. He had firmly resolved his intentions. Young Fan smiled at his phone and said to Qin Yuxue, "All right, my old classmate. Your words have stirred my heart. I have made up my mind. I shall begin creating videos and become a content creator." Upon hearing this, Qin Yuxue on the other end of the line immediately became exhilarated. "Well, is that true? That is fantastic. Young Fan, you are sure to become a sensational content creator." Young Fan chuckled, "Perhaps. However, dear old classmate, as an experienced creator, you must guide me, a novice." Qin Yuxue promptly replied, "Absolutely. Young Fan, now that you have decided to make videos, I will certainly help you get started swiftly. Should you have any questions in this realm, feel free to reach out to me." Young Fan chuckled and said, "Haha, allow me to express my gratitude to you in advance, esteemed senior." Qin Yuxue rolled her eyes and retorted, "Pooh, what do you mean by esteemed senior? As if I am ancient. Not old at all, not old at all." Young Fan was also amused by her. "Ha ha ha, in the prime of youth, as beautiful as a flower." The two engaged in playful banter, conversing for over an hour. During this time, Qin Yuxue shared with Young Fan an abundance of experiences and advice regarding video production. As a newcomer, Young Fan remained eager to learn throughout the entire conversation. After concluding the call with Yuxue, without hesitation, Young Fan accessed a prominent online shopping platform, intent on selecting the necessary filming equipment for his project. He was a person of decisive action. Once an idea struck him, he felt compelled to act immediately, or he would be left with a sense of discomfort. To create videos, acquiring filming gear was imperative, and thus, the initial step was a comprehensive procurement. Within a mere 2 hours, he swiftly assembled an entire suite of filming apparatus, encompassing a professional DSLR camera, a waterproof action camera, a stabilizing gimbal, a tripod, and more. His rapid purchasing was not solely due to his expertise in filming gear, but rather his willingness to spend generously. As the adage goes, you get what you pay for. In his quest to avoid inconvenience, he opted for items that boasted high sales figures and correspondingly higher prices. He did not compare prices across different vendors. Upon finding suitable equipment, he purchased it without a second thought, indifferent to considerations of cost-effectiveness. After all, he had the means to indulge. Ultimately, the total expenditure for his equipment amounted to several $100,000. It is little wonder that people often say a DSLR camera can impoverish 3 generations. This pursuit truly demands substantial financial investment, making it a luxury beyond the reach of most. This realization left him pondering the implications of his newly acquired filming equipment. Young Fan pondered whom to invite for the photography session. Who could serve as his photographer? This individual not only needed to possess the skill of capturing images, but also the expertise in post-production editing. He contemplated for a moment. Young Fan has not yet identified a suitable candidate. However, there is no need for haste. The photographers required for self-media videos do not need to possess extensive expertise. A basic proficiency in camera operation suffices. In fact, most content creators often shoot their own videos or enlist the assistance of family and friends. The demands for technical skill in this industry are not particularly stringent. After all, self-media videos are intended to capture the essence of life, rather than to produce cinematic masterpieces. Thus, they do not require excessive professionalism or elaborate techniques. Yang Ji contemplated that he could simply film the initial segments himself. Later, should he encounter a suitable candidate, he could enlist someone else to assist with the filming. As for the editing of the videos, he could temporarily seek help from Qin Yuxue, who had been engaged in social media since her university days and was undoubtedly quite proficient in this field. As the clock approached 6 in the evening, Yang Hu added a few drops of golden nectar into a bucket of water and began to irrigate his 2 small vegetable patches. The cherry tomatoes were in full bloom, with some even bearing fruit already. He estimated that within a few days, he would be able to enjoy the cherry tomatoes nurtured by the golden nectar. Meanwhile, the chives were also thriving remarkably well. At this rate, they would be fully mature in about 3 days. He planned to whip up a dish of chives scrambled eggs to taste the difference in the chives cultivated with golden nectar. Curious to see if they would indeed exhibit enhanced vitality and remarkable benefits for kidney health. Before long, he had finished watering the plants, and it was time for dinner. As Yang Fan contemplated preparing a dish in the kitchen to remedy the evening meal, he was suddenly startled by a loud commotion from outside the yard. "Fanzi, we are back." Upon raising his head, he discovered that Yang Hongtao had returned from a fishing expedition at sea, accompanied by Yang Xiaohai. The two of them sauntered towards the courtyard, and just as Yang Hongtao set foot through the door, he erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Aha, Fanzi! I did not anticipate your absence today, yet the bounty that Xiaohai and I have gathered is indeed quite remarkable." Upon hearing these words, Yang Fan chuckled and inquired, "Oh, how much have you all earned today, Taozi?" Yang Hongtao immediately extended 5 fingers with a smile, exclaiming, "Indeed, this number is not to be underestimated." Yang Fan was somewhat taken aback. "Wow, Taozi, did you all manage to secure 500,000 today? That is nearly equivalent to what we earned during our last deep-sea expedition." Yang Hongtao rolled his eyes upon hearing this remark, exclaiming, "Come on, Fanzi, I said 50,000, not 500,000. Do you think there's money to be found in the sea?" Yang Fan immediately curled his lips in disdain. "I laughed, and yet I've only caught a mere 50,000 yuan worth of fish. What nonsense are you spouting?" Yang Hongtao scratched his head, offering a sheepish smile. "A catch worth 50,000 yuan from a single outing at sea is quite commendable for both Xiaohai and me. After all, not everyone possesses your remarkable skills, Fanzi, to consistently locate schools of fish on each voyage." Yang Fan chuckled lightly. "Yet, that 50,000 yuan seems rather modest, considering you are operating an automated trawling yacht rather than a humble fishing boat. Moreover, today marks the first day after the typhoon, which typically promises a bountiful catch." Upon hearing this, Yang Hongtao let out a sigh. "Ah, Fanzi, you don't understand. We could have indeed earned more. The sea is teeming with fish right now. If we had cast our nets for just 2 hours, we would have reaped a substantial harvest. However, the crux of the issue lies in our insufficient manpower. Although the trawling yacht is advanced and can automatically deploy and retrieve the nets, it's just Xiaohai and me managing everything. Simply sorting through the catch consumes several hours of our time. Today, we hardly had a few minutes to spare, and we only managed to cast the nets twice. If only we had a few more hands on deck, we could have certainly cast the nets more often, thereby significantly increasing our earnings." Yang Fan nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging that he had overlooked this aspect. While the trawling yacht boasts advanced technology that allows for fully automated fishing, the subsequent task of sorting the catch is labor-intensive. Just imagine, a single hull can contain a variety of fish, shrimp, and crabs, necessitating meticulous categorization. This process demands a considerable amount of time and effort. One must even secure the legs of the crabs with rubber bands to prevent them from fighting amongst themselves. Particularly when sorting crabs, it is essential to remove their pincers. Crabs without pincers are valued significantly less, thus requiring advanced preparation to bind their large claws. Hence, Yang Hongtao's grievances are justified, with only himself and Xiaohai aboard. The workload is indeed overwhelming. It is no wonder they managed only 2 hauls throughout the day. Not to mention, during their previous deep-sea fishing expedition with Yang Fan, the 3 of them struggled to manage even a single haul before exhaustion set in. Those over 5,000 gene of bighead carp are no trifling matter. The meticulous process of sorting them and preparing them for freezing is indeed a laborious endeavor that consumes an immense amount of time and energy. Contemplating this, Yang Fan began to ponder the idea of recruiting 2 additional helpers from the village to assist on the boat. This would undoubtedly ease their burden during future fishing expeditions. However, he quickly decided to set this matter aside for the time being. There was no need to rush in seeking help. He preferred to take his time. He wouldn't just allow anyone aboard his vessel. Only those with whom he shared trust and a good rapport would be granted passage. Yang Fan smiled as he patted Yang Hongtao on the shoulder, saying, "All right, both you and Xiaohai have worked hard. Treat yourselves to a chicken leg tonight as a reward." Yang Hongtao chuckled and playfully scolded, then took out his phone and said, "By the way, Fanzi, I'll transfer the money from the fish sales to you." As he spoke, he promptly transferred the more than 50,000 yuan earned from their catch at the trading dock to Yang Fan. Naturally, Yang Fan did not decline. This is the unwritten code at sea. As the captain, Yang Fan was entitled to all the catches, even when he was not aboard. The boat belonged to him, while Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai were merely crew members working under him. However, Yang Fan was not stingy. Although today's haul amounted to just over 50,000, he generously awarded Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai a bonus of 5,000 each. For Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai, receiving an additional 5,000 was a delightful surprise. In the past, they would toil from dawn till dusk for a month, barely earning around 10,000. But now, with their newfound success at sea, Yang Fan's vessel, having embarked on 2 voyages, has already yielded a dividend of 10,000. In addition to a guaranteed monthly salary of 10,000 provided by Yang Fan himself, the velocity of such earnings surpasses anything they have previously encountered by an astonishing margin. Naturally, their satisfaction is palpable. After the 3 men divided the earnings, Yang Hongtao suddenly recalled something and inquired of Yang Fan. By the way, Fanzi, didn't you mention this morning that you intended to sell that beautiful Malay pearl in the city? How did it go? Did you manage to make a little profit? Yang Fan merely smiled and said, it has been sold. Yang Hongtao curiously inquired, how much has been sold? Yang Fan chuckled softly. Then, mimicking the earlier gesture of this individual, extended a finger and remarked, hee, this number. Yang Hongtao exclaimed in astonishment. What? Fanzi, with that joyful expression on your face. Could it be that the worthless pearl has truly sold for over 1 million? Chapter 88. Once again delving into the deep sea. The discovery of a super fish school. Observing Yang Hongtao's incredulous demeanor, Yang Ji could not help but chuckle. Haha, over 1 million to purchase my Mailizu? Surely, you jest. Upon hearing this, Yang Hongtao's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression reflecting utter astonishment. What? Not just over 1 million? Could it possibly be 1 or 2 million? As he uttered this figure, Yang Hongtao instinctively swallowed hard, feeling as though he was on the brink of stammering. Yang Fan responded with a serene smile. Congratulations, you answered correctly. I sold that beautiful melodious pearl for 12.66 million. Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai were utterly astonished. A pearl extracted from a conch was astonishingly sold for 12.66 million? This is utterly outrageous. Fanzi, without uttering another word, I am off to catch some coconut snails. As night fell, the next morning at 5 o'clock, the Yang Fan set sail with a resounding roar, cleaving through the winds and waves, heading towards the cerulean depths of the sea. Prior to departure, Yang Fan meticulously filled the trawler with fuel and visited a local dock known for supplying ice to fishing vessels, where he stocked the yacht's freezer with ice. This time, he was determined to make a significant haul. Previously, due to various circumstances, he had only caught over 5,000 pounds of rice fish, which, although a commendable catch, did not satisfy him. As an ambitious fisherman, he had set a straightforward goal for this voyage. The fish hold must be filled. He would not return until the hold was brimming. With this objective in mind, Yang Fan opted to bypass the coastal waters and instructed Yang Hongtao to navigate directly towards the deep sea. Although the aftermath of the typhoon typically resulted in an abundance of catches near the shore, Yang Fan had little interest. The deep sea was where he could truly showcase his prowess. After several hours of sailing, the trawler finally distanced itself from the continental shelf, venturing into the vast expanse of the deep sea. Upon arrival, Yang Fan commenced his work as a human radar, scanning the waters for fish. As soon as his gaze met the surface, he immediately noticed that the fish conditions today were far superior to his last outing. Not long into the journey, he spotted several sizable schools of fish. Indeed, the period following the typhoon had not only improved the coastal fishing but had also significantly enhanced the conditions in the deep sea. However, despite the promising signs, Yang Fan struggled to find an opportune moment to cast his nets. His standards for the fish were exceedingly high, and encountering a school that met his criteria proved to be quite a challenge. After navigating for approximately 2 more hours, Yang Fan finally discovered an excellent opportunity to cast his nets. Ahead, at a depth of 50 meters, a shadow loomed ominously, a colossal school of finfish. The sheer magnitude of this fish school was staggering. It resembled a dark cloud descending, densely packed with fish, a truly magnificent sight. Yang Fan estimated that the number of fish in this school exceeds at least 10,000. Among the species present, the aluminum fish holds the title of the most expensive variety among all the mandarin fish, specifically the silver aluminum fish. Moreover, it is crucial to note that anyone with a modicum of knowledge about seafood is aware that there are various types of crocodile fish, with the most common and familiar being the golden mandarin and the silver crocodile. At first glance, one might instinctively assume that the golden mandarin is the priciest among these three varieties, as gold is generally associated with high value. However, the reality is quite the opposite. The golden aluminum fish is not only the least expensive among the aluminum fish, but also significantly more affordable. According to current market prices, golden mandarin fish typically range from 20 to 30 yuan per pound, making it remarkably economical in the realm of seafood. In stark contrast, the silver crocodile fish stands as the most expensive variety, with existing market prices starting at no less than 150 yuan per pound. For silver mandarin fish exceeding 2 pounds, the price can double, soaring to over 300 yuan per pound. Thus, while the name golden fish may suggest a higher price than silver mandarin fish, the reality reveals that its price is, in fact, tenfold less. The substantial price disparity between these two varieties can be attributed primarily to two factors. Firstly, the flesh and flavor of the golden fish objectively do not compare to the exquisite taste of the silver mandarin. Secondly, the golden fish has been successfully cultivated through artificial breeding. As the scale of its farming has expanded over the years, its price has correspondingly decreased, becoming increasingly accessible. Conversely, the silver mandarin fish is becoming scarcer, and it is virtually impossible to cultivate artificially. The reason for this impossibility lies in the delicate nature of the silver fish, which is easily startled, particularly by bright lights. Even the beam from a moderately powered flashlight can lead to significant mortality within the school of silver fish. Therefore, due to its fragility, the silver fish is not suitable for large-scale artificial breeding. A single misstep could result in catastrophic losses for the farmer. With no possibility for artificial cultivation and a dwindling population, the price of silver aluminum fish naturally rises. It is precisely because of the exorbitant price of silver aluminum fish that it has garnered such attention. Yang Fan could hardly contain his excitement upon discovering the shimmering school of silver fish, and without a moment's hesitation, he resolved to cast his net. After sailing 3 nautical miles, he prepared to lower the net. Fancy, at the 6 o'clock position, he exclaimed, gazing at the dense mass of silver fish in the water, a broad smile spreading across his face. He then promptly began directing young Hongtao to steer the boat towards the school of fish. When the trawler finally reached the waters above the fish, Yang Fan swiftly seized the opportune moment to cast the dragnet upon the trajectory of the silver fish school. Typically weighing between 1 to 3 pounds, he opted for a medium-sized net, as these slender silver fish rarely grow to significant sizes. The net was designed to ensnare fish weighing over a pound, while those lighter would easily slip through its mesh. Once submerged, the dragnet formed a vast encirclement around the advancing school of silver fish. As they swam, they quickly found themselves enveloped within the net's grasp. With the dragnet continuously pulled through the shoal, the number of captured fish steadily increased, owing to the sheer magnitude of the school. It took over an hour before Yang Fan commanded the vessel to halt and retrieve the net. When the equipment hoisted the net from the water, a bountiful catch of silverfish was unveiled before the astonished onlookers. Good heavens! Silverfish! So many of them! Fan, we are going to strike it rich. We are truly fortunate. Upon witnessing the net brimming with silverfish, young Hongtao's eyes widened in disbelief, and he erupted into exuberant shouts and cheers. His excitement was so overwhelming that he nearly burst with joy, dancing wildly on the deck, as if in a fervent ecstasy. Yang Fan smiled calmly, then turned his gaze towards the display of the electronic weighing scale, eager to ascertain the weight of the catch. Upon finally glimpsing the figure on the dial, he could not help but be taken aback. Goodness, it's so heavy. This is truly astonishing. Chapter 89. A single net captures over 13,000 pounds of valuable silver crocodiles. 586 kilograms. Staring at the outrageous number displayed, Yang Fan was momentarily stunned. This haul exceeded 13,000 pounds of aluminum crocodiles. What was even more remarkable was that most of these silver fish weighed over 2 pounds. Given the current market price, fish over 2 pounds fetch more than 300 per pound. This means that this single catch of 13,000 pounds of silver fish is valued at no less than 3 million. With just one net, they had amassed a catch worth over 3 million. The speed at which they could earn such a fortune was nothing short of extraordinary. At that moment, the exhilarated young Hongtao also glanced at the scale, and upon seeing the figure of 586 kilograms, he leapt from the deck in pure excitement. My goodness! Over 10,000 pounds of silverfish. This means we could earn several million. Fan, I can't take it anymore. I need a quick-acting heart remedy. After their ecstatic outburst, The three of them were overwhelmed with joy. Yang Fan promptly lowered the trawl net, and in an instant, thousands of silver fish surged onto the deck, creating a magnificent spectacle. The trio swiftly began to sort through the fish, meticulously arranging them one by one into the freezing chamber to preserve their freshness. This endeavor was undeniably monumental. The three robust young men toiled for over 2 hours before they finally managed to stow all the silver fish into the cold storage. The labor was indeed exhausting, but the thought of the fish's worth, amounting to millions, invigorated them, banishing their fatigue in an instant. Before they realized it, the clock had struck past 1 in the afternoon. Although mealtime had long passed, Yang Fan and his companions had yet to eat. Such is the life of fishermen. Once engaged in the hustle of the sea, the prospect of a meal fades into the background. It was only after completing their tasks that they hastily prepared a simple meal to satisfy their hunger. After the meal, Yang Hongqing rubbed his hands together, his face alight with excitement as he inquired of Yang Fan. Fan, with this haul, we're bound to strike it rich. Why not return now and sell these silver fish? The mere thought of the potential earnings sent Yang Hongtao into a frenzy of exhilaration. Though the money did not belong to him, being a part of this venture was exhilarating enough. For a fisherman, it was an unparalleled honor, one that he felt he could boast about for at least a decade. However, upon hearing his suggestion to return, Yang Fan chuckled and shook his head. There's no rush. The fish will not spoil in the freezing chamber. Let us venture a bit further into the deep sea and see if we can seize the opportunity for another catch. Upon hearing these words, Yang Hongqing was immediately taken aback. Goodness, Fanzi, you are exceedingly greedy. This is worth over 3 million in silver and aluminum fish. Are you not yet satisfied? Yang Fan chuckled and said, why settle for less? Since we are already here, we must wait until the nets are overflowing with our catch before we return. Yang Hongtao swallowed hard and raised his thumb. All right, Fanzi, you are truly remarkable, absolutely astonishing. Yang Fan chuckled and playfully chided. What is so impressive? Spare us the nonsense. Let us have a brief rest before setting sail immediately. After enjoying a light meal and engaging in a bit of casual conversation, the three of them succumbed to the need for an afternoon nap. They had risen early that morning, and after diligently sorting through their catch, fatigue had set in. If they did not take a moment to recharge, their bodies would surely falter. Of course, Yang Fan felt no such weariness. His body, having been enhanced by Jin Di, was impervious to fatigue. His concern lay solely with Yang Hongtao and Yang Shaohai, fearing they might struggle. After approximately 1 to 2 hours of rest, Yang Fan and his companions resumed their relentless journey aboard the trawler, venturing deeper into the ocean. This time, Yang Fan had resolutely decided not to return home without a full hold. Currently, the frozen compartment was only half filled with over 10,000 pounds of silver crocodile fish, and there was no need to hasten back. As they sailed, time slipped by unnoticed. For an extended period, Yang Fan found no opportunity to cast his nets again. The fish in the sea were either too small or too inexpensive, failing to meet his high standards. This was to be expected, as the vastness of the ocean made it quite challenging to encounter schools of fish that were both large and valuable. Notably, trailing behind the Yangtze was little killer whale the Ming, who had been following them throughout the journey. This lively creature would occasionally leap into the air, dive beneath the waves, chase after schools of fish, and joyfully spout jets of water, exuding an air of exuberance. Yang Fan stood on the deck, observing the little creature's journey. The intelligence level of the young orca, Demeng, was evidently on the rise. He noticed that with his continuous nurturing, Demeng skillfully evaded numerous fishing vessels they encountered along the way, steering clear of all ships except for the Yang Fan. This brought a sense of relief to Yang Fan. It seemed he no longer needed to worry about the safety of this remarkable being. Apart from human fishing boats and nets, orcas are nearly invincible in the ocean. Now that Demeng had learned to avoid fishing vessels, it could essentially traverse the seas with ease. With the concern for safety resolved, the final issue of keeping a young orca as a pet was its lack of playmates. Currently, Yang Fan found himself at a loss for how to address this predicament, resorting only to spending time with it as much as possible each day. Remarkably, after being fed a generous amount of fish, the young orca had developed a deep bond with Yang Fan, perceiving him as a maternal figure and becoming exceedingly dependent on him. Whenever Yang Fan was unable to play, the orca would appear particularly lonely in the vast ocean. However, once Yang Fan joined in the fun, it would quickly forget its solitude, reveling in joy. At this moment, Demeng swam closely alongside the yacht while Yang Fan occasionally teased it from the deck, tossing down pieces of meat that sent the young creature leaping with delight. During this time, Yang Fan had several times instructed Demang to assist him in locating fish, but regrettably, the orca had not yet reached the level of understanding required for such tasks. After several hours of sailing, dusk descended, and the sun dipped slowly below the horizon, casting a golden shimmer across the sea. It was precisely at this moment, at long last, Yang Fan beheld a scene in the ocean that piqued his interest. This time, he did not discover a school of fish, but rather a multitude of crabs. Indeed, Yang Fan had stumbled upon a swarm of the prized red flower crabs. The red flower crab, with its shell displaying hues of pale red or deep crimson and 6 spines adorning its brow, is widely distributed throughout our nation and is considered a common economic seafood. Not only is the meat of the red flower crab delectable, boasting an exquisite flavor, but it is also rich in protein and trace elements, offering significant benefits for one's physique. Traditional Chinese medicine even suggests that it possesses certain anti-cancer properties, with regular consumption potentially inhibiting cancer development. The price of fresh red flower crabs is notably high due to their delightful taste and nutritional value, making them exceedingly popular in seafood markets. Currently, the market price often exceeds 100 yuan per gene, with larger specimens weighing over a gene fetching prices upwards of 150 yuan. The cluster of red flower crabs that Yang Fan discovered was remarkably vast, densely congregated in the sandy depths of the sea, with at least several thousand individuals present. Approximately half of them were sizable crabs exceeding 1 gene in weight, while the other half consisted of smaller crabs weighing only a few taels. Based on current market prices, this substantial gathering of red flower crabs could easily be valued at several 100,000 yuan. Captain, stop the boat and prepare to drop the crab traps. Chapter 90. The traps overflowed, harvesting over 1,000 large red flower crabs. Upon witnessing this swarm of red flower crabs, Yang Fan was instantly exhilarated and shouted to Yang Hongtao in the cockpit. Although he had been slightly intoxicated by the earlier catch of silver crocodiles valued at millions, he had not yet reached the level of arrogance that would lead him to dismiss the worth of these tens of thousands of yuan red flower crabs. This bounty of red flower crabs was a prize he was determined to seize. Excellent. Upon receiving Yang Fan's command, Yang Hongtao promptly brought the vessel to a halt. He had become utterly compliant with Yang Fan's fishing techniques, no longer daring to utter a word of dissent. As soon as a directive was issued, he would execute it without hesitation. Once the boat was anchored, Yang Fan, accompanied by Yang Hongtao and Yang Shaohai, descended to the storage compartment of the yacht. Here, amidst several fishing nets, lay a collection of dozens of large crab traps, all provided as complementary tools from the manufacturer. In total, there were 80 crab traps organized into 2 groups. One group was affixed with 40 traps along a primary line, resembling the structure of a fishing line but designed for crabs. This primary line was interconnected with numerous branch lines, each securing a single crab trap. Such a configuration greatly facilitated retrieval. To collect the crab traps, one simply needed to utilize the hoisting mechanism aboard the yacht to raise the main line, thereby bringing all the traps to the surface in one swift motion. Given the presence of lead weights on the traps, the combined weight of these 80 large crab traps exceeded 1,000 pounds. After much effort, Yang Fan and his companions managed to transport all the crab traps onto the deck. However, it was not prudent to simply cast them into the sea. Even with prior knowledge of the crab dens, a bountiful catch was not guaranteed. Before lowering the traps, they needed to place fresh bait within them to entice the crabs to enter. The bait for the crab traps was akin to that used for the hooks, consisting of the freshest fish chopped into small pieces. This pungent bait held a strong allure for the crabs, while they had just caught a net full of silver mullet. They also captured a variety of other small fish, which were quite inexpensive and perfectly suited for use as crab trap bait. Thus, they set to work, first cutting the bait fish into chunks, then placing these morsels into the designated bait boxes provided for the crab traps. Once all the bait boxes were filled with fresh offerings, they meticulously placed each one into the traps. After filling 80 crab traps with bait, Yang Fan directed his companions, Yang Hongtao and Yang Shaohai, to lower the traps into the water. The 3 of them toiled for nearly 2 hours. At last, the 2 sets of 80 crab traps were successfully submerged into the vibrant crab-rich waters, approximately 60 to 70 meters deep. Once everything was set in place, all that remained was the patient wait. The traps were to remain in the water overnight, to be retrieved the following morning. Then, they would discover how many crabs had succumbed to the temptation of the bait and entered the traps. After lowering the crab traps, Yang Hongtao looked at Yang Fan with eager anticipation and inquired, "Fan, what prompted your sudden decision to place the crab traps here?" Is it because this area is teeming with crabs? Yang Fan merely smiled without further elaboration, responding with a simple, perhaps. Yang Hongtao broke into a smile, exclaiming, "Ha! It seems that tomorrow will witness an abundant catch of crabs. Fancy, whenever you take action, you have never missed your mark." At this moment, Yang Hongtao's admiration for Yang Fan's fishing prowess had undoubtedly reached a level of blind reverence. He speculated that since Yang Fan had decided to place the crab traps here, it was highly probable that a crab nest was concealed nearby. The prospect of swiftly catching crabs seemed imminent. Unbeknownst to them, the sun had completely descended below the horizon after their diligent efforts. As the night deepened, Yang Fan decided to anchor the yacht and spend the night here. After securing the vessel, it was time for dinner. Soon, a sumptuous seafood feast was prepared, thanks to the collaborative efforts of the three. Once they indulged in the delightful banquet, Yang Hongtao, succumbing to his penchant for games, suggested that Yang Fan engage in a game of do di ju. With nothing pressing to attend to, Yang Fan smiled and agreed. Thus, for the entirety of the evening, the three of them lingered on the deck, enjoying the gentle breeze while engaging in a game of do di ju. The atmosphere was undeniably delightful. They played cards until 11:30 before tidying up their belongings and retreating to their quarters for the night, as the sea lay tranquil under a serene sky. By this time, the typhoon had completely passed, and they enjoyed a restful slumber. The following morning, a vibrant crimson sun rose punctually above the horizon. By 6 o'clock, Yang Ji and the others began to awaken gradually. After having their breakfast, the three of them proceeded to the deck, ready to commence the task of retrieving the crab traps. At this moment, Yang Hongtao smiled and inquired, "Fancy, how many crabs do you think we can catch in this round?" Yang Fan chuckled, "I'm not quite certain of the exact amount, but I reckon it will likely leave you tying crabs until your hands grow weary." Yang Hongtao chuckled with a hint of playfulness. "How could that be? My skills in tying crabs are unparalleled. If you expect me to tie crabs until my hands grow weary, that is simply out of the question." Yang Hulai chuckled, "Oh, are you certain? How about I refrain from intervening and allow you to capture a few more, so you can showcase your prowess as a master snake-tying expert?" Upon hearing this, Yang Hongtao immediately faltered. "No, I'm not certain, not at all. After being humiliated by you, Fancy, too many times recently, I can no longer afford to act boastfully." Witnessing his sudden retreat, Yang Fan immediately chuckled, "Haha, you are quite the coward." After exchanging a few light-hearted remarks, they commenced the task of retrieving the crab traps. The operation of lifting the crab traps was, in fact, rather straightforward. They simply had to raise the buoy and secure the main line of the crab trap to the crane of the trawler, allowing for an effortless ascent. Upon locating the buoy, they easily hoisted the traps from the depths of the water. As the crane whirred to life, the first crab trap was soon drawn from the water. When Yang Hongtao beheld the bounty within the trap, he erupted with excitement, exclaiming, "Wow, so many magnificent red crabs. This is certainly a windfall." Inside the trap, a dozen or so vibrant, claw-waving red flower crabs were bustling with vitality, each robust and weighing over a pound. While a dozen crabs may not seem like an abundance, it is essential to recognize that this was merely the yield from a single trap. To gather such a remarkable haul of large red flower crabs from one trap is indeed an impressive feat. These creatures represent significant monetary value. A single crab of this size can fetch 300 to 400 yuan. Thus, this single trap could potentially yield several thousand yuan. As the subsequent traps were hoisted one after another, excitement continued to build. Yang Jiotao's exuberant shouts were relentless. For each crab trap contained no fewer than a dozen magnificent red flower crabs. Gazing at the bountiful traps filled with these splendid creatures, Yang Hongtao swallowed hard and exclaimed, "Wow, Fancy, you truly are remarkable. Not only can you locate schools of fish, but you can also find clusters of crabs. I am utterly impressed." Yang Fan also laughed at 3:30. It was merely good fortune. Yang Hongtao immediately rolled his eyes, exclaiming, "I would be a fool to believe that old codger. Luck may strike once or twice, but can it be deemed fortune every single time?" Yang Fan shrugged and chuckled. "What do you think? Enough with the nonsense. Let's hasten to bind the crabs. If we delay, they will undoubtedly clash once they are out of the water and crowd together." At this moment, Yang Hongtao chuckled with relief, saying, "Hee hee, with so many crabs, my hands will surely grow weary from tying them up. Fortunately, I hesitated earlier. Otherwise, I would have nearly faced your wrath once again." Yang Fan also chuckled. "Therefore, remember, do not pretend to be foolish in front of your elder brother in the future." Yang Hongtao chuckled awkwardly, saying, "I wouldn't dare, truly, I would never dare again." He exchanged a few light-hearted remarks. Yang Fan and his companions busily set to work. A total of 80 crab traps contained dozens of large red flower crabs, cumulatively exceeding 1,500 in number, to bind such a substantial quantity. The three of them had to work diligently, meaning each person was responsible for binding approximately 500 crabs. The very thought of this daunting task was enough to send shivers down their spines. However, there was no alternative. Hard work was the price of earning a living. Yang Fan ordered that all crabs weighing less than a pound be thrown back into the sea, leaving around 1,200 crabs over that weight. These 1,200 red flower crabs were estimated to weigh at least 2,500 pounds. Based on the current market price for red flower crabs, their value undoubtedly surpassed 300,000 yuan. Although this figure paled in comparison to the value of the silver crocodile caught the previous day, it was still a considerable sum, one that a boat full of fishermen might not earn in a year's hard labor. Chapter 91. The bounty overflows. After 2 days at sea, a staggering profit of 357 million yuan, with only 3 people working. Binding over 1,000 red flower crabs was undoubtedly a labor-intensive and time-consuming endeavor. After more than an hour of arduous effort, the trio's hands were nearly numb from binding crabs, yet several hundred large red flower crabs remained, brandishing their formidable claws on the deck with a show of defiance. The task of binding crabs was truly grueling. Honestly, if each red flower crab weren't worth several hundred yuan, Yang Fan might have been tempted to kick them back into the sea. During the crab binding process, the three engaged in casual conversation to pass the time. Amidst their chatter, Yang Hongtao suddenly inquired of Yang Fan, "By the way, Fan, have you been in touch with Huizi recently?" Upon hearing that name, Yang Fan's brow furrowed as a childhood companion's visage surfaced in his mind. Yang Hongtao refers to Huizi, whose full name is Yang Xiaowei. Like Yang Ji, he is also a young man from Dying Village. In their childhood, the two individuals who shared the closest bond with Yang Fan in the village were undoubtedly Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaowei. Together, the trio was famously known as the Iron Triangle in the village, often embarking on various adventures as a united front. Whether it was fishing or exploring hidden spots, their camaraderie was evident. Whenever they stumbled upon delicious treats at someone's home, they always shared in the delight together. Furthermore, if any disputes arose with children from neighboring villages, they would confront the challenges side by side, showcasing their formidable strength. With Yang Xiaowei being notably the most robust among the three, standing tall from a young age. Yang Fan vividly recalls the time when he first entered junior high school. A troublemaker from the 2nd grade had gathered a few companions to confront him, only to be swiftly chased away by Yang Xiaowei, who picked up a bench and defended him. Thus, when Yang Hongtao suddenly mentioned Yang Xiaowei, Yang Fan's mind immediately drifted back to the delightful memories they shared as inseparable friends during their childhood. Over the years, although each has pursued their own path and maintained little contact, the purest bond of friendship from their youth has always been preserved deep within their hearts. Coming back to the present from his reverie, Yang Fan chuckled and shook his head, remarking that they hadn't really kept in touch. As Huizi has been serving in the military all this time, Yang Hongtao remarked. "No, Huizi has been discharged from the military for half a year." Yang Fan inquired. "Is that so? What occupation is Huizi currently engaged in?" Yang Hongtao shrugged and remarked, "What else can he do? Since Huizi has no desire to return to the village to fish, he has no choice but to seek employment in the city. The last time he returned to the village, he mentioned that he is currently working as a security guard at a bank in the city." Yang Fan nodded. Since Huizi had already retired from the army, he thought it would be a good idea to invite him back for a meal, allowing the three brothers to reminisce together. Upon hearing this, Yang Hongtao chuckled slyly. "Hee, Fan. My mention of Huizi was not merely to suggest a reunion for old-time sake." Yang Fan, observing his expression, inquired, "Oh, what are you implying then?" Yang Hongtao immediately smiled and said, "Of course, I was suggesting that you invite Huizi back to assist you. Given the remarkable yield of our catches lately, it is rather challenging for just the three of us to manage everything effectively. If you could bring Huizi aboard the yacht to lend a hand, the four of us would undoubtedly work much more efficiently. In this way, we might even save some time on our future voyages and cast our nets a couple more times." Upon hearing Yang Hongtao's suggestion, Yang Fan nodded without hesitation. This indeed seems feasible. He decided to call Huizi back to the village one day, and they would discuss whether he would be willing to help. Tang Hongtao, with a grin, immediately chimed in. "I believe as long as that fellow Huizi isn't too stubborn, he will surely be inclined to join us. A chance to prosper alongside you is not an opportunity that comes to everyone." Yang Fan simply smiled and refrained from saying more. For him, Yang Xiaowei and Yang Hongtao have been inseparable friends since childhood. Now that he is in need of assistance, it is only natural for him to seek help from Yang Xiaowei. In fact, Yang Fan has already been contemplating the establishment of his own team. To achieve great success, one must initially assemble a capable group. The more ambitious one becomes, the greater the demands that arise. Whether he intends to open a fishing ground or invest in deep-sea fishing vessels, it is evident that a reliable team of trustworthy individuals will be essential. During this period, he has been attentively scouting for potential candidates, ready to welcome those who prove to be suitable allies into his ranks. Crabs differ significantly from deep-sea fish. While the latter often perish swiftly upon surfacing due to the drop in water pressure, crabs thrive in both deep and shallow waters, showcasing their remarkable vitality, making them well-suited for temporary storage in live water. Thus, after securing all the red flower crabs, Yang Fan and his companions meticulously packed the red flower crabs into baskets, subsequently transporting them to the live water tank, where they thrived. Over 1,000 large red flower crabs swiftly filled the entire tank to the brim. Although their hands were sore from binding the crabs, the sight of these creatures neatly secured and calmly residing in the live water tank filled them with a profound sense of accomplishment. Naturally, alongside this sense of achievement, the exhilaration of potential profit was equally intense. This entire batch of crabs could be worth hundreds of thousands. Once they had successfully managed the red flower crabs, Yang Hongtao inquired, "Fan, the live water tank is already at capacity, and the cold storage is nearly filled with over 10,000 pounds of silver cod. Shouldn't we head back now?" Observing his eagerness to return, Yang Ji chuckled and remarked, "What's the rush? Why are you so keen to go back? There's no wife or children waiting for you at home." Yang Jiotao scratched his head and chuckled. "Well, it seems that the fishermen have indeed sold those silver horns. Goodness, that catch is worth several million. If they do not return promptly to sell them, I can't shake off this uneasy feeling." Yang Fan rolled his eyes and chuckled. "What is there to be uneasy about? There are no pirates in these waters. Why should we fear being robbed?" Yang Hongtao chuckled softly, saying as the old saying goes, securing what you have is of utmost importance. Only by selling those silver crocodiles for cash early can my heart find peace. Yang Fan smiled briefly and then waved his hand. "All right then, this time we can consider it a bountiful catch. Let us set sail for home." Upon hearing these words, Yang Hongtao immediately exclaimed, "Ha ha, splendid. I shall set sail at once." After several hours of arduous navigation, the sailing vessel finally arrived at the seafood trading dock in the city around 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Even before the sailing could dock, the fishmongers at the pier eagerly gathered at the water's edge, awaiting its arrival. Previously, these fishmongers had presumed that the sailing was merely a luxurious yacht for the amusement of wealthy young men, but their perceptions had evidently shifted. During this period, Yang Fan and his companions had frequently visited the trading market to sell their catches, all of which were of remarkably high quality, leading to a certain familiarity with the fishmongers. Thus, upon sighting the sailing, the fishmongers swiftly converged, and soon the vessel was securely moored at the dock. The seasoned fishmongers, upon observing the vessel's waterline, instantly understood that it was undoubtedly laden with a bountiful catch. "Indeed, Yang, noticing how deeply your ship sits in the water, you must have returned with a full load." The fishmongers greeted Yang Fan on the deck with exuberant warmth, fully aware that this was his ship, and they sought to curry favor with him. Observing their enthusiasm, Yang Fan smiled and replied, "It's going rather well. Our harvest this time is indeed commendable." The fishmongers, brimming with curiosity, inquired eagerly, "Young boss Yang, what treasures have you captured this time? Is it another batch of the prized rice fish?" Yang Ji shook his head, saying, "No, we have some silver mullet and red flower crabs. You may come aboard to see if you can manage to eat them." Upon seeing Yang Fan allow them onto the yacht, the fishmongers eagerly boarded one after another. When they reached the live well and beheld over 1,000 vibrant red flower crabs, their excitement was palpable. "My goodness, what exquisite treasures! These red flower crabs are all sizable, each weighing over a pound. Moreover, they have been out of the water for a very short time and are exceptionally lively." After examining the crabs, the fishmongers were eager to begin bidding for their purchase. However, Yang Fan smiled and waved his hand. "Gentlemen, there is no need to rush. Let us first take a look at the frozen storage." Subsequently, Yang Fan led them to the frozen compartment. When he opened the door, a bountiful array of silver mullet was revealed before their eyes. The fishmongers were utterly astonished, their eyes widening in disbelief. "Heavens, so many silver mullet! Yang, you have struck gold this time." This compartment must hold at least 10,000 pounds, right? Goodness. Young boss Yang, you have really hit the jackpot on this voyage. Hearing the fishmonger's exclamations, Yang Fan chuckled, I am reaping rewards, and so shall you, gentlemen. Once you acquire these fish, you too will profit. Upon hearing this, the others laughed heartily, ha ha ha. Young boss Yang has a point. In business, everyone can earn a little something. However, we're only making a modest profit. You, young boss Yang, are the one truly striking it rich. After a few moments of jovial banter, it was time to engage in the bidding process. Given that silver mullet and red flower crabs are highly sought after in the seafood market, the fishmongers exhibited an intense eagerness to purchase them. They vied with one another, their faces flushed with excitement, quickly driving the prices to remarkable heights. Ultimately, they offered the highest price of $140 per pound for silver mullet weighing under 2 pounds and $280 per pound for those exceeding that weight. For red flower crabs, the price was $120 per pound for those under 2 pounds and $140 for those over. While this pricing was slightly lower than Yang Fan's understanding of the market value, it was still considered exceedingly high for acquisition. After the fishmongers completed their transactions, it was only fair for Kinyu to earn a modest fee for his efforts. For without some profit, what business could be conducted? In summary, after all was accounted for, over 13,000 pounds of silver mullet sold for $3.25 million, while over 2,000 pounds of red flower crabs netted $320,000, bringing the total revenue to $357 million. Thus, in less than 2 days at sea, Yang Fan had earned a staggering $357 million. The pace at which he was making money was utterly astonishing. However, such is the fortune of a man possessing a Dragon Ball, Yang Fan did not immediately return to the village, for he had received the filming equipment he purchased from a certain online shopping platform. The delivery speed of this platform is truly impressive, as packages can typically arrive within a day. In fact, the package had already reached the city yesterday. It was merely that he had not found the time to collect it. Since deliveries do not extend to the village, Yang Fan had previously designated the nearest delivery station, located by the seafood trading dock, as the collection point. Without delay, Yang Fan took along Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai to this delivery station to retrieve the goods. This time, he had quite a number of items, over a dozen in total, making it quite a challenge to carry them alone. Each of the three took a few packages, and soon they had loaded all the delivery boxes onto the yacht. At that moment, Yang Hongtao suddenly turned to Yang Fan and said, Fan, since we are in the city, why don't we invite Huizi out for dinner tonight? Upon hearing this, Yang Fan smiled broadly and replied, sounds good. I would love to see Huizi. Please get in touch with him. Yang Hongtao chuckled, all right, I shall call him now. He works at the bank and is likely to finish at 5. With that, he retrieved his mobile phone and dialed Yang Xiaoyi's number. In Chapter 92, what a wretched job. Who makes money fishing while working? Meanwhile, at a branch of the construction bank in the Wudong district of Beihai City, a tall, dark-skinned young man clad in security uniform stood at the entrance, his expression somber. His posture appeared somewhat rigid, and his furrowed brow conveyed an unmistakable sense of suppressed anguish. At that moment, an older security guard approached and gently patted his shoulder, inquiring, Shall we? Why do you seem so downcast these days? Is something troubling you? The young guard, Yang Xiaoyi, forced a faint smile and replied, It's nothing, brotherly. What could possibly be wrong? The middle-aged guard, Xing, chuckled, Huh? You look so miserable that your forced smile is more painful than a frown, yet you claim there's nothing amiss? Yang Xiaoyi offered a wry smile, at a loss for words. Observing his demeanor, brotherly chuckled and gently patted his shoulder, imparting with sincerity, Xiaoyi, it seems you are facing some emotional turmoil. Could it be that you've had a disagreement with your young girlfriend? I must say, she appears to be quite a lovely person, gentle and beautiful. If you have quarreled, perhaps you should consider conceding a bit and making amends. As someone who has traversed this path before, allow me to share a piece of wisdom. When dealing with a partner, it is crucial to avoid being obstinate at all times. Sometimes, yielding is the best course of action. Otherwise, life may not be as harmonious as one hopes. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaoyi's expression soured slightly. It's not merely a quarrel. There is more to it, he sighed, choosing not to elaborate further. Brotherly shook his head, remarking, You're still young, why dwell on such troubles? Enough of the worries. Later, I'll ask your sister-in-law to prepare a few delightful dishes. Come over to my place this evening, and we shall enjoy a couple of drinks to lighten the mood. Yang Xiaoyi hastily waved his hand, saying, No need, brotherly. I wouldn't want to trouble you and sister-in-law. I might have a few matters to attend to tonight. Just as he was speaking, his phone suddenly vibrated in his pocket. He promptly took it out and saw that it was a call from his childhood friend, young Hongtao. He then turned to Brotherly and said, "Brotherly, could you keep an eye on this for me? I need to take this call." Brotherly chuckled and nodded. "Sure, go ahead. Just remember to find a discreet spot so the branch manager doesn't see you." Yang Xiaowei smiled briefly before retreating to a secluded corner, where he answered the call. As soon as the line connected, Yang Hongtao's booming voice resonated through. "Hello, Wheezy, are you free tonight? Let's go out for a drink and reminisce." Yang Xiaowei let out a wry smile and remarked, "Taozi, are you in the city? However, I might not have time tonight." Before he could finish his sentence, Yang Hongtao interrupted him directly. "Nonsense about not having time. Even if you are busy, you must carve out a moment. Fancy will also be there. Just tell me whether you can make it or not." Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaowei raised an eyebrow. "Fancy is coming too? Has he returned?" Yang Hongtao said, "Indeed. Fancy has returned. It has been many days since his arrival. We are currently at the seafood trading dock and will soon head to a restaurant. Wheezy, please make haste and join us as soon as you finish work." Yang Xiaowei pondered for a moment before responding. "All right then, I shall seek you out later. It's been years since I last saw Fancy, and he seldom returns." After exchanging a few casual remarks, they ended the call. He remained in silence for quite some time before once again picking up his phone to compose a message for his girlfriend, Zhang Ruju. "Ruju, my childhood friend, whom I haven't seen in years, has returned. I plan to meet him tonight. Once you finish work, please come straight back to our place. Do not heed your mother's threats. She will not act upon them." Before long, Zhang Ruju replied, "Zhanggu, this time it's different. I cannot go. My mother just messaged me that I must return home after work today, or she would force my father to take sleeping pills with her. She has indeed purchased several bottles of them. I must return, but I want to confront my mother about my pregnancy just yet." Upon reading this message, Yang Xiaowei clenched his fists tightly and, in a fit of frustration, struck the wall with great force. The towering man, over 6 feet tall, felt the sting of tears welling in his eyes. A profound sense of helplessness surged from the depths of his heart. It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Yang Fan arrived at Fisherman's Wharf accompanied by Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai. This seafood restaurant was the same place he had visited on the day he picked up Qin Yuxue from the airport, when he had brought her and her cousin for a meal. The flavors here remained exceptionally authentic, which is why he chose it once again. Upon entering the restaurant, the three of them found a cozy private room by the window on the 2nd floor. At that moment, Yang Hongtao sent the exact location to Yang Xiaowei and then turned to Yang Fan with a smile, saying, "Fan, we should be arriving shortly." Yang Fan smiled and said, "All right, let's wait for Huizi to arrive before we order." The three of them engaged in conversation within the private room. After approximately 20 minutes, a knock echoed through the door, and a waitress entered, followed closely by Yang Xiaohui, who had hurried over after finishing his shift. Upon entering, he immediately spotted Yang Fan seated between Yang Xiaohai and Yang Hongtao. At this moment, Yang Xiaohui's emotions had returned to a state of normalcy. "Oranges, it has been quite some time since we last met. When did you return?" Yang Xiaowei broke into a broad smile and, with joy radiating from his expression, strode confidently towards Yang Fan. Upon encountering his childhood friend after many years, Yang Fan immediately returned the smile, rising to his feet to embrace Yang Xiaowei warmly. That single embrace was sufficient to rekindle the profound bond they once shared. After years of separation, the reunion of these childhood companions was marked by their heartfelt embrace. Yang Fan smiled as he patted Yang Xiaowei's shoulder, saying, "It has been years since we last met, and you have certainly grown sturdier. Your physique is impressive, with those firm muscles. Clearly, you have been training diligently." Yang Xiaowei merely smiled and remarked, "Do you think I desire this? After spending several years in the military, all I have acquired is a set of six-pack abs." This statement elicited a chuckle from Yang Ji, who then engaged in conversation with Yang Xiaowei. A round of nostalgic banter was inevitable. Upon their reunion, the two conversed for quite some time before Yang Fan summoned the waiter to place their orders. At that moment, Yang Hongtao eagerly rubbed his hands together and declared, "Hee, let me take the lead on this." Observing the waiter presenting the menu, he was determined to select several substantial dishes, intending to treat their affluent companion, Ji, to a lavish meal. Witnessing Yang Hongtao's eager anticipation, Yang Fan couldn't help but laugh, saying, "Yes, let us order more hearty dishes. After all, I plan to deduct the cost of tonight's meal from your share of the profits." Upon hearing these words, Yang Hongtao immediately appeared disheartened and quickly forced a smile, saying, well, perhaps it's best to forego that idea. With just the four of us, we wouldn't be able to consume much. In light of the national initiative to eliminate waste, let us simply prepare a few dishes for this evening. Yang Fan immediately rolled his eyes, exclaiming about this fool who had actually come in response to the national call. Upon hearing their conversation, Yang Xiaowei grew somewhat curious. Dividends? What dividends? Fanzi, Taozi, are you two not, at this moment, planning some sort of partnership? Upon hearing these words, Yang Hongtao immediately chuckled and said, hee. It's not about doing business together. It's about fishing together. Hui, you are unaware that Fan's fishing skills are simply extraordinary. Yang Xiaowei was taken aback even more. Fishing? What kind of fish is Fanzi catching? Isn't he supposed to be at work at the warehouse? Yang Hongtao burst into laughter, exclaiming, ha, what a ridiculous notion. Who earns a living fishing while working? Wheezy, you should promptly resign from your job and join me and Fanzi in our fishing endeavors. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaowei was momentarily perplexed, responding, Taozi, what nonsense are you spouting? You want me to quit my job? And then you'll support me? Chapter 93. The excitement of Yang Xiaowei. Yang Hongtao immediately burst into laughter. Come on. What do you mean by being taken care of? Such words are utterly unpleasant. You, a grown man, are not some beautiful mistress. Why would you need someone to support you? Wheezy, I won't waste words on trivialities. I simply ask you, how much do you earn as a security guard at the bank each month? Yang Xiaowei candidly remarked, the guaranteed monthly salary is over 3,000. And with the year-end bonus and other incentives, it amounts to approximately 50 to 60,000 annually. An annual income of 50 to 60,000 is quite acceptable. But tell me, Hui, are you content with this salary? Yang Hongtao chuckled softly. What nonsense. This is nothing but sheer drivel. In this day and age, such a meager sum is utterly inconsequential. Yang Xiaowei, with a look of despondency, remarked, who can blame me for lacking the ability to earn more? Naturally, I am dissatisfied. Yet, what can be done? Observing his expression, Yang Hongtao chuckled. Hey, Wheezy, what if I told you that an effortless opportunity to earn tens of thousands monthly and swiftly achieve wealth lies before you? Would you be interested? Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaowei immediately rolled his eyes, exclaiming, come on, Taozi, you're not trying to lure me into a pyramid scheme, are you? Effortlessly earning tens of thousands? You must be jesting. Not deterred by his skepticism, Yang Hongtao simply smiled and leisurely responded, all right, Wheezy. I concede that my earlier statement does resemble the phrases used by pyramid schemes to recruit members. However, I assure you, I am not deceiving you. There truly exists an opportunity to earn tens of thousands monthly right in front of you. All you need to do is firmly grasp Fanzi's substantial support. And achieving wealth will no longer be a mere dream. At this, Yang Xiaowei became intrigued. What do you mean by holding onto Fanzi's leg? Taozi, please clarify your intentions. Well, it means just that. Holding onto Fanzi's leg is sufficient. You know how much profit I can make from a single trip at sea, right? Yang Xiaowei instinctively remarked. How much can we earn from going out to sea? 800? 1,000? Earning 1,000 or 1,800 would already be quite substantial. Clearly, in his view, fishing at sea in this day and age was not particularly lucrative. However, upon hearing this, Yang Hongtao immediately scoffed. 800? 1,000? Ha! Wheezy, dare to dream bigger. Add a few zeros to that figure. Upon witnessing his boastful and smug demeanor, Yang Xiaowei rolled his eyes in exasperation. Come on. Add a few zeros? Taozi, your bravado is impressive. So you mean to say that you can earn 8 million or even 10 million on a single trip out to sea? Yang Hongqing chuckled at this. Hey, Wheezy, believe it or not. Recently, Fanzi and I truly made between 10 to 18 million on a trip. Just the other day, we caught fish worth over 3 million. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaowei blinked in disbelief. Come on. Taozi, you must be exaggerating. You're weaving quite the tale. With that rickety little boat of yours, you managed to catch over 3 million worth of fish in just 2 days? Can you at least adhere to some basic principles of honesty in your boasting? Yang Hongtao curled his lips in a dismissive manner. Huh, a mere shabby boat? I have long since upgraded to something far more impressive. Now, I command luxury yachts worth millions. Xiaohui rolled his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, what the heck? Taozi, it's still broad daylight, and you're already lost in your daydreams? A luxury yacht? Why not claim you're piloting a spaceship instead? Noticing Xiaohui's skepticism, Yang Hongtao wasted no time. He swiftly produced his phone and displayed several selfies taken while he was at the helm of a grand yacht, thrusting them into Xiaohui's face. Ha! Wheezy, Widen your eyes and take a good look at this. Now do you believe that I sail on a magnificent yacht? Upon witnessing the images, Xiao Hui's disbelief began to wane. Yang Xiaohui was momentarily taken aback. What the hell? Is this for real? Taozi, you actually purchased a luxury yacht? Where did you acquire such wealth? Yang Hongtao immediately chuckled and said, Hee hee, this luxurious yacht is not mine. It belongs to Fanzi. I am merely the first mate. Upon hearing his words, Yang Xiaohui instinctively turned to Yang Fan and asked, Fanzi, is what Taozi said true? Did you purchase this magnificent yacht? The conversation inadvertently shifted to himself. Yang Fan smiled generously and said, Indeed, that trawler yacht is one I recently acquired. However, I did not purchase it for leisure, but rather for the purpose of fishing. Yang Xiaohui was immediately astonished. What? Is this really true? Fanzi, have you struck it rich out there? Yang Fan smiled and said, Haha, I suppose so. Yang Xiaohui blinked in disbelief and exclaimed, Is it true what Taozi just said? You two caught over 3 million in fish in the past 2 days? As he mentioned that staggering figure, Yang Xiaohui found his tongue faltering. Yes, that is indeed true. Yesterday, we had the fortune of catching over 10,000 pounds of silver pomfret, Yang Fan confirmed, nodding with a smile. We sold it for more than 3 million. Gulp. Upon hearing Yang Fan's affirmative response, Yang Xiaohui could not help but swallow hard, his expression somewhat dazed. Over 10,000 pounds of silver pomfret? Sold for more than 3 million. Yang Xiaohui felt a slight dizziness enveloping his mind. He opened his mouth, yet was utterly speechless in astonishment. As for Yang Fan, noticing that the conversation had reached such a depth, he decided to broach the subject directly. Zi, the reason I called you out today is twofold. Firstly, it has been many years since we last met, and I wish to reminisce with you. Secondly, I would like to inquire if you would be willing to join us for a fishing trip at sea. Currently, it is just myself, Taozi, and Xiaohai on the yacht, and often, the workload becomes quite overwhelming. If you could join us, it would undoubtedly ease our burden. Regarding compensation, Zi, you would receive the same terms as Taozi and Xiaohai, a guaranteed monthly salary of 10,000, along with a share of the profits each time we venture out to sea. After Yang Fan finished speaking, before Yang Xiaohui could react, Yang Hongtao burst into laughter. Hey Zi, this is the opportunity one just mentioned to you for effortlessly earning tens of thousands each month. Do you have any idea how much I and Xiaohai have earned following Fanzi to fish? It surpasses what we used to toil for a year. Therefore, as long as you can cling to the opportunity like Xiaohai and I have, achieving wealth and reaching the pinnacle of life will be entirely within your grasp. In that moment, Yang Xiaohui was left dumbfounded. He was utterly astonished. Recently, due to his girlfriend Zhang Ruju's unexpected pregnancy and some issues arising in her family, Yang Xiaohui's life had spiraled into chaos, as if the entire world had plunged into darkness. Yet now, it felt as though a brilliant light had suddenly pierced through, dispelling the shadows. Yang Xiaohui clenched his fists tightly, his eyes nearly brimming with tears. Chapter 94. Crafting the Whale's Saddle. Riding the orca to traverse the vast ocean. After a prolonged silence, Yang Xiaohui took a deep breath, then fixed his gaze on Yang Fan with an expression of utmost seriousness. Gritting his teeth, he whispered, Fan, to be honest, my brother is truly, fervently eager to earn money at all costs. If you can genuinely help me amass great wealth, then my life will belong to you from this day forward. Upon hearing these words, Yang Fan immediately smiled and waved his hand, saying, Brother, what kind of relationship do we share? If I succeed, I will undoubtedly bring you all along to share in the fortune. I believe that if you achieve success, you will also include me. There is no need to speak of such matters again. Let us refrain from discussing the notion of sacrificing ourselves for one another. Yang Xiaohui was not one to indulge in trivial matters. He nodded heavily, exclaiming, Ah? Observing the somewhat grave expression on Yang Ji's face, he inquired with curiosity, Hey, you seem rather serious. Just a moment ago, you looked troubled. Have you encountered any difficulties lately? Yang Xiaohui, a person of strong character, was reluctant to divulge his personal issues. He quickly shook his head, asserting, No difficulties at all, just a minor matter that I can handle myself. Yang Ji glanced at him and smiled, saying, I won't pry into the specifics. We are all adults and face our own challenges. However, remember, if you ever find yourself facing an insurmountable obstacle or in urgent need of financial assistance, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Yang Xiaohui was deeply moved, exclaiming, All right, Fanzi, I shall remember this. Subsequently, as Yang Fan and his 3 companions ordered their dishes, they began to drink and engage in lively conversation. The atmosphere was, of course, exceedingly vibrant, especially with Yang Hong and San Tao, who were incessantly chatting. They recounted Yang Fan's recent fishing exploits, detailing his remarkable achievements one by one to Yang Xiao. Upon hearing about Yang Ji's fishing experiences since returning to the village, Yang Xiao was utterly astonished. On the very first day back from the bustling metropolis, he had caught 2 magnificent lobsters, selling them for an impressive 266,000 yuan. He took a girl out fishing and managed to reel in a hefty fish weighing over 100 jin, which he sold for 366,000 yuan. After purchasing a dragnet yacht, his maiden voyage yielded an astonishing catch of over 5,000 jin of bighead carp, fetching 780,000 yuan. Even more astonishing, he discovered a large coconut snail and extracted a rare pearl worth 12.66 million yuan. Additionally, he caught over 10,000 jin of silver aluminum fish and more than 1,000 large red flower crabs, selling them for 3.75 million yuan. The recent outings at sea were truly remarkable, to say the least. Yang Xiaowei was utterly bewildered. However, after the initial shock, he could hardly contain his excitement. As the saying goes, when one ascends, their companions thrive alongside them. Now that his brother has achieved such greatness, he surely would bask in the glory as well. Following Fanzi's footsteps, how could he possibly fail to make a name for himself? In that moment, Yang Xiaowei was overwhelmed with exhilaration, nearly on the verge of bursting with joy. Perhaps, with Fanzi's assistance, he would have the means to marry his pregnant girlfriend. When that time comes, if her mercenary mother still looks down upon him, he would simply shower her with money to silence her disdainful gaze. The sumptuous feast continued for 3 to 4 hours. Yang and his 3 companions engaged in lively conversation over drinks, the atmosphere brimming with enthusiasm. They indulged in their feast until 9:30 in the evening before departing from the restaurant and making their way to the dock. At that moment, Yang Xiaowei beheld the opulent trawler yacht owned by Yang Ji. Hee, Huzi, isn't this magnificent vessel impressive? Noticing Yang Xiaowei's captivated gaze fixed upon the Yang Ji docked at the pier, Yang Hongtao couldn't help but chuckle. Impressive? It's absolutely astonishing. This is the kind of ship a man ought to command. Upon hearing these words, Yang Xiaowei instinctively nodded. Ha. Then we shall take turns navigating this splendid yacht. Otherwise, it would be quite exhausting for me to handle it alone. Yang Hongtao merely smiled. Yang Xiaowei rubbed his hands together, exuding excitement as he remarked, that poses no problem. Taozi, I must admit, although I have piloted numerous speedboats and motorboats during my service in the Navy, I have never had the opportunity to command such a magnificent yacht. Yang Hongtao chuckled and said, Huizi, why don't you give it a try right now? Why not join us and return to the village tonight? Yang Xiaowei quickly shook his head and said, this simply won't do. I truly cannot return tonight, for I have important matters to attend to tomorrow. Yang Hongtao chuckled. What significant matters could you possibly have? Can anything be more important than our luxurious yacht outing to fish at sea? Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaowei managed a wry smile. While he longed to join his friends on this excursion, the troubles stemming from his girlfriend's family weighed heavily on his mind. He knew he must confront her in person the following day to address the situation. Observing the furrowed brow of Yang Xiaowei, it was evident that he was burdened with concerns. Yang Fan gently patted his shoulder and smiled. Zi, do not heed Taozi's nonsensical chatter. There is no rush to venture out to sea for fishing. First, attend to your own matters before considering that. Yang Xiaowei nodded slightly, acknowledging, yes, I am aware, Fanzi. At this moment, Yang Hongtao chuckled, saying, I was merely jesting. Huizi, in any case, do expedite your matters, and then we, as brothers, can set sail together for a fishing expedition. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaowei's face lit up with excitement and anticipation. Taozi, Huizi. I am truly looking forward to venturing out to sea with you. Just now, when I heard Fanzi recount the bountiful fishing achievements upon his return to the village, I was filled with fervor. If it weren't for pressing matters at hand, I would eagerly join you in fishing this very moment. Yang Fan merely smiled and remained silent. The group lingered at the dock for a few more exchanges before bidding each other farewell with a wave. Yang Fan and his companions boarded the yacht, preparing to return to the village. Meanwhile, Yang Xiaowei intended to head back to his rented apartment. As the hour was already late, they did not linger, instead accelerating the yacht to a brisk pace across the sea, hastening their journey home. Upon arriving, Yang Qi indulged in a refreshing bath before he began to tinker with the new filming equipment he had recently acquired. However, after an extensive period of fiddling, he found himself perplexed by the camera's zoom and focus functions, managing only to operate the simplest automatic shooting mode. It seemed that mastering a professional camera was not as straightforward as one might assume, particularly for those unacquainted with photography. Of course, Yang Fan was not anxious. There was no urgency in such matters. After all, he had no fervent desire to become an internet celebrity. His intention to create videos as a content creator stemmed solely from a wish to better assist in the development of the fishing village. Soon, dawn broke on the following day. At 5 in the morning, Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiao set out early in the Yang Fan to fish. Meanwhile, Yang Fan, the captain, was enjoying a deep slumber at home, for he had no plans to venture out to sea that day. He had another pressing matter awaiting his attention. Even if there were no obligations, Yang Fan would still choose to remain ashore, as he did not wish to spend every day fishing in the ocean. Such a lifestyle would be excessively tedious and monotonous. He believed that earning a living should involve a harmonious balance of labor. It was clear that Yang Fan was not in want of money, and with profits coming easily, he was not particularly passionate about the pursuit of wealth. In contrast, Yang Hongtao and Yang Xiaohai were fervently enthusiastic about making money, eager to head out to sea each day. After all, a single outing could yield several tens of thousands in catch. Although all the fish caught belonged to Yang Fan, they would still receive a substantial share of the profits. How could they not be motivated? Without venturing out to sea, Yang Fan peacefully slumbered until after 8 o'clock. For those residing in the city, this hour is not considered late. However, in a fishing village, it is decidedly tardy, as most villagers typically rise around 6 or 7. Stretching and yawning, he finally climbed out of bed. After a brief morning wash, Yang Fan set out to visit an elder in the village. He had no intention of traveling far. This elder, known as Yang Shujin, bears a name rich with the imprints of time. By familial convention, Yang Fan must address this elder as third uncle. Third uncle is a seasoned artisan, having devoted decades to his craft. He possesses skills in blacksmithing, woodworking, and carving, earning him a modest reputation across several neighboring villages. Whenever families require items such as 8 immortals tables, cradles, reclining chairs, or kitchen knives, they seek out his expertise. Moreover, third uncle's craftsmanship is exceptional. The creations that emerge from his hands are not only aesthetically pleasing, but also remarkably durable, thus securing his esteemed reputation in the surrounding communities. The reason Yang Fan has made a special trip to visit third uncle today is that he wishes to create a tool. What kind of tool, you may wonder? Yang Fan has named the tool he envisions as whale saddle. Upon first hearing this name, most may wear a perplexed expression, pondering what a whale saddle might be, as they are familiar with the concept of a horse saddle. This is, in fact, quite easy to comprehend. A horse saddle is an apparatus that secures itself to the back of a horse, facilitating the rider's ability to mount and ride. Thus, the whale saddle is a device designed to be affixed to the back of a whale, enabling individuals to ride upon these magnificent creatures. Indeed, Yang Fan's desire to seek out his great-uncle to create a whale drum stemmed from his aspiration to ride a beluga whale and gracefully navigate the vast ocean. This notion had been brewing in his mind for several days. Ever since he resolved to care for a beluga, he envisioned the exhilarating experience of riding atop its back while gliding through the sea, an undeniably striking and powerful image. Moreover, riding a beluga seemed to offer an additional significant advantage: the ease of locating schools of fish. Given the beluga's remarkable speed and agility in the water, the prospect of diving in and riding it to actively seek out fish would undoubtedly prove far more efficient than languishing on a yacht, waiting idly. However, as delightful as this idea was, Yang Fan soon realized a challenge. The beluga's slick back provided no grip, making it difficult to maintain balance if he were to simply mount it. After much contemplation, a spark of inspiration struck him. Why not construct a device akin to a saddle for the whale? Thus, he set his mind to this endeavor, eager to pursue it once he had some free time. Yang Fan specifically came to seek out his great-uncle, hoping he could design and craft a whale saddle for him. He walked eastward along the village for about 10 minutes until he arrived at the courtyard of a quaint 2-story villa. This charming abode belonged to his great-uncle, Yang Shujin. As a skilled artisan, his great-uncle had a steady stream of work, enabling him to earn as much as the younger generation despite his advanced age. Moreover, his son and daughter were quite dutiful, and a few years prior, the family pooled their savings to construct this lovely 2-story home for him. Although the villa was set in a pleasant environment, it felt rather desolate since his 3 children worked away from home, leaving only his great-uncle and his elderly wife to occupy the spacious residence. With such a large house inhabited by just 2 elderly individuals, it did indeed seem rather lonely. Nonetheless, This situation was unavoidable. Contemporary rural life often saw the youth migrating to cities for employment, leaving behind a community populated mainly by solitary elders and left-behind children. This stark reality was precisely what Yang Fan aspired to change. He yearned to revitalize the fishing village, calling back the young workers from afar, envisioning a future where the Jing village would once again flourish with vibrancy and liveliness. In the countryside, it was customary for houses to remain unlocked during the day. As Yang Fan arrived at the entrance of his great-uncle's home, he glimpsed the elderly man busily arranging various tools in the courtyard through the open door. "Great-uncle, are you occupied?" Yang Fan stood at the entrance, smiling as he called out to those inside. Upon hearing his voice, the elderly man, who had been intently focused on carving a piece of wood, immediately lifted his head. The deeply wrinkled and darkened face of his great-uncle broke into a wide grin. "Ah, Young Fan, what a pleasant surprise. Come in, come in." Chapter 95. The design of the whale saddle is finalized. "Tomorrow, I shall ride the orca." Seeing the elder beckoning him inside, Yang Fan walked into the courtyard with a smile. He approached his great-uncle and halted, inquiring cheerfully, "Great-uncle, are you crafting a table from that wood?" Noticing Yang Fan's approach, his great-uncle promptly set down his carving tool, revealing a few scattered, aged yellow teeth as he nodded and replied with a grin, "Indeed, a young man from the neighboring village is getting married, and his grandfather has commissioned me to create a grand banquet table. I am quite busy with it at the moment." Yang Fan chuckled. "You truly defy age. You must be over 70 this year, and yet you are still working?" The old gentleman responded with a smile, "Indeed, I am 76. As the old saying goes, one should live and work until the end. I have been engaged in carpentry for 4 to 5 decades. The thought of suddenly ceasing my work frightens me. I fear idleness may lead to illness." Yang Ji nodded in agreement, smiling as he remarked, "Indeed, the more one engages in work, the more spirited one becomes. The reason you, dear Uncle San, at over 70 still possess such robust health is evidently due to your daily activities." The elderly often relish compliments regarding their vitality, and thus, Yang Fan's praise elicited a hint of pleased contentment in Uncle San's eyes. Suddenly, Uncle San raised his thumb in approval and exclaimed, "Ah, Young Fan, you truly are remarkable. Although I have not ventured out much lately, I have heard many speak of you. It is said that you recently acquired a splendid yacht, one that even allows for fishing." Upon hearing this, Yang Fan modestly smiled and replied, "Uncle San, what I purchased is a trawler yacht, akin to a trawling fishing vessel, primarily intended for fishing." Uncle Sen nodded thoughtfully, expressing his admiration. The younger generation is indeed growing ever more impressive. After his moment of reflection, the elder curiously inquired, "Young Fan, do you intend to keep this trawler yacht in the village for long-term fishing?" Yang Fan nodded, smiling, "Yes, Uncle San. I plan to remain in the fishing village to fish." This prompted a note of curiosity from the elder, Young Fan. "Many of our village's youth who do not pursue education have gone to work in the city. Why would a distinguished graduate from a prestigious university like yourself choose to return to the village to fish?" Yang Fan smiled slightly and remarked, "Uncle San, truth be told, earning money in the city is not as easy as it seems. The expenses are substantial, housing costs are exorbitant, and the pressures of daily life are immense. In fact, those who reside in the city may find themselves less content than we, the fishermen. Moreover, the earnings we make from fishing are certainly not inferior to what they earn from their jobs in the city." Upon hearing this, the elderly man nodded in agreement, saying, "Ah, indeed, Young Fan, you speak wisely. Life in the city is not as rosy as it appears. Take my 3 children for instance. Despite having purchased homes in the city, they are all burdened with mortgages, owing the bank hundreds of thousands. Their hard-earned money is diligently paid to the bank each year." Yang Fan smiled in agreement. Subsequently, the elderly man and the young boy engaged in a lively conversation, exchanging banter for quite some time. Once their discussion had reached a comfortable conclusion, Yang Fan initiated the conversation with a clear purpose, stating, "Dear great-uncle, the reason I have come to seek your wisdom this year is to request your assistance in designing and crafting a particular tool." Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, the elder's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. "Oh, Young Fan, what kind of contraption do you wish for me to create?" Yang Xian, not wishing to conceal the truth, smiled and spoke half seriously, half jokingly, "Uncle San, this matter is rather extraordinary. Just a few days ago, while I was out at sea fishing, I encountered a small orca ensnared in someone else's trawl net. I managed to rescue the little orca from the hands of the ship's captain. It seemed as if the orca recognized me as its savior, for it followed my boat all the way back to the village dock." Seeing how intelligent this little creature was, I purchased some beef to feed it, and after satisfying its hunger, the orca decided to stay with me. Since then, I have continuously fed it, and it has grown increasingly affectionate. Eventually, I resolved to keep it as my pet. Today, I came to seek your esteemed assistance in crafting a whale saddle, something akin to a horse saddle, so that I can ride this orca and frolic upon the waves. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, the elderly man's cloudy eyes widened in astonishment. What on earth? Raising an orca as a pet, and you wish to ride it? I must say, Uncle Sam's mind is somewhat perplexed. Having lived for over half a century, he had encountered many bizarre tales, and he was no longer easily shocked. However, the notion of keeping an orca as a pet, and the even more ludicrous idea of riding it, was something entirely new to him. Have the current generation truly embraced such whimsical pursuits? The old man was left in a state of disbelief for quite some time before regaining his composure. He then looked at Yang Fan with skepticism and asked, cough, cough, Young Fan, I must have misheard you. You claim to have an orca as a pet? And you want to ride it? Seeing the incredulous expression on the old man's face, Yang Fan chuckled, Uncle Sam, you heard correctly. I genuinely have an orca. Although the old man still found the tale utterly absurd, he had no choice but to accept the reality of the situation. Very well, Young Fan. Please describe to me the type of saddle you envision. I assure you, I can craft it for you. Yang Fan nodded and smiled, saying, Uncle Sam, the whale saddle I desire need not be overly complex. It simply requires the ability to embrace the body of an orca, providing me with a secure hold while I ride upon her back during the forthcoming moments. Yang Fan began discussing the design of the whale saddle with his venerable great-uncle in the courtyard. True to his reputation as a seasoned craftsman with decades of experience, his great-uncle swiftly produced a preliminary sketch that met Yang Fan's specifications. Upon examining the design, Yang Fan was greatly impressed and instructed his great-uncle to proceed with its creation. As a novice in this field, Yang Fan was not in a position to offer substantial input on the specifics of the saddle's construction. However, he did express a crucial requirement. The materials employed must be of the highest quality and not overly constricting. This concern stemmed from his apprehension that inferior materials might harm the young orca. Yet, in truth, such worries were unwarranted. For the young orca possesses robust skin and thick flesh, it is virtually impervious to harm unless subjected to the sharp edge of a blade. After coming to an agreement with his great-uncle regarding the design of the saddle, Yang Ji retrieved a sum of 1,200 yuan from his pocket, placing it into the hands of the elder. Uncle Sam, consider this money as a token of my advance payment. Upon seeing the stack of red bills, the elder's eyes widened in surprise. Why, young man, do you give me such a large sum? This old, worn-out saddle is hardly worth anything. Quickly take this money back. As he spoke, the elder attempted to return the money to Yang Fan. However, Yang Fan quickly waved his hands and smiled. Uncle Sam, please accept this. After all these years, I have not been able to visit you, so let this be my humble way of honoring you and providing for your needs. Despite Yang Fan's insistence, the elder remained reluctant to accept the offering, repeatedly trying to return the cash. Yet, Yang Fan was resolute, cheerfully stating, Uncle Sam, this truly is a token of my affection. It is not much, merely 1,200 yuan, symbolizing my wish for you to live a healthy life until the age of 120. So please accept it, otherwise, I would feel quite embarrassed for having you assist me. With those words, the elder relented. Very well, I shall graciously accept this money. You are indeed a dutiful and considerate child. The elder nodded in agreement. Yang Fan then waved his hand and smiled. All right then, Uncle Sam, I shall take my leave for now. I will return to collect the saddle once you have completed it. The elder patted his chest with assurance. Rest assured, young man. I will have the saddle ready for you by tomorrow. Yang Fan expressed his gratitude, saying, Haha, then I must first thank my great-uncle. Chapter 96. What does it feel like to alter another's destiny? While Yang Fan sought his great-uncle to craft a whale saddle in the city, Yang Xiaowei emerged from the bank, clutching a resignation agreement. He had just formally resigned from his position as a security guard, a role he had occupied for less than 3 months. It is worth noting that Yang Xiaowei never aspired to be a security guard at such a young age. He harbored grand ambitions. However, reality proved to be unforgiving. After leaving the military a few months prior, he found himself engulfed in confusion. Having spent 5 or 6 years in the armed forces, he felt entirely disconnected from society. The abrupt transition back to civilian life left him uncertain about his future career prospects. Ultimately, through the introduction of a comrade from the military, he secured a job at the bank as a security guard. Although this position was merely a temporary stopgap, He questioned whether there were indeed better opportunities available to him. Consequently, he fell into a state of despondency, feeling as though life held no promise. Yet, after last night, he suddenly perceived a renewed sense of hope for his future. This transformation, of course, was entirely due to Yang Fan. He envisioned that accompanying Yang Fan on fishing expeditions could yield a considerable income of several tens of thousands each month. Yang Xiaowei was so exhilarated that he barely slept a wink last night. A single deal is worth tens of thousands, equivalent to an entire year's salary for an ordinary person. It is often said that money emboldens a man, and this adage rings true. Yang Xiaowei felt as though he was striding down the street with newfound confidence and pride. He promptly completed the resignation procedures. Yang Xiaowei promptly took a taxi to the entrance of a kindergarten in the city. The reason for his visit to this particular kindergarten was that his girlfriend, Zhang Ruru, worked there as a preschool teacher, and he wished to accompany her. Before Yang Ji and his companions set sail for fishing, he sought to meet his girlfriend, Zhang Riyuan, for a face-to-face conversation. Otherwise, he would feel uneasy returning to the fishing village. They stood at the entrance of the kindergarten. Yang Xiaowei took out his mobile phone and sent a message to his girlfriend, Zhang Ruju, informing her that he was waiting for her at the kindergarten gate and inquiring if she had a moment to chat. Shortly after sending the message, Zhang Ruju quickly replied, stating that she would come out momentarily. Within a few minutes, a petite girl with a ponytail, who possessed a relatively sweet appearance, emerged from the kindergarten's teaching building. This girl was, of course, Yang Xiaowei's girlfriend, Zhang Ruju. Reflecting on the romantic journey of Yang Xiaowei and Zhang Ruju over the past few years, it has certainly been fraught with challenges. They were high school classmates who developed mutual affection during their freshman year and subsequently began their relationship. Throughout their 3 years of high school, their bond flourished remarkably, with hardly any conflicts. Unfortunately, both of them struggled academically and did not gain admission to university after their college entrance examinations. Zhang Ruju subsequently enrolled in a vocational teacher training institution to study early childhood education, while Yang Xiaowei opted to enlist in the military. Despite parting ways after high school, the strong emotional connection cultivated over those 3 years prevented them from simply drifting apart. Instead, they embarked on the arduous journey of a long-distance relationship. Although maintaining a long-distance romance proved challenging, with only a few opportunities to reunite throughout the year, their love did not face significant turmoil. They were each other's first love and had both resolved that they desired to spend their lives together. However, as Zhang Ruju graduated and entered society, her parents began to pressure her to engage in arranged dates, hoping she would marry soon. Unbeknownst to her parents, Zhang Ruju had been in a relationship with Yang Xiaowei for several years. The persistent urging from her parents regarding marriage and matchmaking left her feeling quite distressed. Initially, she hesitated to disclose Yang Xiaowei's existence to her parents, but as the pressure mounted, she finally mustered the courage to confront them, revealing her relationship with him. Upon learning that their daughter was in a long-distance relationship with someone serving in the military, her parents were initially taken aback. After further inquiries into Yang Xiaowei's family background, their disapproval intensified. How could a poor boy from a fishing family be deemed worthy of their daughter? Especially Zhang Ruju's mother, who immediately wished to sever the relationship between Zhang Ruju and Yang Xiaowei, but Zhang Ruju resolutely refused. Subsequently, Yang Xiaowei became aware of this situation after much contemplation. He resolved to discharge from the military ahead of schedule, although he had been thriving in the army over the past few years, even rising to the rank of squad leader with the potential to become a platoon leader. The issue concerning his girlfriend Zhang Ruju compelled him to relinquish his promising future in the military. This premature discharge ultimately deprived him of the opportunity for job placement. Yet he harbored no regrets, believing that he could forge a successful path through his own efforts. However, the reality proved to be harsh. The current employment market was exceedingly competitive. It was challenging for him as a discharged veteran, and even recent university graduates found it difficult to secure commendable positions, leading him to temporarily take up work as a security guard. Upon learning that Yang Xiaowei had taken on such a role, Zhang Ruju's mother sternly warned her that if she did not immediately end her relationship with Yang Xiaowei, she would no longer acknowledge her as her daughter. Zhang Ruju, being obstinate, decided to move out of her home and cohabit with Yang Xiaowei in defiance of her mother's wishes. However, after a few months of a cold war with her family, her mother recently issued an ultimatum, threatening that if she continued to insist on being with the poor boy Yang Xiaowei, she would resort to taking sleeping pills to end her life. Although Zhang Ruju suspected that her mother was merely attempting to intimidate her, The sight of the photographs of sleeping pills her mother sent eventually compelled her to return home the following day. At this juncture, Zhang Ruju had not menstruated for over a month. Last week, Yang Xiaowei had taken her for a test, revealing that she was indeed pregnant. This led to the events that transpired with Yang Xiaowei yesterday, with his girlfriend unexpectedly pregnant and her mother threatening her with self-harm to enforce a breakup. Yang Xiaowei felt as though the world had plunged into darkness. The immense pressure nearly overwhelmed him, and he found himself at a loss for how to navigate through this predicament. Fortunately, the sudden appearance of his childhood friend Yang Fan changed everything. Soon, Zhang Ruju hurriedly approached Yang Xiaowei. Due to the school's lockdown policy, they could only converse through the iron bars. Upon arriving, Zhang Ruju curiously inquired, "Brother Hui, aren't you working today? What brings you here at this hour?" Yang Xiaowei waved the resignation agreement in his hand and chuckled, "Hee, Ruru. I have officially resigned from the bank." Zhang Ruru was taken aback, her eyes widening in confusion. "Brother Hui, why did you suddenly decide to resign? Why didn't you discuss such an important matter with me beforehand?" Yang Xiaowei chuckled softly. "Hey, Ruru, I'm just trying to give you a delightful surprise." Zhang Ruru, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "What surprise? Have you perhaps found a better job, Huaij?" "Indeed, Ruru, I've secured a much better position. This job promises substantial earnings." Yang Xiaowei nodded and smiled at her, saying, "I will go to your home to propose. So, Ruju, please wait for me a little longer until I earn a fortune." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruju immediately blushed with shyness, casting a glance at Yang Xiaowei and retorting, "Humph, who said I would marry you?" However, she soon emerged from her bashful state and looked at Yang Xiaowei with surprise, asking, "Brother Hui, is that true? Have you found a good job?" Yang Xiaowei then recounted the events of the previous day in detail to Zhang Ruju. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruju immediately became exhilarated. "Wow, Brother Hui, your childhood friend actually purchased a dazzling yacht for fishing? And they can earn millions from a single outing at sea? My goodness, that is simply remarkable. So, Brother Hui, if you accompany your friend on these fishing expeditions in the future, wouldn't you also be able to make a substantial fortune?" Yang Xiaowei nodded, a playful smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Hee, indeed, one could easily earn several tens of thousands in a month." Upon hearing this figure, Zhang Ruju's face lit up with an excited smile. "Earn at least several tens of thousands in a month? Wow, is that really true? If you can make that much, my mother would surely agree to our relationship immediately. If that's the case, I wouldn't even need to go to the hospital." Realizing she had slipped, Zhang Ruju quickly covered her mouth, ceasing further discourse. However, Yang Xiaowei, not one to be easily fooled, grasped the implication of her words and immediately erupted in anger, shouting, "Ruju, what do you mean? Going to the hospital? Are you planning to keep this a secret from me and terminate the child? Didn't we agree to hold off on such a decision?" Feeling the sting of his reproach, Zhang Ruju pouted, her voice tinged with distress. "But, Huaij, we've been under so much pressure. And my mother is insisting we break up. What else can I do if I don't terminate the pregnancy?" Hearing his girlfriend's heartfelt confession, Yang Xiaowei's anger dissipated in an instant. Indeed, she was bearing an immense burden. Being pregnant at this critical juncture was nothing short of torment for her. At that moment, Yang Xiaowei felt an overwhelming sense of self-loathing. He despised his inability to protect his girlfriend. Yet, simultaneously, he was immensely grateful for the unexpected arrival of his childhood friend, Yang Fan, who had transformed his life and destiny. With resolve, he clasped Zhang Ruju's hand tightly through the iron bars, gritting his teeth as he vowed, "Ruju, I will work hard to earn money and bring you home as my wife. We must keep our child. He is our flesh and blood, and we cannot abandon him. Huaij, I believe in you. I have always believed in you." Zhang Ruju replied, her eyes shimmering with tears. The young couple, separated by iron gates, gazed into each other's eyes, their hands intertwined, finding in one another a shared vision of a hopeful future. And it was, of course, Yang Fan who would alter the course of their destinies. Chapter 97. Setting Sail Again. The world's first orca rider. Yang Fan was, of course, oblivious to the experiences endured by Yang Xiaowei. Even if he were aware, he would only feel a sense of comfort, delighted to assist his childhood friend. After departing from his granduncle, Yang Fan devoted the entirety of the following day to delving into the intricacies of photography. He scoured the internet for videos by various bloggers, absorbing the nuances of shooting techniques. During this process of learning, Yang Fan stumbled upon a revelation. This was not a negative revelation, rather. He discovered that his current capacity for learning was nothing short of extraordinary. Previously, his aptitude for learning had been commendable after all. He had successfully gained admission to a prestigious university. However, he now realized that his existing learning abilities transcended mere strength. They were almost otherworldly. As he engaged with the videos, he found his memory and comprehension skills had reached an astonishing level. Essentially, after watching a video just once, he could instantaneously recall all the instructional content presented, achieving complete understanding and integration with remarkable ease. This was merely Yang Fan's initial encounter with complex photographic techniques. Yet after just one day of study, his skills resembled those of a seasoned photography expert. The transformation in his learning capabilities was undoubtedly a result of the Dragon Ball's influence. Under the continuous enhancement of the Dragon Ball, not only had his physical prowess been significantly elevated, but his intellect, boasting a remarkable IQ of 947, had also undergone a qualitative leap. Yang Fan could not help but exclaim, "Dragon Ball is incredible." Upon realizing he possessed such formidable learning abilities, he embarked on a journey of self-education. Not only in photography but also in image editing, video editing, and related skills. Remarkably, whatever he chose to learn, he mastered swiftly and applied with proficiency, truly embodying the essence of a superlative learner. One evening, as the sun began to set, after formally resigning and having a face-to-face conversation with his girlfriend, Zhang Ruzhu, Yang Xiaowei hurriedly packed his belongings and returned from the city overnight. His parents had long ago gone to work at a factory in Guanghao, and his younger brother often worked away from home. However, it is worth mentioning that the family reunites each year during the Spring Festival, so their house in the fishing village was ready for immediate occupancy. Upon learning of Yang Xiaowei's return, Yang Hanqing specially requested his parents to prepare a grand feast to welcome him home. Once the meal was ready, they called Yang Ji and Yang Xiaohai over to join them, and the brothers enjoyed a delightful time eating and chatting together. Yang Hanqing's parents were pleased to see their son earning substantial income by fishing alongside Yang Fan. They had previously worried that their son might struggle to find a partner if he remained in the fishing village. But seeing him earn tens of thousands a month dispelled their concerns in an instant. With such earnings, finding a suitable bride would surely not be an issue. After satisfying their hunger, the group returned home to rest. Before parting, they agreed to meet at the dock at 4:30 the following morning. Remarkably, their great-uncle had already crafted a whale saddle for Yang Xiaowei and delivered it to him. Shortly after Yang Fan returned home, he examined the whale saddle made by his great-uncle and felt immense satisfaction. The quality, craftsmanship, and design all met his expectations perfectly. The completion of the saddle also signified that he would ride a young orca, named Little Tiger, and explore the vast ocean the next day. Yang Fan was genuinely thrilled. Just the thought of riding an orca was exhilarating and undeniably cool. At 4:30 the next morning, the four of them arrived at the dock punctually, eagerly anticipating their adventure at sea. Yang Xiaowei, Yang Hongtao, and Yang Xiaohai were eagerly anticipating their venture into the ocean to catch fish and reap substantial profits, while Yang Fan was equally impatient, yearning to ride on the back of a small orca and glide through the vast sea. Soon, the four of them boarded the boat. The Yang Fan vessel swiftly set sail, and before embarking on their journey into the deep waters, they diligently filled the trawler's fuel tanks and replenished the ice in the freezing compartment at the town's dock, a crucial preparation for any large fishing vessel. Without sufficient fuel or ice, their expedition would be doomed. Once everything was in order, the Yang Fan sailed forth, cutting through the waves toward the open sea. As the trawler roared to life, a charming little orca promptly appeared, following the yacht like a playful shadow. Upon spotting the orca, Yang Fan immediately retrieved a bag of beef from the yacht's refrigerator, standing on the deck to feed this delightful creature. Naturally, before attempting to ride it, he needed to offer some treats to win its favor. After feeding the orca around 70 to 80 pounds of beef, it finally shook its head, signaling that it was satisfied. Yang Fan couldn't help but be astonished. The amount of food required for this creature was becoming increasingly extravagant. At this rate, he feared he might soon be financially drained, as 70 to 80 pounds of beef amounted to several thousand yuan. It was the first time Yang Xiaowei had seen an orca. Although he had heard from Yang Hongtao the previous day about Yang Fan's remarkably intelligent orca, witnessing the scene firsthand was undeniably astonishing and impactful. The yacht sailed for several hours, ultimately entering the deep sea. At this moment, Yang Fan decided it was time to officially ride the orca. How exhilarating it is to ride an orca through the ocean. I must be the first person in the world to do so. Yang Fan stood on the deck, grinning widely, without uttering another word. He seized the whale's saddle, and leaped directly into the sea towards the small orca. Witnessing his sudden plunge, Yang Xiaowei immediately exclaimed, "Fan, what are you doing in the water?" "You will find out soon," was his only response, offering no further explanation. Yang Fan smiled as he entered the sea, swimming directly toward the little orca. Upon seeing Yang Fan arrive, the young orca, filled with delight, joyfully leapt into Yang Fan's embrace, affectionately nuzzling him with its large head. Yang Fan gently caressed the head of the little orca, engaging in playful frolics within the ocean for a while. Once the soothing efforts had nearly reached fruition, he patted the orca's head and smiled, saying, "Dear one, may I ride upon you for a moment?" Although the orca could not comprehend human speech, it sensed Yang Fan's attention and was filled with joy, responding with a series of melodic calls, as if to express its agreement. Yang Fan chuckled mischievously, "Haha, Demeng, you have agreed. Then I shall ride you." Observing Demeng's exuberance, he proceeded to retrieve the whale's saddle, preparing to place it upon the back of the little orca. Initially, as he began to secure the saddle, Demeng instinctively resisted, displaying a mild reluctance. However, Yang Fan remained by its side, soothing it. And soon the little orca ceased its struggles. Ultimately, through Yang Fan's patient efforts, the saddle was successfully fitted onto the orca. This saddle was not overly complicated. It resembled a leather cover that could be securely fastened onto the orca's body, leaving two handles on its back for Yang Fan to grasp, thus allowing him to sit comfortably atop the orca while securing his position. After ensuring that the saddle was snugly fitted, Yang Fan inspected it, discovering that it conformed perfectly and provided excellent stability. Given the orca's robust physique, the several leather straps snugly encircling it elicited little sensation. Once everything was set, Yang Fan grasped the handles on the saddle and successfully climbed onto the orca's back. Lo and behold, I am now the world's foremost orca rider. Once settled upon the orca's back, Yang Fan could hardly contain his excitement. However, it was worth noting that the orcas in marine parks had long been tamed and even subjected to harsh treatment. While trainers in marine parks might have ridden orcas, the one Yang Fan was riding was a truly wild specimen, rendering any comparison between the two utterly meaningless. On the yacht's deck, upon witnessing this astonishing spectacle, Yang Xiaowei and Yang Xiaohai were utterly flabbergasted. Goodness, riding an orca? Is that even possible? Not only them, but Yang Hongtao, who was piloting the vessel, also widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "No way. Riding an orca? Treating it as a steed? Fancy, you are incredible. Absolutely remarkable." Chapter 98. Playing with Flair. Riding an orca in search of fish schools. You all continue navigating the boat. I shall ride the orca for a bit and see if I can spot any fish schools. Yang Fan smiled and called out to everyone aboard the ship, then gently patted the back of the little orca, Demeng, signaling it to swim forward. Initially, the little orca was bewildered by Yang Fan's gesture, but it quickly grasped the intent and surged ahead with a burst of speed. On the ship, Yang Hongqing and the others looked on with envy, exclaiming in awe, "Wow, that's incredible. Riding an orca and tearing through the sea like this, Fancy really knows how to have fun." As the little orca accelerated, it was akin to the exhilarating speed and fervor of driving a Ferrari. Yang Fan swiftly found himself in a unique predicament, while others were confined to their mundane vessels. He was aboard an orca. The inherent speed of the orca was already remarkable, and after being continuously nourished with golden droplets, the young orca's velocity surpassed that of the ordinary whale significantly. Once it gathered momentum, it surged through the ocean with the swiftness of a tempest, akin to a bolt of lightning. The harmonious duo of man and whale created a raucous spectacle, soon leaving the cumbersome trawler far behind, its presence fading into oblivion. Yang Fan, without any reservations, began instructing the young orca, Demeng, on various commands, such as diving, surfacing, turning left, and making a U-turn. Since there was no one else around, he felt at ease, free from the worry of anyone discovering his secret. At first, Demeng was somewhat perplexed by Yang Fan's commands, but with Yang Fan's patient guidance, it quickly grasped some of the simpler instructions. Consequently, Yang Fan was able to relish the exhilarating experience of riding the orca through the vast ocean. During this time, the bond between him and the young orca deepened remarkably. Much like horseback riding, Yang Fan employed various commands to direct Demeng in different activities. For instance, a gentle tap of his legs against Demeng's back signaled acceleration, while tightening the saddle reins backward indicated a desire to decelerate. Additionally, pulling the reins to the left instructed the orca to turn left, and similarly, pulling to the right prompted a rightward turn. Yang Fan diligently trained the young orca, quickly guiding it to become increasingly obedient. Initially, The orca was somewhat unfamiliar with his commands, but as time progressed, it became remarkably proficient, with but a single directive from him. The orca would immediately comprehend the ensuing actions required. This once again attests to the fact that under the continual transformation by Gene D, the intellect of the young orca has indeed been rising to remarkable heights. Yang speculated that the intelligence of the young orca, Deming, was at least comparable to that of a 5 or 6-year-old child, as it was unlikely that it could be so astute otherwise. He rode the orca, reveling in the vastness of the ocean for quite some time. At last, Yang Fan commenced his labor, diligently scanning the vast ocean for signs of fish. After a thorough observation, he quickly discerned that the aquatic life this time was considerably poorer than during his last outing. Despite an extensive search, he found not a single school of fish that met his criteria for netting. In fact, he did not even spot any moderately decent fish. Upon reflection, this seemed entirely reasonable. The previous abundance of fish had been a result of the recent typhoon, which had driven a multitude of them into the waters. Truthfully, the ocean is boundless, and for the most part, it does not teem with fish. Otherwise, if fishing were so effortless, everyone would flock to the seas to become prosperous fishermen. Were it not for Yang Fan's extraordinary aquatic abilities, he would not have been able to haul in such precious catches on every voyage. As time passed, Yang Fan maintained a commendable patience, riding on his playful orca while continuously searching for schools of fish. Finally, perseverance bore fruit. After approximately an hour of exhaustive searching, he encountered a remarkable sight not far ahead in the water. To his astonishment, he spotted a group of magnificent creatures swaying their tails leisurely several hundred meters to the upper left. Their colossal forms were oval-shaped, adorned with dark greenish-black spots. Yang Fan was well acquainted with these creatures, having recently caught one. Indeed, this was a school of wild dragon grouper. Although their numbers were few, only about a dozen, each one was impressively large, with the smallest estimated to weigh over 80 pounds, and the largest possibly exceeding 300 pounds. Each fish could fetch over 300 yuan per pound, and the larger they were, the more valuable they became. As previously noted, the price of wild dragon grouper is exorbitantly high. Those exceeding 60 pounds can sell for over 1,000 yuan per pound, and those over 100 pounds can command prices of 2,000 to 3,000 yuan per pound. For instance, the wild dragon grouper weighing over 100 pounds that Yang Fan caught last time was sold at a staggering price of 366,000 yuan to the wealthy and beautiful Xin Yafei. This illustrates just how valuable such large wild dragon groupers truly are. Now, the school of dragon groupers Yang Fan had discovered consisted of individuals all surpassing 80 pounds. Meaning that each of these magnificent specimens could potentially be sold for at least 100,000 yuan or more. Those exceeding 100 pounds could fetch between 200,000 to 300,000 yuan. As for the largest one, weighing over 300 pounds, it would undoubtedly fetch an astronomical price at the seafood market. Haha, great job, my dear friend. When we return, I shall reward you with 2 sumptuous legs of beef. As he observed the leisurely foraging of the large dragon-like creatures, Yang Fan immediately broke into a smile. He then issued a command, directing the crew to turn around and head back. Yang Fan spotted the location of the trawler from a distance and promptly rowed on the back of Deming towards the yacht. The duo swiftly reached the side of the vessel. After dismounting from Deming, Yang Fan leapt into the sea and climbed aboard the yacht. Upon his return, Yang Xiaowei on the deck immediately approached him, exclaiming, "Hey, Fan, why did you take so long? We thought something had happened to you." Yang Fan chuckled. "With Deming by my side, what could possibly go wrong? All right, enough chatter. Tell Taozi to steer the boat straight ahead. We must prepare to cast the net." Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaowei immediately raised an eyebrow. "Fanzi, have you spotted a school of fish riding atop a killer whale?" Yang Fan smiled. "Indeed. I've located a large group. Let us get to work." Yang Xiaowei rubbed his hands together with uncontainable excitement. He, riding a killer whale to find fish? Fanzi, you are truly remarkable. After a brief exchange, Yang Qi led Yang Xiaowei and Yang Xiaohai to the trawling area. As Yang Hongtao steadily navigated the yacht forward, Yang Fan soon spotted a patch of water not far ahead, revealing the presence of a school of massive dragon grouper. The dragon grouper, a species known for its considerable size yet leisurely swimming pace, tends to linger in the same area for extended periods. Thus, the school had barely shifted from its previous position. Upon identifying the precise location of these dragon groupers, Yang Fan promptly directed Yang Hongtao to steer the boat closer. Once they were within reach of the group, He waved his hand decisively. Huizi, Xiaohai, it's time to cast the net. Understood, responded Yang Xiaowei and Yang Xiaohai as they swiftly deployed the trawl. As the yacht continued to advance, the net unfurled gradually, resembling a colossal pocket enveloping the sea. The fish and crabs ensnared in its path found themselves with nowhere to escape, all captured in an instant. Soon, the expansive net arrived at the location of the dozen or so dragon groupers. It is worth noting that dragon groupers are indeed rather simple creatures, much like their appearance suggests. Despite being the largest among groupers, their intellect leaves much to be desired. It is no wonder that they are colloquially referred to as pig grouper, for they exhibit a certain na-vet akin to that of pigs. For instance, as the net loomed overhead, this group of dragon groupers remained blissfully unaware of the impending danger, leisurely swaying their tails as if they were on vacation. Only when the vast net had ensnared them completely did they finally realize the peril they were in, leading to a frantic struggle. However, it was evidently too late. The entire school had become trapped, ensnared like fish in a barrel. To speak candidly, had this group of grouper been a tad more astute, perhaps a few might have evaded their impending doom, as long as they were not entirely ensnared, given Yang Fan's temperament. It was certain he would refrain from casting another net to capture them. Thus, if a few clever fish managed to escape this net, they would essentially have survived. Yet, ironically, they all proved to be rather dim-witted, resulting in their entire shoal being swept away in one fell swoop. At this moment, on the yacht's deck, Yang Fan found himself bemused upon witnessing the complete capture of the large groupers. Initially, he adhered to a principle of fishing, to avoid total annihilation whenever possible. However, these creatures were undeniably foolish, leaving him with little blame. With a chuckle, he turned to Yang Xiaowei and instructed, Huizi, go ask Taozi to halt the boat. We must prepare to haul in the net. This was Yang Xiaowei's inaugural experience aboard a vessel, and he was yet to grasp Yang Fan's fishing style. Upon hearing that they were about to retrieve the net, he appeared puzzled and queried, Huizi, isn't it customary to drag the net for at least 2 to 3 hours? Why are we pulling it in after less than half an hour? Upon hearing this, Yang Fan smiled and was about to respond, but was preempted by Yang Xiaohai, who eagerly interjected, You see, Brother Fan's fishing techniques are unlike those of others. Huigu, you may be unaware, but other skippers merely cast their nets at random, relying solely on luck to determine their catch, which is why they often fish for several hours before retrieving their nets. But Brother Fan is exceptional. He directly targets the fish, allowing him to drop the net in close proximity to the schools, thus requiring only a brief duration before hauling in a bountiful catch. As he spoke, Yang Xiaohai's youthful face radiated admiration, as if Yang Fan were his idol. Observing this expression, Yang Fan couldn't help but chuckle. He patted Yang Xiaohai's shoulder and teased, Well, you usually resemble a mute, yet your flattery is quite impressive. Yang Xiaohai grinned sheepishly, responding, Hey, I'm not merely flattering you, Brother Fan. You truly are remarkable. There is no harm in showering praise when it's deserved. Yang Xiaowei, meanwhile, was struck with realization, exclaiming, So that's how it is. Brother Fan, you can indeed drop the net right into the schools of fish. All right, I'll go tell Taozi to stop the boat. With that, he made his way to the cockpit to instruct Yang Hongtao to bring the vessel to a halt. Once the yacht came to a stop, at this moment, Yang Hongtao emerged from the control cabin, his face brimming with anticipation as he inquired of Yang Fan, Li, Fanzi, has the net been drawn in so swiftly because we have stumbled upon some exceptional treasures? With a smile, Yang Fan replied, Close enough. We shall soon find out once we haul in the net. After a light-hearted exchange, the four of them began to retrieve the net. As the mechanical winch whirred to life, the dragnet was gradually lifted, soon emerging entirely from the water. As the net broke the surface, the sight of a dozen massive and vigorously thrashing giant grouper filled their vision. Witnessing this spectacle, Yang Xiaowei, Yang Hongtao, and Yang Xiaohai immediately gasped in astonishment. Wow! A giant grouper! So many of them! We're going to strike it rich. Truly wealthy. Their eyes sparkled with excitement as they shouted jubilantly. These were indeed a dozen giant groupers, each capable of fetching tens of thousands. Collectively, they could be worth several million. Having caught such a lucrative bounty in a single haul, their exhilaration was palpable. Particularly for Yang Xiaowei, it was his first encounter with such a windfall, and he was beside himself with excitement, nearly dancing in sheer joy. Observing their fervor, Yang Fan chuckled and playfully admonished, All right now, calm down. Look at your lack of composure. Quickly, roll up your sleeves and prepare to work. Once I lower the dragnet, we must swiftly transfer these giant groupers to the live well. The vitality of the grouper is remarkably resilient, Thus, they can be kept in a live well after being brought out of the water. Moreover, since these giants had only recently been caught, their vitality remained robust. Moving them to the live well now would ensure their survival. It goes without saying that live grouper commands a far higher price than their deceased counterparts. So if they could transport these dozen giant groupers alive to the seafood market for auction, they would undoubtedly secure an impressive price. Upon hearing Yang Fan's words, Yang Hongtao and his companions immediately rolled up their sleeves with enthusiasm and rubbed their hands together. Hee, Fancy, we are ready. Lower the net, please. Yang Fan nodded with a smile, then skillfully maneuvered the crane to lower the trawl net. As the net descended steadily, the dozen or so large grouper within were granted their freedom, beginning to leap about on the deck. However, once out of the water, their jumps were restricted to mere flails in place. At that moment, Yang Fan rolled up his sleeves and shouted, "Brothers, let's get to work. Quickly move the fish to the live well. Huizi and Taozi, you two form a pair, while Xiao Hai and I will team up." For the next stretch of time, the four brothers united their efforts to transfer each of the large groupers into the live well. This task, however, was far from simple. Consider that each of these formidable creatures weighed hundreds of pounds. Their strength was immense. And attempting to move them while they were still so vigorous proved to be an arduous endeavor. They struggled incessantly, requiring all of their strength to hold them securely and transfer them safely to the live well. Particularly challenging was the grouper that exceeded 300 pounds. Its immense power necessitated the combined effort of all four of them to successfully relocate it. Thus, although they had only moved a handful of fish, the arms of the four men began to ache from the exertion. Those groupers, while somewhat simple-minded, possessed an overwhelming might. Once they finally managed to transfer all the large groupers into the live well, Yang Fan immediately addressed Yang Hongtao, saying, "Taozi, please reach out to the fishmongers and restaurant owners you know. Inform them to gather at the seafood trading dock shortly, as we have captured a dozen live giant groupers that we intend to auction off there." Indeed, Yang Fan was organizing an auction at the seafood trading dock. This was the only way to ensure that these magnificent groupers could be sold at the most advantageous price. Chapter 100. Are you serious? The little orca will actively assist me in locating schools of fish? Upon hearing Yang Fan's plan to auction these giant groupers at the dock, Yang Hongtao was exceedingly exhilarated. Splendid. I shall call those esteemed proprietors immediately. With that, he retrieved his mobile phone and began reaching out to the powerful fish merchants and seafood restaurant owners listed in his contacts. In recent days, Yang Fan and Yang Hongtao had frequently sold their catches at the dock, comprising precious seafood, which attracted the attention of numerous affluent fish merchants and restaurant magnates who willingly provided their contact information. This, indeed, is what one refers to as networking. As a captain, it is imperative to establish stable sales channels to swiftly sell the valuable catches at a favorable price. After several phone calls, the prominent fish merchants and restaurant owners expressed immense excitement upon hearing that Yang Hongtao had captured over a dozen live giant grouper, promptly affirming that they would arrive at the seafood trading dock on time. Simultaneously, while Yang Hongtao was in contact with the merchants and restaurant owners, Yang Fan also sent a message to the beautiful proprietor, Xin Yufei, inviting her to join the auction at the trading dock. To be frank, had there been only one or two giant groupers, Yang Fan would have sold them directly to the affluent beauty, Xin Yufei. After all, there is a certain camaraderie in their relationship. Moreover, considering that he had previously sold a magnificent pearl for an astonishing 12.66 million due to her introduction, he felt a sense of obligation towards her, as she had facilitated that connection. However, knowing that there were over a dozen giant groupers, it was evident that Xin Yufei's restaurant would be unable to accommodate such a bounty, which is why Yang Fan had urged Yang Hongtao to reach out to other fish merchants and restaurant owners. At that moment, today, Yang Xiaoai seemed unusually talkative. He suddenly turned to Yang Fan and inquired, "Brother Fan, are we heading back to sell fish now? Didn't you previously mention that we should wait until our catch is brimming before returning?" Upon hearing this, Yang Hu chuckled slightly and replied, "While it is true, we must also consider the circumstances. The fish we previously caught would immediately spoil upon being brought on board, thus preserving their value by refrigerating them was essential. However, these larger fish are different. They can survive if we return promptly. If we do so, they will certainly be lively and fresh, allowing us to sell them at a much better price." After this explanation, Yang Xiaoai nodded in understanding, saying, "Oh, I see now. I thought Brother Fan wanted to take it easy and head home early." Yang Hu rolled his eyes in exasperation, signifying his speechlessness, as everything was now settled. Yang Fan then waved his hand grandly, instructing Taozi, prepare to set sail. However, before he could finish his sentence, Yang Xiaohai suddenly shouted, Wabo! Brother Fan, you must take a look. The little orca you raised seems to have caught an enormous yellow croaker. Initially, upon seeing Yang Xiaohai's exuberant demeanor, Yang Fan intended to give him a reprimanding lesson, but upon hearing the latter's exclamation, Yang Fan immediately raised an eyebrow. What on earth? Did the little orca just bring back an extraordinarily large yellow croaker? Yang Fan's gaze immediately followed the direction pointed out by Yang Xiaohai. He beheld a small orca swiftly approaching the yacht, remarkably holding a sizable yellow croaker, estimated to weigh around 7 to 8 pounds, in its mouth. What an astonishing sight! Yang Fan was taken aback. How had the small orca captured such a fish? Could it be that there was a school of wild yellow croakers nearby? The very thought quickened his heartbeat. If there were indeed a school of wild yellow croakers in the vicinity, he would stand to make a significant profit. In no time, the small orca reached beneath the yacht and emitted a series of melodic calls, joyfully leaping and seemingly beckoning Yang Fan. Observing the orca's exuberance, Yang Fan promptly leapt from the deck and swiftly swam to its side. As he approached, the orca playfully spouted a fountain of water and emitted a series of high-pitched calls. Upon his arrival, the small orca, as if presenting a treasure, regurgitated the yellow croaker and nudged it towards him with its petite head. In Yang Fan's embrace, it seemed to convey the message, Master, look, Deming has caught you a fish. Upon witnessing the adorable demeanor of the little orca, Deming, Yang Fan felt as if he were on the verge of being enchanted. My goodness, Deming, you are exceedingly adorable and obedient. You are melting my youthful heart. Simultaneously, as he observed the little orca presenting the large yellow croaker as if it were a precious treasure, Yang Fan couldn't help but feel a twinge of confusion. Shouldn't this gluttonous creature have devoured the fish immediately upon discovering it? Why did it go to the trouble of bringing it to me? He then picked up the wild yellow croaker that Deming had caught and noticed that it still bore some semblance of life. He quickly discerned that the fish's scales were remarkably intact. Clearly, Deming had not bitten down on it, but had likely stunned it with its tail before retrieving it. Gazing at this wild yellow croaker, worth at least 100,000, Yang Fan reached out to stroke Deming's head, a paternal smile illuminating his face. Haha, Deming, you have grown. You even know how to catch fish for me now. Good boy. The little orca, seemingly understanding Yang Fan's praise, became even more joyful, nuzzling against him. After a while, Deming took hold of Yang Fan's clothing with its mouth, attempting to tug him in a particular direction. Spotting a school of wild yellow croakers nearby, Yang Fan's heart raced with excitement. Could it be that Deming has truly discovered them and wishes to lead me there? His exhilaration stemmed not only from the possibility that Deming had located a school of fish, but also from the realization that Deming had proactively decided to assist him in the search. Could it be that after our prolonged quest for fish, Deming had comprehended my desires and thus took the initiative to help? If that were indeed the case, it would be a remarkable development. In the future, would I need to do nothing but recline comfortably on the yacht's deck, awaiting Deming's assistance in locating fish? With this revelation, Yang Fan's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Chapter 101, The Golden Legend. The Fisherman's Dream of the Fortune Fish. After the thrilling excitement, Yang Fan swiftly ascended the saddle of the whale, taking his place upon the back of Deming. Once he felt secure, he gently tapped Deming's body with his legs. Instantly, Deming understood and responded with an enthusiastic call in whale language, then accelerated rapidly in a specific direction. Qingzi, steer the boat and follow us. Before diving into the excitement, Yang Fan turned back to shout at Yang Hongtao on the yacht, instructing him to navigate closer. If Deming truly led him to a school of large yellow croakers, he would be able to cast his net and reap a bountiful catch. Witnessing this scene, Yang Hongtao, Yang Xiaohui, and Yang Xiaohai on the deck were utterly astonished. Goodness, Deming is quite clever, isn't he? He even knows to actively seek out schools of fish for Fanzi. My heavens, with Deming around, what fish can we possibly fail to catch? Particularly, Yang Jiotao burst into laughter, sounding like a pig's squeal. Huh? I've never found fishing to be this delightful. This is exhilarating, truly exhilarating. The man and the whale raced across the sea in sheer exhilaration. Soon, Deming brought Yang Fan to a new expanse of ocean. Upon arrival, Deming began to decelerate, bobbing his head side to side as if searching for something. Witnessing this, Yang Fan immediately deduced that Deming must have previously encountered a large yellow croaker here. This indicated that there was indeed a school of yellow croakers nearby. With this thought in mind, Yang Fan strained his eyes, embarking on a meticulous search of the waters. After persistent searching, he finally spotted a school of fish approximately 1,000 meters ahead. The school was not particularly large, consisting of around 1 to 200 fish. Yet they were strikingly captivating, drawing him in with their allure. Their bodies gleamed a brilliant gold, revered by fishermen as the wealth fish, gathering together like a shimmering band of golden bars swimming through the sea. Indeed, this school comprised a wild population of large yellow croakers. This school of large yellow croakers was even more substantial than the one Yang Fan had encountered earlier. With around 1 to 200 fish, their sizes varied. The smallest weighed perhaps a few ounces, the medium ones around 4 to 5 pounds, and the largest certainly exceeded 10 pounds. Considering the current market price for wild yellow croakers, the total value of this school undoubtedly surpassed 10 million. Gazing at this dazzling school of yellow croakers, Yang Fan broke into a broad smile. Fortune had smiled upon him. Without even having to exert himself, he had stumbled upon a legendary gathering of golden fish. With Deming actively assisting him in locating schools of fish, he could truly relax and still catch fish, earning money effortlessly. Excitement surged through him. Yang Fan promptly tightened the saddle, signaling Deming to turn around and return. At that moment, the trawling yacht had already been distanced significantly. He needed to locate the position of the fish and then direct Yang Hongtao to maneuver the boat over here to cast the net. However, this time, Deming did not immediately heed his command, even emitting a reluctant whimper upon witnessing the scene. Yang Fan immediately surmised that Deming had yet to locate the school of fish, hence its reluctance to depart. Realizing this, Yang Fan gently patted the little orca's head and cheerfully exclaimed, "Hey there, Deming, we can head back now? Although you haven't discovered the school of fish yet, I have already spotted it. Thank you for guiding me to this wild school of large yellow croaker. Upon our return, I shall reward you with 2 generous beef shanks." While Deming may not comprehend human language, it could distinctly sense Yang Fan's emotions. Upon recognizing Yang Fan's joy, it promptly turned around and began its journey back. What a well-behaved little creature. Yang Fan gently patted the head of the little orca, Deming, and offered a cheerful compliment. As Deming began to frolic across the ocean, the duo swiftly located the yacht. Upon Deming's approach to the vessel, Yang Fan climbed a ladder onto the yacht and made a beeline for the cockpit. Addressing Yang Hongtao, who was at the helm, he commanded, "Taozi, steer towards 9 o'clock. After about 10 minutes, we shall prepare to anchor and cast the net." Hearing this, Yang Hongtao nodded eagerly and, filled with excitement, inquired, "Fanzi, could it be that Deming has indeed led you to a school of wild yellow croaker?" Yang Fan chuckled, "Indeed. We have stumbled upon a school of wild golden yellow croakers." Upon hearing his affirmative response, Yang Hongtao's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness! Is it truly a wild school of golden yellow croakers? This could lead us to an extraordinary fortune. As an experienced fisherman, Yang Hongtao was well aware of the immense value of wild golden yellow croakers, often referred to as the fish of prosperity by fishermen. Just a few catches could lead to wealth beyond imagination, let alone discovering an entire school of them. Beside him, Yang Xiaowei and Yang Xiaohai wore expressions of pure exhilaration. They had just captured a dozen valuable giant rock groupers worth millions, and now, with the discovery of a wild school of golden yellow croakers, it felt as if they were gathering money from the sea. Under Yang Fan's guidance, the trawler swiftly made its way to the waters where the yellow croaker school had been spotted. Suddenly, a dazzling golden hue appeared before Yang Fan's eyes. "Taozi, steer the boat towards the 7 o'clock direction. Xiaohai, Xiaowei, prepare to cast the net." Understood. As Yang Fan continued to direct the crew, the trawler soon reached the designated area above the school of golden yellow croakers. With a commanding shout, he instructed Yang Xiaohai and Yang Xiaowei to deploy the trawl net. As the vessel advanced, the net unfurled, casting a wide net across the water like an elaborate web. Clearly, this school of yellow croakers was far more astute than the previous, sluggish rock groupers. As the net approached, the fish sensed danger and began to frantically dart away. However, it was unfortunate for them that the trawl had effectively blocked all avenues of escape. With the swift movement of the trawler, the net acted as a colossal pouch, enveloping the shimmering school of golden yellow croakers. Naturally, not all the fish could be caught. A few particularly vigilant ones managed to evade capture, while others wriggled free through the mesh. Overall, approximately 2/3 of the yellow croakers found themselves ensnared. This haul comprised fish weighing over a pound, with most ranging between 4 to 5 pounds and several exceeding 10 pounds. Yang Fan promptly commanded the crew to halt the boat and retrieve the net. As the wild golden yellow croakers surfaced, their radiant golden scales dazzled under the sunlight. when the winch hoisted the net above the water, revealing dozens of gleaming wild yellow croakers. Yang Hongtao, Yang Xiaohai, and Yang Xiaowei were immediately struck with sheer excitement, their eyes widening as they exuberantly shouted in joy about their newfound wealth. Indeed, they were on the brink of a significant fortune. The value of these golden yellow croakers undoubtedly exceeded 10 million. Chapter 102, Auction of Seafood at the Fishing Dock. The large yellow croaker is an exceptionally delicate fish. It succumbs almost instantly upon being removed from the water. Thus, it is impossible to keep them alive. They must be swiftly delivered to the freezing compartment, preserved by ice. Following a wave of excitement among the crew, they promptly began their tasks, extracting the wild yellow croakers from the nets and transferring them one by one to the freezing compartment. Once they had processed all the fish, Yang Ji turned to Yang Hongtao with a smile, saying, "Taozi, please call those buyers and inform them that we have caught another batch of exquisite wild yellow croakers. Tell them to prepare sufficient funds, otherwise they will be left empty-handed at the auction." Upon hearing this, Yang Hongtao chuckled and replied, "Hee, understood, Fanzi. I will make the calls right away." With that, he took out his phone and began reaching out to the wealthy fishmongers and restaurant owners. After several calls, when the fishmongers and restaurant proprietors learned from Yang Hongtao that another batch of wild yellow croakers had been captured, they were all filled with excitement. They eagerly began gathering funds, each hoping to acquire as many premium fish as possible during the auction. In this era, the wild yellow croaker is indeed a rare delicacy, sought after yet hard to come by. The prized wild yellow croakers, surpassing 100 pounds, are exceedingly valuable. With the simultaneous appearance of these two rare seafood treasures, the fishmongers and restaurant owners couldn't help but rush to secure them. With everything in order, the Yongfan boat set sail for home. Although the quantity of fish caught during this outing was considerably less than the previous hauls of rice fish and silverfish, the value of this catch far exceeded the total worth of the earlier expeditions. Just the few wild yellow croakers alone could fetch several million. As for the over 100 wild yellow croakers, it would be no less than 10 million at the very least. In other words, within less than a day at sea, Yang Fan and his crew had netted over 10 million. The speed of this profit was truly remarkable. The greatest credit for this successful voyage undoubtedly belonged to the little orca, Deming. Not only did it swiftly lead Yang Fan to a school of dragon grouper and a swarm of wild yellow croakers, but it also proactively sought out the fish schools. In truth, the most gratifying aspect for Yang Fan was not merely the monetary gain of over 10 million, but rather witnessing Deming's initiative in locating the fish schools. The thought of this brought him immense joy. With Deming assisting in finding the fish, he could simply relax and enjoy a peaceful slumber during future fishing trips. In light of this, Yang Fan could only express, raising this little orca has truly been worth it. Even if you devour an entire cow one day, I shall not feel a twinge of regret. In the afternoon at 3:30, after several hours of navigation, the sailing ship finally arrived at the seafood trading dock in the city. With the appearance of the sailing ship, the formidable fish merchants and restaurant owners that Yang Hongtao had previously contacted immediately converged towards the dock. They had been waiting there for quite some time, and upon seeing Yang Fan and his crew's return, they naturally rushed forward. Soon, the sailing ship docked at the pier. The gathered fish merchants and restaurant proprietors began to call out to Yang Fan on the yacht's deck. "Ho, young boss Yang, you've returned. Congratulations. This time, young boss Yang, you must have struck it rich, capturing wild big dragonfish and wild yellow croaker." "Indeed. Congratulations to young boss Yang. Your catches are getting better with each voyage. The last 2 times, you brought back big head carp, silver arowanas, and red flower crabs. This time, it's exquisite wild yellow croaker and premium wild dragonfish. Young boss Yang, your fortune is truly flourishing." These fish merchants and restaurant owners greeted Yang Fan with unparalleled enthusiasm, showering him with congratulatory remarks, all eager to leave a favorable impression. After frequent visits to the dock to sell catches, Yang Fan and his sailing ship had undoubtedly become the stars of the pier. And these fish merchants and restaurant owners were keen to cultivate a relationship with him. As they heard the congratulatory words from the fish merchants and restaurant owners, Yang Fan smiled and said, "Thank you all. You may now board the ship. Once everyone has arrived, we shall commence the auction." Upon his invitation, the fishmongers and restaurant owners swiftly made their way aboard, eagerly climbing onto the yacht one after another. In no time, at least 30 to 40 individuals crowded the deck of the yacht. Fortunately, Yang Fan's vessel was spacious enough to accommodate such a throng. Otherwise, it would have been quite a squeeze. Observing the multitude boarding, Yang Xiaowei leaned in and quietly asked Yang Hongtao, "Taozi, I noticed you didn't make many calls earlier. How did you manage to reach so many fishmongers and restaurant owners?" Yang Hongtao rolled his eyes in disbelief. "Who claims that all these individuals are those I have reached out to? I have merely contacted a handful of affluent and influential business leaders." Yang Xiaowei was intrigued. "How is it that so many people boarded the ship all at once?" Yang Hongtao chuckled softly. Among the crowd, many were not seafood merchants specializing in yellow croaker. Rather, they had likely heard of our catch of wild yellow croaker and the exquisite wild giant grouper, prompting them to join in the excitement. Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaowei nodded in agreement, acknowledging that indeed, wild yellow croaker and wild grouper are rare treasures, if he were to encounter them. He too would wish to partake in the lively atmosphere, as anticipated by the two of the numerous individuals boarding the yacht. Only a small fraction were genuine fish vendors or restaurant proprietors. The majority were merely curious onlookers and tourists drawn by the news of an impending auction for wild yellow croaker and wild grouper. As time progressed, the number of people on the yacht steadily increased. At this juncture, an impatient fish vendor inquired of Yang Fan, "Young Master Yang, surely the crowd is sufficient now. Can we have a glimpse of the wild yellow croaker and wild grouper you have caught?" To this, Sister Yang smiled and shook her head. "Please be patient. I have a friend who is yet to arrive. We shall wait for her before proceeding." Upon hearing this, the fish vendor could only chuckle awkwardly, reluctant to press further. Yang Fan had assumed a position of authority, and the vendor certainly did not wish to offend him. The reason Yang Fan insisted on keeping the crowd waiting was that Xin Yufei had not yet arrived. Just as they neared the dock, Yang Fan received a message from Xin Yufei, informing him that she was caught in traffic and would be late, urging him to wait for her arrival before commencing the auction, or else she would sever ties with him. Truthfully, had it been anyone else, Yang Fan would have dismissed the notion of waiting. However, given that it was the captivating Xin Yufei, he found it reasonable to pause for a moment. After all, beauty often comes with privileges. Moreover, Yang Fan considered that with the affluent Xin Yufei present, the wild yellow croaker and wild grouper would undoubtedly command a higher price at auction. As they stood on the deck of the yacht, they waited patiently. The crowd swelled to around 60 or 70 individuals, many of whom were there simply to soak in the atmosphere. Yang Fan did not mind this. The more attendees there were, the more vibrant the atmosphere would be during the auction, which was advantageous for him. Finally, after waiting for another 10 minutes, a white Bentley approached, gliding smoothly to the roadside. The rear door swung open, revealing a long, enchanting leg wrapped in black silk, followed by the graceful descent of a stunningly elegant woman. Chapter 103, The Beautiful Heiress Commands, One Fish for One. 88 million. The stunning woman who gracefully descended from the Bentley was none other than the enchanting CEO, Xin Yufei. Today, she embodied the essence of a career woman. Her hair elegantly styled in an intricate updo, clad in a meticulously tailored high-end black business suit, complemented by matte silk and silver stilettos, exuding an undeniable air of sophistication. After alighting from the vehicle, Xin Yufei removed her sunglasses and cast a glance towards the dock, instantly drawing her attention to the luxurious yacht moored there. Although she had heard from Yang Fan during the previous transaction involving Milisa that he had acquired a trawler yacht, she had yet to see it. Upon spotting the prominent three characters Yang Fan emblazoned on the yacht, she quickly deduced that this must indeed be Yang Fan's vessel. Xin Yufei then gracefully swayed her slender waist, her heels clicking rhythmically against the deck as she made her way onto the yacht. The beautiful boss had finally arrived. Yang Fan approached with a playful smile and teased, "Sister Yufei, you have kept us waiting for quite some time." Xin Yufei responded with a helpless smile, "Younger brother Yang Fan. There was a significant traffic jam on the way. I had no control over it." Yang Fan waved his hand and chuckled, "It's nothing. I was merely jesting. Since Sister Yufei is here, let us commence the auction." After exchanging pleasantries with Xin Yufei, Yang Fan turned to the fishmongers and restaurant owners, saying, "Gentlemen, please follow me." With that, he led the group of seafood merchants and curious onlookers toward the yacht's live well. Upon arriving at the live well, Yang Hongtao opened the door, revealing a dozen vibrant large grouper within. The sight of these magnificent creatures, each one a colossal specimen, instantly brightened the eyes of the seafood merchants and fishmongers. "Wow, so many large groupers. Each one is grander than the last." One exclaimed, "Indeed, just look at their size. Surely the smallest weighs over 100 pounds, while the largest must exceed 300. Another remarked, 300 pounds of wild grouper. The last time I saw one this size at our seafood dock was several years ago. Yes, I was present that day." A seasoned angler accidentally caught that massive grouper, and its final weight was over 315 pounds. It was truly astonishing. Catching a grouper of over 300 pounds is indeed impressive. However, based on my extensive experience, I believe this wild grouper is considerably larger than that 315-pound specimen. I estimate it to weigh over 350 pounds. I concur, 350 pounds at the very least. And the most critical factor is that this grouper is not only enormous, but also alive, making it even more remarkable. Absolutely. A live grouper exceeding 300 pounds will undoubtedly fetch a staggering price. The crowd pointed at the largest grouper in the live well, engaging in animated discussions. Many began to take photos and videos, as such a colossal grouper is indeed a rarity, not easily encountered. Once the fishmongers and restaurant owners had sufficiently admired the catch, Young Fan cleared his throat and smiled, addressing them, "Gentlemen, you've seen the fish. Let us begin the auction." The first fish up for bid is the largest grouper, with a starting price set at 660,000. All right, gentlemen, you may start placing your bids. As soon as Young Fan's words were spoken, it signified the commencement of the auction for the next fishing well. Upon hearing that the first item to be auctioned was the largest dragon, the wealthy seafood merchants immediately began to fervently bid. With a starting price of 660,000 for such a magnificent dragon, it was undoubtedly a remarkably low offer. Consequently, the merchants shouted their bids with great enthusiasm. "Boss Yang, I bid 680,000. Boss Yang, I offer 770,000. I bid 860,000. I bid 980,000. I bid 1,020,000. I bid 1,250,000. In no time, a middle-aged restaurant owner, adorned with a jade ring and dressed in traditional attire, boldly raised the price to an astonishing 1,250,000. Upon hearing this exorbitant figure, the other seafood merchants fell silent. Although this dragon, weighing over 300 pounds, was exceedingly rare and precious due to its liveliness, the price of 1,250,000 was evidently too steep. Most merchants had valued this dragon at just over $1 million. And upon hearing the restaurant owner's outrageous bid, they naturally refrained from further bidding. Let it be. Boss Tang has substantial wealth. I won't compete. Sigh. I cannot match this. I withdraw. In truth, we small-time fish vendors cannot compete with a big boss like Boss Tang, who owns a restaurant. Consequently, all the seafood merchants shook their heads in unison, signaling their withdrawal from the bidding. Observing this scene, the man known as Boss Tang clasped his hands in thanks to the others, laughing heartily. "Ha ha, thank you, esteemed colleagues, for your consideration." At that moment, Boss Tang's expression radiated with pride, as if the dragon were already his possession. However, just then, a voice, tinged with mockery, suddenly rang out. "Boss Tang, you think you can buy my brother's dragon for 1,250,000? Ha! I bid 1,500,000.